Hello, I'm
Menoth John.
and I'd like to welcome you. First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your homes. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your
miniatures
and paint along with us each week. Let's go over to the canvas here and let's get started. I believe, every day's a good day when you paint. I believe, it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart. I believe, every day's a good day when you paint. I believe, it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart. Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little trees. There are no limits here. You start out by believing here. You can almost paint with anything. All you have to do is practice. There are no limits here.
Oh, yeah, this time we actually might have both of us actually talking. John Spencer, the co-host with the mo-host. Would you like to say hello once again to the Brushheads now that they can actually hear you?
Hi, Brushheads.
So, this is what happens when I touch the damn screen. I mean, this is absolutely why I stopped disconnecting anything and why I stopped touching any buttons, because this rig is so... I dare say it's ass. It's complete ass. It's hot ass. And if I touch it, bad things happen. So what happened? But on the plus side, John, on the plus side, I've screwed this broadcast up so many different ways that I can literally I can diagnose stuff like a boss now. So
I was worried it was the new co-host cam.
Nope. This was 100% Menoth John inflicted. This was a direct result of a little show we like to call Brunch Machine with Menoth John. Brunch Machine uses the microphones that are on the camera, which is why it was just fine and dandy for people to hear me, even though it wasn't hearing anything off of the microphone. It was coming off of the camera microphones.
Gotcha.
Which is why they couldn't hear you. So things are more better now. I'm actually bringing the audio in via the mixer board instead of the cam thing here. Okay, great. Everybody hears us. We're back on track.
Yeah, we did Games and Gears in the chat room, too. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Games and Gears? Now that we've unscrewed up the feed, you should be just fine and dandy. Okay, so, John, what are you going to be working on today?
Well, I have an Earthbreaker, and should I go crazy and get that all painted in time, I've got Gaston and 2 Goblin Tinkers and a Bull Snapper and all sorts of other stuff available.
That's cool. You know what I could do here is no, I can't. If I move this camera, it'll never be aligned properly ever again. So, but you do have the reddest of all Earthbreakers. I have to give that to you.
Yeah, it is super red. Actually, you know what I'll do? Before I start painting it, I will take a picture of it with my crappy digital camera so everyone can see it later.
Oh, super nice.
I'll put it together. I'll put the arms on, but I'm going to have to wait until we actually get some light on, since it may not be that early, but it's early enough that my wife and my bird are not yet awake.
Okay, well, here's since we only got to release the Kraken in solo the last time, so here's to your wife and your bird. Crash the Bird, official mascot of the Painting with Menoth John, along with Zaza, the four-legged sewage treatment plant. Here's to the animals in our lives. Hey, Ron.
Ron.
Painting napkins are also good for wiping your mouth when you have a little bit of rum on your lips.
Fair enough.
Very dainty here on Painting with Menoth John. So, we already went over the schedule. We've managed to kill 18 minutes so far, John, between technical difficulties and pre-ramble.
Yep.
So I'm going to shift the camera down now. I know all of you will miss my hunky face, but here we go. Boom. We're down into the painting cam now, and I'm going to start working on an assembly project first off because I want to get Death Jack done. So I'm going to assemble a Death Jack, and I don't know how many of you have watched me assemble anything, so why not? Let's do that. So how was your week, John?
It was good. I mean, some missteps, but hey, that stuff happens every week. So
Absolutely. I spent the week in fabulous Seattle, Washington, and working on making coffee of various and sundry types. And so that was good. Did you get any games in this week?
Well, I played an X-Wing tournament on Friday.
Cool.
I didn't get any games in Tuesday because I had to fix my car.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, what happens?
What happened, man?
It's one of those bad luck things.
Okay.
Something just sort of died, and the dealership was like, "Well, that's random."
Uh,
I'm like, whatever, I'll fix it. Go away. It's no big deal.
that's cool.
I'm throwing it. But then I also got a War Machine game in yesterday and an X-Wing game in yesterday. So that's right, 4 X-Wing battle reports, 5 technically.
Holy smokes, that sounds like content. And
Yeah, that is.
we are hungry for content on our 11-hour show, especially when it's
Yeah,
you and me vamping for the first 2 hours.
yeah. So that was a long tournament. We didn't get done till almost midnight on Friday.
Wow.
And I'll tell you, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go on a little X-Wing chat for a bit.
I would like
I
that.
may not get my battle report chat, but we were chatting about stuff, and I'll give a little bit of tales. My first opponent had 3 shuttles and a fire spray, which
Three.
is like 40 boxes worth of I have to kill that.
That is a lot. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, my second opponent merely had 4 B-Wings, so that's quite a bit easier, only 32 boxes to kill.
Yeah, but those B-wings tank like a frickin' boss.
I know. So I mentioned this after. He's like, well, someone told me, like, well, that's sort of the meta. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, you just said meta for X-Wing? I
Yay!
believe this conversation is done. This is X-Wing. X-Wing is not a meta game because if you meta X-Wing, it's just a lot of easily calculatable numbers, and woof, some of those guys are very serious about their X-Wing.
Yeah, it's not a terribly awesomely balanced game.
Yeah, correct. It's super streaky. I mean, it relies more on luck than most other games just due to the low numbers involved.
Yep.
Some fire dice, which I will talk about both ways later,
Yep.
uh, can change everything. But it's good fun. We got to see the new ships for Wave 4 are super sweet.
Are they are pretty to look at, or abilities wise, they're pretty sweet?
Haven't played with any of them. They look like the abilities are pretty cool, but they're just cool models in general. I mean, the TIE Defender, or as I like to call it, the Mary Sue of fighters. When they first introduced that, like I think it was in the TIE Fighter game, I'm like, really? It's got lasers and an ion cannon and missiles and shields and maneuverability and everything. And I'm like,
Wow.
yeah, it's the Mary Sue of fighters. Very good. That's cool.
Let's put it in an allegedly balanced game.
It looks like it's balanced to me because that thing is pretty expensive.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think actually they already have it all. There's like a million X-Wing builders online, so you can check those out. And they've got all the stats for everything. If they can read the card a little bit, they'll put it in there immediately.
Okay.
They'll mark it as unreleased, so they're like, that you can't use it yet. And then like the TIE Phantom, which is a cloaking device, is kind of cool. They're sort of stealing a mechanic from the Star Trek game,
Okay.
which it's a little side rant with Star Trek. Star Trek is a good game. They basically have the same tools. It's probably a little better balanced game, but the models are poo, and the scale of the models is double poo.
They look boring.
They look boring and they're not the scale. I mean, we're all geeks here, so
Oh yeah.
scale's important.
Mhm.
So I mean, when they screwed up the scale, they're like, we're done. It's like the Enterprise, the Constitution class Enterprise, is tiny.
Oh, and
And I'm like, I don't
it's
want to pay $15 for that. You're wasting my money.
yeah.
And my first opponent, a guy who drove like 3 hours through traffic near Virginia to get to the tournament on Friday, had a great point. Like they should have made that a standard scale, like just a standard size ship,
Yep.
and then made like the bigger ships, like the Millennium Falcon, and just charge $30.
Right.
You make more money, people are happier, it's cooler.
Yep. Exactly.
If you make the Galaxy, the Daedrix, and the big Klingon guns, the Negvar and all,
Yep.
that large base, you can make the smaller ones the right scale, and it'll look better.
Yeah. Exactly.
But back to X-Wing, I think I forget my point, but yeah, the new ship's pretty cool. The Phantom steals the cloaking device, so it'll be cool. It's also pretty expensive, which is good. The Imperials need some expensive ships to try and tempt people into making
Something,
not swarms.
yeah, something other than TIE Swarm.
Yeah. And then the Rebel ones are sort of the opposite. The E-Wing will probably be kind of expensive, and it's sort of a cross between it's like a B-Wing, X-Wing, A-Wing mashup.
Okay.
And it's one of those expanded universe fighters that's sort of like it's supposed to be the next generation after the X-Wing.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily better than the X-Wing in my opinion.
So it's got the maneuverability of an A-wing, and it's got a little bit of the tankiness of a B-wing, and
No, it's got the sensor suite and stuff of a B-Wing.
okay.
Which geek moment. Technically, the A-Wings were actually the ones with sensor jammers and stuff like that originally, and they didn't have missiles.
Okay.
But when the X-Wing game came out, they had to make that ship flyable in the way that game played for the computer.
Makes sense.
So they had to give it missiles, and since then it has not had its customary sensor suites.
That's okay.
But if you look at the
J.J.
whole-
Abrams is tossing all that stuff out the window anyway.
Yeah, they tossed it all out the window. Well, the A-Wing's actually canon, but what it does besides crash into Super Star Destroyers is up for debate.
Has a special rule called kamikaze.
Yeah, well, he didn't really kamikaze. He was kind of damaged. He didn't have a lot of choice in that matter. But if you got to go, that is a good poster child for pulling a Boromir, as I like to call it.
Yep.
And then the last one is actually another expanded universe fighter, is the Headhunter, which is like the precursor to the X-Wing.
Okay.
Like, this is the original, and then the X-Wing's like the advanced version of it.
Nice.
It's kind of cool to go backwards there. It'll be a good cheap fighter. I've always kind of liked the Headhunter. I've had my Star Wars role-playing days. It's always been kind of fun.
I've got a few X-wing models myself, and I enjoyed the living heck out of it. As far as just a beer and pretzels minis game, it's a ton of fun.
Yeah, it's a good game to not take too seriously, as I like to say.
So, what was your loadout for the tournament, buddy?
Well, I brought. It was the only list I had built. I didn't have a lot of time. I was working extra time to make up for Tuesday. But I brought one Blue Squadron B-Wing, which is, I think, the lowest one they go.
Okay.
I brought 3 Green Squadron A-Wings with concussion missiles and push to limit.
Nice.
And the whole idea is to second turn, get up there into range, target lock and focus, and get the most out of my missiles.
Sure.
Then after that, I just go into little individual dogfights, and the A-Wings are super duper maneuverable and can do all sorts of crazy stuff. So I do a lot of cool maneuvering, and I evade and focus the entire time.
There you go. Got it.
So sounds like a good time for the battle report. So the first game was, again, like I said, my opponent had...
Don't rush. Don't rush, man. If you have anything else to talk about, make sure you get it out.
No, we'll do this one, then we'll save my other game I played Saturday for later.
Okay, sounds good.
We had 3 shuttles. 2 were just standard, the worst they can have, and one was the worst they can have with Darth Vader on it. Because Darth Vader is pretty legit. But you take 2 damage on yourself to cause an extra damage to whoever you just hit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is pretty good. And then you also have just a standard fire spray. Being out of practice, I forgot some rules early. When we did our first pass, I forgot that concussion missiles let you turn a blank into a hit.
Oh.
Kind of important.
Yeah, that'll sway a game.
Yeah, let Darth Vader's shuttle survive the first pass and need to use guns and cost me an A-Wing, but I will trade an A-Wing for a shuttle any day of the week.
Yeah, that's a good points trade.
And we ended up in this giant cluster in the center where I think for 2 turns, only one of my ships would move.
Okay.
We just kept running into each other. It's like a giant traffic jam in like one edge of the board. And I would just, I'd managed to get one A-Wing who would like get out of it, and then, another one would bump in and bump everywhere.
Yep.
But throughout that, I managed to blow up another shuttle and do a lot of damage to the other one. He ended up killing my B-Wing. And then in about our final passes, he's just trying to get some damage on me because we're getting close to time.
Yep.
And he pulls a bold maneuver with his fire spray to get good arc on one of my A-Wings. And one of his shuttles to move out of the way and let it move. ended up facing the board edge.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't see my maneuver. I had turned my A-wing the turn before, and I just belted forward 5 and got it out of the zone. Got out of the threat zone there.
Yep.
He only had 1 hit left.
Yep.
So he ended up quite literally, we weren't sure if the fire spray would end up off the table or not, off the mat, after his next move. But we knew the shuttle was, but I blew that up anyways.
Okay.
With a nice guy. And then we measured his maneuver, and he was just barely off the table. So
Yeah.
fled the battlefield, all dead. Victory for John.
Nice. Quick question for you. Now, I've never been a part of an X-wing tournament, so how do they handle that? Are there scenario? I know there's scenarios in the books and things like that. Is there an organized play scenario packet or anything like that?
Nope.
Nope.
You put your models down, you blow each other up.
Okay, so it's more or less just kill all the other fighters.
Yeah, it's for a company that's obviously not used to having competitive tournaments.
Yep.
It's a good start. They have some interesting rules. I can actually go into my pet peeves about them.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to hear about it.
So basically, you play, and you can win a full win, or as they call it, which is you won the game and time hadn't run out.
Okay.
There's a modified win, which is if time ran out and you haven't killed, was it like 13 more points than your opponent, you get a modified win, which is not quite as good as a full win.
Okay.
And then obviously there's a loss. There isn't a draw because the way the points work, it would be really, really hard to draw, I think.
Makes sense. So
and
go ahead.
Full wins are worth 5 and modified wins are worth 3.
Okay.
So that means in a 3-round tournament, someone who won twice and got his butt blown off the battlefield the third time would beat someone who got 3 modified wins.
Oh, that's a problem.
That is a problem.
That's a problem.
That's my big pet peeve. But, I talked to the locals at the store. This is their first X-Wing tournament. And they have some ideas. I'm just worried that the X-Wing community, so to speak, that being all the guys who travel from store to store to store to do everything they can to try and win all the prizes.
Yep.
I'm worried that those guys would not be open to change.
That's
they don't.
Too
bad. I don't want to badmouth them because, I played 4 games. 1 was okay, and I'll get to that eventually. It was my 3rd game. 2 were really good against new people, and the last game was against a local, and we had a great time. Lots and lots of smack talk.
bad.
Not sure I should have been smack talking, but there's lots of smack talk.
Just it doesn't mean that smack talk is fun whether you're going to win or not.
Yeah, as I start losing more, I smack talk more and more. It's usually fun. I don't like smack talking when I'm winning because it smacks too much of
douchebag.
Sore winner. Yeah, exactly. But you usually could against these guys. So, but I'm just worried because a lot of those guys looked way too serious about it. They weren't super open. Some of them were. I mean, I don't want to say all, but there were some you could tell, like, Bowie, if he shows up here, probably not, was walking around. He had to work late, so he couldn't play. And he said there's a couple guys there he thought he might have punched.
Wow.
Like, stickler arguing rules. I mean, you're playing a game where your slightest mismove will nudge a ship. It's not quite where it was, and you're never going to get it exactly back where it was.
Mm-mm.
So you really got to be on your best, your best guess. All of mine were, hey, does that make it? Your call. I can't see from over here. You tell me what you think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the same way that we run it when we play War Machine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could be a little more specific about your movement in War Machine because your models are heavier. They're less likely to bounce if you do stuff. But you still have to, have a little bit of leeway. Like, oh, we nudged that model. We'll put it back about close. That's about close. Sure, that's fine. Just put it there. Just make sure your opponent agrees, and it's fine. I mean, it's 2 players to play a game. You got to be, working together a little bit.
Well, let me ask you, John. You mentioned that there's prizes and things like that because, money and things like that can make people do dumb stuff. What are the prize packages like in these things? Are they
well, this was a release event, so they had one of each of the new ships, and 1st through 4th got one of the ships.
Huh.
The first place said, I want this ship. Second place, I want one of these of the remaining. Third place, I want this one. And 4th place is like, I guess I get that one.
Well, still, I mean, it's just that's even in some respects smaller stakes than some War Machine tournaments.
It's smaller stakes than all my War Machine tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can pull off, shoot, upwards of $100 worth of store credit in many or more in many War Machine tournaments.
We don't quite get that high because we split it a lot, but it's still, yeah, it's small stakes, but people take it seriously. And they're like, literally, they were trying to get the store to run at 8 o'clock on a Saturday
Oh my God.
because they wouldn't be able to make it to this store and this store and this store and this store. Just basically make the circuit of every store during the weekend to get it all.
Good
And they
gravy.
sort of were nice and did it Friday night, which was problematic because it's a little hard for me to get to the store by 6 o'clock on a Friday.
Wow. On a
I can't
Friday night.
guarantee it. Traffic's a thing in Baltimore.
Well,
It's a
yeah.
bad thing.
Plus, I hear having a life is kind of a positive thing too. I mean, maybe you want to do something on a Friday night with your significant other.
I go to the game store every Friday night.
Maybe you don't want to spend Friday night with your significant other because she's
I mean,
got
if she
other
asked
things
me
going
to,
on.
I'd be available. But
Because she's
it's,
got other things going on. So that's
exactly.
fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and Kurgash brings up a good point in the chat room that it's a bad part about it's the dark side of competitive gaming.
It's the dark side.
It's about toy soldiers trying to kill each other based off the result of plastic cube rolls.
Yeah, that is perspective
Well
right there, folks. That's the kind of perspective we like here on Painting with Menoth John. Hey,
Yeah,
Ron.
Yep.
Still drinking my coffee.
So I'm on cherry coke. I had my shot of Kraken, and
Man, this is
maybe the earliest I've ever had alcohol, to be honest.
well. I'm from Wisconsin, so all bets are off as far as that's concerned. But this, I'm going to tell you what's doing this Death Jack is just what the doctor ordered. This is exactly the activities I need right now.
Excellent. So round 2, I get
Okay.
matched up a guy with 4 B-Wings. And they all have this fire control computer upgrade, so every time they shoot, they get a free target lock, which is a good tactic.
Mhm.
A bit boring for a list, but hey, mine's not exactly lighting up the world with ideas.
Mm-hmm.
We have a good initial exchange where he doesn't quite kill me my A-Wings because I'm still rolling like fire. My opponent at one point in the last game mentioned that I had rolled 8 evade dice and evaded on all of them.
Hey, turns out that
Which I pointed-
lightning does strike
pointed out that
occasionally.
I've actually evaded. It was actually 9 dice, and all 9 of them were evades. One of those evades just didn't matter because he hadn't rolled enough hits.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I was on fire for a bit, but he didn't. He heard it bad, but he didn't quite blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
And my missiles, remembering the ability to turn a blank into a hit, blew a B-wing straight off the table with 2 of them.
Nice.
Um,
Remembering that
into it a
rule
bit.
turns out to be clutch.
Yeah, we get into a bit. I make a couple bad maneuvers. I'm still out of practice at this point.
Mhm.
We go back and forth. My dice turn more normal, maybe even a little under, but still well within the averages. We get to a point where he's got a B-wing with 1 hit left, and I just cannot kill that damn thing. I'm missing. He's getting his 1 evade. It's just like, ugh. And he finally gets my last 2 A-wings in short order because my dice leave me.
They finally decided that this is the time to average out.
Yeah, but it was a heck of a game. I got half his list. He got my entire list. A little difference. I could have blown that B-wing up, and then I would have had 2 on 1, and I can outmaneuver 1 B-wing all day long because there's no one to watch his back.
Nice.
But it was a good, fun game. It was funny to hear him state, since he's playing one of the quote-unquote meta popular lists, he did go, I never really gave any credibility to playing A-Wings, but there's actually something there. I'm like, they're fun.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
This is
We
making me
chatted
want
for a bit.
this is making me want to play X-Wing really bad right now.
Yeah, it's good fun. And Epic Chris in the chat room says he was at the UK Games Expo and they had X-Wing floor mat with massive ships. Oh, the big demo ships. Like they did that for the Star Wars one too. My buddy Mike Webb, who works for a game distributor, did some demos of that. Those things are very cool. I'd love to see one of those demoed in person, but
Yeah, I saw one at
cons.
they were doing that at Adepticon. I didn't.
Yeah, with the Star Wars, weren't they, or Star Trek?
Star Trek.
Yeah. Yeah, like so, my buddy Mike Webb was running that.
Oh, nice.
He's a big Star Trek guy. He actually had made rules for an old game called combined two games. It was Full Thrust and Moondragon. Moondragon was a fighter combat game.
Okay.
It came with these basically antenna
Really?
that could raise and lower, and he'd put little bendy things on them so you could really maneuver the ships.
Really?
Yeah, it was. So between that and then the Full Thrust, which is not really Star Trek combat, it's more Babylon 5 style combat, where if you're going forward, you're going forward.
Yep.
He did a couple modifications to make it a little more like Star Trek, and two combined were super legit.
That sounds really fun.
Playing a 3D Star Trek, minis game was amazing.
That sounds really cool.
At one point we have ships flying upside down,
Nice.
making passes because they can do that because the little thing will loop around, and there's just so much flexibility between the two of them. It's like when you need to go higher, you can lower everyone down. It's really cool. You get some very cool visuals.
That's really neat.
The rules, other than that, the rules were decent. They weren't anything to write home about, but
Yeah.
it was good fun. Had a couple good ones, a couple good memories of like him making a little scenario, and part of it was two Defiant classes warping in, and you'd guess and scatter from where you warped, and then get to fire. And being a bit of a geek, I got to use the Defiance because I came in a little late, and boom, warped in right next to this formation of Klingon ships and just wrecked them out of hand. It was amazing.
Nice.
It was super fun. Those are the kind of games that stick with you.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's sort of handy. You guys get to a con, anything, check out some of the other games. Just play another game.
Absolutely.
Like any time I've taken it out and just like, I'm going to play some random game, it has always been a great experience. I was I want to say it was Origins.
Mhm.
It had to have been 92-ish.
Okay.
Back when it still moved around, it wasn't stuck in Ohio or wherever the hell it is.
I think it's in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, but we used to move around. It was in Baltimore, my local city. And I played a modern warfare game, squad-based, small scale, and it was double blind. So we would move. We could only see what our guys could see.
Oh, that's cool.
And I don't know what game system it was. Don't remember. Rumor has it was more than 20 years ago. But I still remember the game because it was super fun and close game. I'm fairly certain me and my partner, who was another random guy, won. And then we get done. We get to look at the other side of the board, which is facing away from the door, so you really have to go out of your way to look at it. And
Yep.
he intercepts people before then.
Mm-hmm.
The other side had tunnels to go around that
Oh,
we didn't know about. It was super fun. And you look over and say, like, "Oh my God, this was awesome." So go out of your way,
yeah.
Try
for
and
sure.
play some other games.
When I've looked back at other cons that I've been to that I've had any kind of regrets, it's that the regrets generally surface around what didn't I see at that con that I had the opportunity to see. When I was at Kingdom Con, I spent the entire con in the War Machine room. Now, grant you, there was so many people that since it was my first Kingdom Con, there were so many people in the War Machine room that I hadn't seen before and was wanting to meet for the first time. That it held my interest, but there was Artemis was happening there, and I've wanted to try Artemis since Moby Dick was a damn minnow. Nothing would get me off more than playing Starship, Starship Commander bridge guy. I mean, Jesus, I don't have to be the commander, but yeah, I'll be Scotty. I'll be engineering. Put me in engineering. I want to be in engineering. I don't want to shoot the guns. I want to transfer energy around. This sounds fun.
Yeah, so you got to get some of the other games. Try stuff. If you're at a big con like Gen Con or whatever, don't play tournament games the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're one of those guys who every tournament is a fairly decent percentage chance of you getting into the finals, and that's what you want. Just play some other games.
Agreed. I wanted to play when I was at Kingdom Con. I played in the War Machine Weekend qualifier, not because I had any chance in hell of qualifying for the War Machine Weekend tournament, and if I did, I would have any chance of going anything other than 0 for whatever. But I wanted to see how I would do against sort of the top end players, and I did as one would predict, 2-4. So, and one of those wins was because the nice guy from Icy Lead People let me change my list after I saw what he put down. It's like, oh, this is a terrible matchup. Can I play something different? And he goes, yeah, sure, go ahead. So
That's super awesome.
If you ever get a chance, if you have anybody out there listening ever gets a chance to need commission work, Icy Lead People, the guy is absolutely fantastic and one hell of a painter. So anyway, so you so you're playing your tournament. You're 2 games into it. You won the first one and lost the second one.
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay, 1-1. So you should be out of the douchebag branch at this point.
False.
Oh no!
Remember, and we had about 20 people, maybe 18 people finish the tournament.
Okay.
So, X and ones are going to get top prizes.
Yep.
So I play against, and this is going to be a little point of contention, this is going to bring a couple of deep thoughts.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. This is good. We're 40 minutes into our 11-hour show. 45 minutes. It's good we have some deep thoughts.
So, well, I guess technically playing other games is a deep thought, but so I play against, it's a guy, and he's helping the guy from the store run the tournament. I'm like, okay, cool. He's sort of playing ringerish.
Yeah.
Spoiler, to get this deep thought out of the way, he's actually playing, and he ends up placing.
Oh, you're kidding. Wait. So wait a second here.
He's helping the store guy, Scooter, run the tournament, and he placed 4th.
That's great.
And I'm not saying that he, did anything, out of the ordinary, anything shady. But from a perspective, if you're ever running an event, if you're running an event and playing, never place. Just pull yourself out of it. You could be best. It's like if you sign up to be, like I've had people sign up to be, I just want to be the ringer.
Yep.
I don't want to play. I don't want to pay money. I don't want to do anything. I just want to, I'll play some games, give people some good games. I'll play my best game. I've done that. I did that at our old, back when I played GW games. There was supposed to be a team tournament.
Yep.
It ended up being not, 2 people together playing, but we didn't get enough people for that. So we're just going to do this little tournament.
Yep.
And I was needed to keep it even. So I'm like, well, look, I don't really want to pay if it's not a team tournament. Regular tournaments aren't my thing. They're like, well, just play. I'm like, I don't know. They're like, we'll give you the free pizza like we were going to give everyone. I'm like, okay,
Deal.
free pizza. I'm ringer.
Deal.
We go through, and I just crushed everyone.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. I was not expecting. I was playing Dogs of War.
Okay.
Mercenary ones, which is not surprising because it's me, and I like mercenaries.
Of course.
And it just good dice rolls, luck on my side, however you want to call it. It wasn't all play because I was never an expert at Warhammer Fantasy.
Yep.
But I ended up winning. And at the end, they're like, John, do you want to pay money? You can get the prize. I'm like, no, man, I'm the ringer. Just because I beat everyone does not mean that they don't get the prizes.
No, absolutely.
I mean, their ratings still matter. I mean, heck, I gave people great strength of schedule.
Exactly. This is a situation where playing the ringer is actually an advantage.
Yeah, so you can. I mean, if you've got the time, you can play and help run an event, but don't place. Good Lord, you may not be doing anything wrong, and I doubt people usually are, but it's the perception of that, and especially if it's a lot of strangers to your store. Yeah. Like if I'm playing War Machine tournament and running it, yeah, my locals know that I'm probably crushing half of them.
Yep,
it happens, but I would never do that. I would never place. I'd be like, yeah, so I won all my games, and this guy's your champion.
Yeah, that's great sportsmanship, man.
Yeah, so I played him. He played Chewbacca, obviously in the Millennium Falcon, with a gunner and something else. And he had Luke Skywalker with some upgrades I didn't pay attention to, and Porkins with some upgrades I didn't pay attention to.
Okay.
And I basically had a brain fart, being, only 2 games in with this year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I moved forward and then realized, well, crap, I needed to move forward further because I'm not going to be able to target lock his damn Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
So he goes in, has some good rolls. I have some mediocre rolls, and he blows one of my A-wings up. Missiles unfired.
Oh.
I go to move around, and another one he hit really hard. Only had one left and a crit on it, so if it did a red maneuver, it could blow up.
Yep.
And I'd put the damage on the wrong ship. My fault.
Yep.
Happens. You have three of the same. Be very careful with that.
Yep.
And I play maneuvers next turn. We move the ships, and we look, and I'm like, well, this guy's hurt. He's like, no, that's not the guy's hurt. I'm like, well, that's when I have the damage on. He's like, no, this guy's hurt. And, I take his word on it because, sure, he's got to be paying more attention than I am.
Yep.
That's what he's doing. I'm like, well, then I totally did my maneuvers absolutely wrong. And keep in mind, at this point, he hasn't moved a thing.
Yep.
So I'm like, all right. I sort of look at it, but what are we doing here?
Mhm.
And he is 100% no leeway.
Wow.
Not like I'm like, well, I should switch the maneuvers.
Yep.
And he's like, nope. Like, all right, fine. Roll. My A-wing blows up. I check out of the game. I do manage to blow up one of his X-wings, do some damage to the other one, but at this point, I'm playing the game, but I'm not. It's not my A game anymore. I don't
No, I
care
understand.
anymore.
I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah, it's not his fault entirely. It's partially mine, but you should really, really be a little more leeway, especially if you've got a loss on you,
Yeah.
and if you're running the event doubly so.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not in the big kids club, I mean, then absolutely.
Yeah, especially like if you're running an event, you should be the most generous. Maybe not all the takebacks in the world, but if someone makes an obvious mistake, they're like, I feel you should do this to correct it. All right, cool.
Yep.
Because my maneuvers were sound if they were in the right spot, but
furthermore, who wants to have that win on the record anyway? I mean, it's like,
he did apparently.
There you go. Good point.
So, like I said, that wasn't the best game. I'm not going to call it negative on him. It's my mistake plus his being a little harsher than I feel really should be in an X-wing game and should be probably in any game.
Yeah,
It's one of those, if someone ever does something like someone goes, "Oh crap, I turned directly into an asteroid." Actually, it's across the table. I thought I was turning the other way. I'm going to let you turn it the other way.
Yeah.
I don't care what's on the stake.
Yep.
Unless it's world peace at stake, I don't care. So he won that game. I did still kill a ship. I didn't feel like I did horribly, but I did learn something, is that you really have to take into account the pilot skill difference of your ships to do your tactic.
Yeah.
If I'd gone faster earlier, because against the B-Wings, I'd almost gone too fast and almost not gotten to target lock stuff.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, I got to be careful about that, and I overcorrected.
Gotcha. That's so easy to do when you're out of practice too.
Oh yeah. And it goes into the next game where I'm playing El Marshall, if he shows up on the chat room. He's one of my buddies. Probably known him longer than just about anyone I actually talked to that's not related to me. And he's got a Lambda with Vader and an engine upgrade. And then 3 bombers, one of which is one of the characters that lets you reroll secondary weapon dice.
Yep.
And they'll have proton torpedoes on them. And I correct for my last round maneuver, but end up going too fast. So when he boosts his shuttle forward first turn, I run into it and not allowed to target lock.
Ugh.
Then he blows an A-wing off the table with proton torpedoes, and with the rerolls, all hits, no misses.
So here's my biggest bitch about that game, is the demolition derby style play. We're running your thing into another thing is actually a tactic.
Well, it can be. That wasn't necessarily his tactic. He wanted to get forward to sort of disrupt my formation, and it just worked better than he even thought.
Okay.
It wasn't like his tactic to run in so I couldn't do anything. It was like, I'm going to disrupt your formation by putting this big ship with a good amount of guns right there.
Okay.
And with Darth Vader on it, he wants to bring those guns into play.
Gotcha.
Because he can start taking hits on himself to make my ships that have a lot less hitboxes die. And that's one of the things about the Darth Vader card in particular I don't like. Sure, you're trading 2 hits for 1 hit, but his ship has 10 hits.
Yeah.
My ships have 4 hits unless it's the B-Wing, and that's going to work out in his favor.
Yeah,
we fly around. I don't correct for that. I should have done. I should have just powered through them and re-engaged later. But at this point, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm tired, and
there
we're just doing crazy stuff.
you go.
So we fly around. He kills my second A-wing, but ends up losing losing the Darth Vader shuttle at the same time. Like, he forgot to use Darth Vader for like 2 turns straight, and then remember, but he only had 2 hitboxes left.
So he
So he blew
couldn't.
up his shuttle, and I lost my A-wing, and I'm like, I'm okay with that.
That's a good trade.
Sure. We fly around. I blow up another one of his. Blow up one of his bombers. He's got 2 left. I got 2 A-wings, and things are starting to turn. Things are starting to go my way, and he drops. He gets my other fighter with some lucky shots, but I'm still feeling pretty good because I got 1 fighter. He's got his 2, a little more dog fighting, and I'm getting the advantage just because I can outmaneuver him like a mug.
Mm-hmm.
Only having 2 ships is saving him. When he drops a proton bomb and just barely catches me in it,
Okay.
which does my last hit, which kills me because
Ah,
he'd been shooting guns and I've been evading everything. And it was a good time. But, the beginning, don't overcorrect, like I said, for your errors. Because this time I went too fast, and otherwise I would have blown that shuttle straight to hell. It would have been like, and you're dead. Okay, love you, bye-bye. So there's my X-Wing tournament report with some deep thoughts. I finished,
Nice.
yeah, who cares what I finished? It was not good. At
Finished
that point, it
low.
was, yeah, we didn't get out of there. Like, I didn't get home till almost midnight.
Jeez Louise.
And after, I went an hour early for work. After all that, it was a bit rough.
Oh, I bet it was.
But, a good time overall. Not sure if I'd play another Friday one, unless it was only 3 rounds, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
3 rounds, we could get out of there by 10 or so, maybe 11 at the latest.
Do they do they obviously do timed rounds, right?
Yep, hour rounds.
Hour rounds. Okay.
I didn't have a problem in that. We were done in plenty of time every game. So the first game felt like it might have gone to time, but he had a lot to chew through.
Got it.
But I was pleased with my list. It worked. If I played it better, it would have worked fine. I gave a couple X-wing regulars, if you will. It's more thought about what you can do with A-wings.
That's sometimes worth the price of admission in and of itself when you can show somebody that the special snowflake package.
Yeah, and we've been talking about. Bowie and I had been talking about maybe running the events for X-wing in addition to War Machine because we're gluttons for punishment. But we just want to see it all grow. And at some point, we could do it sort of hacksaw style, where you come in, you run the events for a while, get it going, see who's willing to step up, and then back off a little bit. Let
Yeah.
them step up and take over.
Yep.
But
Sure.
we have ideas of making it, if we do 4 rounds, we want people to bring Rebel and Imperial lists because that seems more appropriate, having Rebels fight Imperials.
Sure, that makes sense. And
Not Rebels, or Imperials. It seems more appropriate, and you can. I feel with 4 rounds you could run it that way, but talking to some of those guys actually only collect one side or the other, which I find mind-boggling.
wow. Yeah, I have both sides so that I can bring both to wherever I am and be able to play.
Yeah, I'm and in a pickup game, if my opponent's playing Rebels, I'm going to break out Imperials.
Sure, of course. Good. It turns out the Rebels fighting Rebels is not canon.
Correct. You want? I'm going to give Handing with Mouth John exclusive.
Oh snap, folks! You came up to the right show. We're about to have an exclusive. Fire away, John.
Yeah, I don't have any ins to like the War Machine community, but one of the guys is a store, a good buddy of mine. Apparently has a friend who's also an old acquaintance of mine who works for Fantasy Flight and playtests for X-Wing.
Okay.
So if anyone's a fan of the Shadows of the Empire book and was hoping they might eventually get Dash Rendar as an actual playable character,
Stay tuned.
you will.
Nice.
Apparently, it's not quite as good as Han and the Falcon because Han's Falcon's super modified and super legit. But when they make it, it'll probably be better than the Outer Rim smuggler version of the darn YT 1300 because that thing is poop. So you got that coming. And apparently, they are going to get the third faction in. There's going to be like a scum and villainy faction with bounty hunters and such.
Nice. So what are they going? Are they going to then allow those people to come in as almost like mercenary contracts in War Machine?
They might. I imagine they might. They might do something crazy like print cards for like headhunters or the YT 1300 that might be and the Fire Spray that are different pilots. So like you buy this, you're like, oh, here's an extra card pack you can buy that gives you different pilots, so you can play like the Fire Spray with mercenary with the other guys.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So I need to figure out. I need to go get the box for my Death Jack because I have no idea how to assemble this thing. So hang on for just a second, folks. This is Painting with Menoth John. We are entering the 10 o'clock hour. We are 1 hour away from the cooler joining us. So I hope you're enjoying Games and Gears Painting Day. I am going to be right back. John, if you've got anything you want to vamp with, feel free.
Well, I'm just going to remind everyone if they ever have, hey, you got a game you want me to try? If I can find someone to play it, I'll play it, give you a review. For miniature games, but I'll try board games. I'll see if anyone's got it. You want to see more X-Wing stuff? Let me know. You want to see more Infinity stuff? Let me know. I'll see if I can get some games in, give some perspective on them. And also for the media section, if you've got movies you want me to see, pop over to Facebook, facebook.com/paintingwithmenothjohn, and put a note there like, hey, I'd like you to watch this movie. Bonus points if it's something that's on Amazon Prime, because at that point it's actually more likely I will actually be able to watch it. But it was something really cool. I don't mind spending a couple bucks on a DVD, add to my quite enormous DVD collection. So far, we've had suggestions that I watch Snatch and Equilibrium and The Usual Suspects are the ones that I can actually see. And I have actually watched two of those, and we'll be reviewing those later in the show.
Nice. I'm back.
Excellent.
And we have a pretty good following in the old chat room today, don't we?
We do.
That's nice. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Absolutely.
So far, it's not exactly painting with Menoth John. It's more sticking stuff together with Menoth John.
Well, everyone's awake in the apartment now, so I can actually try and get some painting on myself.
There you go. Let's see here. Oh my God, these legs are different. That's really awesome. Okay. So now comes the fun.
Did you get any games done this week?
Did I get any games in? I got the one game that's up on the interwebs, and I'll probably talk it through, and we can we'll talk about it, and people can watch it unfold if they want to. I decided that what I wanted to do this week with Brunch Machine with Menoth John was I wanted to try something a little bit different, and I felt like if I kept on showing the same thing where I'm practicing the meat beater list and all that kind of stuff, that it would get to be kind of old. So early in the week, my normal opponent Zach let me know that I gotta figure out this. Okay, so his left hand side is forward. Okay, so this is really hard. This is like spatial relations 101. Okay, so I think this is this one. All right, so he let me know he's going to play Striker 2 in theme. So I said, I know what I'll do. I'll play themes 2. So I went ahead and dug out one of my favorite old theme lists from playing out in Utah. I brought out Resnick 1. And Resnick 1, I have, for a long time, I didn't own any steelheads.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to go with a Resnick 1 with all the cleansers list. So it's, the list gives you, you have to bring 2 units of cleansers, and you get 7-point reckoners, which is pretty good. And you get a set of racks for free, and the cleansers get to advance deploy, which is a big deal for cleansers because part of their problem is they're only Rat 5, so they have a tough time hitting much. And I thought this will be a great list against Signar because this Striker 2 list is like chock-a-block full of Storm blades, which are only defense 12, and they have and they're only armor 15. And he didn't have Junior in the list because I don't think you can take Junior in that list.
No, not in the theme list.
And so I was like, this is sweet. I'll bring that. And I brought 2 Reckoners and a Sanctifier. And so I'm going to... So, guys, if you're watching this, this is the green stuff glue method. I don't do pinning. It's just not something I'm willing to have the patience to do. So I have, I've got my green stuff mixed up here, and I'm putting a couple little balls of green stuff. It turns out the lights that I use here are making my green stuff exceptionally sticky today. So this is pretty interesting. Usually I'm doing this in my workroom, and it's a little bit more hard, but we'll see. Okay, so so what I'm doing here is I'm going to put a little bit of glue on this foot, and then I'm going to put a little bit of green stuff on the end of it, and I'm going to put a little bit of glue on here, and then I'm going to see his back foot is kind of, I guess it has to go like this. So we'll put that in there like that and face it like that, I guess. It's entirely possible this Death Jack is going to have the most jacked up feet in history. So here it is. I got it all sitting on. The advantage of this is you'll notice that I had to spend no time holding this model. So it is just, you pop it on, boom, you're done. Now, if I wanted to get really fancy with it, I would take my little sculpting tool that I've got here, and I would I give it a little lick, and just to kind of give it a little bit of release properties. And then what I'll do is I'll smooth that green stuff out so it gets a nice tight bond with the metal, and then wipe off the surface of my sculpting tool so it doesn't get all jacked up with super glue. So then I'll put him aside over here to let his foot rest. And then I'm going to take the next leg, and I'm going to do the same thing. Put a little glue on here, and then I'm going to put a little ball of green stuff on the end of that, and a little bit of glue on that one. And then I will go ahead and make the contact there and run it up into that, and hopefully this is going to be the right position for it. So then I'll wet the tool a little bit, smooth it out into the joint just to give it a nice firm contact, and I'll put that over here to set a little bit, just a little while. Come on. You are going to be a jerk, aren't you? You're going to be a jerk. All right, there we go. God, that's better. Okay, so wipe off the glue there, make sure it's not on there, because this technique is one that if you lick the tool and it still has glue on it, will make you sad. So, because getting glue on your tongue makes for interesting times. All right.
I don't suggest it.
No, I can't recommend it at all. So now I need to figure out how I'm going to do this, because so here is the torso bit, and I need to figure out which is the front and which is the back.
So Tadgo let you know that you need to adjust your mic, apparently.
I need to adjust my mic?
Yep, that's what he says.
Okay, well, I'm doing the best I can with what I got here. So I'll just bump the volume up just a tiny little bit. And
hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, hopefully that'll help. Sorry about that, guys. So now this is the tricky part, is I just made these 2 feet, and I've got to land 2 legs on it and the feet all at the same time onto the base. So this is so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my green stuff, and I'm going to make 1, 2, 3, 4 balls. That sounded funny. And then there's 2. And I'll get back to the battle report here in a second. This is like critical time for Death Jack assembly.
Oh, that's all good.
So we're gonna. Oops, that ball fell off.
Unless we run out of time.
Yeah, exactly. That ball fell off. This is now the Lance Armstrong Death Jack. Too soon. Nothing like making testicular cancer jokes on a Sunday, right?
Well, he's fair game now.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshat. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It used to be too soon, but now it's fair game.
I'm going to tell you what. You step out on the woman that stayed with you through cancer treatments. I got nothing for you. So we're going to go ahead and put a little glue on this one. Then I'm going to go ahead and, if I make this through without gluing my fingers completely together, this is going to be a damn miracle. So I'm putting it on the end here, right by where that joint is going to slip into the leg. And so, oops, that was too much glue. This is going to get real interesting really fast. Okay, so I'm going to then take, let's see, the back leg is the one that's all crumpled up here, and that is on, it's Death Jack's right side. So I've got glue on there. I've got a leg. I'm going to take this leg and what? Did I put? Okay, well, shit. It's got to go on this side. Oh, I'm holding it backwards. Never mind. There we go. That's better, I think. Sure. Yep. Okay. All right, so I'm going to put this on here, and the advantage of this method is I don't have to sit here and sweat this joint quite so bad. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, give it a little love. Make love to the canvas, just like the song says. And then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put a little bit of glue on that one, and I'm going to smoosh this one in and hold the center section and try not to completely gafarkle the other one. Then I'm going to grab both hips, and I'm going to take and put a dab of glue on each foot, and I'm going to touch each foot to the green stuff, and then I'm going to put the whole shooting match down on the base and pray. And I think I got it. I think I got it. Okay, and that one's like that. And you know what? His hips might be a little jaunty, but you know what? Crix has kind of a pirate theme. It's a jaunty little Death Jack.
Jaunty little Death Jack.
Yep. I'm a little Death Jack. Jaunty and stout. These are my hips. What's it all about? Okay, hang on. That's really not good. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to do like that, and then what I'll do is I'm going to put a little glue on his feet. Just let that kind of suck up underneath it. A little suck up underneath over here. Come around to the back side of him and put a little glue back here. Because honestly, can you ever have enough glue? I don't think so. So
yes, you could.
Okay, well, in this case, I'm going to put this here, and I got to put this down and let it dry for a while because he needs to set up before I start getting too crazy with the rest of all that. Now, you'll notice that I wasted a lot of green stuff, and I feel bad about that, but I can't feel that bad about all that.
It happens. If you use green stuff, unless you're the master, you're going to waste a bunch of it.
I mean, I could put some shoulder pad stuff on him, I guess. Yeah, I could do that.
I get some water and hope that it lasts long enough for your next step, but it often doesn't.
No. I think that the way these arms work is you've got to put the sides on here, and then you put the arms into the sockets. Yeah, that's right. I just need to take a look at the picture here and just kind of, I'll pose them somewhat. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that part next. All right, so I'm just going to I'm going to put the shoulder pads on his torso, and I think I'm done with Death Jack for a little bit. Go ahead and this time, because it's kind of a radial joint, I'm going to make a hot dog of green stuff. And then I'll lay it across on it where the contact point is, and that will help it stick real nice too. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to lay a little bit of glue right across that joint. Lick the Tool. That's actually an album by Spinal Tap. Lick the Tool. And
Spinal Tap.
Yes. And then put a little glue there, and then this is the front where his head goes on, I think. So we'll go ahead and put this here, and we'll make that one like that. Boom. Yeah, that'll work. And then I will put this on this side, and then I'll bring the other one over here, and we'll slobber a little bit of glue on there. And put a little bit of green stuff. This is a technique, but not a technique with Neek, because we're gonna have Neek on later on in the show. Is he saying anything about my audio now? That is it better?
He hasn't said anything at all, so
Okay. Well, he's either
I
quit,
guess okay.
or he doesn't give a shit anymore, which is entirely
Or he does-
possible.
Oh, he's still there, so
All right, so that one.
I'm sure he'll speak up if there's anything bad. But all right.
Okay, so we're gonna take this one, and this one we're gonna rotate it a little bit just to give him a little bit more character. A friend of mine made a death jack one time, and he put the hands both facing straight up. It's forever been known as Jazz Hands Death Jack.
Oh, is it like referee Megalith? It's good.
Yes, you know, when I used to be in Circle, and yes, I used to be in Circle, as we mentioned in our Facebook conversation. I had converted my Megalith so that his arms were down. And
I've got one down and one kind of up, but I'm not 100% pleased with my Megalith. I might have to break him off his base and cut him and pin him into a better position.
The concept was supposed to be that I was going to take a stick and make him into a tree swing, which would have been cute, but I never got around to doing it, and then I sold my Circle. So a tree, he was going to have and then he was going to have tires that were let's see, God, I don't like the way that's going to sit. He was going to have a tire swing, and then I was going to put mannequins in the tire swings. It's going to be super cool.
Uh-huh.
All right, so as you can see here, we got the beginnings of the torso, and I can't recommend this green stuff method enough because the darn stuff, you just pop it in and boom, and then it provides a really good long-term seal, but it also does a great job of providing you a stable base so that you don't have to stand there and blow on the damn piece the whole time that you're sitting there. I guess this carapace goes on there. I could do that part too. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I do that, John? So,
I don't know. You should do that.
I should do that. So we're going to get back to that battle report here in a second because it's really thrilling. I'll tell you.
Well, speaking of my Megalith, apparently both his arms just decided to come off.
Oh man. Well, this now became the infirmary with Menoth, John.
Well, I'm working on, like I said, I'm going to take him apart and probably fix his legs.
There you go.
The way he's posed, you need to do some work, I feel. If you want to do anything.
I agree.
Let's just take him apart.
I don't think that model works terribly well the way it was intended. Okay, so we've got this carapace has got a really beautiful channel in it that holds the spiny bits that I will never ever paint. So we'll just put that on here like that and fill that all up with green stuff, and that'll be perfect. Get it aligned here so that it's even. Boom. And we have most of a death jack head put together, upper torso put together. So now, and that's the other thing about this method is that you can just crank on getting stuff done because it just kind of all comes together. So now I'm going to stand it up over here, and I'm going to use the blue and yellow tubes of the green stuff to kind of support the whole piece while it dries for a little while. Okay. I could even put the Skulls of Hate on if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. I got to leave something for later.
So in the meantime, I've put a picture of my Earthbreaker with just primer on it on the Pain with Mouth John Facebook page.
Oh, nice. That must have been that little jingle. If
you want to see the rock lobster before you put any more paint on it and sully its beautiful visage.
Nice. I'm looking at these jazz hands he's got. Trying to figure out where all this crap goes. He's got a lot of spiky bits. Yeah,
he's very spiky. I tell you though, he's one of those jacks that make me like, Cricks would be fun to play, but no, not allowed to play Cricks.
I like it. Oh, that's a skull. Well, that's pretty cool.
Some of the guys in my store are like, why can't you play Cricks? I'm like, well, I whoop you guys' butts with mercenaries, so no.
Do you want me to end the meta tomorrow?
No, we're not playing Karchev.
Oh, well, that's true. It's very good that Nigel held that back.
Did you hear the CRA podcast with Jamie Perkins? and Jason Enos and all.
No.
Hilarious as they dug into that a little bit. Yeah, they were funny. I heartily suggest that. That was good, worth the time.
CRA
All right.
podcast. I don't know that I've heard that one. Is that out of England?
Yeah, it's out of England. It's one of the new ones on the Muse Network.
Nice.
Shock! A podcast on the Muse Network. Holy
No.
moly!
Getting all crazy talk on me here.
Yeah, I know. It's right now. If you're a podcast, you're probably either Chain Attack or supported by Chain Attack, or you're on the Muse Network.
Yeah, that's the straight up truth. So why do they give me so many spikes if only 3 go on the hand? That's
Doesn't some go on his shoulders or something?
maybe. I'm not. Huh. I'll figure it out. But at least 3 go on the top, so we got that going for us. Okay.
They'll have total
Weird.
consciousness.
Exactly. All right. So we played. I guess I'll talk about it and spoil it a little bit. But you're more than welcome to watch the entire show. It is uploaded on the YouTubes, and I will continue. We're not going to have a Brunch Machine show next week because there is a tournament in Madison that Zach is going to be playing in. I am not going to be playing in it. And then the following week there is a Milwaukee tournament that I am hoping to play in, so that'll be fun. And then we'll be back to Brunch Machine the week after that. So Brunch Machine is just sort of a wholly owned subsidiary of the Painting with Men Off John Empire. God,
I have a quick question for you, John.
Yeah, shoot.
What time is the Iron Gauntlet finals next Sunday? Because I'm not sure. Do we want to, if at the same time, do we want to compete with them or what?
I don't know.
It occurred to me, I think, sometime this week where me and my buddies were talking about watching it, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
Maybe we don't want to compete with it, but maybe we want to offer an alternative soundtrack where people can tune into their stream, mute it, and listen to us.
That would be hilarious.
Uh-huh.
I think if it's at the same time, we have a winner.
Yeah. Yep, I think we ought to do that. So that would be pretty amazing, and I can bring it up on the other computer here and watch it, and it would be super fun. So I'll take a look at it. We come on at 6:30.
Which is
thinking
4:30 their time?
Oh, that's gonna be right on top of it, isn't it?
Might be. I don't know. It's Sunday, so they might be doing it earlier.
I don't know about that. Go ahead. You're saying?
I want to recall that it was earlier, but I don't really remember, honestly.
Okay.
I know a couple of those things were playing at times when someone would put it on his phone at the local store and be like, we're like looking over his shoulder, watching it on his phone. But I think the store's going to try it. The store's going to try and get like some big screen TVs for some background stuff.
Nice.
And then hook them up to a computer, so if something like that's playing, we can stream it and make everyone in the store suffer through our geekness.
Yeah, I've got. I can put the game up on my television and stream it through my PS4, I think, and then go ahead and and then do our show over here on this computer. It might be doable. What do the Brushheads think? Let's get some reaction to I don't know what we want to call it. Audio bombing the the Iron Gauntlet finals.
Yeah. Tadgo, of course, suggested what you came to, which was maybe provide riff tracks. Also, there is a chance next week. Remember, John, that I may not be able to make it, depending on how long the Drop Zone Games Unification Wars War Machine finals go.
Oh my God, that's more than a mouthful right there.
It is, but because I'm running that with Bowie.
Okay.
Top 8 players from our top 7 and the winner from last year.
Okay.
We'll square off to see who's the best. We've got all but 2 finalists chosen.
Okay.
As of now, I have turned down 2 spots in it since I'm running it, which makes me feel kind of good. I'm like, yeah, if I wasn't running it, I'd be in there. Okay.
So I think what we're gonna, if that's a possibility, John, then I think we should punt directly to providing riff tracks for the Iron Gauntlet final,
Yeah, absolutely.
and I'll publicize it since nobody at PP is friends with me anymore, um, except I guess Plumber and Charlie Foster are still my Facebook friends.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and publish that. That'll be the plan for the next Painting with Menoth John is a riff tracks of the Iron Gauntlet final. And
Yeah, because I won't have any games to report unless it's stuff I watched. Because I'm running a tournament Friday, running a tournament Saturday, and running a tournament Sunday.
so it will not. The show will not be at the normal time. It will be whenever the finals happen.
Oof. Yeah, so if it's later, you'll have me. If it's earlier, you won't have me, but I'll jump in later
That's fine.
if possible.
Yeah, that's cool. Maybe I can talk Edifo into being a co-host in the short term.
Yeah, we should find out during the week when that is and do some chatting on that.
So I'm looking at this picture of the Death Jack on the back of the box, and I'm trying to figure out what in the hell is going on with his left hand, because there's like a piece that they're showing coming up on his left hand and a piece coming up on his right hand. Oh wait, okay, I see. They're trying to show me how they couldn't bother to make the hand one piece, that they had to make another piece on the bottom to slide the little rod thing into. Oh, that's asinine. Good job, PP.
Yeah. They're not the best model makers in the universe, let's just be honest.
Wow. That's going to suck. All right. Well, I'm done with the Death Jack for a while because I ain't touching that for a bit, although it would benefit from having that done.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, it looks like people are definitely down with the riffing, and Cheddar Caveman likes our idea, so I think we're going with that.
hey, if the world's greatest team tournament partner is down with it, then Cheddar Caveman, this one will be for you. We'll do riff tracks. I will set up my little laptop that I currently watch the show with, kind of when I have the opportunity to, when we're broadcasting, and I'll watch it on there, and I will have the rig set up, and we will do an alternative broadcast. I will not, of course, be having the stream on my stream, so because I'm positive Privateer Press would come after me with a big stick on that one. But I will go ahead and have it up, and I will provide an alternative soundtrack. So be prepared for all the lag in the universe.
Yeah, that should be hilarious.
This will be more lag than man should be allowed. So, is it a bad thing when you end up with 2 spare spiky bits on a model? It seems bad, but
unless you're playing with the GW model, yeah, it's probably bad.
Yeah, probably
GW
bad.
model, you're probably called Tuesday.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. That's got to go probably in there, and then that makes a little cavity. Yep, that's what it does. Interesting. Well, I managed to put the spiky bits on his fists. So, there you go. There's our first son of a for the cast. What time is it here? We got it's 10:30. We are 30 minutes away from Owen the Cooler Schindel joining us.
Where did that blade go? Yeah, that's good stuff. My blade broke, and I don't know where the tip went.
It could be worse. We got notification on Facebook that Berger from the Dark Omen Gaming Club had a wolf spider in his bedroom. Didn't know where it went to.
Oh, that's creepy.
That's bad. That's real bad.
Those things aren't super, super dangerous, but that's creepy as hell.
Nobody wants a wolf spider running around in their bedroom.
No.
I don't think wolf spiders want a wolf spider running around in their bedroom.
They don't want to be running around in your bedroom either, honestly. Good thing to remember, and I taught this to some of my youngers during Memorial Day when I was with my family.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those critters are more afraid of you than you are of them.
That's right.
Just don't F with them.
Leave them alone.
Yes. The handful of things that are ornery enough to come after you
live in Australia.
Oh, yeah, you live in Australia, or you've already heard about and can be ready for.
Oh my God, it's coming this way. Okay,
yes.
Here we go. You know what? I'll tell you what. 90% of the government is more dangerous than all the spiders in the world.
Most of the spiders, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I'm gonna put Skulls of Hate on this guy because I can.
Skulls of hate.
Skulls of Hate are
And
going.
Tadgo says that's when you get out the flamethrower.
You damn Skippy.
Yeah, but I like my stuff. I don't like burning it. I'm not that worried about spiders.
you
I mean, it
told
wouldn't be the first time I've had some crazy critter in my room.
you'd make a crappy Menite.
At at one point, we had there was a big storm, and apparently a tree branch fell and opened a hole in the roof of the apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, that stuff happens. They fixed it pretty quick. Unfortunately, squirrels had made it into
Squirrels.
the infrastructure
Uh-oh.
and were running around. And
That's
eventually, they
funny.
made their way into my closet
Oh
and
no.
gnawed into the closet.
Oh no.
So I called them and I'm like, "Yeah, I've got squirrels in my closet." They're like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Hold on." Kick, kick, scurry, scurry, scurry.
Yep.
Yeah,
There
I'm
they
sure.
are. How do you
So they
ask that
sent out.
question? How do you even
I
how
know.
do you even ask that question? Are you sure?
They sent out. They sent out one of their guys real quick, and his result was, well, they had stuff in the way of the door, so they couldn't get out. They were stuck in the closet.
Okay.
So he's like, well, we're going to close the door to your room, open the window, and just entice them to go out. Because there's no way that plan can go wrong.
Oh, absolutely not.
I mean, it went right, but I'm like, this. If those guys are angry, super hungry, rabid, they could do something stupid. They didn't. And squirrels, when stuck in a room for a closet for a couple days and smell freedom through a window, they will just leap off the third floor.
Oh no. Oh no.
Except for the last one. The last one crawled up and crawled down the side of the wall. I'm like, that's the smart one.
Well, that was just natural selection at work right there.
Yes. So a couple weeks later, they haven't quite fixed my room yet. They did duct tape up the hole,
This is a
and
great
another
story, by the
squirrel
way.
makes his way in and into the wall. I thought he was in the closet, but he was actually only in the wall between my closet,
Mm-hmm.
behind my closet. So they sent out a professional trapper, which is apparently a thing.
Nice. Did he have like a coonskin cap and the whole 9 yards?
No, but he did have these big traps and all that. We take a look. Turns out they're on the wall. He's like, I can't do anything. They haven't eaten their way through the duct tape and come in yet. So eventually he does, and I called them, and they're like, yeah, we'll get someone out there. They never do. And then I come home
Oh.
one day, and I'm like, what's that smell?
Oh no.
Open my closet. Hey, look, it's a dead squirrel.
Oh, starved to death?
Yeah.
Ah, poor squirrel.
So I got like a box lid and a stick. Those GW red sticks they use for measuring,
Yeah,
they're good for multiple things.
pretty clutch as dead squirrel removal device.
Yep, I covered it. Didn't even tell my wife as I walked by. Didn't want to make her freak out or anything.
Aw.
I did take pictures first in case I needed to yell at the rental company. But poor squirrel.
Can we have a moment of silence for the squirrel? That's a great story, by the way. How did you manage to not tell this story beforehand?
We don't usually have enough time for stories like that can take a little bit of time.
Well, then you
Today,
know what?
we do.
Turns out that this is the greatest thing to ever happen to this show is having 11 hours, so we could hear the story of the squirrel closet.
Yeah, so that's fun. But that kind of stuff happens when you've lived in the same place for, I don't know, 15 years? Something like
Wow.
that.
Yeah, it's a long time, man.
Yeah, we're kind of entrenched. We want to move, but, let's move or buy another car for me. Car for me. Seems like a better idea.
Well, transportation is a thing.
Well, my other one kind of worked. Oh, so here's a funny
Kind of
story. When I
worked.
bought my new car, I bought my new car last week, newer.
Mhm.
I'd come out from work on a Monday
Yep.
and looked, and there's a big pile under, big pool under my car. I'm like,
Oh,
hey, what's
no.
this? Touch it, sniff. Red. That's transmission fluid.
Oh no.
Drive home. Transmission's not bad. I'm like, okay, we're good for now. I'll just fill it up.
Yep.
I'll fill it up Tuesday morning. Tuesday turns out I don't feel well enough to go into work. My back is killing me, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna go in late.
Yep.
I'm about to go in. Go out in front of my car and hey, what's this pool? Hey, look,
Transmission
that's
fluid.
transmission fluid. So I walk back into my apartment. I had been sent some queries about buying a used car.
Mhm.
And the one I said a bunch in the past couple weeks. I've been sort of slowly looking for a car.
Yep.
And one guy actually got back to me really quickly. He was the guy who got back to me when I was not super looking for a car, just sort of test feeling it out. My wife had put some stuff in. So I chat with that guy, arranged to go up that day and look at a car, end up buying a car. It's, hey, deep thought. If you're going to go buy a vehicle and your significant other is in any way, shape, or form involved in your financial decisions with that,
You better bring it along.
bring them along or make sure they're somewhere where they can take a phone call, not a text, or it will be the most frustrating experience in your life.
Yep.
But they move heaven and earth. They get me a car for a good rate, which I'm happy with. So that was that story. And then Tuesday, I get out and start to drive, and the check engine light's on already.
That's bad.
So, it wasn't that bad. It was just some sensor that died, but it was definitely hilarious in the bad way.
Yeah, hilarious isn't the word I would have gone with, but you
roll with the punches. Oh, good. Apparently, Bowie has a template. Oh, here's another deep thought. If you're playing in a tournament, something like X-Wing, be sure after every game you've got all your movement templates. Those things can get lost really quick. Someone accidentally grabbed yours because you let them borrow it because you're a cool dude. That can happen. So I apparently had lost one of my mover templates. Now, there's plenty of options for plastic ones, and apparently the tournament rules are, because they're not all exactly the same, they're all pretty close,
Yeah.
which is weird. Their official tournament rules are they don't care as long as you use one set and you use that same set for the entire tournament.
So that you get DQ'd for having a different set?
No. You can use it. You just use that set for the entire tournament.
Right, but I mean,
or you can't go oh, this time I'm going to use the one from the original set, and this time I'm going to use my plastic one.
Okay.
So I mean, it's fair. You don't want to. Otherwise, you could figure out what the little differences are, and if your eyes are that good at figuring out differences, you could probably get an advantage.
Sure.
But if you are, you're kind of a d-bag. I guess more than kind of a d-bag, but why give them any chance to do that? For some people, all the permission they need is, well, it doesn't say I can't.
So the viewers are getting to watch me hold this death jack upside down because I can't stop putting crap together once I start. And this torso is amazing, is how heavy it is. That's
actually a really cool model, honestly, especially considering how old it is. That's aside from some of their assembly quibbles and that, it's a really good model.
I don't know how I'm gonna. How is this gonna work? Can I prop something on it?
I like to get blue tack.
Yep.
Blister putty, get a whole big batch of it, and then just put a big batch on the table, and then just stick whatever I want in there.
Yeah, there you go.
It keeps it steady. If I need it upside down, I stick it in upside down with the piece that I need.
There.
Off somewhere, and just let it sit there for a while. Or clamps.
I just jammed two rolls of green stuff underneath it. It seems to be the exact height of the bottom of his chin. I'm pulling it back here on the camera. It'll be on here. So he's like hugging the green stuff, and that is actually holding it really well. And I think that's where it's going to have to. I don't dare breathe on it now.
Yeah, I know how that is.
So, yeah, like now for the 14th time, I think I'm done with the Death Jack for a little while. But I've got left both arms, both hands. I have the rib cage and the soul thing to do. I have both of his necro vents. I have his head to put on. I've got the two little thingies that form his wrist. And I got his ribs. So he's coming along. He's mostly together. I mean, I've played against people with Death Jacks less together than this.
I've heard stories.
Yeah.
We don't have too many of that locally. We're kind of a fairly good hobby community since most of the guys are ex-GW with a couple of exceptions.
Yep.
Because this used to be GW corporate headquarters area.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Well, I worked there for 8.5 years.
Well, I know you worked for GW. I didn't know you worked for corporate.
Oh, yeah. Worked corporate. There was a time where if you asked a rules question by email when you were allowed to do that, there was a 99% chance I would be the one answering it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good job. It's there's nothing like helping people as a job.
Yeah, I understand that. So, gonna shift gears here a little bit. I am going to. I was asked John to paint some models for. Actually, Will put out. I don't know. Will Pagani put out a call to just about anybody that has ever held up a paintbrush, to paint some models for the WTC fundraiser. And so I am going to be painting a trio of models. I like to call it the Harbinger of Menoth starter kit, and it is it is two paladins of the wall, and I'm doing both poses. So I have a variant pose and I have the standard pose, and I'm going to paint one of each, and also Dart and Vilmon. But this is the color scheme that I'm going to be going with. It's the standard one that I usually do, because it's really easy for me to paint, and has a lot of golds in it, has a lot of sanguine in it. And I'm going to go ahead and usually when I paint this model, I will start off with airbrushing the whole silly thing sanguine. But due to time constraints with this wonderful program that we have here, I am going to be doing it the old style way. I'm going to actually be painting with a brush.
With a brush, that's madness.
I know, right? So
I am currently modifying my megalith. It went from an idea to
let's do this.
yeah, well, parts started. I mean, I'm fooling with the arms, seeing if I can tweak them, and they came out, and I'm like, they were pinned. It's not a big deal. I'll just glue them, pin them back in. They're super good, but it seems like time.
So the thing I'm going to do with this is I'm going to. Sanguine is a color that it has a high probability of sucking if you don't do it right. You can very easily get it too thick if you try to cover black primer all in one shot. So I'm going to put several thin coats of sanguine base on him, starting with the cloak in the back. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on each model. I'm just going to kind of run through the sanguines on the cloaks and stuff like that first with the big brush, and then I'll come back and I will give it more love with a smaller brush.
Gotcha.
So, see how this goes. So, back to the battle report that I was still talking about.
Battle report, exactly.
It turned out to be Striker 2 versus Res 1. And we played the scenario that has the two rectangular objective, zones with the objective in each one of them. So you have to destroy the objective before you can control the zone, and you have first 1 to 5. You'd get 1 point for destroying an objective, and you can only destroy one at a time. And you can, and then you can control. And so here's what I didn't remember about the Stormblade Stormthrower. The Stormblade Stormthrower, if it directly hits, throws up an AoE.
Oh, the Stormblade, yeah, they do. If you got the Standard Bearer.
Yep. And well, this was just the Storm. Does that come off the Standard Bearer?
Yeah, the Standard Bearer gives you that.
Okay. Well, I didn't realize that. And maybe I should play against more Stormblades. But his theme force allows you to take if you bring that second unit of Stormblades, you get the second UA for free. And
well, yep, 1 UA for free.
So I ended up clumping up my cleansers because of the way the terrain was set up. They were clumped up, and it would have been cool had they survived. But the Stormthrower hit him, and he was killing 3 or 4 of them at a time. And that just collapsed so much of that list. It had 2 units of the cleansers. It had the Incinerators in it. And it's been a long time since I've watched one of my lists just drop like a prom dress the way that list did.
Turns out POW 8 blast damage is a thing.
Yeah, especially against armor 14.
Yeah.
So they went up in smokes. What was left of them fought valiantly, The they did manage to kill a whole bunch of stuff with their sprays, but man, if I had just spaced them out better, I would have gone to town on those guys. God, this model is really top heavy. Um, so I ended up losing on scenario, but it's good. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Love playing against my buddy Zach. He's comes in from Burlington, and on Saturday mornings, his wife works third shift a lot, so it's kind of good. It gets him out of the house and gives him something to do while she's sleeping, and we get to do a show about it, which is pretty cool. So if you're hearing this and you haven't checked out Brunch Machine with Menoth John, I recommend it. It's a Saturday morning program sent at usually right around 10 o'clock Central Time. And tune in and turn on and paint some stuff or just watch the game. And now I actually have a 4 foot by 4 foot table, so it is way more legit than it used to be.
Excellent.
Yeah, I managed to get Belinda had her brother's minivan, and we went out to Home Depot and I invested in a piece of plywood. It's a big investment.
Yeah, I got lucky and I inherited a couple when GW offices started closing stuff up. I borrowed the old bits wagon and got two 4x4 boards.
Nice.
I don't use them too much because I don't have a lot of room here, but I've got them.
Hey, and getting them is and having them is a good thing.
Yeah, because then I just need a little bit of terrain. Like I've actually thought about getting some terrain for like the smaller games like Malifaux, a little bit of War Machine terrain. I have
Mm-hmm.
a little bit, and then a little bit like Infinity terrain, and just being able to have games in my apartment if I need to.
You know, I have the stuff I use, John. I got from Raven at Advanced Deployment. It's like
Is it the Flatland stuff?
yeah, and you know what? It's nice because it all fits in a really small box, and I can take it anywhere. And it's not cinematic by any stretch of the imagination, but
No, but it's
but
fine. It's
yeah, it's
serviceable. That's all that matters.
comes with two linear obstacles, a bunch of forests, a bunch of hills, a building obstacle that you put together, and I think it works out pretty darn well for what I need it for.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that Bowie has the wall from them, and I would borrow that until I got my Muse set with the
Nice.
wall in it.
Yeah, I got the NJSOBs when I was at TempleCon gave me a wall, which was super nice. Some
That's cool.
super sweet guys. Especially now that Norbert's gone. Just kidding.
Oh,
I love Norbert.
that's a zinger. Are we ever getting him back on to show his technique, or
Yes, especially if I'm gonna go to SmogCon next year, I need to make good with him. Yeah, I now that I actually know what the hell I'm doing, it would probably be a great thing to get him on.
yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
Boy, I don't know what I'm doing with this. That's interesting. Well, we'll put him down. Maybe he won't be messed up. Okay, let's try another paladin. 15 minutes until we get to Owen.
Oh yeah.
So, Sini, do you want to do any movies or anything here? Did you see a movie this week?
I watched three. I went on my way to watch a couple extras.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what, John. I'm gonna. Which one are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do the one that I caught during dinner Thursday night. Probably the ones brushheads weren't asking me to. The one I just sort of randomly caught,
Okay, I
which is
need
Lockout.
a lockout. I need a sandwich really bad right now. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab a sandwich. And why don't you give the brushheads a little bit of a movie review on I've seen Lockout. I think is that the one in space?
Escape from New York in space? Why, yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and do that. And Brushheads, I will be back here on the painting table while you listen to John talk about Lockout.
All right. Well, Lockout. It's a movie from a couple years ago. It is quite literally Escape from New York in space. It sort of starts off differently with the character Snow, who's their Snake Plissken, and boy, is he a poor Snake Plissken substitute. He's not super cool. He's not terribly witty. He just doesn't seem super badass. It's like more like he blunders through everything. It's oof. But overall he's okay. Um, but it starts off interesting with him. There's this motorcycle chase that is horrible, horrible, horrible CGI that goes on for longer than you really want. Really, if you make it through that point, hey, I'll just tell you, the movie does get better if it's a thing. Um, it's that, and basically the plot is there's a space station that's a prison where they hold all the worst convicts and they keep them in suspended animation. And the president's daughter, played by Maggie Grace, is up there trying to make sure they're being treated humanely and everything's legit, sort of bleeding heart type of stuff. And now, of course, they escape while she's on board. Some escape, let other ones out, and they're going to ransom back the satellite for their freedom and stuff. Which it's a standard plot, and at that point, they don't know they have the president's daughter, so they send Snow up there to get her out. And there's a side plot of him getting some information that one of his buddies had, because he's stuck uh, on that prison as well. It's really sort of a hodgepodge. They took Escape from New York and then added an extra layer onto it, and just didn't give either story enough play to make it have any gravitas. It was just sort of like, yeah, sure, what's happening? Rescue the girl and find stuff? Sure, why not? He'll say he gets up there. The scene where he's inserted in there is kind of cool, but not exceptionally cool. Um, Good lord, I don't know what else to say about this movie. The action's just not amazing. The people do stupid things. I do like the bad guy. At one point, the president's daughter and her bodyguard lock themselves in some secure chamber. He turns to one of his henchmen and goes, bring me a security engineer. Wait, bring me two. They bring two up, and without any preamble, he just shoots one of them and tells the other guy, open this, don't tell me it can't be done. So, hey, I kind of like his ability to motivate people, but that's that may be the coolest part of it, is some of his lines. And that's just really, really just a bad Escape from New York remake. It's something that seems like it would have been made direct to video in the 90s, yet somehow it was a full movie release in the 2000s, the 2010s. I just don't know. Needless to say, he kills everyone. The whole space station, I think, gets blown up, and they use spacesuits to free fall back to Earth and then parachute down. At some point, you check out with reality. You're like, sure, what's happening? Is it cool? Kinda. It does have the bonus of not having any direct romance between Guy Pearce, who plays Snow, and Maggie Grace, who plays the president's daughter. But man, I don't recommend this movie unless it's free and you're bored and you're eating dinner and it's on TV, which is how I caught it recently. So I do say, with hanging my head in shame, I did see it in the theater. Luckily matinee, but boy, that's one of those mistakes. Um, I'm gonna give this movie, I don't know, 4 shots of Kraken. You're gonna need that. 4 shots. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need like one immediately to get through the motorcycle scene in the beginning with the horrible CGI, and you're going to need the rest throughout it just to get through some of the horribly mediocre acting and the not super great CGI or even great action. It's it's just not a good movie. There's no ways about it. I mean, I like Guy Pearce. I feel like he could be a legit action star. It's just whoever wrote his character is that needs some help. It's I was inspired. I thought like, oh, this got to be decent. It was Luc Besson's in on it, and no, apparently he's lost it. Whatever he had originally, gone crazy and just producing mediocre shit.
Helps if I turn on the damn microphone. You know, sometimes the candle that burns twice as bright lasts half as long, and and the Fifth Element burns so very bright. So, this part of Painting with Menoth John brought to you by the New Glarus Brewing Company, home of two women. So we've started to dip into the alcohol now because it's almost, well, it's an hour from noon, right? So close enough. Also, I like the comment in the chat room. Painting with Menoth John, way more legit than they used to be.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm breaking into my second cherry Coke.
Woohoo!
I'm not going to drink this early. We got all day to go, and
Yeah.
I've only had some granola bars so far.
Well, I only have 2 beers, and then I've got Kraken, I've got the Roaring Dans, I've also got some vodka and lemonade upstairs, and
Oh.
you know it's kind of a summery kind of a thing. I might have to have a little vodka lemonade later on. So do I dare remove the green stuff things
you.
from Death Jack here? He's holding steady. There we go. So he has a freestanding model now. Yay!
Yay.
Totally playable.
Yeah, so luckily, Brushheads, that's the worst of the movie reviews I have to do. The other 2 movies are much better.
I'm probably pretty glad I missed most of that.
Yeah, I was kind of rambling. That movie's a tough one to talk about by yourself because it's just not good.
Sorry about that. But
That's all right. It is probably the worst movie I've reviewed for this because, oof.
Well, first off, why would we watch bad movies?
I do occasionally watch bad movies. You know, if the end of the Brushhead suggests a bad movie, I'll watch a bad movie. But
all right, so let me see what we got here. I guess I should continue painting paladins. So that's what we'll do. All right, so we are a few minutes away from here. I'm going to get on my cell phone here and see if I can contact a Mr. Owen and make sure that he is indeed getting ready for us to come bring him on. Hopefully he's on here. Owen, for those of you who are not familiar with his work, has done a lot of great videos for the mini wargaming channel, and he got a job in a bank, I believe, and had started getting a real life. So he wasn't able to continue doing that, but he still puts out videos occasionally under the Gaming with the Cooler YouTube channel. And he's telling me that he is ready to come on. So we are going to make our first stab at using technology on the show. We've had such good luck so far on the show. Let's see if I can
possibly go wrong.
Exactly. So let's do this here. Let's go press that button there and bring on Owen. C-O-W. Owen. Okay, here we go. We're clicking on that and add. And let's see if Owen joins us. So hopefully Owen will hear us and go ahead and speak up. It's I see his icon on here, but I don't hear him yet. This is great radio. Okay. He did respond that he was ready. So it looks like it failed. Okay, so I'm going to try again. This is dead air. Okay, let's try this again. Add. Owen. And add. Done. Add. And let's see if this works any better. Okay, he's in. Owen, can you hear us? Hi, Owen.
Hey.
Hey, welcome to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us from the far-off land of Canada.
Far-off land of Canada.
Yes, it's 11 o'clock here in the United States in the Central Time Zone. What is that in metric hours?
In metric. You want to know what time it is in metric?
Yes.
This is why you're one of the only countries on Imperial.
That's exactly right. That we've got to be our own little special snowflake, and we respect that here at Painting with Menoth, John. Thank you for joining us here today. It's really super great. We managed to pull off the technologies associated with this. We are a low tech podcast, Owen.
Fair enough.
We have been vamping right along here for the last couple of hours until we get into our guest segments, and you are our first guest of the day, so we're very happy to have you joining us.
Indeed.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to talk with John Spencer, the co-host with the host, but he is also on the line with us.
No,
How's it going?
John is from the greater Baltimore area, and he stepped into some big shoes back when this became the Mark II podcast because the first one kind of died, wasn't all that great, but this one's kind of stuck around, which we're pretty happy about. Yeah. And but anyway, so thank you for joining us. And so you did pretty well in a recent tournament.
Yeah, I did pretty good at the Southern Ontario Open. It was the biggest tournament in Canada.
Nice.
I came in 6th in the end.
Which I'm going to call shenanigans on, because you don't get to the finals table and then end in 6th. I'm calling shenanigans on that right now, right here.
I don't mind that so much. Like, I understand strength of schedule, like the idea being that they played harder opponents, therefore they're higher up in their ability than I am. Okay. The one that got me was that 5th place. He and I had played, and I had beaten him.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that was the one that got me.
That's garbage right there. So who did you take to the Southern Ontario Open?
The 3 casters I took were Severius, or P. Severius, E. Krios, and E. Fiora.
Nice.
And,
Krios 2?
Pardon me?
Krios 2 on foot?
Yeah, Krios.
Oh, cool.
Krios 2. Krios 2, 5 units of Knights Exemplar, Errants, and Daughters.
Man, that's a lot of freaking KE right there, boy.
Oh, and three Exemplar Seneschals, or Knight Exemplar Seneschals.
Okay, because he gets the bonus on the theme.
Yep. It's
nice.
Such a good theme.
I haven't played that theme list in a long time. I used to play it, but I haven't played it in quite a long time.
And I also tried to prove the point that Sevi Double Judicator works. It does.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been playing that. That's the non-troll version of the Meat Beater list, and it creates negative play experiences for your opponent.
Especially when you drop it against circle players, because I put Robin and Co. in my list. So just turn 1, you kill all the stones.
Yep, boom.
Oh, that makes me sad.
And you're probably not the only one. So that's.
And then I found out that like Goat Vana only is armor 15, and in that list the blasts are POW 10.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'll boost dice out 5 on your caster 12 times a turn.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we had Owen on here, is because Owen, had an opportunity to finally meet when I'm a self-identifying fanboy of your work over at Mini Wargaming, and you and Jay, along with Codex Dan, made the trip down to. Now, does Dan live in Canada?
He lives in Alberta, yeah.
Okay, and
I'm pretty sure as far from me to you.
Yeah,
it's like the same distance we are apart. That's how far across it is.
I used to live in. Let's see. I used to live in both Utah. I also lived in Minnesota. Now I'm gonna leave my geography right there as to where Alberta is in relationship to those states, but because I really don't want to prove myself to be any more American than I absolutely have to.
After the metric time comment, I think you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, you know what? That's just a running joke. The brush heads know. The brush heads understand.
Yes.
So
one of my coworkers used that in a meeting why he was late to the meeting. He's like, "I'm sorry, my watch is on metric time."
Boom.
And apparently they bought it because
there you go.
You don't have to be intelligent to be a boss.
Apparently not. That's really a sad statement right there.
It is. What a funny story.
But I had the opportunity to play against Owen, and he whipped out a Vindictus list that taught me just completely how legit Vindictus is. Especially when you get to feat and use that feat almost it turns your turn which should be defensive into an offensive juggernaut by erasing all of my one wound infantry that I had all jammed up ins.
Yeah, I have a better version of that list now.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful about that because I did so damn well against the original.
The new one has 13 light jacks in it.
13 light jacks?
Yeah.
Do tell.
The idea being that on the feat turn, because it's all faction models, it's not that I need to use warrior models for it.
Mm-hmm.
I do the same thing where I just push past all your infantry.
Yep.
But the jacks can all take the hits. So I'm using like 7 vigilance, and you hit them for 1, 2, 4, whatever. But everything they go past dies.
That's
and
awesome.
Then they just get in the way, and I go for zones.
There you go. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I ran that list at another tournament at Black Knight, one of the local game clubs here, a little while ago.
So,
going well.
So how now? You live in Southern Ontario, obviously. Do you what part of in the Greater Toronto area or whereabouts?
Basically, right around the corner from Niagara Falls.
Oh, okay. I used to live in Buffalo.
Yeah, like I can get to Buffalo in like 20 minutes.
Oh, nice. So how is the scene there? I know because back in the day, I used to when I was on Lost Hemisphere Radio. The Burlington area obviously has quite a few people, G'day blokes there, and that kind of stuff. How is the game received there? Is there a lot of interest? Obviously, you had a big tournament.
We have a pretty big War Machine community. It's kind of spread out between the entire area. But for example, we were able to do that giant tournament, but that had a lot of people coming in from out of town. But normally, for some of the larger events that we get, you're looking at like 60 people showing up.
Wow.
For the bigger tournaments.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, that's legit.
I mean, I hear about that many people coming to a local tournament around me, and I'm like, I think I'll stay home.
It varies greatly. Like I was at a tournament actually just yesterday that we only had, I think, 10 people there. But it was still fun.
Oh yeah, still good times.
I play some silly lists like Fiora with all light jacks.
You play more light jacks than probably anybody I've seen in a long time.
I love the Menoth light jacks. There aren't any bad ones in our entire batch, except for no, they're all good. There aren't any that I dislike.
And when was the last time anybody got a light jack?
I don't know.
Minuteman?
Minuteman, yep, Minuteman probably. Which is
also an awesome light jack.
Yeah, I stopped playing Signar before I got any use out of it, but I always liked the concept of it.
And that thing will surprise the hell out of your opponent.
I recently started playing Signar, actually. I still got to get some of those.
So, ostensibly the reason we're here today, Owen, is to celebrate Games and Gear's Painting Day, International. I'm gonna dub it Intergalactic Painting Day. And what are you painting with us today on Painting with Menoth John?
I'm painting my avatar.
Nice.
Because he's not painted and needs painted.
Did you do any conversion work on him, or are you doing a standard avatar?
Instead of the capes that are all on them,
yep.
He's got the racks that they have all those incense burners hanging off of them.
Yep.
He's got a bunch of those hanging off of them instead.
That's really good. That's a good choice.
But no, not all that much conversion work really, compared to my Warcasters and stuff like that.
My Avatar was one of the first models that I painted when I got into the game back in 2008, and I could stand to repaint that thing. For as important of a model as it is, it could probably stand someone who has been painting for more than 3 months when I got around to painting that one.
This model could still deserve somebody who can paint better than I do, but I'm doing it anyway.
Well, you know what? Here on Painting with Menoth John, it's all about the effort. That's all we care about. We want to make sure that we're an inclusive little community. We're small, but we're feisty. So awesome. So, was there any particular topics that you wanted to talk about coming on today's show? I'd love to hear about the video work that you've done in the past and continue to do.
Something specific that I had wanted to talk about today?
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot that I had really planned out to talk about. I mean, I was under the impression that we were just going to sit around and paint and chat and whatever. I'm like, all right, that sounds like a fun time, so I'll certainly be interested in joining.
Yep, and that's exactly what we can do too. There's nothing wrong with that.
As far as anything really specific that I want to talk about, I don't know.
How did you
really
get?
want your opinions on stuff.
Sure.
Just your thoughts of the. Yeah, so if you want to, all right, video work. You asked about that.
I do. I'd love to know how you got into that and kind of what the status is of it now and all that kind of good stuff. And why you guys haven't invited me on one of the Wargamer chats yet, because there's a rule in the internet that until I've been on your show, it's not legit.
I doubt that's the case. But basically, well, the simplest, I got into it originally, like the filming aspect, when I joined Mini Wargaming, which Mini Wargaming is local to me. They're like 20 minutes away over at Welland.
Okay.
And I used to go there when they were still a store just to hang out. Like, but before I was even into War Machine or anything like that. I played 40K when I was younger, and I was getting back into it. And we found out that there was another shop, because the one in our city here for 40K is terrible.
Okay.
Nobody likes it. But found another one, so we went there, and I started playing there. And then I found out that they do like battle reports, and I'm like, oh well, I'll do a battle report. Sure, why not?
Sure.
And then like a year after that, they were hiring, and I'm like, well, I just finished college. I'll go see about doing that for a little bit. And then I did. And that's where I started working for them and doing videos for them.
Got it.
And it's been pretty fun. I certainly enjoy it. It's a lot of fun to make them. I mean, there's a bit of work involved, but it's really just fun.
Yeah, and that's the way we look at our show too. I mean, you know, we don't make any money off of this thing. Well, I mean, I make T-shirts every now and again, but that's paid for the essentially for the mixer board and the monitor that I use, and but it's hard to monetize this hobby. But
oh yeah,
but he's
like I throw a few ads on my my videos on my YouTube channel, and I use the money. Like I bought a new microphone with it and a new camera, or I plan to buy a new camera the next one.
Your camera's totally legit. Your video quality is excellent. I wish the brush heads could see it, but I haven't figured out enough technology to loop because this is actually running on my iPad.
Oh, I see.
And then I run the rest of the show. And I'll be very honest with you, Owen, I dare not touch a single setting that I have on here lest I completely F up the entire show in an unrecoverable manner.
Because that's never happened before.
Oh no! I mean, we had a bit of that going on already today because I used this. I started a new feature on the channel, Brunch Machine with Menoth John, and so I play a game on Saturday mornings with my buddy Zach, and I managed to screw up the settings this morning such that nobody could hear John Spencer at all. So it was a bit of panic, but you know, we persevered in only the way that we're known for, the hardcore production tenacity that Painting with Menoth John is known for.
Oh, I can certainly attest to having a whole bunch of issues trying to get camera work to work.
Oh my god. When I do it on a Mac, and there's like exactly two pieces of software that work on a Mac. One of them costs $500. The other one is free and not supported anymore. And I'm not willing to drop $500 just yet into this. Hopefully. Now, do you you're continuing to do some battle reports? I've seen you do some recent War Machine battle reports and things like that. But you are not currently, obviously, you're not an employee of Mini Wargaming any longer.
Nope.
Are you?
I left them probably 4 or 5 months ago.
Yep, I remember the videos that when you were announcing that you weren't going to be doing that. Do you still post anything for them, just sort of on the side, or?
No, not for them. At one point, I had emailed Matt and said that I'd be interested. Like I had gotten more spare time, like after I finally got settled in at my new job. But he just said they'd let me know. So
hey,
now they're doing whatever they want.
Yep, absolutely. No, that's cool.
Oh, I see. You've got it set up so it films what you're painting as opposed to what's showed on this Google Hangout.
Yeah. You know, it's my one tip of the hat to this being allegedly a hobby show. Because I'll be very honest with you, Owen, and John Spencer can attest to this. I have no tech to bring to this party. John, however, is a legit player and has legit skills. So when we want to talk about anything related to to actual War Machine tech, we turn to the co-host with the host, Mr. John Spencer.
I don't know how legit I am. I'm legit locally.
Yeah, you're a big deal in your meta.
Yeah, big deal in my local meta, yeah.
Oh, that's great. So, I know that you play 40K, or do you still play 40K, or not so much anymore?
Not so much anymore. I started falling out of it when the new Tau Codex came out.
Okay.
Tau's my main army that I play.
Yep.
And like I do like to play as a power gamer and play like the best lists I can.
Yep.
But the problem with 40K was if you play Tau, and it was basically auto won. You could not, like a lot of the factions just could not win if you brought the proper Tau lists.
Yeah.
And then Eldar came out and it was even worse. And so I went, all right, I'm not really like this isn't really fun for me anymore because if I neuter my own list and don't bring the best of the best, then I don't feel like I'm like playing. So if I lose, then I'm like, oh well, maybe I should have actually brought a real list.
Yeah.
And then when you win, you're like, it's because my army is just overpowered.
Yep.
So
when did you get into War Machine?
Is now coming out and it didn't fix anything.
Yeah. When did you get into War Machine? What year?
I want to say last year. I think a year and a half ago.
Wow, that's great. A year and a half, and you're kicking ass and taking names in big tournaments. That's fantastic. I mean, I didn't win a game for the first year I played this game.
Well, there is the advantage that I started and learned how to play this like School of Hard Knocks playing against Codex Dan.
Yeah.
Because we were both working at Mini Wargaming, and we needed more War Machine battle reports, and I also was just interested in the game. And so I started playing it, and I actually started off playing Legion because I thought they were cool looking.
Mm-hmm.
Until I found out that running like all beasts is actually not as good as you'd like it to be. And so he started off playing Epic Haley. And he had already been playing for about a year or so before that. And so that was how I learned how to play this game.
Oh, by getting your teeth kicked in on a daily basis. That's super awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. But you learn.
Oh, absolutely.
You learn what not to do. Like step one, I'm gonna hide behind my heavy beast. That sounds like a good plan because then he has to like kill it and attack me. Hammersmith charges 14 inches and kills your beast, and slams it, and then follow-ups hits your caster, you lose. Like all right, let's try this again.
Reset.
Yeah, basically barely had to move the models. But yeah, I like losing at War Machine because unlike when you lose at 40K. In War Machine, I really feel that there were other options you could have made. Like to give you a prime example, that finals game at the Southern Ontario Open, I recorded it. There's a recording of it on my channel actually, if you wanted to really watch it. But the very end, I'm going to spoil it for those of you who don't know, even though we've already said that I lost. Basically, he's up. He only needs to dominate to win. He's got 3 points to my none. On the one side, he's got Gun Mages and Pendrake holding the one objective.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, he's got like 2 or 3 Nists that are still alive. And then I've got E Fiora, some support, and a few errants, and the Reckoner, which is basically fine. And I went, okay, I need to contest both of these. Fiora can't contest it, and the errants might die or the Jack might die. And basically, the move I went with was I moved Fiora and the Jack to the left side with the Gun Mages, and the errants went to the other side.
Yep.
And I realized almost right after I had done it that it was a terrible choice, as you can push the Jack with the Gun Mages.
Oh.
And then I went, if I had ran the errants to the other side and they hung out in the cover that was over there, they would have been able to stay there a lot better because they're errants. So that was unfortunate, but he definitely, Mark is a really good player. He's on the Canadian team, actually, from what I understand.
Wow, that's great.
May not be. So if you're watching this, Mark, correct me in the comments.
Correct me in the comments. Like we're going to have comments. That's funny.
Comment.
We can usually get a comment.
We have...
okay, it's often me, but...
That's fine. Let's see here. We have... how many people we got in the chat room right now, John?
Looks like 20.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're not like Chain Attack and having... 67 people watching them play games.
Yeah, we top out about 26 or so, and we're happy.
Hell yeah. Like I said, we're a small community, but we're feisty. So
many as I have on my channel.
Cool,
I
man.
have a live show on Sundays and Wednesdays. We
Nice.
do all kinds of stuff.
And is that on Twitch or is it on a YouTube thing?
I use it on YouTube. I have a long-standing hatred of Twitch. So YouTube is where I go. I know Twitch is arguably better. Like there's less delay, but
Oh God,
I just hate it so much.
I can't imagine something that has worse delay than Twitch, because I'll tell you, it's a thing of, it's rough.
It's about 30 seconds. The
So-
one on YouTube. Twitch's delay is about 16 to 17, depending on your connection.
We've
But,
had worse, but yeah, we've had like up to almost a minute sometimes, I'm sure.
oh well.
Yeah.
So here's the fun thing we're gonna do next week. Oh, and it's we're gonna talk about it throughout the whole show because it's probably the best idea we've ever had on this show. We are going to have during the Iron Gauntlet finals that will be televised by Privateer. We are going to do our own secondary commentary track for it.
Oh, I see. So basically, you're going to be commenting on the finals as they go,
That's
or
right.
afterwards.
No, during. We're gonna provide a second audio program for it. So because that will make us very popular with Privateer.
Here, come watch our show, commenting on their show.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Because I don't know. I love those guys. I love DC and I love Will and all that kind of stuff. But man, they're hard to listen to sometimes. And so we're gonna provide the riff tracks edition of the Iron Gauntlet, and I can't obviously carry the stream because that would cause that would cause the world to explode from a copyright standpoint. But we're gonna give her one hell of a shot.
I like Privateer Press for the most part. The only thing that they've ever really done that I found really just disappointing was their presence at Adepticon when we were there.
Really, talk to me about it.
Not so much, like the gaming was fine. I mean, they had a nice big place and they had a lot of demo tables out so you could learn how to play it. But they had nothing there for anyone who could have been interested in getting into the hobby. Like, look at 40K, like look at Games Workshop and how much stuff they had on hand for any 40K fans. Like there were books, there were prints, there were like new codexes, there were models, there were like you can get signed books, there were Forge World stuff, there was like tons and tons of stuff. And you remember when you would go into that big showroom where all of the different companies were?
Yep.
And see like tons of demos here and new games and new people playing and people wanting to get you into the games and tons of stock everywhere. And you go to the Privateer press table and it's just like a black tablecloth with a black cloth behind it and like 8 models that are left over from when they had first sold. And then one guy sitting there on his cell phone. And I'm like, you could have done better. You could have looked like you really wanted to sell your product.
Interesting. That's an interesting perspective.
Like, it's true that the people who came here for War Machine have already been there and seen it and gotten what they wanted out of it, and they understood what they were getting when they went into that. Like, they looked at it and they went, oh, look, there's Striker 3 and Goreshade 3. I got to pick those up. And they knew what it was.
Right.
But, like, even a new person who showed up and looked at the Games Workshop table could still get something out of that, being like, oh, this looks like an interesting book. This looks like an interesting like toy. This looks like blank, and then they could be interested in it. Like you didn't have to already be someone who was interested in it. And the fact that they don't restock supply during events is ridiculous. Like I was surprised to hear that. Like, they don't often do that.
Yeah, they usually have what they have, and if it usually goes the first day, and then that's it.
Yeah, but I think that's silly, especially when like you see these like 3, 4, 5 day events. People don't always show up the first day.
Yeah, lots of times they can't. I mean, a lot of these events have become 4-day affairs now.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, especially if you're traveling any kind of distance, you're talking about a 4 or 5 day vacation investment.
Yeah, when Jay and I went, it was essentially 6 days to get the whole thing done, because we left the night like middle of the day before it had even started. Like you could get your ticket that evening, kind of thing.
Yep.
Because then we had to get Dan from the airport because he had also showed up a day early.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were there, and then we didn't get back until like the Monday at some time in the morning.
Okay.
like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we were there Wednesday to Monday.
Man, that's a
And
lot of investment.
for a 3-day event or a 4-day event, whatever it was.
Yeah. That is a tremendous investment in time. Do you think you'd do it again, Owen?
Oh yeah, I'd certainly do it again. I was about to say, which I don't mind. Like it was worth the time. I enjoyed it a lot. It was just I saw that as a big problem from one of what I think is the better tabletop games to totally not represent themselves on like a product standpoint for this event. It just seems silly to me. I mean, as bad as GW is with rules and tournaments, Privateer basically, in my opinion, did the exact same thing for models and availability.
That's really interesting because it's if you look back at the history of Privateer Press at Adepticon, they have worked very hard in the past to try to bring a Privateer presence to what has essentially always been is the biggest 40K con in the United States. And
Yeah.
it's interesting to get your perspective on this because, I mean, what you're saying here is essentially they have fallen on their face from where they have been in the past.
Well, don't take me wrong. It was certainly well done. They had there's a lot of presence. There were tons of War Machine players there. They had a
Yep.
lot of space to do their events in, which is all good. Like that's great. I'm glad that they were able to get the community for War Machine to come out to it. Like you said, it's a giant Warhammer event. The only problem I said was it was very hard if you didn't play War Machine to find out why you should. Like other than the demo guy who's standing out front of the GW room, which I found hilarious.
That's always been a tradition.
Other than that, it was like, okay, so I'm a 40K player and I see that they've got these War Machine models. And you know what? I tried out the demo and it's pretty cool. Where can I get them? Oh, well, you can order them on our site. Oh, you don't have any here? Well, we only have the new releases here. Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
that's interesting.
I'll definitely look into that when I get home.
And forget about it.
And we all know that is not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, well, this person in the comments has now responded saying that he thinks it's the first year they had product at Adepticon.
I think it was.
It was. But they've had product at other shows that, at TempleCon it was the same thing. They had just the new releases, but that show has a presence with the War Store because of its proximity, and they go ahead and they've got the full lineup of products. But
yeah. You see what I'm saying, though? It's like, I understand they did a good job with running the events and all that, and I thought that was really good for War Machine players.
Mm-hmm.
But to try and grow your audience by, like, having demos in that seems kind of silly if you don't have, like, the merchandise to back up that sale.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I think that they've clearly missed the boat then as to what they've been trying to accomplish.
Well, to sort of be, I'll do a former insider's perspective. It is a lot of work to take any amount of actual product with you to any event. I worked for Games Workshop for years, did many, many games days in many different places, and it's a lot of work. And if you look at the history of Games Day, they actually wouldn't bring a lot of product with them towards the end. They just bring, here's some new releases and some big stuff. Oh, you want blister packs? Sorry, we don't have any of that. So it is hard. I'm not sure they could actually bring a lot of product. Maybe they need to get a local company to come in and bring, basic product with them. Like, oh, you want some product? We got it over there at, so-and-so's booth.
And I think that's maybe what I'm hearing here is that at some level there needs to be that basic product support that there where you can a new person who gets that battle box in their bag, in their swag bag, has the opportunity to capitalize on that initial excitement of picking up the game and having your beast or your warjack pick up the opposing character and toss them across the table and all that kind of stuff to really capitalize on that. And they may, I think what I'm hearing here is not necessarily you guys suck. It's more of a this was possibly a missed opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Like I agree with what you're saying, that it would be certainly a lot of work to try and bring product from any kind of distance, and that's fine. And I'm reading the comments as these come up where people are talking about how they didn't want to like screw over the local stores that are there that were supporting that convention. But it seems like you would certainly like if it is a lot of work, the only product you should bring other than new releases would be starter kits, 2-player and 1-player. All of the like each faction gets a little bit of their battle boxes.
There you go.
And failing that, then to get one of those local stores who you know are supporting, and if you don't want to compete with them, get them to provide it. And
Exactly.
just say
Absolutely.
that we'll cover your sales, like we'll provide you extra product for it weeks in advance, because it's not like these conventions come out of nowhere. You can,
But
and
also you can do they cons do exclusivity, like, hey, at this con only so and so can sell X product. That happens a lot. That store will make sure they do their best because you're giving them the bonus of someone wants War Machine that's not like a super new release. It's you or nobody. Stores like that. They go out of their
exactly.
way.
And I didn't see that there, is what I was saying.
Yeah.
There wasn't that option. And well, like I said, I loved the event and I'm still gonna go for the War Machine. It was simply, well, no new people are gonna be joining from this event. It's maybe a few people will like it, but like there were thousands of people there. Why couldn't you have battle boxes?
Yeah, and battle boxes beyond the swag bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
God,
swag bag guys are going to be the only ones who are going to look into it because they're going to have that box. They're like, oh, yeah, I saw this. This was cool. Let me take a look into it locally.
man, I
yeah.
remember I was a press ganger back in the day when that first swag bag hit, when they did battle boxes. That was frickin' crazy talk.
Yeah.
The buzz that generated at that con was just amazing. It was a very typically privateer press moment, given the middle finger to Games Workshop in their own backyard. So I just learned something about putting the Death Jack together. It helps to put the carapace piece on the top on after you put the stupid ass necrovents on, because now they don't effing fit.
That is one thing with privateer press models. They're not all that great.
This is actually a real problem because I put the Skulls of Hate on this side and it doesn't even fit at all in there. So this is going to be a slightly modified Death Jack, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it as good as the slightly modified Earthbreaker?
Yeah, I hope it doesn't have to be that bad. So,
Fair enough.
and the story behind the slightly modified Earthbreaker is that the Earthbreaker goes together in a very specific order, and
Okay.
they don't give you any indication of that when you're getting it. So and I'll put up on the screen here. So I think, are you watching the Twitch feed on, or are you watching on the iPad?
I'm watching both.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this down on the Twitch. I'll put it up on the Twitch here, so it'll just be delayed by a couple seconds. Or
I can see it right now on the iPad, but yeah, I'll switch over.
Okay. So I'm gonna put it on here so everybody else can see. But if you'll notice on the Earthbreaker, there are the torpedo cannons that are along the side here, fit into this gimbal area that is where the arms come up and then are connected on. Well,
Right.
that gun has to go into that gimbal before you put that thing on the side, or else guess what's not happening? That gun's not getting up in there, because when you slide it in there, there's actually an interference that you can't slide the damn thing in there. And I didn't learn that until I was like, I'll just put the arm joist on there. That's easy. I'll just go ahead and put that on. Bam. And little did I know that that gun wasn't going to fit anymore. And it turns out that gun is fairly important to the look of the model.
A little bit.
So I had to cut the gun in half and stick it in from both sides, and then green stuff the underside of it to glue it back together. So it is a slightly modified Earthbreaker, and unless I told the story, no one would ever notice, but I noticed because it's my Earthbreaker, and I if I'm not putting a model together incorrectly, I'm not putting it together.
I did listen to that episode again before I put together my Earthbreaker.
Yeah, that's some tech tips right there, folks. If you ever put one together, don't put the damn thing together in the right order. So now what's gonna happen with my Death Jack is that instead of the necrovents facing on the front, I'm gonna have the little tiny stacks in front, and then the necrovents will be in back. So it'll work.
I think the big lesson from that is to dry fit your models if you get the chance. A little harder when you're doing it live on a podcast, but
Yeah, that's good advice.
Nope, just put them together however you feel fit. Give them a personal touch.
as long as you like how they look at the end, who cares?
There you go.
If Death Jack is mine, I can tell because he's poorly built.
This is my Death Jack. There are many like it, but this one is mine. All right.
Basically what I was going for.
All right. So,
Should replace the sword on this guy.
oh, screw that sword.
Well, I built this like modified halberd out of the combination of the devout axe and the blades off of some retribution jacks.
Yep.
But then my local press ganger gave me a hard time about it because he's like, it's not a sword though, and halberds all have like powerful charge and that, and they'll probably give you trouble if you try and use that at a larger convention because it's a different weapon. Like it's not a sword anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but it represents his reach a lot better than that does. And I couldn't get my hands on one of the Wraith Lord swords.
Yep.
Because I was going to use one of those. But,
yep.
Rah.
If I were to redo my my avatar, I think I would grab a Phoenix sword. Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
It's
Some people use like the big Grey Knights dreadnoughty thing.
The dreadnought.
It's called. It has a cool sword though. The one with the guy sitting exposed in the middle. That's obviously inspired by the Matrix, the third Matrix movie.
Yeah, the Dread Knight baby carriage.
Yeah, that's the one. Unfortunately, I've been out of GW for a while, so I don't remember what everything's called anymore. And that wasn't even out when I was there.
I still remember a lot of it. Because I was playing it for a long time. And when I was with Mini Wargaming, of course, I mean, like, we play the game 3 times a week.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, like, as he said, getting into War Machine, and I've only been playing it for like a year and a half. I mean, only a year and a half, but most people, when they get into hobbies, they only play them like once every couple weeks or maybe every other month or stuff like that. I started off playing almost every day for months, so.
Yeah, that will accelerate the learning pretty well.
Yeah.
I hear Will Pagani might be part of his awesome might just have to do with the fact that he owns Asgard Games.
And gets to play all the time, yeah.
Gets to play 6 games a day or whatever it is he plays. There's a reason that he can show up at a convention with a army you've never seen him play before, and he'll be awesome at it because, well, first off, his fundamentals are just frickin' rock solid, and then you add on top of that the fact that he's probably, without anybody else seeing him except for probably like Chili Winners and those kind of guys, he's probably played that army 50 times since he started picking it up. I like how this turned out. I really do like this. It's like the necrovents are like turbocharged flame throwing afterburners on the back of it. I'm gonna hold it up to the camera a little bit. It's reasonably legit. I'll put it here's for the those of you playing along on the iPad, our guest and it's totally legit like this. And then for those of you who are watching along at home on the awesomeness of Twitch, I kind of like this. It's got a different look to it.
Told you.
I'm enjoying my cricks. They are the citrus cricks. I'm painting them orange because orange is cool. And I actually got this orange in the swag bag at Adepticon, oddly enough.
I've been trying to figure out what to do with my Signar casters because I've recently started playing Signar.
Yep.
Mostly because we have a charity event in Buffalo once a year, Food Machine.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of it. And I went last year. And one of the mechanics in Food Machine is basically you can donate, say, 20 cans of food.
Yep.
And you can bring a unit that's not faction as faction for the day.
Nice.
So my 2 Signar lists, one of them is Sloane, and she has 6 defenders and choir.
Oh!
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen.
Pretty obnoxious.
That's not supposed to happen.
And the other list is Eve Fiora, and they've got beast handlers and choir.
Oh.
No, it's Hardy. That's who it was. It was Hardy because I wanted the Crusaders call and yeah. Because basically they turn all the beast handlers' abilities into warjack abilities.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, but I've been trying to figure out what to do with it because, as you may remember from Adepticon, most of my casters, or some of them, have wings on them.
Yep.
I want to do something like that for my Signar casters, but not the same thing. I want to do wings again. I don't know how to make them different.
I wish Weird sold bits because the ones for Karis are sort of steampunky and would probably fit in with sort of Signar stuff pretty well.
Yeah. I don't know if I have an example. Oh, there's one.
I'm trying to think of something that would work, like from a thematic standpoint. Let's toss this out to the brush heads. Let's see what any comments or any suggestions for some way to customize the Signar casters for Owen. Let's reach out there, brush heads, and let's see what you got.
Jetpacks has come up. That was one idea.
Jetpacks would be pretty cool.
Yeah, jetpacks would definitely be legit.
But the problem with it is, like, for the wings, it wasn't so bad. Like, I've got one of them right here.
And
This is E-Krios. And
I love that.
This is one of the types of wings, but I've got like 8 different kinds. Like Harbinger's got big black leathery wings, and Fiora's using the Sanguinor's wings, and they're all big and orange. He's got wings from a game called Excellius. And so you could get very different styles.
Yep.
Whereas the only jetpacks I really know of are like the Chaos Space Marine and the Vanilla Space Marine.
Yep.
And they're kind of boring.
It might get a little repetitive.
And they're gigantic too. Like model comparison wise, like if you look at how big a Space Marine Assault Marine's jetpack is on like Haley, it's as big as.
Maybe if you could find the old Turbofan jetpack, that might work for a couple, but it's a little smaller and a little cooler.
Turbofans on E-Striker.
Yeah, that would be good on him, I think.
His big sword up in the air and the jetpack's coming off the back of him.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll have to check see if I got any of those hanging out.
So a funny thing happened when I was assembling my my Striker 1. I had a plastic one, or no, it was a metal one, but the backpack of it was really small, and I use a Dremel to assemble to clean the mold lines off of a lot of my metal parts, and I hit it with the Dremel and it flew off into the distance, and it was a little small one, so I had no chance of ever finding that thing. So, but what I did have was I had gotten the new sculpt of High Reclaimer, and so I had an old High Reclaimer that wasn't painted, that I took and I ripped the backpack off of it. So my Striker 1 has a High Reclaimer backpack on it. That High Reclaimer backpack is almost as large as Striker himself. It looks ridiculous, but it's super cool, and it's very unique.
Oh, I don't know if you saw, but Nevendar suggested maybe the Sisters of Battle jetpacks.
Yeah, I did see
modify those a little bit.
I can't
They're a lot more smaller, yeah. Might actually work. At least the size would be better to start with.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be something that would actually work.
Size definitely counts. Size matters. All right, so God. Okay, I only have 2 more pieces to put on this Death Jack, and he's done. I've got to attach his damn arms. I'm really hating having to hold it here.
Painting.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen, but then it didn't.
But then I had to build all day. I should be building. I got so many models to build still.
Yeah, and I figured, I've got my Harrower I'm working on, and I've got these models. I'm painting some models for the WTC fundraiser for Team USA, and so I've got them to worry about. And I was like, I'm gonna put some glue on here. I'm gonna put these arms on. Come one way or the other, they're going on.
Yeah, from the Seraphim. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
Way to go, brushheads. So we got the best community in the nation right here.
So OGW bits is more my thing. I started off as a mail order troll, which meant I pick all the bits orders for everyone back when GW did that. So you do that. You learn bits. I still remember codes for certain bits, which is scary. And that's when I started converting stuff. Probably the only thing I miss from GW is heavy conversions.
Yeah. You have a use for those rectangles? You're referring to the ones that come out of the like the blisters type deal, right?
Yeah. The rest of the brush heads didn't get a chance to hear that. I just yelled at my 10-year-old to go get me 2 of the rectangles, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use those to brace up this arm that I put on here, so I don't have to stand here for the next 15 minutes waiting for this arm to set.
Because for the last like week, I've been asking everyone. Like I asked me, Miranda, and Dan. So Codex Dan and Wargamer Girl had a show, and I've been like, I need a use for them because I have 180 of them, and I don't know what to do with them.
I hear they make good for like a wet palette. You can soak them. You can fill them up with water and then put a piece of paper on it, and they make decent little wet palettes.
Yeah.
I've used them for sponging, like my Riptide and a lot of my Tau tanks.
Yeah.
I sponged them up with different greens to give them a different kind of camo effect.
Yep, I've heard they're good for that too.
One guy had said dip them in water and PVA glue so they get all hard, and then cut them into little squares and use them as bricks in a terrain piece.
Well, that's cool.
Cut them in squares and then do that. But yeah, because I'm getting into this game, Wrath of Kings. I have a lot.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because one of the guys that designed Wrath of Kings, one of the original designers, Kevin Clark, is going to be on the show after a while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be. Well, he said he's going to be. Now, whether or not he suggested a time, and then I had somebody, Nevendar actually is going to be in that time slot. So I got to give it to Nevendar. I mean, he's legendary brushhead. So, but we'll probably talk a little Wrath of Kings. We'll probably talk a little of Ironbox Games, which is his company. And so they've got the Angry Sheep game right now, and there's a new Kickstarter that's coming out that I'm not too familiar with what it's all about, but we're going to find out about it. So
that's probably Devil Squid's game.
No, that is not Devil Squid's game. It's a different game.
Different one than Skid Marks?
Yep, Skid Marks is coming. He said around the Kickstarter for that will be around Gen Con time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I heard from Squid.
So
actually, we have one flippity bloop from
snap.
a couple weeks ago that would fit right in with what Owen was saying.
Well, that's great. Then we can have Owen participate in a flippity bloop. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So it is from Charles Collins. He says he's based off a conversation with you. He's like, "What's it going to take to get Wargamer Girl Miranda popularity?" He can't wrap his brain around why she doesn't have has that much popularity.
Exactly. She has about 1.5 billion more viewers than I do. And she's legit. Her production values rock the house.
Oh yeah, but it does seem like maybe she's not getting as much. You don't hear her talked about a lot.
For those of you who can't detect sarcasm terribly well, she's extremely popular onto interwebs, and for good reason. She brings a lot of personality to the thing. She brings a great hat.
It's quality, really. It's head and shoulders quality above any other battle report you want to watch.
Yep,
absolutely.
That's the thing. Like, and the reason, if you want to take it not entirely sarcastic, like, I like Wargamer Girl's videos a lot, and the only thing, in my opinion, that it doesn't grow as fast as it could is because there is such a delay between videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that she started going on the Muse Network too, and I thought that was a great play to get her out there, but she's only really put, I think, 1 or 2 on there.
2 what, sorry?
1 or 2 videos on the Muse on Minis Network.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because that really gets you into some of the US guys. We'll see that. They go to that page, get their 1.5 million podcasts.
Yeah, John has really set up a real clearinghouse of podcasts. I mean, there was a reason why when I looked to see who I wanted to affiliate Painting with Menoth John with, I wanted to bring them to the Muse Network because I knew that it was going to bring a lot of people. And then when I decided to take the video show and turn it into also an audio show, that really picked things up. I mean, we have about 20, 25 people to watch the show live on Sunday nights, but we have 900 to 1,100 downloads each week of the audio show. And that makes that's really all about what the Muse on Minis Network brings to the party. John's built a hell of a deal there. There's a guy that is making a real run at monetizing podcasting, at least here in the States. And I know his plan is long term to try to get to a point where he can not work for Nationwide Insurance anymore and just do gaming related stuff, and that's what he's trying to do. So God bless him, and he's a super sweet guy. I don't know if you've got a chance to meet John Damaris yet, Owen, but he is a great guy.
No, I don't think I have. But
Fat
no,
Asian.
that definitely seems to be the way it is. Like I actually hear that quite a bit in the last couple months. Is the idea of making the hobby a business or a professional goal, I guess. And the idea of basically making money off of whatever they're doing right now, whether it be battle reports or reviews or podcasts. It's something that I hear keeps coming up, or rather, keeps coming up, I hear.
It's been somewhat of a holy grail as far as how do you turn this hobby into something that, is either self-sustaining or is profitable. And if you look at the Land of Gamer podcast, at least I know that the D6 generation has done a ton of work of monetizing. They were one of the first people to put donation buttons on their page. They were amongst the earliest that got a lot of sponsorships and things like that. The problem that I had with the D6 generation was that they, at least there for a stretch, I'd say between like episodes 50 to almost 100, they had gone so far that the only games that they talked about anymore were games that were being sponsored, that were being put up by their sponsors, and they really started to have the feel of a shill, and it was really hard to listen to. But they've come a long ways. I mean, they're certainly not a shill anymore. They're using a service now called Patreon.
Yep.
And Patreon's an interesting concept where people can donate X amount of money for each episode that they put out. And the part that I guess I struggle with that particular model, at least, and probably why I won't do it, is that I want to be able to put content out on my channel without necessarily worrying about, am I going to run some poor guy broke? This is not a cheap game. This is not a game that, that if you're wondering where your next meal is coming from, that you should necessarily be in. But, there are people that do play it that don't have a lot of cash. And on this, every time I release something, I'm going to be dipping into their pockets. I don't know how completely comfortable I am with that. At least not right now. Maybe the Brushets will tell me different.
To give you actually a good response to that, literally the other day, Matt from Mini Wargaming, he does his vlogs and his sit and talks. And I watched it because basically at one point he talks about competition to Mini Wargaming. Because if you want to talk about the holy grail of making it a profitable business, then that is your example.
Yeah.
They have a working company with a number of different employees, and they're still continuing to grow. He described it as this, because someone had asked him, because now Jay has left as well from Mini Wargaming.
Yep.
And Jay has openly said that he wanted to make it into a business in the future.
Yep.
And somebody asked, do you think that is a competition? Do you see that as competition? Will they take views away from your channel and that kind of thing? And he described it as one, that it's incredibly hard to make it work. So he kind of dismissed it a bit, which is fine. I mean, it is. I've had to do it, and it's a lot of work to get it going. Never mind getting it started. I mean, just maintaining it is a lot of work.
Yeah, for sure.
But the other thing is, the way he looked at it was, what it would do is simply increase the number of people who are involved in the hobby. Because, I mean, for every person that watches one of these videos, there's probably 5 that are playing the game and are not aware of them. Think about, I'm trying to think of an example here, but for all of the people who watch everything that comes out on my channel, for example.
Yep.
They'll know about yourself. They'll know about Codex Dan. They'll know about Wargamer Girl and Mini Wargaming. And they did, because those are the ones that I associate with most and I talk to the most.
Yep.
But how many channels can you list off other than those that do podcasts that are a lot bigger or a lot smaller? And they simply have no idea of it. And so having more people that are doing it in a sense professionally, in that they're making more content constantly, even if it is for profit, it'll basically make more videos available and associate more people to more things. And so when you would be posting a video, it's not so much that you're taking money away from them as it is you're simply providing more service to more people.
And that's how I've always looked at it too. I mean, one of my nicknames, at least with the Chain Attack guys, is the Podfather, and it's because I helped them get into video production. I helped them get into their original podcast production back in the day when I was on Lost Hemisphere Radio. And I've helped a number of other podcasts with questions that they've had about how do you edit, how do you do various and sundry parts of the electronic production process. And my idea and my thoughts have always been, if I can bring more people making more content into what we're doing here, it's going to drive more interest and it's going to make the hobby better. And at the end of the day, I podcast a game that I thoroughly enjoy playing. So the more people that can get into it and get excited about it means more people for me to play with. And I like that. And they might buy a T-shirt from me or something, or a shot, or a shot glass or something. Shot glasses are going to totally happen next year. I've tapped. It's clear that the monkey shot glass T-shirt proved that I did too many too fast, because we only sold.
Plus I don't think the design was quite as interesting to everybody.
Yeah, it was interesting to me. Now I have a T-shirt with my shot glass on it. So.
As do I.
But I am with you there 100%, Owen. It's we are absolutely, bringing more people into the community and more people playing, driving more people to look at different things and check out more different kinds of media is, everybody wins. I don't look at this as being a zero-sum game. I look at this as being the opportunity for everybody to do cool stuff and enjoy cool stuff.
It's the one big difference between online production. Like I'm just sticking with the idea of it trying to be profitable and the idea that you're going to charge people to watch something or something like that. The difference between online marketing and not is that for someone to come and watch my video, I don't take away someone else's. Like, they aren't replacing them. There's no, they can simply watch the other one at the same time as well.
Yep.
Whereas like if I buy an avatar, I'm not going to buy another model of equal cost because I already have one. Like, I'm not going to go buy another avatar. Whereas I can watch a video repeatedly. I can watch videos that are other people's things. Like, yeah, I can't explain it right now. I literally.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. You can watch them. I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
More time in the day to watch videos than there are videos to watch.
Yep.
Trust me, I've tried.
Yep. And that's where, Owen, I've always really enjoyed your work, and I tend to watch your videos when I'm assembling things in my other room because I'll put up my iPad there and just kind of watch it along. And it's great to watch the battle reports, and you've always got good commentary, and you've got great lists and good tech. And so I wanted to have you on the show, and I really appreciate you coming on the show here today with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely, man. We'll have you on again. There's no two ways about that. The Painting with Menoth John does not give up his dead. We'll bring you back, and I'm sure that the Brushheads appreciated having you on here. We do have another guest that we're kind of bumping up against, so
no problem. I'm
going to cut you loose, and you are certainly welcome to stay with us for as long as you would like and continue chatting in the chat room. But Owen, would love to have you back on the show again sometime in the future.
All right. Well, thank you, and I'll certainly come back. See
awesome, man. I don't know how to turn you off, though, so you're going to have to probably turn...
I got it. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Talk to you later.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Owen Schendel, the Cooler, formerly of MiniWargaming.com, and super awesome guy. I really appreciate all the great things he had to say about the hobby, a lot of great things he had to say about video production, and that's hopefully more of that kind of stuff is what you're going to get here on the Super Ultra Dance Mix extended version of Painting with Menoth John.
And if you want to find Owen's channel, just go on YouTube and just search Gaming with the Cooler, and it'll come right up.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to make sure we pimp all of our guests and all the different things that they do, because they are creating content. And that was one of the things that we touched on in that last interview was content creation is no joke. The internet doesn't work without it. So, and not everybody has to create content for the world to be awesome, but I sure do like to acknowledge those folks like Owen who create content and bring lots of awesome to our hobby. So
yeah, I put it in the chat room earlier, but I figured I'd mention it again.
Yep. John, if you get a moment and want to throw a link up in the Painting with Menoth John Facebook page to Owen's YouTube channel, that would be fantastic.
Sure. I mean, a minute or two. I'm in the middle of.
Oh no, it doesn't have to be right now, man. I'm just saying.
Black on the rock lobster.
We don't.
Doesn't look quite as red anymore. He's a.
I'm working
like
on
always,
I'm working on my majorly orange harrower right now. I love this model. Holy cow! I could paint crab jacks all day long. Here, I'll give it to you on this one. Boom.
I gotcha.
Yep. All right.
I switch back and forth because when no one's there, I want to be able to see what's going down there.
Absolutely. Okay, so
He's
we
got
are.
quite a big room there.
Yeah, he does, and he's got that camera. It's a nice setup for him.
Yeah, his camera's legit. I mean, mine is. Well, it was cheap, so what do you want?
Hey, and mine has terrible lag because I run shitty encoding software. But so I'm going to try and find our next guest here. Our next guest for today is we're going to be bringing on Richard Johnson, otherwise known as Explosibro or Hairdo and Hairdo. So let me see if I can find him here. This is the super awesome. Here we go, Richard Johnson. And I hope that he is there. And I'm going to give him a call right now. Let's see if he picks up. I have not hit him up on the Facebooks yet. So hopefully he is ready to go and he remembered his time slot. Oh, he has joined the call. Everybody, welcome to the extended dance mix version of today's Painting with Menoth John. We're here in celebration of Games and Gears Intergalactic Transdimensional Painting Day. And I want to welcome to the show, I want to welcome Mr. Richard Johnson. How are you today? Oh, crap. All of that lead in, and we got nothing. Richard, are you there? Hello, Richard. I'm going to hit him up on here and let him know that nobody can hear him. So, vamp for a second, if you would, John.
Vamp for a second, huh?
Yeah.
You caught me at a bad moment. I was putting that,
So
that
tell
link
us.
up on Facebook.
Okay, tell us how things going there with the Earthbreaker.
Oh, it's going well. I got a bunch of black on it because I do a sort of like black and red with a little bit of metallic colors scheme for my Rulic stuff, sort of inspired by the G.I. Joe Crimson Guard, because when you got to get a paint scheme, why not steal it from something else?
Absolutely, seems like a
So
good
it's definitely
suggestion.
breaking it up. If you've been on the Facebook page, you've seen that bright red Earthbreaker, and it's definitely breaking it up, making it look a lot less ostentatious, if you will.
It's Earthbreaker in it up.
Yeah.
If you want to deal, I don't know what's going on here. I'm not sure how to kick him off because our
Yeah, he have to end the call on his end.
okay. I'll tell you, John. Hang on. I'm going to call you back up, and I'm going to end all the calls, and I'll call you back up, and then we'll bring on Richard as well.
Roger.
So stay tuned. We'll be bringing you right back, and this is Painting with Menoth John. Okay, so we got to bring John back. Okay, so boom. Okay, we're bringing John back onto the show as we all sit here and watch the painting thing. You can see some rum here waiting for... Okay, John, you're back on the show. Mr. John Spencer, are you with us?
I am back.
Okay, excellent. I am now going to attempt to bring on our guest, the latest guest here. Bring on Mr. Richard. Oops, I didn't like that. Let's try that again. Ooh, my dog just dropped ass.
Awesome.
Smells like a sewage plant in here right now. It is. I take the dog to the kennel, and something about that just doesn't work for her. Let's see. Oop, I'm getting a message coming in from Richard. I am in Gangout. Well, you need to be in a hangout. Hello, Richard. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yay! We have
Yay! Technology.
Yay, technologies. What is that you've got on the screen there? Is that a Krios 3?
Yeah, it is my Krios 3.
There you go.
He's primed and ready for a list in the future.
Nice. Well, everybody, I want to welcome everybody here and give you an opportunity to introduce you a little bit. This is Richard. He is Explosibro. He is Explosivo's brother, and he hails from the great place of Kansas City.
Yes, barbecue.
Oh my God, Yes, and we should probably talk a little bit about Kansas City barbecue as a course of the next hour that we're going to get to spend with each other.
All right, good.
And so this is how Richard and I got. One of the things that we've done together is that Richard was in on the ground floor on the original T-shirt, the first Painting with Menoth John shirt with the super awesome red sun logo or blue sun logo. And he was originally going to produce them for me, but he is the one that turned me on to the site of Teespring.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it handles all the shipping. I could have done them if, they were going to one place, but the shipping just kills you.
Oh, yeah.
And what's nice is they just kind of take care of it. So
they do.
It's great for somebody, like a situation like yourself.
Yep, and it really did make it easy. So the way that I thought we could probably talk a little bit about that. The original, so the way Teespring works is it is like a Kickstarter for T-shirts, and what makes it super awesome is that all of the design work that you do is online. So you go ahead.
And you don't have to have extensive design expertise to use it. Basically, you can just throw a picture on there and use a mouse function to drag it to wherever you want it and enter in text, and it gives you all sorts of cool, like, hey, this is your font and your size and color. And so basically like your grandma could get on there and make you a pretty cool T-shirt if your grandma was cool.
Yeah, exactly. And grandmas in general are pretty cool as long as they're alive. So
yeah.
So
well, there's that way to bring it back to reality.
We keep it real here on Painting with Menoth, John. Don't know if you've had a chance to converse or know John Spencer, but say hello to Mr. John Spencer, Richard.
Hello, Mr. John Spencer.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. I finally get to see via video the voice that tickles the ears.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I finally got the co-host cam going.
This is the first week for the co-host cam, and John, it makes a big deal. It's a big difference.
Of course, right now you can see my side profile since I have to face away to paint.
Oh, that's okay. We got that going on. But the fact that you decided to shave before today's show made a huge difference.
Well, I don't like showing off all the gray in my goatee.
Oh man, you got to rock.
My 7-year older than me sister pointed out, you've got more gray in your goatee than I have in all my hair.
And then you could just turn to her and go, I don't dye all my shit. Thanks.
Oh, that was great.
You could tell her your goatee looks better than her goatee, and then really start a fight.
Nice. Sibling love.
Probably not at Memorial Day get together. Probably not the best time for that.
Oh.
Yeah, wait till 4th of July when there's explosions and
fireworks, so to speak.
Yep.
See, that never stopped my family. This may come as a huge shock to both of you, but that has never stopped anyone in my family.
No.
It is straight up on anytime that our family gets together. And it turns out one of the truly awesome things about Belinda, a librarian, amongst just one of them, because there's a lot, is her family is absolutely as nuts and awesome as my family is. And so we get together and it's like getting together with my family, and Belinda's always worried that they're gonna like be embarrassing or things like that, and said no, your brother, as long as he doesn't blow me up with like firecrackers in an outhouse, we're all set.
Yeah, my wife's family's pretty cool too. It seems to be maybe out there most families are pretty cool, I think.
Yay for families.
Yeah.
So when we put all this together, Richard, we didn't have a lot of thought behind what we were going to do with each of the different guest segments, but we knew that John and I didn't want to talk for 11 hours.
So you basically want me to talk for an hour to give you guys a little bit of a break.
Right. So I'm going to shut up now, and you just carry the show by yourself for the next 60 minutes or so. Just kidding. We're not going to do that.
Are there children watching?
There could be, but we're not. We don't recommend it.
You don't recommend children watch, or
sure.
I broadcast to children?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we highly recommend children. Children are cool. But you don't have to worry about it. We are an explicit podcast or whatever we are, and I
love children as long as they go home.
And I don't think that I don't think that this is going to get released as an audio podcast anytime soon, because the work that it would take for me to convert 11 hours into episodes. First off, it would sync my entire account on Libsyn. It would take my entire month and then some of upload it, or I could make it sound like Russian radio.
I say on stuff like this, you just let it be raw and uncut, and whatever a live listener got is what the the downloaded or uploaded whatever version.
Yep.
It's kind of like, if you're really into that particular band and you go on YouTube and you're just like, sweet, here's my favorite singer not hitting that note. But it's cool because, you know what you're going for in a live experience,
I have a live DVD from Real Big Fish, which is one of my favorite bands, and one of the songs, he totally screws up the solo, and at the end he's like, that was horrible. Let me do that solo again, give you guys what you deserve.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We, I don't really edit this show. I just kind of, I run it through, I basically just bring the thing in and adjust the levels and make sure that 1 second I'm not screaming in your ear and the next minute I'm not like talking in hushed tones like I'm at a library. But other than that, I really don't do a whole lot of editing. But I do when I do upload, I have to host the damn show, and when I put it up on Libsyn, I only have so many megabytes or gigabytes, I should say, of storage that I can occupy per month. Now, once the month turns, it's all good. It flushes, and I get a new bunch of storage space. But I am limited to how much I can put up. And this show would sync. It would mean there would be no more Painting with Men Off Johns for the rest of June. And I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's no good.
No, because what am I going to do on Sunday nights? That totally doesn't work for me.
Laundry.
It might just be a live only. Maybe you could take like the last hour and a half and make it a podcast or something, or get a good hour and a half chunk in the middle where it's just the two of us and get it in there.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking about. Kurt Hinman is Cool Kurt is allegedly going to be our 6:30 guest, which would be our normal podcast time. And if he manages to get his Google Plus account set up today sometime, we will have him on as our guest to talk about the World Team Challenge. But if he doesn't, then I'll pick some other hour and a half block of this mess and call it the Painting with Men Off John show.
Maybe record a little bonus thing saying like, hey, you want to hear the whole thing? Jump on YouTube and watch it. It's a hoot.
Yeah. Do you think that I could upload the whole thing and probably take I'll upload it just before I leave on a trip and just let the computer churn on it for a couple of days. Because our normal show, it usually takes about an hour to upload to YouTube.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, Richard, is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about or get off your chest, or should we just kind of vamp it?
Let's see. So I just, I don't know if you follow my Facebook and Instagram posts, but I just bought a house.
Yay!
And, yay! I'm booked for 30 years.
Yep.
So,
yes, you are.
Yeah. It has been an eye-opening experience. So I've basically been working every weekend except for this weekend and last weekend, and that's only because I said I haven't had fun in 8 weeks, so I'm gonna go play games. Last weekend I didn't leave the house until Sunday, and just basically slept and napped and just watched a bunch of TV and just kind of got kind of rested.
Nice.
And then this weekend, went down to meet up with some guys here locally to paint and play, and it didn't quite work out the way we wanted it to, but the intention was to put in a day of gaming.
Nice.
But so then that's when, you're like looking for people to broadcast with, and I was like, perfect. I'll get my fix.
Outstanding. We're glad we can be here for you, sir.
Yeah. And since getting a house and basically moving and unpacking, I've not painted in 2.5 months. And
Yay.
Yesterday I just set everything up like I was just, like I hadn't taken a break. And it did not turn out nearly as good as I thought. So, but that's what you get when you don't paint for a long time. So, it's not a War Machine figure, so at least I'm out $38. But just painting my Super Dungeon original stuff, and even if I mess it up, it's like,
That's kind of where I'm at.
Plastic.
It's
Yeah.
hard plastic. You should still be able to use like a simple green to get it clean.
Yeah, and you forget, that you can't apply paint like you would be applying wood stain to your deck. You gotta use small strokes and come back and do a second layer instead of just slopping it on and ruining my brush. So, yeah, just today I'm going much slower and just having fun, drinking coffee, listening to you guys.
Well, I'm glad we could provide you an outlet for that. That's really what this is supposed to be about. We all come from different levels of expertise. I mean, I'm not an expert painter by any stretch of the imagination, but I do have a lot of fun, and I try to provide people some background noise for them to enjoy while they're putting a little bit on. And we firmly believe that this is about the fun of just being creative.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, if this hobby had only been the gaming and competition and actual putting of models on table and measuring and rolling dice, I'd have been out a while ago.
Yeah.
Just because it's very one-sided, and you get kind of bored with that. Like, I don't constantly want to go and try to be the best and travel everywhere. So it's kind of nice to have things flow together on a lazy Sunday if you want to paint, and see those efforts 6 months from now when I'm at War Machine Weekend, getting my dice pushed in, and just it's kind of cool. Like, I've been working on the same hobby, so to speak, for 4 years now.
Oh, that's
cool. And I haven't quit and moved on to something else, which is that ADHD part of my previous hobbies and stuff. You just get bored and move on. But so I really love the painting part of it because it's taught me patience.
There you go. Way to go, Grasshopper.
Yeah, thank you. Not Padawan, but whatever it is.
For me, it was about I really started getting heavily into the painting when I was having troubles from a marital standpoint, and it gave me the chance to focus on something that wasn't necessarily as serious or as impending as what was going on in my life. So and then you add on top of that the community that exists around this game, and it's tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
And
I met some cool people.
Yep.
And I'm really glad.
Absolutely. So, what conventions have you been to, Richard?
Let's see. War Machine Weekend, obviously.
Yep.
DICON. What else? I've gone to Mayhem Cup a couple of times.
Are you going to DICON coming up?
I want to. I used a lot of vacation time to finish up on moving and some family medical emergencies and stuff. So I don't know how much I have left. I know I have enough, but it's whether or not I piss my bosses off,
Yeah.
So
I hear you.
I might just come out Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
I'm in the same place. I mean, I've this fiscal year I've been to, and my fiscal year at Starbucks runs from October to October, and which is pretty common in the food business. And I will have gone to four conventions during that time. So I think I'm done for this year, for this fiscal year. I think I've got 2 days of vacation left for the rest until October, which is really cool considering the fact that summer's just starting, and I've used up all my vacation. Isn't that precious?
Yep, that's great.
That's some really awesome scheduling on my part.
You could also be in my position where you have no vacation and or money. So, yeah, even a staycation is out of the question. Yeah, I just been looking forward to when it's 110 degrees outside and like it is now in 90% humidity, of just enjoying the basement and painting.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's free.
Indeed. So what are you working on? I saw that Krios. I saw the Krios 3. What else are you working on?
Well, Krios 3 has been sitting there for a while. He was kind of in the same box that all my Super Dungeon stuff was in. But I'm just basically kind of working on these guys because my detail doesn't have to be as strict.
Gotcha.
And I'm trying a new painting style. Whereas, with my trolls and Minoth and stuff, I'm trying to like blend everything perfectly and get these, to the best of my ability. And this stuff, I'm just like slap, coat of paint, put bright highlights, rim light, and done. So it's got a very cartoony feel, and it fits the model style as well.
Sure.
So I'm just having fun painting this stuff with a less detailed eye, I guess.
That sounds good. Doing more of a speed painting type execution again.
Yeah, and really bright, goofy colors like the expansion they did with the fire.
Yeah.
I'm painting them all green, like Crick's green with the glowy parts, because not all fire needs to be red. So, that's just, yeah, I thought it would be kind of cool. It's something different, and I really suck at painting flames, so it worked out good. So,
I thought you were making a Big Trouble in Little China joke.
But yeah, so I mean that's what I'm painting currently. I have all the new troll releases that came out that I haven't started yet. I was almost close to having a full faction painted, and then I bought more stuff. So, yeah, hopefully by the time the summer is over, I will have all of my trolls painted and at least all of my jacks in Minoth.
That's really cool.
I think I'm going to do, I have a buddy who does commission work and, try to help him out and try to save me some time. I'm probably going to have him help me pick the theme, the color theme.
Sure.
And then just kind of emulate that and apply it across troops. But yeah, that's my goal this summer is to get a lot of the big stuff done. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, when it comes to color schemes and things like that, I went through a similar process of trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my cricks, and that is, I knew I didn't want to do the standard, dark, super dark cricks, because everybody's cricks kind of looks like that, and with the necrotite green, and yeah, I know it's fluffy and all that kind of stuff, but I had these 2 pots of this burnt orange color that I got at Adepticon, and I was like, maybe I should do something with that. And so the citrus cricks was born. So that is what they're going to be orange, and they're going to be. I'm going to try and do a little bit of corrosion on some of them, but they're going to be orange, but they're going to be kind of a dark orange. And I've put up some pictures on Facebook as far as what it looks like after I get done with the washes and stuff like that. But I'm sure enjoying painting these guys. This harrower is just a bucket of fun. I'm trying to talk into the microphone, which is like off to my right hand side here, while I'm painting, but I can't do both at the same time. So it's gonna my sound on the podcast is gonna suffer a little bit while I'm doing this, but I don't care.
Well, it's a good thing you're not uploading this because that would be a lot of extra editing.
Oh yeah, and I'm so well known for all the extra editing I'm willing to put into my show. It's almost it rivals the same kind of commitment I have to technology when it comes to streaming.
I'm surprised that you're going everything through an iPad.
This is I handle all of the guest stuff through an iPad. So
okay.
Like having John on here and having you on here, I do run Google Hangouts on my iPad, but the actual streaming is on my MacBook Pro, and then I watch the show on an old MacBook that I had laying around. So that what I was finding was that if I overloaded the processor on the main show, that's where all of our awesome technical difficulties came from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so now that I've kind of taken some of the load off of the main computer, the amount of we'll be right back while we completely unscrew up the feed. has gone away as of late. And as someone summed it up perfectly in the chat room earlier, nostalgia is always better when looking back upon it. Because I'm going to tell you what, it's no fun trying to watch a show that is literally peeing all over itself attempting to go. It's like I want to.
It's frustrating having to jump back in and stuff too. It's ruins our flow occasionally.
Yeah. And we can't have our flow ruined, because once we lose our flow, I mean,
what else do you have?
Well, really, I mean, honestly, let's be honest with each other here. I mean, we bring a certain je ne sais quoi to the podcasting community, and if our flow is ruined, then we can't deliver on.
Well, they demand a certain standard, and
there are two things that a War Machine podcaster demands. One of them's flow. The other one is a losing strategy. We like to think that we bring both of them.
Yeah. You're basically the one podcast that binds us all.
Yeah,
right?
We are.
You cover, yeah.
Well, that's part of my role as Podfather and as Pod Gandalf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
One podcast to rule them all.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Wow, that took a very deep and philosophical bend there. So we'll bring it back here now. So
and the plummet of listeners dictates so.
Yeah.
Topic change. Topic change.
So now, tell us a little bit about the Kansas City meta.
Well, I would love to say that I am as active as I used to be. But I am happy to see when I am able to hang out that we have a lot of new players.
That's great.
When I was playing more, and this sounds like, back in my day.
Oh, but, we're very supportive of that here on this show.
Yeah,
back in my day, when I used to kick kids off the lawn. Yeah.
Yeah, now I do. I'm like, damn youngsters, get off my yard.
Oh, you're my kind of guy.
But I'm just, when I was able to play, there was like 4 of us. And I say there wasn't just 4, but 4 people who were interested in playing competitively. And so we all kind of tried at the same time to be the best we could be for a year and played a lot of games, like 8+ games a week, and, got my stuff down, and I did decent, at the game. In fact, my first con that I ever played at, I went to Mayhem Cup, and I went 3-1 the first day. My only loss was against the guy who won it. And I was like, wow, and that was because I had just played 8 games a week against a bunch of, really good players, and, picked up strategies. I didn't know anybody else's models, and I still don't, and that's just because I don't have the time, but I learned how to play decently. So then reality hit, and I was like, okay, you can't put 2 tanks of gas in your car a week to go and play War Machine, and you gotta, focus more on other stuff. So I don't get to play as much, and I travel a lot with work like you do, and it's just maybe once or twice a month I get to play now. But there are 20-25 people showing up at our little goofy tournaments that we run, and it's good to see that many new faces, and kind of makes me think, yay. If I ever have the time, I'll be able to get back and play with some people, and they're good. That's the scary thing. Is I'm like, you guys are picking this up way easier than I did.
It's very humbling.
Yeah, and they know what their opponent does. So I basically, the younger generation has already passed me, much like 8-year-olds are much better on computers than I am now. So, it just works out, I guess. That's just the way it is. But our meta has always been kind of more focused on smaller formats with, 2 casters, 15-point shared battle group. We'll have 30 people show up to that, but 4 people show up to a standard 50-point steamroller.
Interesting. They're more interested in kind of the more funsy type formats.
Yeah, and I think that's our area has a bad reputation in the past of the guys that used to play the game that don't even play anymore, and I've never even met. But they basically kicked everyone's teeth in, all the new players. So it gave a bad vibe to the game, and some of the stores don't like supporting it as much as say 40K or something else.
Wow, that's pretty rough.
And it is. So we basically had to, kind of promote it a lot ourselves, So, it's grown, gotten better, but and our area is so spread out. We have six stores within the KC area.
Really?
Trying to think. Yeah, we have tabletop, basement, game cafe. Yeah, 31st. That's 4, and then Lawrence 5, and I think there's a 6th one in there. Yeah, so we have 5 stores all in the metro area. So because there's so many stores, it makes the player group really tough to concentrate and actually show up to one tournament.
So how many press gangers serve your area?
Five.
Wow.
5, yeah. 6. We have 6. You have Kim, Brandon, Dan, Scott, Gabe, Brian. Might be forgetting somebody.
Oh, that's really good.
Person. Jeremy. Yeah, we have 7. We have 7 press gangers. Wow. And that's just they're all spread out.
Sure.
But yeah, so we got a little unique area. In fact, speaking of cool Kurt, I was at Mayhem Cup a couple of years ago, and I was chatting with him, and I was trying to run a journeyman league, and I got so frustrated because I went into the stores and I said, listen, I'm not trying to get your business to go over to this other store and vice versa, but we want to get the players to start playing more tournaments and stuff, and so we want to run a journeyman and basically have it take place across all the stores. And it sounded really great, and I was really pumped about it. And but I got frustrated because nobody showed up.
Yeah.
And so then Kurt was like, yeah, we just got to keep going at it, and kind of gave me some pointers on how to go. And then I found out that like in St. Louis area they have 50, 60 people playing in a journeyman. I was like, what?
That is a very unique meta. That meta is very, very unique.
Yeah. So, but all in all, there's a pretty good showing. We have our little Facebook group has, I swear, everybody is a fan of it, and they all kind of chat on our forum post and everything. And so we know there's a lot of really cool people in our meta, and whether or not they're able to stay as active as they used to be is, different. But yeah, I don't know. I could talk this subject into the dirt, or we could get reset.
So no, that's cool. No, I appreciate that. It's one of the things I wanted to highlight as bringing people in from so many different and interesting different parts of the country and parts of the world was to kind of get an idea of what's War Machine like in your neck of the woods. And to hear about a meta that has 6 stores in it, or 7 stores, with all those press gangers,
7 PGs, yeah.
Yeah, with all those different PGs, holy cow! I mean, we have in Milwaukee we have 1 store, and we have maybe a couple PGs, but that's a real luxury you got there. That's pretty amazing.
Well, and I think that the way our area is set up, we have Kansas City in the middle, and then we have Lawrence, which is a college town like 40 miles to the west.
Mm-hmm.
We have Springfield 2.5 hours to the south, Des Moines 2.5 hours to the north, Omaha 2.5 hours to the northwest, and St. Louis. And this is basically like right where War Machine Weekend kind of started.
Yep.
So you have a lot of people that can travel a couple of hours, and it's easy to justify that. And I think that's why it's so popular in this immediate area. Um, which makes some of the Midwest cons some of the most fun to go to.
Yeah. And we have Madison, which has got a real nice meta to it. We have Chicago, which has a real nice meta to it. We can certainly 4 hours away from Iowa City, and not a. I mean, maybe probably another hour then or a half hour to get to Des Moines. So I mean, it's there's a fair amount of stuff to do and look at as far as different metas that I can get to as well. And then you've got War Machine Weekend, which is sitting, which my favorite con of the year, sitting right down there in St. Louis. So it makes for some good times. I had to have
locally, we're a lot closer to the Kansas City one than yours, John. We've got 4 or 5 stores locally, a couple others a little further away, a ton of press gangers. Yet somehow we can never find people to run events. I mean, at the other stores, I don't have a problem because I got the Squid and Bowie, but
the Squid.
Yes.
So
he's actually gets to play some now. We're nice to him. We let him actually play the games.
That's good. It's good and bad.
Yes. Bowie's been running a lot of the events. We're actually getting the stuff together to have our own Who's the Boss material. We're about a third of the way through the casters. Got some donations, pick some up elsewhere. We're going to run that locally and for some sort of charity.
Are you sure what yet. Painting them all?
We are. We've actually got a lot of locals painting different ones. Some of the guys who only just do a little bit play are like, they love just painting other models, and they're like, well, sure, I'll paint that. And we got a guy who's painted 4 different casters for us so far. Another young lady painted a couple for us and was willing to paint more. When you want to change the pace and they don't really want to buy another model, they just paint a caster for us. The hardest thing is just getting them all because there's so many.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder how much longer we're going to see fully painted Who's the Boss or Who's the Boss as a format anymore, just because it is, if you've got it, great. If you don't, it is very prohibitive to start up.
Yeah. Well, how many casters are in the game now?
150.
That's a lot of money to invest.
Yeah, he's been using his press ganger points for him. I've been finding some on eBay. We've got a lot of donations too. One guy bought a troll army off another local, and it had doubles basically of almost every caster that he already had. So he gave us all the extras.
That's cool.
So it's the hardest ones are going to be the battle engine ones. Holy crap! Because those are not cheap.
No.
But we hope to get the store to help us with that a little bit. Maybe get.
Well, that's when you go to your store and you go, hey, this is the idea. Can you maybe give us a little bit of a break, on price?
That shouldn't be a problem. It's just like, so we're still in the formative stages. For about a third of the way there, maybe a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And we might actually just borrow certain ones. Like most of the casters, I don't care if someone borrows mine. I expect people will at least be somewhat careful. So we're expecting maybe next year to be able to do it.
You can also. We did a couple of events when we needed to buy chess clocks. We just said, it's a $10 event, and everyone knew at the outset that the money was going towards chess clocks. So there was no prize payout. It was just, hey, come hang out and play the game and get a coin or something. And so we did 3 or 4 tournaments like that and rallied up enough money to buy enough clocks for, the local con that we run here. So
I actually have it set up that the store actually does okay because they have enough space that they can run events, but there's usually a bit of a, who's going to run an event today type of deal some weekends.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like them losing out. And they have to open early, so I want to make sure they're at least covered for that.
No,
that's
what
a good
I
idea.
The store gets paid, obviously, but if you were going to get $50 or $100 or however much it was towards, prize money. And most people are cool with, donating it. I think that's what's great about the community is like you could just say, hey, do you want your $10 gift certificate, or would you rather go towards having clocks for the next time? And very rarely have we run into people who are like, I want my $10.
Yeah, just do it in advance. My first tournament I won was one of those, and I didn't have a problem with it. I just would like to know in advance.
Yes, yeah, oh,
So I'm like,
definitely.
yeah, I won, excellent.
I get nothing.
Oh, towards clocks? Because yeah, we didn't even do. They went all the way. They're like, we didn't even buy coins for this because that's extra money expenditure.
Sure.
I was like, okay, sure. It's good to know.
Yeah. If you're ever running events, you definitely need to be very transparent with where the money goes and the prize payout and stuff. Because, I goofed up initially on my journeyman, and so it was people were like, well, I don't know. I'm like, guys, I'm not sending my kids to college on this sweet journeyman, $5 payout that I got. It just, when you run stuff and you have 30 people looking at everything you've typed up, and if you make a mistake, you're not super clear on it. That's they're first to jump on you. So,
Well, we got a flippity bloop came in the chat room there. I want to get to. And I've got more if you want them saved from earlier weeks, but this one, I don't want it to get out of the screen here. Sergeant Apple asks, does anyone else have mixed feelings when you talk somebody new into buying models? He hates telling people I'll play with them, but I can't always. They're going to have to make new friends with the other players.
Wow, this is a social experience.
Yeah.
This isn't Vigi games. This is a social game.
I don't have a problem with it because, well, we have a big enough community. You can always find someone, and I sort of play matchmaker as much as possible for games early in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's people who don't necessarily, those little cliques of people, and they're not trying to be cliques. It just sort of happens that way. So I try and get them to play
into
together
a friends club.
Say it again, Richard.
It turns into like a friends club, and
yes.
Sometimes, and this is really tough. When a few months ago, maybe a year ago, we had 6-7 people that showed up all the time, and they were the regulars. And we'd always go to Buffalo Wild Wings at the same time, and we'd play the same. I'd always play 2 to 3 people, and so you got into a rut. And then when new people started showing up, you're like, who are you? You doing here? And it was funny because that had happened a couple of weeks in a row. I was like, wait a second, this isn't that community. Like this is new blood. This is new people to help the community grow. So since and I haven't been able to, like I said, stay as active in it, but I mean, I come once a month to a gathering or something, and out of the 20 people there, like 15 of them are new faces. And I think, when people buy stuff, you kind of, there's that type, there's different people in the group. There's some that aren't as socially
adept.
Open. Adept is one way to describe it. There's other people who just aren't big chatters, and they're not the type that want to go and explain something to someone who's never done it before and has the patience to basically go, here's how to count to 11, go.
Well, and frankly, the world is not filled with extroverts. There are plenty of people who are straight up introverts, and that's awesome, and they should feel comfortable playing our game just as much as anybody else does.
Yeah. It's funny because, my brother, and we're very loud, outgoing, and the people that I hang around with in the community tend to be the louder, outgoing, very extrovert kind of people.
Yeah.
And when this hobby attracts both of those types of, very kind of quiet, not necessarily socially acceptable people, there's a huge, I don't want to say click, but you can kind of tell, like, here's the quiet ones, here's the loud ones.
Yep.
But I always try to jump in and get those people to come out of their shell, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then pretty soon you're like, can you shut up? Because you're talking too much now. And but you get those guys to get comfortable, And they're not like that in other groups of people that they interact with on a daily basis. But at the game store, they can be themselves. You can talk about the nerdiest things that you want to talk about, and no one's gonna, kind of look at you differently.
That's right. That's what I love about this hobby, and
Yeah.
it is that you're amongst friends.
Yep.
You may have never met somebody, but I promise you're amongst friends.
Yep.
And there's so many great folks that are out there trying to do their best for the community and make everyone feel welcome. The press gangers, especially. I've always tempted to try to be one of those guys at the game store that'll play the new people and try not to just run them into the ground, because frankly I know what size my penis is, and I don't need to make it bigger by making someone else feel bad about themselves. And it's a great game for that. If I look back, some of the times when I was first starting the game, there were people in my community back in Utah that were the prototypical hammerhead power gamers, and they made it rough to bring new people into the community. I've always tried to learn from that example and try to not be like that.
Yeah, this isn't an exclusive cool kids club.
No, it's quite the opposite, actually.
Yeah, and just because you think you're super awesome, doesn't necessarily mean that you are.
Right, exactly. Nerd power.
Nerd power.
Yeah.
That's right. I have a little bit of that problem because, I don't seek out the newer people to play because I'm not the one of the first guys they should play. Let's put it that way. I'm like the next level. They come to me like, John, I want to try my list out against you. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
So are you king of the nerds?
I don't know about that, but I'm the one people test it against when they want to. Whenever they have an A game, they hit me up. As John said earlier, I'm big in my local meta.
He's yeah. I mean, you probably don't want to have the training wheels on your dice when you show up to play against Mr. Spencer.
And that's funny because there are two types of. Well, I don't know about two types, but there's a buddy of mine in our meta who, I joke with him all the time, and I go, "Do you know how to lose a game?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "Can you play a game and plan on losing?" He goes, "I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm playing a game to win. So no, why would I waste my time losing?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, what if you're playing a new player?" And he goes, "Well, they're going to have to get used to losing." And I go, "Well, why don't you throw the game so at least he'll enjoy it, and then you can pick up on the butt kicking later." And so certain people are like, they teach trial by fire, and then me, I like to ease you into the game a little bit. And then maybe your third or fourth game, I'll completely annihilate you. But those first or second games, you're going to feel like you're king of the world.
I definitely have seen that a lot, but it's, let's just say it's not my thing. Being the one everyone points at as the big player, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. So I just point them out. I'm like, play, one of the press gangers, play this guy. And I can play different lists. I know how to lose a game. I want them to feel like when they finally get that game, where they did really good and they beat me or whatever, that they're like, yeah, they want them to really feel it, not like, well, maybe he threw this game.
Yeah, and I guess I should have prefaced that with battle box size games. If you're putting 50 points on the table, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Battle box games are different. You're supposed to teach them. So I generally play a modified Magnus battle box and teach people pretty well. Because obliterator rockets in battle box games, it's not nice.
Well, it's no worse than frickin' it's no worse than Krios 1's feet.
No, but that's a feat. They're like, oh, it's a once per game super powerful ability. And I knock you down and I shoot you to death is not happy for people. So I try to avoid that a little bit.
I hear you.
When I'm teaching people their first games, I don't even tell them about the feat. I say, here's your dice. This is how you do your stats, and then after a few games, I go, oh, by the way, you've got a super awesome power, because they're trying to get that, and other video games or games, focus on that one superpower, and that's how you win or lose the game. And I try not to like let them focus on it too much. Like, use your guy who's Mat 8. That Mat 8's going to be super awesome round after round, as opposed to knocking everyone down once.
Yeah.
You can definitely push through with certain things, but I don't know. That's just how I play, or how I teach noobs.
So hey,
That's the toughest thing, is teaching new players. It really is.
So
It's fun.
Deathjack is done.
What?
He's all put together, and he's ready to go up on the shelf until I get to him. But he's yay for Deathjack. That was a pain in the butt to put together. He's for realsies. But he went together pretty good, even though he's modified, because I somehow can't figure out how the right order to put a model together is. If you weren't, I don't know if you were listening earlier, Richard, but the smokestacks are reversed on him because I put the carapace on too early, and boom. So that's our first accomplishment here on Painted with Menoth John. We have a completed Deathjack, and I'm gonna get a little bit of crack in here to celebrate with.
Yeah, I did the same thing to my Deathjack when I put them together years ago. I was like, wait, no.
I got the first wash on the Harrower, which is good. That's a good sign that I've moved on from base coating. He's got 3 colors on his base coat. That's it. Orange, silver, and bone. That's it. So, Richard, I want to thank you for being on the show. We're not kicking you off.
Yeah,
we got 10 more minutes with you here. But
no, I know. If I gotta go, I gotta go.
I want to release the Kraken with you though before you leave.
Sweet. I will take a drink of my coffee.
So Richard, thanks for being a part of the show, and we're not kicking you off right now, but we're going to kick you off here shortly. So hey, Ron.
Ron.
And for those of you playing along at home, our next one that we're going to be bringing it in from a long ways away. We're going to be bringing our favorite Mr. Nevendar is going to be on here. I got to see who is. Okay, so we just got confirmation from Kevin Clark that he's going to be on the show. And Kevin is going to be on at 2 p.m. Central. And that is going to be, for those of you who are watching the show, that is going to be one not to miss, because Kevin is going to be having some really terrific commentary on his gaming company that he runs and owns, which is Ironbox Games. And he's going to talk a little bit about game development and his early years at Privateer, which I think will be super cool. We are also going to, I'm also trying to get on some fellas from a podcast in, let's see, 2 p.m. Oops, I just double scheduled. Okay, 2 p.m.'s gone, so I have to let these guys know that 2 p.m. is gone. So we're probably going to look at bringing on this other podcast that wanted to bring them on at 6 p.m., which would be 5 p.m., 5 p.m. Mountain Time, just to kind of talk a little bit with us. I'm not familiar with their podcast, so I don't know anything about them. They're friends of Epic Brushhead Edfo, which is always a good thing.
Oh, which podcast is it?
I don't know. Edfo, is he still in the chat room?
He was in there a minute ago saying Deathjack could die in a fire.
No.
All right, I got up for a second.
I mean, no, I saw. That's the beauty of the co-host cam. I can tell what's going on now.
Well, yeah. Wireless headphones for the win.
So I've got Kevin Clark now in. I've got actually a schedule here, guys. I'm trying to be when you got this many guests coming on. We are now solid, starting at 11 a.m. Central, all the way now till the end of the show, assuming that Cool Kurt gets a hold of me.
I really like this, by the way. I was looking forward. Sometimes when you go on, I'm not able to jump on, but man, I love these all-day events.
Okay, well, there's one of us then that loves it.
You don't like them?
Oh, this is fine. It's just I'm having to talk for. I'm getting a thumbs up from my co-host, or he was licking something off his thumb, one of the two. It's fun to do this. Maybe once a year. This would be good. Okay, so we have confirmed the other podcast is going to be with us at 6 p.m. And Dexter Schiller is his name.
Yeah, the Krug, they're pretty cool. I listen to them. Infinity.
Okay. Oh, that's great. We're getting a little infinity talk. That's great. Awesome. All right, I'm going to add those guys here in just a little bit.
We didn't even talk about barbecue.
Oh, yeah, quickly. We have 7 minutes left. Barbecue. Go.
When are you coming back? Are you coming back anytime soon?
Not that I'm aware of, but I that doesn't mean I can't come there.
If you do come back, plan on hanging out because we can actually barbecue at the house. I have a big smoker and large area for gaming and painting.
I heard you were a big smoker. Just kidding.
Well, no, we can smoke whatever you want.
There you go.
It's funny. You talk about barbecue. I am a fan of food. I am portly and love it. But you are
a man of
I'm
stature.
well-rounded.
You're a man of stature.
Yes, thank you. I won't die in the cold anytime soon. But when I first moved to Kansas City, I thought barbecue was, turning the grill on and burning meat for a minute or two. And my buddy, who also plays War Machine, was like, no, that's grilling. Let me show you barbecue. And he took me for the first few months, like every Saturday, we'd go to a new barbecue joint and he'd show me basically a tour of Kansas City and barbecue. And wow, if you ever have the chance to go either to here or any of, like Texas or Memphis, the Carolinas or anything, just try it out. It's so good. Here it's like a little more sweet, the sauce,
Okay.
but we love brisket and burnt-ends. So if you never had brisket, it's sliced beef, and the burnt-ends are the end of the brisket that are cooked twice and extra seasoned.
Yeah, that's what you had at the place that we went to when I was in Kansas City.
Yep. It's basically concentrated beef flavor and seasonings
and extra carcinogens.
Yes. Oh, it's the most delicious cancer I've ever eaten.
That might be the quote for the entire show. It's the most delicious cancer I've ever eaten.
And it's weird because if you're not from the area and you don't understand why they have all these dumb barbecue competition shows, it's because imagine going into a stadium of like 8 to 10,000 people seats, and half of it is filled with fans of barbecue, and there's 250 teams out in the parking lot cooking barbecue for 3 days, and you walk around, and it's definitely like a giant festival to barbecue.
I was just gonna say that's got to be like the best party of all time.
It is 3 days, and there are a lot of people who show up to do these competitions that don't care how they do. They're just there to party and drink.
Oh my God!
So you walk from booth to booth, and these, full-grown adult men are just like giggling like schoolgirls, and they're just piss drunk and barbecuing meat and screwing it up. And then there's the guys who take it super serious, and it's delicious.
So let's. I'm going to frame this up that, I think you could make a very strong argument that War Machine Weekend is the exact same thing. That you have people who show up that are there to be super serious and to win all the stuff, but at the end of the day, it's a big long party, and the only way you can lose is to not have fun.
Yeah, and it's funny because I went kind of the opposite directions where I showed up ready to play hardcore game face on. You got your energy drinks and you practiced for 12 weeks straight, and then 3 days go by in a blur, and you're tired, you're sore, you're like, wow, I just dropped $800 to come hang out for 3 days, and all I've got is 7th place to show for it.
Yep.
And that's, that was my dream, is just to get to 7th. I never even got that close. But then I started thinking, all right, I'm going to go to War Machine Weekend, but I'm not even going to play in one tournament.
Yep.
I'm going to hang out with my buddies. And lo and behold, you're meeting all these cool people. We met each other. I've met, just tons of really awesome guys. And so then the next year when I go back, I can't wait to hang out with them and then more people.
Yeah.
And I just completely changed how I looked at going to those kind of events. Like, I don't even care if I play games. It's a byproduct. I'm going to hang out with my friends first, and maybe I'll get a game in or two.
You want to play
And
games, but I'll tell you, I'm going to give you the big secret, everybody out there who goes to War Machine Weekend. It's about the board gaming that happens after hours.
oh yeah, dude, we played Pathfinder till like 3 a.m.
Yep.
2 nights. We played Mega Protocol, just a bunch of fun stuff. And I Daikon last year kind of changed me on that. I played Super Dungeon and Pathfinder, all this stuff, and I was like, wow, this
Yep.
is a blast.
Yep,
I
it's good
don't feel like I
times.
wasted money.
Good times. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
I think my time is up.
Yep, your time is up. We are butting up against the 1 o'clock hour. We have to bring on the Swedes.
Cool. Do you want me to just hang up, or do you,
I honestly don't know how to do this, so I'm gonna hang the whole thing up. And
well,
then,
here I'll hit leave call and see if that works. If it doesn't, then,
all right.
So thank you guys, and you're awesome. And I'll catch you later.
Hey, Ron.
Ron.
John, this is working out pretty well.
Yeah. My quick thoughts on barbecue is, if you've got a local place, go there, try it.
Awesome.
We've got a local place. Oh my Lord. So
yep.
good.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, I had the best time hanging out with Richard and his brother Chris. And I got a little preview of the War Machine Weekend table that time, and it was just talk about two guys. I hadn't met them in real life before, and just two of the nicest people in the whole wide world. If you get a chance to play a game with Richard, play a game. He's just a big teddy bear of a guy. Love him to death. So thanks, Richard, for being a part of the show. We're steamrolling along here. We're going to give this a shot. Going to try to bring on Nevendar now. So we're going to bring on Christoph. So we're going to type this in. And I'm going to make sure my kids aren't dead pretty soon. I hear them making noises in the background, so I'm pretty sure they're still with us.
At their age, making noise is a good sign.
Yep, we do like that. Where is he? I know he's on here. Christoph. Am I spelling his name wrong? This is dead air. That's always the best.
Yeah, Let's see here. The Earthbreaker's coming along. Got some black on it. Definitely breaks it up.
It's good. Looks a little bit less.
It said Christopher. It's under Christopher.
It's under Christopher?
Yeah, I think he changed Facebook to Christoph. I don't think he changed Google Plus.
That goofball. He's throwing me a curveball here.
Cool. I've got the Flippity Bloop split up into little sections, so when we get the right person on, we can go into the right questions.
That's great.
At some point we have to get to them, but let's see if any more shows up. Any more?
All right, so I know he's on here. Hang on for a second. This shouldn't be this hard because I've had him on as a co-host on the show. CHRISTOPHER. Does it Arns AR? Is it just Christopher Arnsmar? Hang on. Why can't I just look by who my goddamn friends are? Add.
Because Google Plus. Oh wait. Probably because you get too many friends.
That could be potentially part of the problem. Because it was.
I only got a handful on Google Plus, so it's pretty easy.
Yep. Christoph, call me. We'll try that. Let's try that out. So this is high production values at its best. So far during the show, we completed. Hang on for just a second. I'm gonna say, hey Charlie, come here for a second. We're gonna have unbridled youth time here. Let's get your let's get your feedback on Death Jack. What do you think, huh? Talk into the microphone. Tell everybody how you like it.
3 thumbs up. If I had 3 hands.
Yep, 3 thumbs up. We got, if you had the third hand, it would be 3 thumbs up. So, pretty cool, huh?
Awesome.
Looks pretty menacing, huh? Wait till we get this thing out on the table. It's going to kill some people. Boom. All right, thanks, buddy. Thanks for being part of the show.
No problem.
I'm trying to bring Chris on, and all right, hang on for a second. Co-host, the host, I'm going to dial you back in. So,
Sure.
be right back. And now I'm going to go take a look at my list of contacts. Okay, why is CHRI Christopher? Okay, seriously, Google, you're making this far too hard for me. Let's see here. Maybe it's under Nevendar. Nope. It's not under Nevendar. Huh. Okay, so let's see here. This is some great radio, folks. Why it will not just show me my entire list of contacts is entirely beyond me. Okay, I'm going to try and I'm going to bring my co-host back on and see if he can see if we can do here. So let me try and bring Christoph up on this one. John, you're back with us? Hey, John, are you with us? Nope, still calling. Okay, let's see here. Hey, John.
There we go.
I still don't have Christopher on here.
Yeah, I heard. I was listening to the normal feed for a bit. Not quite as far behind as it used to be. Seems like it's only a little bit behind.
Maybe it's a percentage of how long your show is.
Yeah. He had said, what did he say in the chat room? He said, should be just his name or C. last name.
The thing is, I know he's on my contacts. I mean, I've seen him on my contacts. I've looked for it. I'm going to use my laptop now to see if I can't really screw this show up by taking a look at that. Peek behind the curtains. You know what? This is all part of game. This is part of Intergalactic Paint Your Whatever Day. Here we are. Having fun. Let's see, Google. Let me get my John Plus on here. Okay, so let me get John Plus. And then I'm going to... There might be more than one way to skin this cat. Let's see here. John... Friends. So it turns out this is pretty slow when you've got 1,000 things running on your let's see here. Friends. So search for...
I'll take a look from my end too, see if I can find something. I don't do enough Google Plus for him to be on there for me.
I'm pretty sure I had him on here at one time.
It was Skype. It was Skype last time, he said.
It was Skype last time? Gosh darn it. I wonder if we didn't I didn't not set him up. So let me go ahead and drop out of this. There might be more than one way to skin this. Oh God, if I bring up Skype at the same time that we're on this, maybe yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it. This is exploratory painting with Menoth John. Yay.
My boy Jeter says, try anything twice.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so it's coming up, and Christoph, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, we're coming for you. So let's get the contacts here, and then I'm going to have to bring the volume back up. Okay, let's bring that up there. And let's see here. Come on, I know it's here somewhere. I thought I had double checked that everyone had. Okay, here we go. Got him. Okay, so we're going to do just a call. Okay, I'm hearing it in my earphones. That's a good sign. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. We have bridged all of the technologies. We have with us a former co-host. He's been on the show. You know him. You love him. You know him as Evandar. We know him as a legendary brushhead. Welcome to the show, Christoph.
Thank you. I'm not really sure why I
Oh,
changed
you
my
want the
name
good
to
news or the
Christoph.
bad news, John?
What's the bad news?
I can't hear him.
Oh, crap.
Lovely.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do is... okay, here we go. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to unplug this. All right. Oops. Don't go too far away. Oh, no, they're not going to know when. Okay. Talk, Nevendar. Oh, there goes my camera. Just knock the camera over.
Oh, things are going.
Wow, did that come unloose in a hurry? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You probably can't hear him though. It's probably not loud enough.
I can vaguely hear him.
Oh God, this is the disaster. It's all your fault, Christopher. Do you have a Google Plus account? Christopher, do you have a Google Plus account?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, sign. What can you? Okay, are we friends on there?
I seem to have lost my entire contact list on Google Plus.
Oh, that's bad. So he lost his entire account on Google Plus.
It's working now.
Okay, so let's try and bring you. I'm not sure how to. Let me bring up my. God, this is great radio.
He's definitely on Google Plus. I found him right here, I think.
Okay.
I just added him to one of my circles.
All right, I'm gonna try and get on there. I gotta. Come on, come over here. All right, so here we go. And is it under? What's it under?
It's under Christopher, then his last name.
Okay.
I don't know if we want to give his full name.
Hang with us, Nevendar. We're gonna get you on for realsies. We promise. By the way, the video quality on your Skype is amazing. Yeah, what? You know what you got? You got bandwidth, baby, and that's all. That's what we love.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so here we go. We got the Google Pluses, and I'm gonna find my cursor. Okay, there's my cursor. Why is it not scrolling? Okay, there we go. And friends. Okay, why is that? Stop it. Stop doing that. Okay, so I'm gonna search for people. Okay, so. Oh my God, this is so slow because of all the crap I got going on my computer. How the thread is making it through all this is how the stream. Okay, Christopher. Whoop, jeez, slow down. ARN, right?
Yeah.
SMAR. Christopher Arnsmore. Here you are. Boom. I'm going to add you. Okay. Something. Hangouts just gave me a message. Something is not right. They've never seen my show. Okay, so there it is. It is coming up, and it's eventually going to populate a button, add to circles. And you're my friend. Are you sure you want to be my friend, Chris?
Well, that's debatable.
Yeah, it's debatable. We'll give you that. Okay, so I added you, and now you can add me back. assuming that this actually had God. Okay, I got to get out of this in a hurry because. All right, so now I'm going to close Chrome, and now I'm going to try and find you over here on the iPad because this is going to work perfectly.
Absolutely. What could go wrong?
Just be glad you won't upload it as an audio podcast.
Yeah, and this may never be an audio podcast, so this is everybody's having a good time watching me fail on this one.
We'll learn what not to do right here.
Boom. Okay, there you are. I'm adding you right now. So I'm going to turn off Skype. Go away from me, Skype. I hate you. All right. Jesus, Palomino. Sign out. Get out of here already. There you go. Now, I see an icon for him on my screen. And we'll see if he picks up. Good God. This is why I practice. This is why I try this crap ahead of time. I don't even know what I did to my camera anymore. It's like all jacked up to the side over here. Okay, we're going to try that again. Okay, so Christopher Arnsmar. Oh, wait, it says he's still in here. He says he's on the call. It says it's on the call here. Chris, are you there? John, I'm going to hang up. I'll be right back.
Roger.
All right, so we hung up on him. And now we're going to bring up, we're going to add Christopher Arnsmar. Okay, so I added him. And now let's see if I can bring him on the call. Okay, we're bringing Christopher on. Come on. Come on, everybody. We can do this. We have the technology. See, this is why I don't charge per episode on this show. That's the sound of this show going nowhere at 1,000 miles an hour. Okay, it looks like nobody could make it. That's great. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and try that again, and then we'll try one more time on this. So, just kind of updating everybody while we're waiting for Chris to come back on. There is a harrower. It has washes on it. Feeling pretty bullish about it. It's mostly dry. Just going to let it continue to go. I can't bring up Skype and John at the same time. So let me bring up my co-host again. It's good times. Bring my co-host back up, hopefully. Now I can't even get John Spencer onto the show. This is not going well. So, all right. Well, John Spencer's back.
Yeah, I'm back. I was actually with Nevendar prior.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how that happened. Like, we were in a video call together.
That's really weird.
And like, you were listed as being on it, but you weren't in it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, I might be able to. Here we go. Hold on.
Can you add it? I think. Can you add him to us?
I'm trying.
Okay.
There's like a button you have to push though, and it's not making the right noises when that stuff comes up. So I didn't even notice the call originally.
Okay. So what you're watching here right now, folks, during the first 20 minutes of this particular hour is how to not connect to Google Hangout, which is super great radio. Okay, John Spencer just left the call again. And maybe if John adds me as a guest, that would be fine. Okay, so there we go. I've just added. All right, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
And can use is Chris there?
No. Maybe?
Well, maybe he is. Chris, are you there?
Yeah.
Yay!
15 times the charm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're at 20 minutes, and thank you for joining us. It's time for you to go. Just kidding.
Well, it's almost like that.
It is almost like that, but we're not gonna let that happen, buddy. Come on, you've been a stalwart member of this show for far too long, so I'm gonna get a little rum out here for you, and
Brilliant.
we're gonna have a releasing of the Kraken just for you. So here is to being one of the most persistent guests here on the show. That's a pretty amazing glass you got there, buddy. Are you having a little bit of the Kraken?
Yeah, that's my new Kraken glass.
Oh, that's fantastic. Looks great, buddy. So here's to you, Nevendar. Here's to you, John Spencer. Just some of the best people out there. Hey, Ron.
Ron.
That's some good stuff right there. At some point, I'm going to figure out how to do this show so that people can see what's going on. We'll do it as a Google Hangout sometime. Actually, John, that's what we should have done. Is we should have done this as a Google Hangout, and then anybody could have just tuned in and watched, and then they could have actually seen our guests.
And there's still a chat room over on the side, so yeah.
Yeah, next time, mistakes were made.
Yeah.
Mistakes, and our video quality probably would have been like 40 times better. So
Maybe a little better.
mistakes were made. It happens.
But they don't get the awesome painting cam.
Well, there is that. Now that I'm not done knocking it all over the damn table, it seems to be in a more stable place now. So,
Well, Sergeant Apple says he has learned a lot of stuff about what? He's got a mental note. Friend all my guests before I invite them, or just avoid live.
yeah. I appreciate that. One of the things that I like to do is I like to bring a little something to the community, and if I can prevent other podcasts from being as crappy as mine, seems like a deal.
And I came up with an idea for our next T-shirt whenever we do it.
Yeah,
It's going to say, "We're awesome with technology,"
we're awesome with technology.
and then have Paint with John on the back.
There you
That's the
go.
next one.
Oh, there you go. That's our next one, and it's not going to be for a while, but we'll keep that one in the idea hopper because
It's a good one.
it is a very good one. We're awesome with technology. That's great. So, what time is it there in Sweden?
Well, it's now it's almost 8:30.
8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it took me a half hour to get you on the show.
Yeah, but that happens.
Now, I'll tell you what. I have to say that it's been really amazing the amount of participation that this show has gotten from overseas. And by overseas, I mean right where you are. So it really has been amazing because, here I am, I'm this clown in Wisconsin having this show, and I've got a great co-host from Baltimore, and getting to know you and getting to know Neek and some of the other folks from overseas. It's been really fun. I mean, it's neat to see how this game can bring together sort of almost a little global community.
Yeah, I must say that it's the global community that makes it for me because my local meta ain't really that big.
Now, how many people generally on a regular basis get together and play War Machine in your area?
3 to 4.
3 to 4. Well, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, do you have a game store, or do you just play in your houses?
No, we don't have a game store in this town. It's about an hour to the closest one. But there's a great meta about 30 to 35 minutes away. I got some of the best players in Sweden.
Now, talk to us about what that meta is like, because I know a lot of our listeners don't necessarily know a lot about what is going on in Sweden for War Machine, and any perspective you can give us on how who are your great players and kind of what is getting played locally in Sweden these days?
Oh, the great players one is quite a hard one for me because I've been a bit out of touch the last 6 months due to school having to be done.
Hey, school's a thing.
Yeah, but I'm done with that part of school now. I graduated it a week ago, so
yay!
Maybe now I can actually get to play this game and meet people again.
Man, if I had some rum in my hand right now, I'd break out the Kraken again for you being done with school because that's a thing right there.
Well, done is relative. It's university.
Done for now.
It's university.
Done for now. I understand that.
Yeah, I got about 3 months doing nothing now until hopefully I get into university this fall.
Yay! Good job, buddy.
Yeah, but I I really can only comment on my local bit.
Sure.
Or the ones I play with. It's mainly small games because most of the people I know come from a Warhammer background and having invested way too much money in those armies. Myself included. But we're currently just trying to get together and learn the game, or I try to teach people the game.
Sure.
Because they have this a bit wrongful notion that I actually know the game.
People think I know how to paint.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. So now, which faction would you consider your home faction?
Well, it's the fanatics. Both of them on the War Machine side. I play Retribution and the Menace.
Oh God, you are such a self-hating individual.
Yeah, I know.
You belong on this podcast.
And I'm currently painting as Scarlock Thrall, so.
So you're in the same boat I am. It's like, okay, screw it. I'm playing something overpowered. Where's that Crix at?
More or less. Sadly, it's my girlfriend's Crix. So if you can't really get people to play, you make them an army, and they are bound to play sometime.
There you go.
Yeah.
So what I just realized I was doing here with my Citrus Crix is that usually when I'm doing my metals, I tend to use a Seraphim Sepia wash from Citadel to kind of antique them a little bit. But then I realized as I'm sitting here, that's not what I did with my Crix. I used just a armor wash kind of a thing. So here I am. I'm sitting here, washing all this stuff off, and then I was like, oh crap, I'm washing it with the wrong color. So now I'm quickly using water to get it off of my model before it sets. And it'll be stained a little bit, but it'll be fine. I'll just put the one I'm supposed to be using is more of a black armor wash anyway. So it'll be, by the time I throw that on top of it, nobody will notice.
Well, I think we've all done that mistake.
Yep. It's like I meant to do it. There.
Well, obviously.
So how did you find the other 3 people that you play with?
I shared the 2-player battle box with one.
Okay.
I got Kador, and then I got a friend that I know is interested in painting in general, and he has just painted Warhammer miniatures before.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him which one of all of these factions do you think looks the best, and then he all of a sudden got a circle battle box, just like that.
There you go.
And then I got some friends from the town where I grew up that play more. They visit sometimes. They play Trollbloods and Menoth mainly.
So the 4 factions that you're seeing on a regular basis are Protectorate, Circle, Trollbloods, and
Kador.
Okay.
Yeah, and Protectorate, and yeah.
That's because Protectorate's so goddamn awesome.
Well, it can be fun to play.
It's not a bit of fun to play against, but it can be fun to play.
Well, some mirror matches ain't that much fun when it comes to Protectorates.
No, I had the opportunity to play against some Protectorate when I was playing with my elves, And I'll tell you what, I never really understood that. Hey, it's a negative play experience. Oh, I get it
Until
now.
then.
I get it now. It's a pain in the butt to play against. It's a good faction.
Yeah.
So, what are you painting with us today, sir?
Well, the Scarlet Thrall
Yep, got the
and
Scarlet Throne.
the old Negra one,
Nice.
and Elara jumping off of a cannon from a, what's this called? Vanquisher.
Okay. Nice.
If you could see it, I don't know.
That's that's really great. So for those of you who can't see it who are listening to us, it's Alara, the Kickstarter model, jumping off of the arm off of a Vanquisher. So he's got the Flame Belcher there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And you've got the Griffin in the similar pose, don't you?
That's the one that's wall kicking off a pillar. Of some
Yeah,
sort.
that's the one, the walking up the pillar.
Yeah. I don't really know why I'm doing all those poses, but it's
Because
why
it's
not?
cool and unique and fun.
At this point, it's a theme. You might as well keep going with it.
Yeah. I don't really think I should. Well, I could repose my Hyperion, but I don't really think that would work.
That might be a little bit excessive. I mean, hats off if you do it, but a little excessive.
If I would ever get another one, because this one is almost finished, painted, so it would be a bit of a waste of a painted Hyperion.
I'm going to tell you what, you get a Colossal painted, you don't want to go back.
No. Especially not when you don't really own an airbrush and have to brush paint it all.
Oh God, yeah. Tell me about it. You know, this show was as you well know, this show was founded on the back of painting a adjudicator with a brush.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, that is a negative play experience if there ever was one. That's why when I did my Earthbreaker, it's like, yeah, we can make it all gray. There's no problem with that. We'll make it all gray.
Red.
What's that? Yeah, or red. You could actually. The only way I will ever paint red is with an airbrush.
The spray paint as the base coat was super legit.
Yeah, to use the colored army painter.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's some good
Mama
stuff.
Spencer didn't raise no fool.
No. So I'm having fun painting these paladins. I have to admit, I'm having a good time painting these paladins. I like these guys. So I'm a little bit sad because these paladins are gonna look way better than the ones that I actually own, because I painted my original paladins. I have like 4 or 5 paladins of the wall, and I was in a stage in my painting where I was thinking, I know what I can do. I'll paint everything a solid metal color, and that'll be called armor. And then I'll just wash it and highlight it. I'll just wash it and highlight it, and it'll be done. And I wish I had those as a do-over. I really do. But it'll be okay. I could. I really would. I need to get a new Darton Vilmon, because that's such a cool model. Although, for those of you who are willing to pay up money for the WTC donation thing, I landed these arms on Vilmon perfectly. This is like the best arm landing I've ever had in my entire assembly career. So if you want a paladin and you want Darton Vilmon, spend the money on the WTC thing, because this one's actually going to be pretty legit. So, have you had any games recently, Chris?
Well, I've had this week of school now, so it's been nothing.
Yeah, but you and I haven't talked to each other on the internet in probably about a year.
Oh, that's true. I think we sent each other a New Year, Happy New Year message or something.
Yeah. So have you played a game in the last year?
Yeah, I've had some battle box games trying to get people interested.
There you go.
That's nothing really not really a game for me, just for other people, if you put it like that.
Nice. So have you been to SmogCon yet?
No.
Okay.
That's not all too far away.
So you should come to SmogCon in 2014.
Is it in February or?
It is the end of February.
February.
I hear that
Huh?
the weather could not possibly be worse in England at the time.
Well, it can't really be worse than it is in this country in February.
That's true. You know, it's funny. We have a state here in the United States called Minnesota, and Minnesota is populated for the most part by people who are of Swedish background. And the rumor
Well-
has it that the reason they went there is because the weather was similar.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Now,
Cold and miserable.
it is the worst weather I have ever experienced in my entire life. I lived there for, God, 7 years total, and human beings should not be allowed to live there because. How was your winter, by the way?
Well, it was some months of rain, and then we had snow, and then some rain on the snow, just to make it into ice. That was lovely. And it wasn't really that cold this year.
Okay, this year in the United States, we went down to. There were times, and I kid you not, this state of Minnesota that I was referring to was colder than the surface of Mars.
Well, that makes proper sense.
It makes proper sense for nobody. What are you talking about? This is a planet who eschewed an atmosphere millions of years ago, I guess. I mean, if I wasn't so far behind on Cosmos, I would probably know the exact answer of how long ago Mars had an atmosphere, but it's been a long damn time. And people should not live on Mars. They shouldn't live in Minnesota.
So I think nature tried to make that clear to people then.
Indeed she did. Indeed she did.
Be honest, John. At certain points in the winter, they made it certain that she didn't want anyone to live anywhere in the remote north.
No, your weather in Maryland was blow ass.
Yeah, and my car didn't have heat.
No, that's bad.
That was awesome.
That's
It was
bad.
awesome.
That's real bad.
There were a couple days I'm like, my wife's like, I don't think you should go to work. I'm like, I'll be fine.
Nope. Hypothermia.
No, just dress warm. Come on, people live in places like Minnesota and Alaska. I can drive to work in, negative 10-degree weather. It's not that bad.
Nobody
It's bad for us.
Nobody should lose a limb driving to work.
I wouldn't lose a limb.
Depends on what you work with.
Well, you still probably shouldn't lose a limb, but it's much more likely there. Fair enough.
Well,
Fair enough.
did anyone say that it had to be your limb?
Oh, fair.
Sometimes you gotta set that guy on fire.
I have less problem with other people losing limbs. I mean, it's just unless it's my wife. Other than that, I have less problem with other people losing limbs. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, yeah. Nobody wants your wife to lose a limb. By the way, how's Crash the Bird doing?
She is just talking shit in her cage right now.
Aw, talking shit. That's what that bird's gonna do. Why? Because it's the official bird of Painting with Menoth John.
As birds are wont to do.
She's been quiet. She was loud a couple times, but she's being quiet right now.
Yeah. My dog is, I think, still alive.
One hopes.
I hope the dog's still alive. I hope it didn't die during the course of this show. You can't tell from the smell, I promise you that. She went to that kennel for 3 days. She came back with a tick, and she smells like Satan drove up her asshole with a frickin' fire engine.
Since I have experience with this, John, I'll actually say that dead animals actually do smell different than animals that just bust ass.
Okay, well, I'm sad for that experience. I'm just gonna say that right now. But God, why did we decide to paint for 11 hours, John?
I don't know. I'm getting a little punchy. I'm probably gonna need to eat something more serious than a granola bar in a bit.
Would you please go and eat something, and I'll vamp with.
I'm okay right now.
All right.
I'm in the zone. I'm getting Megalith together.
Yeah.
He reposed. He already looks 10 times as awesome as he did before.
I just want to punch all these models on the table, one by one. I just want to punch them.
That's exactly how I feel about my Dawn Guard Sentinels.
Oh my God! Are you sure, John? We can't just turn on a movie now and just broadcast a movie over the internet.
That'd be good if we could, but
Oh my God, they'd shut us down so fast.
that's really cool.
Belinda Librarian just checked in, wishing us luck. That's good. and and luck. This is the text, and she gives me shit about unintelligible texts. Luck. Command, how is it going? Command, how is it going? What does that even mean? My response is gonna be command with a question mark.
Release a Red Bull Kraken. I don't do Red Bull with Kraken. I don't do Red Bull with much. Actually, I do Red Bull with like apple teeny mix. It sounds gay, but it's really good apple taste with a million caffeines and sugar, and it will keep you up.
It sounds a bit weird, though.
It is a bit weird, but it was those random things. You just get some stuff together. You're like, I'll try that.
It might possibly be gay, but we have no problem with that here on Painting with Menoth, John.
Yeah,
We're supportive of anything that is that. So there you go.
Yes.
I need to read you a text that I sent to Belinda Librarian yesterday because we've gotten to that part of the show where I'm reading texts on the internet as entertainment. So I was at Great America at a water park, and I was letting her know that we were getting ready to leave the park to come home. Okay, we are going on the Sky Tower 1. I can't even read this without laughing. This is terrible. We are going on the Sky Tower 1. I'm in your going to leave. I'm in your going to leave. What the hell? And then her response, question mark, I'm not sure what you're asking, question mark.
Well, at least she replied.
What? I'm in your going to leave? Honestly.
I don't know if you can see that, John, but that's Megalith reposed again.
Oh, that's great. Hang on for a second. I'm going to bring the camera over to show the internet there. They can kind of see it. Rotate it a little bit, would you? I like how you got it's like a gentlemanly megalith. He's got his swag going.
Yeah,
Love it.
Just reposed them. I took them apart and reposed them today, so
that's great. That's fantastic.
I'm not sure they can actually see that. That's kind of pixelated. I'll put some pictures up later.
The brush heads can tell. They know. They absolutely know.
Or we pretend to know.
They pretend to know so that Menoth John doesn't feel bad about himself.
That's enough. It makes me feel better enough that you pretend to know. But
that's nice, John.
Today's already a success.
They patronize me.
The post looked good though.
The pose is awesome. Oh, that's really cool. Where the hell did I put my
chaos?
Chaos
Get the camera
Black?
out and take a picture of that.
Yeah, post that up, man. Where did I put the Chaos Black? Oh, there it is. In the cap that says Chaos Black.
That'll do it.
Yep.
I don't even use Chaos Black anymore. I just get the Vallejo Black because I love the dropper bottle especially for those colors, black and white.
Yeah.
Dropper bottle is super legit.
I've got some left over, so I'm using it up until I run out.
I'm more impressed that you got leftover that works because GW paint.
GW paint back in the day. This is one of the old hexagonal bottles.
Oh, holy crap! Yeah, never mind.
This is legit good paint right now. That's why I use it, is because it's for realsies. I'm gonna find something to use putrid green with because I have that too.
I love that color. That color's legit.
Yup, I haven't found something that is worthwhile to put it on yet. Maybe when I get into my trolls, because I do have a troll army now.
Uh-oh.
Yep, I bought a buddy of mine who was in Logan purchased G'day Blokes Tata Creel. And the Tata Creel, which has pink in it. And so I'm going to you should love that, Chris.
Well,
so I'll have.
I think I missed it if you did. Did you ever finish the boom howlers?
No, I dipped them. Suck it. And because I couldn't stand the look of them. They were hard. Boom howler is going to stay pink. He will be the pink troll. The rest of them are going to be the. I don't even know what color I used anymore. Maybe it was Thrall Flesh. I might have used Thrall Flesh and then did some type of a wash on them to end up with the right color. But I decided that I was not going to do all pink skin trolls. I hated them.
They do sound a bit like a shore, or like having fun painting.
Yep. And so I didn't have fun. I wasn't having fun with them, so I decided to dip them and start over.
I'll
But
tell you what I'll do, Nevindar. I am going to paint one of the troll casters for Who's the Boss pink skin.
yeah, it's fine.
Awesome.
It'll probably be Grim because that's one of the casters I love, and if I sold my trolls, I don't get to play them anymore. But I'll get
that's
him
awesome.
painted up like that.
That's great. What a great commitment.
And then, who's it? Epic Chris asks, question: should I paint the rim of my bases or leave it black?
Oh, that's
First to paint them, but they're more susceptible to chipping.
That's a great question. What's your opinion on this? We've already heard yours, John. Do you have anything else to add on that particular subject?
I just paint the rims black. I don't like. I mean, I do obviously the arc marks, but beyond that, I don't do anything else crazy.
Cool. What about you, Chris? What's your take on that?
Well, I do only arc markers myself because it looks neat usually.
Yep.
If you manage to make them look neat, they look neat.
Yep. There's words to live by right there. I tend to. It depends. Like for me, it's by faction. So it is. My protectorate is all black, and as far as my edges are concerned, some of my other factions like the Citrus Cricks have a purple ring on the outside, and then I use I put some type of I think it's worm green I use for the arc markers. The Mercs get a trader green. No, Mercs get a trader green ring with a magenta arc marker, and then my Signar, because all of the bases on my Signar are Dragonforge design bases that I paint as red sandstone, and they get a Blood Tracker brown ring with a Jackbone arc marker. And I think that Blood Tracker brown one is probably my favorite of the bunch, although that color is a pain in the weenus to paint with because it is so thin. It is such a thin paint. It does not cover worth a crap. So, hey John, what's your what is your least favorite color to paint with?
White.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
It used to be yellow, but I've gotten some tricks. Nope.
Yeah, and you shared that trick with me. I mean, I'd still hate yellow the way I used to until you told me about how you use the what is it called? The moldy ochre.
The moldy ochre, yeah.
What about you, Chris? Which one is your least favorite color to paint?
Oh, that's a tough one because I tried to work out some techniques for myself with every color that I didn't like, but I think it's it used to be white. That much I can say. It used to be white.
Yep.
But it just thin it and layer it, make it good.
Sounds good. I have a trouble even thinning mine enough and layering it enough to get white to work well. That's why my protectorate is almost exclusively sanguine. I pull sanguine and then do almost like a reverse color version of it. I'll put a little bit of Menoth white on it, but only as much as I can get. Like these paladins, the only Menoth white that's going to show up on here are going to be their shoulder pads and this part of their shield, because for a small area, I can tolerate going over that area the 450 times it takes to get a smooth paint job out of it.
Does it look a bit like the alternate paint scheme from, which book was it? Apotheosis or Legends?
You know what? I'd have to go back and look at my old Apotheosis or
it's one of those. They're in the Sanguine Guard or something like that.
Yep.
Or Umber Guard. Umber Guard.
I'll bet you it's pretty close to the Umber Guard.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was back when theme lists were first dabbled with.
I didn't really play back then. I just had to buy the books when I found them.
Yep, that's cool. No, that's cool. So, do you have a flippity bloop, John? Do you think that would be appropriate? I'd love each one of our guests to have the opportunity to do a flippity bloop.
All right. Well, you kind of answered one with him because you talked about SmogCon because Ben Jansen had asked, "What are you planning on getting to anything in the UK?"
Well, Benj is entirely responsible for my future trip to to the UK.
Let's see. Well,
He-
Nevinar, I think we should get one more in tune with the core of Pain with Mouth, John.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Which means something silly.
exactly.
Oh,
Here we go. How about Jason Belsha asked, if you could pick a caster to go epic, who would it be and what spells and abilities within reason and what kind of feat?
You're up first, Chris.
oh, that's
No
good
pressure.
good way to put me on the spot there.
Oh no, we can. I'll tell you what. We can since I tend to. I'll be fine. I'll go ahead and go first because that's usually
Yeah,
what I
please.
do. And you're a guest in my house, and we don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. So let's see. If I could choose a caster to go epic, and if I had to just choose one, I'm going to go epic Amon.
Ooh.
Now epic Amon, he okay. So first off, I want to make Amon be I'm going to shift his focus, okay? Because he is ostensibly one of Protectorate's Jack casters right now, and the problem that arises from Amon is that he spends his stack, and he almost always dies. And Epic and for Mark 1 Amon was even worse when that clown was a Focus 5 caster. So he's right now on Focus 6. And I don't know that we can make the justification for a Focus 7 Amon Adraza, as much as I would love it. So I'm going to give him he needs to be all about the focus efficiency. So the first spell I'm going to give him is Iron Aggression. Because it's the first, I really think that Iron Aggression is a great spell. I think that it's already in faction. Let's go ahead and let's give it to him, even though Epic Res got to keep it. We'll say that they're going to hand it out like candy, like they've been doing with Force Hammer and stuff like that. So first spell he's going to have is going to be that. So that's a 3 focus caster spell. So that's going to be, he's going to probably need to have the Hierophant with him anyway. So we're going to say that that's his first spell. I'm going to give him Defender's Ward. Because Defender's Ward is a great spell, and one of the problems with the current Amon is that his defense isn't high enough and his armor isn't high enough. The guy will die to random blast damage like no other caster in the game, except maybe Gareth. And so we're going to give him Defender's Ward. So that's 5 focus. And then since he's a 6 focus caster, he probably needs 4. Does he need 4 or 5, do you think, spells?
4 or 5, either one.
Okay.
If you go super powerful, they tend to take one off sometimes for a non-spellcasty dude.
Okay. I'm not going to give him Purification. That'd be silly. I think I want to give him Ignite. And then we're going to give him Mobility.
Oh, no. He's got to have a crappy nuke then. So you got to give him some crappy nuke.
Okay, so then he'll get one more spell on his card. A crappy nuke. He will take Convection. Yeah.
I like Convection. It's
2 cost should you nuke.
It's range 10, power 12. I don't mind paying 2 for that.
It's a boostable hand cannon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Short range. So there you go. Epic Amon, you just heard it. Privateer, get on it. We want it.
Well, I'm gonna add something, John. This is crazy talk.
Okay, it's crazy talk.
He should have Field Marshal gang fighter for his Warjacks.
Ooh.
They gang with other Menath Warjacks because that sort of fits his theme.
It does, and and if you're going to take away synergy, that would be a way of giving him some focus efficiency, without necessarily having him. It's one less spell on his card. It's just an innate ability, which is kind of how they've done epic casters in the past.
Yeah, because with all those upkeeps, he's never gonna have focus to give out.
Nope, exactly. There you go. He's going to hate every purification caster in the game.
Yes.
Because he's going to reset them and it's going to suck. Maybe
hate epic errors.
Should we give him rebuke?
No. I don't think we should give anyone rebuke ever.
Rebuke should have left the game in the playtest for Mark II.
Rebuke and Fear of God, those two should be gone.
Yeah, and probably distraction.
The distraction's not an upkeep, so it's okay. Like it sounds weird, but you could just limit the spells to once per turn. But all of those upkeeps on enemy models should just either be low end or just go away.
Upkeeps on enemy on enemy models should not start in play, like frickin' Denegra.
Yeah, I want to play against that list. One of the guys locally is playing it well. I want to play against it and see if Mad Hammer's got game.
Man, that's rough. Anyway,
all right.
So now you're on this. You're up next, Chris.
Yeah, fared as much. Well, one of the casters I wanted to go epic, they did make go epic. That's Resnick, obviously.
Yay!
But I kind of want an epic Ron.
Hey, Ron!
Mainly because it's one of my most played casters.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah. But I'm not really sure what to give an epic Ron.
Okay, so off his spell card, what does he get to keep?
Well, he could keep the telekinesis.
I think he should keep telekinesis.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think he should keep it because he's the only caster in Retribution that has telekinesis.
Yep.
It's totally okay for him to keep it.
Well, it's not a bad spell, really.
Nope.
But I quite like his spell list. I'm not really sure why.
It's a good solid combination of stuff. I'm not sure where you'd go with him, honestly. You'd almost have to focus one way or the other.
Yeah, it's quite hard to say how you could get more out of being a force mage, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's probably why we haven't seen one. It's not inherent where you have no idea where to go with him.
Well, just give him 10 focus, just to be silly.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, They haven't learned the lesson from. They obviously haven't learned their lesson from the Harbinger and the Witch Coven yet.
No, but make it sort of like Amon's old rule, if I remember correctly, where he's got to give up, make him give up his movement to get 2 extra focus. That would actually be remotely fair. That way he can't move into position and do that. Yeah. He'd have to rely on Arcanodes.
That depends if he could move himself with a spell. No.
But still, then you're wasting that 2 focus to telekinesis yourself, so you might as well just walk.
Well, it's true, but it looks a lot better cinematically on the table.
Oh, yeah.
I can't move, but I'm going to teleport myself or telekinesis myself over that building. I'm not really sure how, but I'm going to do it.
Well, we finally managed to get paint on the keyboard here for the first time. That was pretty good. It's about time I got some paint on this thing, to be honest. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break here, folks, just for a second for biology and whatnot. I will be right back here on Painting with Menoth John. You guys smoke them if you got them.
Well, I will. I'll go into what I would do for an epic caster. Well, John's not here to say all sorts of crazy things about whatever I choose. I would probably go. I'm thinking epic Ashlyn, and I'd love to get sidekick on her because she needs more defense and not knock down when next to a Jack. Especially since she can take someone like Gallant, and that would be super legit. Def 15 Jacks, those are good, especially with her feet.
Yeah.
What else would she have? I don't know. Maybe she had Twister and Distraction. Maybe give her let her keep Distraction. She never actually uses it. Maybe give her Wind Blast or something cool like that you never see.
Just have stuff on the card, right?
Yeah, just I mean, it's got some corner case use. Well, here I haven't really read the early stuff for her, but apparently she was all about distraction and all, but sort of like a illusionist almost. But this is my theory. I can say what I want. So that her crappy nuke's going to be, let's see. I guess they could give her the standard, force hammer like they're giving everyone. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, sure. I hardly see that played.
Sure. Then maybe instead of quicken, give her like I don't know, the one that gives them tactical supremacy instead. That would be a cool sort of similar but changing.
Yeah.
And then top it off with I don't know, some sort of unit, strength buff or something crazy like that.
Why not make her into a Warcaster unit?
That could be cool. Warcast unit with Anastasia and somebody else in the same unit. Ah, I like that.
I was
Anastasia wouldn't do
thinking,
the same stuff anymore because that would be
yeah,
totally crazy.
I was
But
thinking to add some like kind of duelist or something.
oh no, there you go. It's her. It's Anastasia, and then it's like Gaston as the third model in there.
Oh, obviously.
Or why not? And
Yeah.
it's sort of like the Black Third. It's sort of like the Wither Shadow. So while Anastasia's around, they all have stealth. There we go. I'm in. We're making this work.
I think you should pitch that one to Writer Press.
Yeah. So I need to get laughed at directly by them. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
While we were going, Sergeant Apple had a good one. He wants to see an epic grail. He becomes a skinwalker, gives warp wolves a new warp, and he can have like Hunter's Mark and get a reach weapon. And that's pretty basic stuff, but I'm down with that. That seems like that would be really legit cool. Well, that's good. Dying's bad.
Yeah. No worries. Well, probably. I just need to be a bit prepared as well, I think.
How about I turn on the microphone so our listeners can actually hear what the hell I'm saying? So yeah, we don't have time for any kind of professionalism on this show. So don't you worry about that. We'd love to have you on again. Really feel bad about having how long it took to get you on. But if we can have you on again soon, we'd sure appreciate it.
Well, as I said, I got 3 months off school and with nothing to do, so I probably have can find a time.
Fantastic. All right, so here I'm gonna have to let you go if you want to hang up on your end.
Yeah, I could do that.
And then I am going to try to add someone to this call. So thanks a lot and appreciate it. And hey, Ron.
Ron.
All right, so we'll wait for Chris here to hit the off button. There he goes. I see him pressing the buttons now. There he goes. All right, now we're going to bring on our next guest. We're going to try to bring on our next guest. Let's be honest about this. So let's see here. I'm going to bring on Kevin Clark. Hopefully he's ready to go. And we are adding him. And we will see how this goes. So for those of you,
all go poorly.
Oh, this has to work out properly.
Absolutely.
So we've been on for 7 hours now? No.
I lost track somewhere.
9, so that's 4, 5, 6 hours we've been on. And Kevin's not coming on. So I'm going to contact him.
5 hours? 5 hours.
5 hours? Yeah, 5 hours. Seems like 25 hours. Okay,
it's been a great time so far.
No, I'm having a great time. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, when I got that megalith repos and I got some work done on Earthbreaker, I'm super productive.
Okay, Kevin just messaged me. It'll be 2 seconds. So he's getting there. Oh, let's see here.
Well, we'll use that. Definitely do that one for him. Let's see if there's anything else. I'm trying to see good flippity bloops because we got quite a few up. They're going to hit a couple up for some of these. Those are the painting ones. We'll probably get all of those with, God, what's his name? My brain stopped. Your first co-host.
Oh, my first with Adam.
Yeah, he's a bit of a painter, isn't he?
He's good. Yeah, absolutely. Some of the crew are watching and painting. It's still going. 3 hours. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Howdy.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome to the show. We have a real personality with us right now. And by real personality, we're talking about somebody that has a personality. We have Mr. Kevin Clark. Kevin Clark, say hello to the Brushheads.
Hello.
And Mr. John Spencer, you may have heard me talk about him in the past. This is Mr. John Spencer, our co-host with the host.
How's it going?
Kevin? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. So, hey,
Okay.
Hey, just wanted to thank you for coming on the show here. We are in hour 5 of this show. This may not have been the best idea I've ever had in my entire life, but we're having a good time, and we are doing our level best here. Kevin, I wanted to welcome you to the show so that we could get you have probably a different perspective than a lot of people when it comes to the gaming industry and to the game that a lot of us play here, War Machine, because you are a former Privateer Press employee.
It's true. I worked there for 7.5 years, something like that. All through, I think I started in the packing department. We were packing out the Signar mechanics for their release. Way back when the shipping warehouse was in the social room of Brian Snowdy's condo building, which maybe a 25 by 25 room, and you knew it was time to go home at the end of the day because your workspace was full of the product you'd made all day, and you couldn't do anymore.
That's great. But one of the big reasons why I wanted to bring you on, Kevin, was since your time at Privateer, you've moved on to a lot of different projects, and you are right now you've got your own game company. Is that not correct?
That is true.
And that is Ironbox Games, correct?
That is. Me and Justin McCoy of Secret Weapon Miniatures fame got together to start our own kind of game design and publishing company.
That is fantastic. And so to date, tell us a little bit about what are the games that you guys have, and I'd also love to get some perspective on where you are with, I believe you've got a new Kickstarter that's about to kick off. If you don't, I don't know if that's the right thing to say or not, but
it sounds good.
Yeah, whatever. This is my show. I'll call it whatever I goddamn please. There you go. So tell us a little bit about kind of where Ironbox is and what you've got going on.
So we have, we have one game on the market right now, which is Angry Sheep, which we played at TempleCon. I think we did, you and me. Mm-hmm. Over some kind of beverages.
That'll happen. That will happen.
This wants to happen at TempleCon.
Yes.
Or was it Adepticon? I don't remember. It's all blurring together now.
It's all good.
So Angry Sheep is a dice game. It's awesome. Play it. That is all. Justin was running a Kickstarter last year for the game, and the campaign didn't go super well for a variety of reasons that had very little to do with the actual product and a lot more to do with the pitch. And Kickstarter can be very fickle sometimes.
Sure.
But there was enough support that we looked at the product and we looked at what was going on, and we're like, you know what, we're gonna make this anyways. So we went ahead and did, and it's doing really well. And it's tough for a new company to get into distribution and to get into the sales market. So we're fighting those fights and doing that thing. But everywhere we've taken it to, we've sold through it. We sold out. We sold out with the little bit we took to TempleCon. We sold out of I don't even remember how many cases now. We brought more than we thought we were going to sell to Adepticon, and we sold through all of it before the end of the day on Saturday. So
that's really
everybody
impressive.
who's played it, everybody that I've talked to or showed it to has had a good time with it. It's just a fun little dice game, It's not a lot of there's not a lot of stuff to it. It's very straightforward and like, hey, we got 15 minutes to kill. Let's play some Angry Sheep.
Yeah, not every game has to be frickin' Twilight Imperium.
It's a true story. If they all were, we would have a lot less time on our hands. Or a lot less people would play games.
Exactly. Because no one would put up with that crap.
So that is our first product. It's out on the market now. It's great. You can get it off our website or tell your store to hound their distributor, which is the best way to get a product into distribution, by the way, is get the stores to hound their sales reps, because then the sales rep hound the buyers, and then the buyers do their job.
Nice.
That's the thing. Supply chain, yeah.
Yay! I remember supply chain. That's how I lost my gig as a press ganger. Commenting on press gangs on supply chains. There you go. So don't do that if you're a press ganger. Just letting you know.
So our next thing, the Kickstarter you were talking about, is a card game that is called Fill in the Blank.
Okay.
The game was designed by Jeff Bellinger, who some of you may or may not know as the guy behind Killer Bunnies.
Okay.
Which has been
just a small little game.
It's a small little game. It's been around for not very long, like 25 years, I want to say.
Yep.
Quite some time. So Jeff was introduced to me a few years ago by a mutual friend of ours, Ross Thompson.
Yep.
Who happened to be in Jeff's math class, because Jeff is a math teacher professionally.
Nice.
In high school, and Ross knows him from there and got into doing playtesting stuff for Killer Bunnies and all that stuff, and introduced me when we were working at Cool Mini or Not, because Jeff wanted to do some more games. So we started talking about it then, and I'm obviously no longer with Cool Mini or Not, and they didn't follow up on it, so we followed up on it. Now Ironbox is working with Jeff to make a bunch of his various products.
Very cool.
And so we got a bunch in the pipe, but Fill in the Blank is going to be the first one. It's a really straightforward game about it's kind of akin to, you could say, like Apples to Apples, or those sort of like Mad Libs, or the old Match game was what he referred to, that he thought it was the most similar to, like old school.
Yeah, Match Game. I remember Match Game when it was Match Game 76 and Match Game 77. So.
Yeah, no, that's what he was talking about, and so the idea is that a player will read a story card, and the story card will say something like, Green Lantern was really drunk when he got home last night, and he tried to recharge his ring with blank. And there's three options, A, B, and C. One of them is blank, so the reading player gets to fill in the blank, as it were. And so you would say something like his car, a head of lettuce, his bed. And that's A, B, and C. So then I, the reading player, will select A, B, or C. And everybody else is going to attempt to either match what my guess is, they're trying to guess what I guessed, or they're trying not to match what I selected. And that's determined by a card flip before you read the story card. And if you match it, then you get to then you score cards. If you do whatever that card says, you get to score cards. If you don't, then you don't. Go on to the next player, read the card, and move on. So I like it because it automatically kind of tailors itself to the audience.
Sure.
Like if I'm playing with my, like my brother's family and his kids and stuff, my responses will be tailored accordingly. If I'm playing with just a bunch of guys at the game store, my responses will probably be horrible. But I can tailor that so that the game is always in the vein I want it to be in.
Sure, it can go all the way from a family game to Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah, and one of the things, one of my buddies who we were just playing last night, we were filming some of the gameplay stuff, which I haven't seen yet, so hopefully it turned out. But he was sitting there and he'd read the card. And he's like, I don't know, I feel like I'm on the spot. I'm like, at the end of the day, if you read the card, you don't have a good answer, just say something dumb. It doesn't matter. So there's one about somebody trying to sneak into the country, like a border patrol agent caught a guy sneaking into the country in the weirdest way they've ever seen. And it's like A is blank and B is taco and C is a submarine or something like that. and he's like, I don't know what to say. No, I've got it. Taco. It's A, taco, B, taco, C. And the question then became, did he choose A, taco, or B, taco? And that was very tangential for about 3 minutes. Because it was, if you don't have an answer, say something dumb, like pants. It's pants. It's pants.
Well, that sounds really fun. Sounds like
And it's so it's a cute little game. It'll be up on Kickstarter, God willing, before the end of the month of June here. We're waiting for Kickstarter to get back to us and approve everything like they do.
So no, actually, I don't know what that is. But how does one go about doing a Kickstarter? Because you've been a part of a few of them.
Quite a few. When you create your account, you have to verify yourself as some kind of real entity and attach appropriate things to it, like bank account information and so on.
Okay.
So they can vet that the creators are some kind of
legit
thing.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily legit, but just a real entity.
Okay.
And then you put together your campaign, and you basically make that page that everybody sees, the front Kickstarter page.
Okay.
So you put that together, and you send it to Kickstarter, and they will read it and decide if they think you follow their rules. If they do, then they will greenlight it, and you can set it to launch whenever you're ready.
Okay.
And that's basically that.
And that's
usually takes about, I don't know, maybe two. We plan for 2 to 3 weeks when we're putting the things together.
That makes sense.
If it's your first project, you are under a lot more scrutiny than if it was, say, your 5th project.
Sure.
Because at that point, they know you know the gig and they'll look at it. But
now, Kevin, I know I'm pretty familiar with the different things that you've worked on over the years because we've stayed in touch and things like that, and we've played Rock Band together and all that kind of fun stuff. Tell me, what are some of the different Kickstarters that you've been a part of that some of the listeners might have heard of?
Most of the Kickstarters that I've been involved in are all from Cool Mini or Not. So if you're familiar with their products and their Kickstarters, up until Wrath of Kings, I have been involved in all of them.
Okay.
So that runs from Relic Knights and Sedition Wars and Zombicide and Guilds of Cadwallon and Zombicide 2 and Wrath of Kings. And I feel like I'm missing Chaos Ball.
Also Rivet Wars.
In there. Also, definitively Rivet Wars, which was probably my favorite project out of all of those because Ted Terranova is one of my favorite people on Earth.
That is, I'll tell you what, I've had so much fun with my kids with that game. It is such an approachable game. The rules are tight. It's a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that whole project, everything about it, and it is just an awesome product. And Ted's aesthetic for the game is so great, and takes the meat grinder of World War I, like trench warfare, and makes it cute.
Somehow, because that is ostensibly the worst, most horrible war ever fought on this planet.
Yeah. And if you look at, the best part is if you look at the comics he's done and the different things, they're all these cute little characters, but it's horribleness. The first one I remember ever seeing is as a buddy's, there are 2 guys in a trench who are having a conversation, and a shell hits the edge of the trench, and the one guy is there, and he's like, man, that was close, and he looks over and his buddy's intestines are hanging out, and his lower half is gone because it caught him, but it's the little Rivet characters. So you're like, it's so cute, and you're like, that's his guts.
That's great. I thoroughly, like I said, I thoroughly enjoy that game. It is.
Did you see the airplanes and stuff they were showing off at CMON Expo last weekend?
I saw some real brief pictures of it, but boy, they sure look they've come along. I know they had some production problems.
They look so good.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to it. I know that I'm in for some of the air stuff, but not all of it. I didn't get the whole Megillah and the Kickstarter, but I am looking forward to that finishing off. I'm probably done with Zombicide. Probably had enough Zombicide.
So I genuinely, we played locally here. We played that game every week, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
For longer than I think we've ever played any one game consistently with my board game group.
Yep.
We usually rotate out at least once a month.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun with that game. When the Season 2 stuff came out, we played a crap load of that too. There's a lot of great stuff. I love the dogs, and the zombie dogs are terrifying, and
yep.
All of that stuff's really neat. But I don't know where they're going to go from here, and I don't. I have no knowledge on what Season 3 is going to look like. And I know they started teasing it.
Yeah, they started. I think there's a general apathy, though. I mean, I think that most of the comments I saw when I saw the the season 3 teasers come, it was like, really? I think I've got enough. Thanks already.
Yeah, they really have to. They're gonna have to step up the game, right? If they want people to stay engaged.
I completely
And
agree.
we'll see what they do. Maybe they do it. Maybe they'll do another 2 million out of it. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly going to be, I think, a lot of people that are going to go after it because I mean, it's a franchise they understand, and you know they have obviously there's a lot of completionists out there that will want to go after it just because it's more Zombicide. Let's get some of that. But
Yeah.
You're right. I think they are going to have to genuinely reinvent themselves if they're going to want to catch the lightning in the bottle that was the first 2 seasons.
Yeah. Like Toxic and Berserk Zombies were really neat, but they were also the obvious like steps.
Yep.
So they're going to have to take some non-obvious innovation-related steps to make it happen. And I hope they do. I had a lot of fun with that game. I'd like to continue having fun with that game. I think it's great. I ran at CMON Expo last year. I ran a double-blind 16-player 24-tile game.
Wow.
Wherein you were only allowed to talk to the players in the same square as you. And we set it at night, so you could only see like 1 or 2 spaces away, just like buildings. So you couldn't see anybody. All you could see is the noise tokens on the board. And that was pretty much that. And we decided zombies are quiet, so you can't see those. So, great things would happen. Like you open a door and nothing populates the square that you can see. So does that mean somebody opened the door already? Or does that mean there's just not a zombie right there?
Oh, that's great.
There could be 3 runners, 1 more step in. Like, I don't know what's in there. Yeah, so we ran that. That was super fun. And
that would sounds like a really, really, really good time.
Yeah, it was a piece of work, but we made it happen, and it was very enjoyable. It was very enjoyable. I tell you what, man, sewer flips when you got that many tiles and that many players on the board. That's a hell of a
thing. Bad things are happening right the hell now.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. So, so you got this new Kickstarter going.
Yes.
Is there anything else in the pipeline that you want to share with us at all at this point in time?
Sure. We played some more games at TempleCon.
Yes, we did.
We had Skid Marks there, which our
Skid Marks
is doing. We got a bunch of the art coming through for that, and that's trucking along.
Pardon the pun.
So Skid Marks should hopefully be coming to Kickstarter August-September range is what we're targeting right now. It's a little more of an involved process than a card game, so we have to. It's a lot more work.
Got it. So for those of us who don't know it, I mean, obviously John knows Skid Marks because Squidly lives in his general area.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to give us the elevator pitch on what Skid Marks is?
So Skid Marks is a demolition derby / death race board game where all of the players you have your cars have weapons, you are trying to get to the end, everybody is trying to kill everybody. It's dice driven, similar to now I can't think of any games that are King of Tokyo is similar to that.
Okay.
Where you're rolling a bunch of resources and the resources determine what you're able to do.
Sure. That's what I likened to it when I was at TempleCon playing it. It seemed like it had a very similar to King of Tokyo type of dice mechanic.
Yeah, and we tweaked the mechanic from when you played it last. We pulled movement off of the standard dice and turned it into its own dice.
Oh.
The reason being is that movement is almost always the right choice in that game, and it was weighted heavily as a result. So putting it onto its own dice allowed the rest of the game to have more gameplay. So what we see immediately when we started testing it is people are buying more cards, people are using more bad things. There's like all of the rest of the game is happening at higher frequency.
Yep.
So better.
Yes, you're interacting with the game at a higher level at that point.
Yeah. So it's been it's tested really well. Again, everybody we showed it to's really liked it. We're targeting, if we're really lucky, we'll get in around a $50 or $60 price point. We're still waiting for quotes back from from the factory. So we're not looking for a big $100 box game. We're just trying to make a cool board game that you race around on. There's a lot of expansion ideas. I know we've been talking about the idea of the pace truck was one that we came up with at TempleCon. So it's like Frank is got his giant like murder truck, like a big 16-wheeler, and he's when they decide the race isn't going well enough, they just put him at the back of the line and go. And your job is to get away from the truck that will crush you to death. Like,
That's great.
keeps pace. It's like a pace car in NASCAR, except from behind.
And with death.
With lots of extra death.
So the idea that we had that little expansion thing we could release for that, and some different track options and more, more cars and more drivers and all of that stuff. So there's a lot of cool stuff that'll come with it. I think it's a really fun game, and I know Jan really wants to run with the setting and run with the world, and work on doing some kind of like more miniatures, like more of a hobby product with like cars and things, because there's a couple out there that have tried to do it. What is that called? Aberrant Games makes one. War or something. I can't remember. Anyways, it's got like little dune buggies and stuff like that, and like some race car stuff. It's kind of neat, but there aren't any really good like car demolition derby kind of Car Wars-esque hobby products. They just aren't a thing.
Yeah,
not since like Dark Future back in the old GW days.
Going way back.
Yeah, way back.
So I that's an option of something we want to try to maybe move into, and so there's a lot of things on the table with that. And Jan's really great to work with because he knows the space and he understands the challenges and all of that. So it's fun because it can be a really challenging. So the industry is very weird because it's populated by a bunch of people who know how the industry works, and the rest of the world around us can be very foreign. Like I really get the gaming industry, but my understanding of business and marketing and all of that really doesn't apply super well to the real world, outside of basic like human simplicities. But like I would never be able to write a marketing plan for a real product. I could write a marketing plan for a gaming product.
Well, then, as it turns out, you're probably in the right industry then.
It seems like I've made a correct decision.
Well, that's fantastic. So skid marks, I know that I'm personally very excited about because I got the demos when I was at TempleCon and fell in love with it very quickly. Seems like a very approachable game in much the same way that that King of Tokyo is approachable. I think that a lot of people are going to get a huge kick out of it.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I had a blast when I was playing it. When Jan pitched the idea to me originally, he was going out to a show that Justin was going to be at. And I was like, when you're there, you need to go find Justin and show him your game. And he's like, okay. So he did, and Justin called me that night and was like, so this guy came and found me. So I didn't get in touch with Justin about this. And showed me this game, and it's awesome. We're going to make this game now.
That's really great.
So that's yeah.
So that's just that's the skid marks.
That's the skid marks.
And then we played another game when we were at TempleCon as well.
Oh God, which one did we play?
We played a card. We played a card game where you were murdering members of your family.
Oh yeah, that's another one of the games that we're working on with Jeff.
It's a light little title.
Kill Your Relatives.
Yep.
Kill Your Relatives, which is a fun kind of like a memory game. I would say.
Yeah.
A little bit of a memory element to it, and a little bit of luck and some random and some all kinds of good stuff. Not sure when that's coming yet. Working on it.
Okay.
Art is in process and all those good things.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. And then we're making our own stuff too, someday.
Exactly. So
yeah. The difficulty of starting your own business is that you don't have any money.
Yeah.
And so a lot of what we do right now, like me and Justin aren't collecting anything from the company because we're putting it all back into future development and all of that. So it really splits my time out because I still have to pay my bills. So I'm working a day job right now so that I can eat and sleep warm.
Yeah.
And
It turns out that
then
homelessness doesn't work out that well.
it screws you with your internet connection.
That's the worst part.
Which is really, honestly, I could probably be okay with like a blanket under like a freeway overpass if I had good internet. But I hear they don't really run good internet to under freeway overpasses. So
10 times out of 10, Comcast isn't going to stand for that.
yeah, they're really just, there's no outlets.
Bunch of-
there's no existing cable.
Bunch
Like,
of
they'll want money to run you. Yeah, it's just not worth it.
bunch of bastards. Just another example of the man keeping a brother down.
Exactly. That is exactly what it is. So yeah, it makes things kind of challenging to do not immediately urgent work because we've got the stuff we're working on right now, and I have 3 different games that I have kind of on the back burner that I work on occasionally.
Mhm.
A cool like airship pirate game, dice game thing, which I think is really neat. And I think I told you about did I tell you about my politics game I've been working on?
I don't know that you did. Share that with
So
me.
I came up with this idea during the election, the presidential election, so many years ago
Mhm.
now, that I really hate politics
It's a lot to hate.
as a rule. Politicians are generally very skeezy, but more importantly, the infrastructure that is what they do, that facilitates what they do, is terrifying. So I wanted to write this game that is basically a satire of the process wherein a bill gets passed.
Okay.
So the game is all about the social element at the table. It's a very social game.
Mhm.
Basically, I have a bill that I want to put forward, and that bill scores me points.
Okay.
And it may score other people at the table less points. So there's motivation for people to want it. And the way that bill gets passed is at the end of the round, we call for a vote, and everybody votes. And if majority wins, it wins. The bill becomes a rule, and then now I score my points. Other people score their points. Some people maybe lose points, whatever.
Yep.
So that's the really basic idea of how democracy works.
Indeed.
So then there's these other cards that we can play on each other to create scandal, to create, fear or paranoia, or I can make promises.
Okay.
For example, I can allow you to attach a rider to my bill that gives you points, even though normally you wouldn't get any.
Mhm.
But you promised to vote for me. So now I'm letting you add additional qualifiers to my thing because of a deal we're making.
This is getting dangerously close to reality.
It is. Like I said, I was really unhappy with things. I'm just gonna write it all down and I'm gonna turn it into a game and be like, haha, isn't it a funny game? This really happens.
This is how politics actually works.
This is business as usual. There's so much hatred for this. Anyways, yeah, I've been working on that for a while. I'll probably try to target to get that out the next big election cycle because people will be paying attention and it'll make me happy.
There you go. Do you have a current name for it?
Playing politics.
Playing politics? That's a great name for it.
I was really happy with that. Like normally I naming things is my bane. But that one came together very quickly.
That is really great. Now, I've been kind of dominating the conversation here a little bit. John, do you have any questions about kind of the gaming world and the gaming industry?
Oh, not really. Forget, I actually worked in the gaming industry for a long time.
Oh, that's correct.
I've worked at a distributor. I worked at Games Workshop. I actually ran a couple stores, owned my own store. I'm fairly familiar, actually. And he already answered everything about skid marks I was going to ask, or just ask Jan. So, I mean, that works too.
I'm in the thank you for vamping for me because I'm trying to rearrange part of our schedule here while we're talking.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I'm actually focusing on painting right this second.
Oh, shush. Don't do that. That's what this show is supposedly all about.
This is why I don't normally get much painted while we're doing this, because I'm busy doing the other stuff.
Well, here's the conflict I've got is that Ed Defoe is he originally had the 3:00 Mountain Time schedule, and the podcast guys aren't going to be around then, so we need to move them forward. So they're going to be in his slot at 4 p.m., which is 3 p.m. Mountain Time. This is Kevin. This is the most amazing logistical nightmare ever. This 11-hour podcast.
It's the best idea you've had.
I saw your original post and I was like, that is ambitious.
It's worked out pretty good so far. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 confirmed guests.
That's strong.
And everybody's been absolutely on time and good to talk. So it's been great.
And we're keeping about the same number of people watching live, so that's legit.
Oh, this is terrible news. The Pirate Bay co-founder, Peter Sunday, reportedly arrested in Sweden.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Good job, Nevendar. Way to screw up all the torrents. I'm going to blame you for everything that happens in Sweden, Nevendar.
Well, I'll tell you what, John. I'm going to get some flippity bloops here, and we'll ask Kevin, see if we can find
Oh my God,
somewhat...
Kevin's good for some flippity bloops.
Let's see. What we got hiding out here?
Oh my God, I'm tired of painting. So fucking tired of painting.
Oh, I'm not. I'm barely scratched this guy.
Oh, God.
Don't scratch him.
Don't scratch. You're supposed to paint him.
Well, that's what I've been doing wrong. Crap.
Okay, flippity bloops. So we're good. Let's get a couple flippity bloops in here.
All right. Oh, here we go. Christopher Tatro asks, Der Kommissar versus 99 Luftballons. Which German English 80s crossover hit reigns supreme?
Okay, so I've got some very strong opinions on this.
Uh-oh.
Which is interesting, because why one would have a strong opinion on this particular subject is anybody's guess.
That was well asked.
So I'm going to go with 99 Luftballon, because if I'm going to do it right, I'm going to say it all in German, because it was with Nina and she was hot. So I'm going to go with the hot German chick, because for obvious reasons. Because you always go with the hot German chick whenever possible, and go with 99 Luftballon. So what say you, Mr. Kevin Clark?
I was going to agree with you, largely on account of not knowing what the other song is.
Oh,
Dr. Commissar? Oh.
I wish I could violate. I don't think I have it in my iTunes though.
I don't either.
I'm not going to sing it either.
Well,
I'll go find it later, I promise.
I could quote sing it, but it wouldn't really be much in the way of singing.
No, something about a commissar's in town. Uh-oh. And that's about all yeah, that's about as far
I actually go with Der Kommissar because I do like 99 Luftballons, but it's not as listenable as Der Kommissar. It gets old real quick. The second time in a row or second time in a day, you're just like, really again?
True.
Commissar, you're good for a couple.
I think I also have a lot of good memories associated with that song too, and that might be it too.
That's right.
I think there's definitely some things there somewhere in the back of my brain from way back in high school, 100 million years ago.
Probably a female involved. Who knows?
Probably. I mean, honestly, if we're being honest.
Of course we're honest. This is Painting with Menoth John. We don't truck in any kind of dishonesty or pulling of punches. We bring it real. We're keeping it real here on Painting with Menoth John.
Keeping it real.
Yo. So there you go. So there's your opinion. Do we have any other flippity bloops we want to talk about?
We can do another one here. This one might be up his alley, or it'll just fall flat.
Or it'll be up as whatever.
Rich wants to know, what's your favorite tabletop RPG?
Tabletop RPG. I actually really enjoyed, its flaws aside, I really enjoyed the Fantasy Flight Warhammer Fantasy roleplay.
Okay.
Largely for a lot of the reasons that people hated it, which is because it has so many components and like all the cards and the stuff. I don't think the execution was perfect, but I love the idea of it.
Okay.
One of the things I really enjoyed about it is that all the challenges are this big constructed dice pool of various custom dice. And as the GM, that writes all of the it solves one of the things for RPGs that irritates me, which is the antagonistic relationship with the GM, where people view the GM as the antagonist, or the GMs view themselves as the antagonist, and they're not. Your job is to moderate. You're the moderator on the panel. You're not you shouldn't have an opinion. You should just be guiding the conversation.
Sure.
And at least as far as I see, I mean, you do what you want. As long as you're having fun, I really don't care.
Yeah.
But that's how I see it. So that when you rolled the dice and I'm like, oh, you got 3 of those things, and the thing you were doing says if you get 3 of those things, this bad thing happens to you. And, like the criticals and the bad effects, all of it was there and generated, but in a way that wasn't Rollmaster, which is important, because never be Rollmaster.
I agree 100%. Never be Rollmaster.
I'm actually really excited to see what WotC does with 5th edition D&D.
Oh, you weren't in the playtest at all?
I signed up for it and I got the emails, but I genuinely never had time to read it.
Hey guys, I got to check out for just a little bit. My son is going back with his mom, so I'm going to go see him off, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Well, I guess we'll talk about role-playing games.
Yeah, talk about role-playing games. That's great.
RPGs!
Yeah, I saw the playtest for D&D 5th edition. We looked at a couple versions, and we just checked out because it wasn't really our thing. It took everything we liked from 4th edition because, we really liked it. There's a lot of space in that game they didn't use.
Mm-hmm.
And being miniature gamers first, the faults with it don't bother us too much. But it seems like they're too much trying to win back some of the people who they lost with 4th edition and go bring back some of those sacred cows and all.
Which a little bit makes sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with staying true to it, but you got to stay true to it. And I really liked Pathfinder. I really liked 3rd edition D&D. I played more of those than probably any other RPG that I've played to date, just because it was in the period of time when I played a lot of RPGs. Like, we played 2 games a week, which is madness.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, for the sacred cow is the right term. For the sacred cow that D&D is, it is antiquated game theory. Yeah. Like the leveling system and XP and like everything, spells per day and memory, like all of those things. I get that it's always been that way and they're what they are, but they're awful.
Yeah, they actually hurt the role playing of it more than any other part of the game, the leveling and stuff.
Yeah. Well, and like, so I was working on an RPG with a buddy many, many, many years ago. And his only experience with RPGs was D&D, 3rd edition. And he wanted to build this alignment system into it. And I'm like, that's dumb. I hate that. Alignment's terrible. As a guiding principle, sort of like your character's personality, that's fine. But as a mechanic that rules interact with, that's awful. And he's like, yeah, but how do you know if somebody's evil? I'm like, I don't know. How do you know if somebody's evil? Like, you don't. That's exactly. The point. Like, that's life. That's all we can do is, you just hope and and their actions tell you what the answers are. And it's your interpretations of that decides one thing or the other. So you don't know.
Yeah.
And what's evil to me isn't necessarily evil to you. Like, it's the great paladin argument, right? Like, paladin goes through and commits mass genocide to a goblin town because goblins are evil. So who's the bad person? The goblins that weren't hurting anybody, or the lunatic that came through and sorted a bunch of babies?
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I hope it's going to be good, but we were kind of out at that point. We've tried to run 480 when we can, but
yeah. Well, and my big hope is, again, it's the same thing as we were talking about Zombicide, is that WotC just needs to innovate. They need to move forward and actually
innovate.
And actually start innovating instead of just rehashing what they've already done. It's a big thing a lot of companies do. It's a mistake that they make when they do revisions to editions, right? When you start working on editions, what most people in my experience do is they take the existing content and they start editing.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally believe that that's wrong. What you need to do is you need to put the initial content off to the side and start writing. Start writing it again from what you know, right from your memory, right from the things that you want to keep that you want to keep, and use it as reference material, sure. but don't edit, because all you're doing when you edit is you ensure that the things you don't think about stay, which may or may not be worth keeping. You don't gut check anything. And if you rewrite it, even if you just rewrite the whole thing, kind of reading it and writing it and reading it and writing it, not just cut and pasting, but like, yes, line of sight. I need to write line of sight now. So you write line of sight. You're like, am I happy with this line of sight? Does it do what I want to do? Like, I worked for a year when we were developing Relic Knights on that line of sight system that is in that is also the line of sight system in Wrath of Kings. And if I do another miniatures game, it will be the line of sight system in that miniatures game, because I personally believe that it is the best line of sight system that I can write. And there's no reason for me to change it, because I sat down and I built as good as it can be. But when I started working on line of sight again with Wrath of Kings, I revisited it. This is okay. So I know what I want to do, and I know how I want to do it. And I need to make sure that all of these things still work the way I want them to. And I haven't come up with better ideas. So I started over. And I came up with a couple of little innovations, like linguistically. And terrain works slightly different in the two games. So there's some nuance there. But I just think it's a better plan. And I don't think people do it.
No, they don't. You can
because
tell
it's hard.
You can tell by the newer games. I mean, we just had the new 40K come out, and it's not innovative.
GW hugely suffers from that problem, is that they look at it and they change a concept, and then they kind of wrap everything back around it. And,
which is funny, because back in the day when people started, when you went from like second edition and fourth edition, second edition 40K, fourth edition fantasy, to the next editions, it was a huge change, and it was great.
Yeah.
Because it was
even second and third 40K. Third edition 40K was night and day to second edition 40K.
And it was once you get past that initial differences and you approach it with a fresh mind, you're like, wow, this was a great idea.
Yeah. And now there's so many. We're talking about RPGs.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
I could tangentially rant about the weird decisions. I think when it's all said and done, 2 months from now, nobody's really going to care any more or less about 40K 7th edition than they did a month ago.
Fair.
Because they didn't change a lot. They just didn't. There's some little nuanced things here and there. There's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but they didn't A, address problems, or B, really make a lot of differences. They just didn't. And
I guess at least the good thing about like D&D is that at least it's changed. It's not just one of their editions with tiny changes.
It's true. Yeah. It's true. They at 4th edition, WotC tried to innovate, and it was an example of innovating the wrong direction. They did a lot of things that were really right.
Opinions vary.
But they pushed it too. I think it got too loose.
Yeah.
Right. Like a lot of I really like that they tried to emulate more of that. Everybody likes to hound on the MMO thing. Like, it feels like an MMO. It's like, yeah, it's because millions of people play that. Why would you not target that audience?
I hear Blizzard makes a shit ton of money.
Every month they have 7 million subscribers or something like that at $15 a month. Let's do that math. I don't want to do that math now.
No, I don't want to do that math at all.
People are like, yeah, but it costs a lot of money to keep up the servers. Sure. Let's say they keep half. Aw.
Yeah.
That's only 7 million times 750.
Yeah.
If only that was $50 million a month. Darn.
Wow.
I'd make that once. I will never make the amount of money that they make in 1 month in my entire lifetime, forever, always.
Yep.
Like, that will not happen. Even if I hit the lotto, I won't make that much money, because it's not that much money. Like, they hit the lottery every month, and it's not a little one; it's a giant one.
Yep. It turns out they built themselves a product.
True story. So I think that those decisions were good, but I think their execution was a little flawed. They aimed too young. They really targeted too young of a market for RPGs. I think the kids of like your 12 to 16-year-olds who are going to play role-playing games, you need to market like 16-year-olds, because the 12-year-olds that are going to play RPGs, that are going to sit and consume that much data, they're going to crunch the numbers, they're going to read it, they're going to because there's a lot of just information consumption with an RPG. Kids that are going to do that don't act like 12-year-olds.
No,
they definitely are more adept for their age. because they have to be to want to do that.
And frankly,
So,
they want to be treated like that because
yeah,
the part of why they're gravitating to that is because they don't identify with their own peer set.
yeah. So, yeah, I think D&D 5th edition, it'll be an adventure. I look forward to seeing what WotC pulls off with it. But I think the best RPG that I've played, the thing I enjoyed the most, to get back to the point of the question, was definitely Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. All of its flaws aside, which were many, but the idea of it really gelled with me. I really liked it.
Sweet.
Cool.
How about you, John?
I'll tell you what, I haven't played enough RPGs in my life. I enjoy the Iron Kingdoms game. I really do. Because I didn't really have to learn a game in order to play.
You like War Machine.
Right. Turns out I like War Machine, and I already know the rules to War Machine, so if I play IKRPG, I don't have to learn another game. I played a version of God, what the hell is it called? Savage Worlds. I played I played like a one-off of that called Chickens in the Mist, which is one long cock joke.
Oh.
So you can only imagine how that sort of appealed to me, and so that was great fun. I played. Let's see. I of the games that I have never played that I would like to play, because I think we talked on one of the shows that I was talking on the Chain Attack Get to Know such and such thing, the thing that they're going to be selling to send them to Poland to go watch the WTC and to stream it. Talked about how I got into gaming, and I got into it by reading a lot of RPGs and things like that, and I've always wanted to play Dogs in the Vineyard, but I've never had a chance to play it because I feel like, having lived in Utah for an extended period of time, I'm uniquely qualified to play in that RPG. So I would like to try that game, but I have not yet had a chance to. But I would say, of all the games, the RPGs that I've actually played, I think IKRPG is a favorite, because it turns out that it's like playing War Machine without getting assassinated.
Cool.
Which is a big deal for me because I get assassinated a lot. What about you, John?
Well, the one I've played the most isn't actually my favorite. The one I played the most is actually Champions, or the hero system.
Okay.
And I just love it, but superhero role playing is sort of my thing, and there's a lot of fun in that.
Yep.
But my favorite is a little game called Feng Shui. That was the Shadow Fist role playing game. That was absolutely a hoot.
Tell us about it. What is Feng Shui?
Feng Shui is based off the Shadow Fist property, if you will. It's not much of a property anymore, but it was for a bit there in the 90s.
Okay.
And it's basically all your favorite kung fu, Hong Kong movies mashed up together.
Okay.
Into one giant, setting with kung fu and gun fu and cybernetics and magic and all that stuff together. And basically, there's evil factions fighting over the world, and you play the everyday people or the good guys trying to either just survive or trying to defeat them.
Nice.
And it starts off with the happy, it's like the map is not your friend. You don't break out a map, you just describe stuff. If someone's like pick up the vase and smash him over his head, that's fine. It's there. It's not a big worry. And it's just crazy because it's kung fu madness and guns and everything added together, and it's just super simple and works really well.
That's great.
It came from that era of the freeform RPG.
Yeah, and it was written by Robin Laws, who's done a lot of writing about how to make RPGs and how to role play and such.
Yeah, there was that at time in the 90s, before D20 became a thing, when everybody was kind of feeling around like how do we do this?
Mm-hmm.
And there were two basic camps. There's the tactical camp, which is what we would see as D&D nowadays, playing on a grid or a board or whatever. And then there was the just tell me what happens camp. And the just tell me what happens camp, I think, lost a fight that didn't happen largely.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of lost. I mean,
because it's hard. It's hard to do. Like that's not a that requires a really skilled GM and invested players who are all on the same page, and that's not super common, right?
Probably
that's
more raw imagination
yeah.
too.
Yeah, and you can listen to one of those games and you can tell who's right for that game and who should be playing a tactical game based on how much they really get into it.
Yeah.
On how much they're worried about the details versus the story, right?
Yeah.
It's
Guys
very
are like, well, how do I do this rules-wise? No. What are you doing?
yeah. You just tell me. Just
yeah.
tell me what's happening, and I'll tell you if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And actually, playing those games are good because you can take those elements and put them back into a tactical game, and you get awesome.
Well, and that's the thing, is that same game group that's going to really enjoy playing that game will do the same thing no matter what. And that's where I think a lot of people fall down with the RPGs, is like, it's not actually the mechanics' fault. It's the play group that you have. And maybe people are brought up in the mechanics, so they never experience that.
Yeah.
But it's not different one way or the other. Like, it's just what it is.
All that matters is you get in the right setting. The rules don't really matter.
Yeah. We just
you can
have
get
fun.
by with whatever rules. You get a decent GM and good players, and it's a great time.
You know, even when I've played War Machine, there have been times that, you know, if we maybe don't know every one of the rules and something like that, if it's just us kids playing, then, you know, we'll sit there and we'll say, well, I don't know the rule, you don't know the rule, but if we take 15 minutes to try to figure this damn thing out, it's going to ruin our play experience. I'll dice you for it.
Yeah.
And, you know, 1, 2, 3, you get to do your cool thing. You know, 4, 5, 6, it goes my way. And, you know, that tends to preserves the key element of any game, which is have fun.
Absolutely.
Well, Kevin, unfortunately, we're getting close to the end of our time together.
I know.
It has gone. We've laughed, we've cried, we've kissed 60 minutes goodbye. It has been a great time. I appreciate your perspective on the gaming industry in general, and wish you just all the best luck with Ironbox Games and with your upcoming Kickstarter and the continued success of the Angry Sheeps.
Yes.
Nobody wants Angry Sheeps to fail, because Angry Sheeps are angry.
They will come get you.
Yes, they will. And we'll look forward to the as the skid marks. Our Kickstarter starts to get a little bit closer. Let us know. We'd love to do some more stuff on that. And
definitely.
You know, if you're ever interested in doing sort of any type of play demonstration or anything like that, I'd love to be a part of that as well.
Well, I'm sure Jan would love to.
So, yeah. So great.
Make it out here to say hi to Jan in person or something, and we'll grab a beer or something.
Seems glorious.
It does seem glorious. All right, Kevin, have a wonderful day. Thank you for being a part of the Sunday extravaganza here. It's been we are now entering hour 6. Yep, hour 6. So thanks a lot, Kevin. And if you want to drop off the call, and we'll catch you next time I'm in Seattle.
Absolutely. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, take care, my friend.
Bye.
And there he goes. We made it through another one, John.
We did.
So that was great. Some really good perspective there from an industry insider. It's the kind of stuff you don't expect us to bring to the party, but then we do.
Listen to that bit you missed again, because there was some good role-playing talk there. That was a good time.
All it takes is getting Minoth John out of the area. That's all it takes.
Let us go crazy on something. We go crazy on something.
Oh, that's great. I will have to find it somewhere in the 11-hour madness that is this particular show.
Well, you know, if we were smart, we'd be taking notes as to who shows up when and what we talk about and such.
Yeah.
But I'm too busy painting.
When? Yeah, we're going to get smart when. All right, so I've got to figure out. So I'm painting the Earthbreaker now, and I'm working on some of the molten bronze on various and sundry. I look around a machine like this and I say, does it get hot? Because that's where I'm going to put the bronze. So that's kind of my guiding principle on that. So we are coming up on our next guest. It is we're going to be talking some technique with the one and only Niek van Slagmat or Sasaktivir I'm going to try and bring him on now. We'll see how that works. We're a couple minutes ahead, but Neek is a consummate professional, so I'm sure he'll be thinking about this. And okay. Why is it everything hard?
It can't be easy. I mean, come on. Anything worth doing doesn't, is not hard, is not easy. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
If it was easy, everyone would do this, and we'd have a million video casts, which actually may not be horrible.
Oh my god. Okay, great. I just added like 14 people. Hang on here.
Oh, we're gonna have a heck of a call.
No, this is not going to happen. All right, I'm going to hang up and I'll call you right back. All right, so connections, contacts, Neek. I can't even tell the number of times I've been on here with Neek too, and that's this goddamn thing. Okay, we're gonna try this a different way. Okay, please stand by, brushheads. We're working this as hard as we know how to. It should be literally, it should be just as hard as pulling up my contacts here, and it just isn't. Okay, we're looking here. I just don't understand why this is so damn hard. This is the worst ever. Of course, because his name on here is Orsis Zoctavir. Of course that's why it is. Hey, Neek. Neek, are you there? Hello, Neek. I can hear you fuddling with a microphone. Calling Netherlands. There you are. I can barely see you. Oh, and he left. So we were here's Neek. He's back. And he's frozen. And hopefully John Spencer will rejoin the call. Hey, John, you back? Neek, can you hear me? I cannot hear you, Nick.
I can't hear you either.
Can you hear me? John, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Nick, can we hear you?
He says his mic is misbehaving.
Apparently, it's misbehaving to the point where we can't hear anything. Nick, we're going to go ahead and let's see here. Do you want us to try and bring you back on one more time?
Oh,
I was excited about your what you had to talk about because we actually had a topic to discuss with you. I'm going to. I don't know how to drop him.
I think he's got to leave.
Okay. Oh, he left.
And he did.
He got the hint. Get out of here, kid. You're bothering me.
I think he can hear us, so.
Okay.
Oh, here you go.
Yep. Nick, are you back?
Can you hear us, Nick?
This is great radio. Can you hear me now?
Oh, boy.
All right. So while Nick attempts to find another microphone somewhere around here, we'll go ahead and continue painting. And if that doesn't work, then
we'll figure something out.
We'll figure something out.
Where was I?
Nick was warning me that his internets have been particularly nasty just recently. So I'm a little worried about his ability to resurrect this particular show from the dead. But we'll see how he does. So Nick is like ostensibly still there, but I'm not getting any picture. And I'm certainly not getting any sound. He left the call again. We'll keep on trying. So how you doing so far on? Are you still working on Earthbreaker there, buddy?
Oh yeah. I would expect this to be an all day and more.
Yep, I'm working on Earthbreaker also.
It's just one of those. I'm slow when I don't know what colors are going to go everywhere. So the first one of anything takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
You got to adapt your paint scheme for everything, but I'm chugging along. I feel like I'm making good progress.
I'm up into the smokestack areas now at this point, trying to do that. I'm doing like a metallic. Hey, there you go, Nick. Are
Can you
you
guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear
Absolutely.
you now.
All right.
Yay!
Nice.
Don't worry, man.
Combination.
We've had countless technical problems already on this show. When you go for 11 hours, you can't expect perfection. But
Going on gamer time.
exactly. So everybody, welcome to the show. We've had him on before. You love him. You know him as Ursus Octavir. Would help if you weren't Ursus Octavir on goddamn Google Plus, and I wouldn't look like an idiot a second ago. But here he is, live from the greater Amsterdam area, I think. It's all Amsterdam, right? The Netherlands. It's just Amsterdam,
yeah, pretty much.
And then there's like a windmill outside of town that's not Amsterdam, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm just like 2 blocks further from the windmill.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's good. That puts us that sets us our location here. This is Nick Van Slagmet, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
And for not completely butchering my name. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, how pronounce your last name for me, because I've never tried that before.
Slagmaat.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
It's got a in it. Well, it depends on where you come from in the Netherlands, north or south.
North or south? That's like 30 miles from each other, right?
Is it? Yeah, pretty much. Because in the south we don't pronounce the G in that way, and in the north they pronounce it like you're about to like throw up.
Okay, so Slagmaat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I'm from the south, so.
So you're from the south, so it becomes what?
Officially Slagmaat.
Slagmaat?
Yeah. Okay. Silent G.
Nick van Slagmaat.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
All right, cool, man. I don't want to insult you by not getting your name right, but I will make fun of your Europeanness though at every turn.
Yeah.
That's what I'm good for. And that and putting on funny hats and stuff when I'm on Dice Rage Live.
It's better being European than Australian, right?
Well, yeah, because
or English or whatever.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because first off, Australians are nothing but criminals, and the English, I better be nice to because I'm planning on going there for SmogCon, which brings us to our topic.
All right.
So
Pretty good segue.
yeah, I know it's like that's like professional radio that just happened right there. So for those of you who don't know, I was contacted here in the last week or so by Ben Shanson from the UK about potentially coming to SmogCon, which is a convention that they have there in the UK, and it is. Did that happen before there was a Norbert, or did it only strictly happen after there was a Norbert?
I'm not sure. For the pictures that I saw, I think Norbert was always involved in it.
Okay.
I'm
They
not
were
entirely
planning
sure.
it before Norbert. It was John Webb and Conrad Gonzalez from Boosted Damage.
And
were
Tom
planning
Hutchins,
it.
right?
Yeah, they were planning it long before Norbert, but I think he helped facilitate it.
Cool.
Yeah, I just saw pictures from 2012, 13, and 14, and he was in all three of them. So
Yeah.
Well, Norbert is a super sweet guy and one of our finest exports as Americans. And he moved to England a couple years ago and has been involved in this. And it is growing exponentially. I mean, I think last year they had a couple. How many people?
Oh, I should have had the numbers because that's why I was on, but it just completely blew up. I think I don't want to say any numbers now because I don't want to disappoint.
Over 10.
Well, yeah. You can see the in one of the pictures I've got the the main room, and I think Norbert is actually just online on Facebook. I'll ask him.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll go ahead and we're going to go ahead and bring up some interesting stuff for people to take a look at. We use this as this format as our brushhead gallery, and so we've Neek was good enough to share with us a bunch of pictures from SmogCon. So in case
actually, it's Norbert's pictures, so
okay,
credit where credit's due. So
Neek was good enough to share Norbert's pictures with us, and is willing to take total credit for all of it. In fact, I believe Neek, you invented SmogCon one afternoon, just after you invented gravity, correct?
yeah.
Yep, it was good.
So it's actually kind of funny because I met Norbert a while back, like a long while back. He just came down to my local game store to organize our local Masters event.
Mm-hmm.
Just completely took it over and he just organized it.
That's what he does. He's a PhD. That's what he does. He's Dr. Norbert.
I call him Dr. Norbert, right? Yeah, I've got this really cool picture where he's completely in suit when he turned up Thursday night for preparation for SmogCon. He's got his suitcase and he's like rushing down the hallway.
Yep.
It's a really funny picture.
He is a great guy, and he brings a lot to the party. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to try and get this. Let's see here. I got to bring this cursor over here. Okay, and then I think if I go like this. Yep, okay.
I guess there's no real good way for me to see it, right?
Do you have the Twitch feed up?
Yeah, but I think there's a pretty bad delay for it.
Well, yeah, it is, but it'll be, we'll vamp a little bit, and I'll just try to move pictures along ahead of our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I can see what's going on the screen and stuff, so it should be there momentarily. So there's our first picture.
My internet connection, so I'll just guess where you are.
Now, the first picture here is of the general gaming, and we can see in this picture, we can see Norbert moving very quickly. Norbert is a veritable blur. He has a coat on and what appears to be a tie. And he's
Is that actually the picture that I sent you?
Yeah. Well, that's where do you think I got him? I pulled him out of frickin' the ether or something.
I cannot remember that one. Sending you that one, but oh well.
Yep, you sent me this
I hope
picture.
There's not a lot more that I don't know of that I sent to you.
Oh, well, there's that one about with Norbert in the compromising position on the Thursday. You said that's on here, so don't worry about that. That'll be on here. Anyway, so there's Norbert moving very quickly. He looks like he's got something to say about that KR multi case that kid has.
I'm gonna pull up the pictures right now.
Can you not see him on the Twitch?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure about opening Twitch because it might just kill my internet connection.
Okay.
Well, I'll try. Oh no, that Twitch feed.
Okay, so I tried to put them in the same order that you sent them to me in the email.
All right, yeah, I put like a little order description in it.
Well, that's not going to help. I doubt I got them in that order.
The pictures like are jumbled up by Microsoft because I put names on them.
Okay, how well can so I don't even know what picture this.
All right, yeah, I can see the picture now.
Okay.
I have no idea why I sent you this picture. Oh well,
Well,
it's
because
funny.
it's a picture of Norbert Brunnenhuber, man of action.
This is actually the picture I was talking about of Norbert running through the. This was when he arrived on Thursday night.
Yep. In fact, this one might be called Thursday. The picture might be Thursday.jpg.
Ah, yeah, that's. So this is just the turn up for the for Thursday night when we were setting up, and after we set up, we were allowed to play a few games on the tables we set up, and there was quite a large amount of people there already. I think in the background you can see Ricard
Mm-hmm.
from Sweden. Not sure you know Ricard.
I do not know Ricard, but I'm sure he's a
He's
lovely fella.
he's a very cool guy from Sweden. He plays Gators.
Nice.
And then here's one of the organizers on the right. That's
Okay.
Tom Hutchins.
I
He does
believe-
like the painting things and some of the like graphical like design, website design and stuff.
Okay, now I believe that the picture I just put up is Tom as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. The one with the green vest, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's Tom.
So that's Tom. He does a lot of the website type stuff. You said.
Yeah, and the painting organization for like speed painting and like the painting competition, and he takes the digital pictures as well.
Very, very cool. Got another picture on its way. As soon as it gets through the interwebs, it's got to the guard squirrels that keep things from in the internet from appearing too quickly. It should be on its way.
This is either 2012 or 13. I think it might be 12. It was just to show you the difference between the because this is at Firestorm Games, which is like a game store with a very large room.
Okay.
However, it's tiny compared to the newest location. Just wanted to show the growth of the event.
So that is Firestorm Games, because I remember I've heard of Firestorm Games from I can't remember how I heard about them. It might have been some podcast that was being sponsored by them or something.
Probably the bunch have been.
Yep. And then the next picture we've got coming up is very near and dear to my own heart. This is the bar.
Yeah, this is very, very cool. It's like if you would look to the right, it was exactly the picture that I took with Norbert. The picture someone took with Norbert in it. So this is just directly next to the playing area, and you could get anything you wanted there. It was.
Ladies and gentlemen, this con was
cool.
made for me. a straight up full on bar next to the gaming area. This is some good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You should bring Scott Ray with you.
No, I shouldn't.
Yes, you should.
I'm bringing Belinda Librarian with me.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
She's cuter.
Especially since it's going to be over Valentine's Day.
I love the fact that all of these pictures are just completely scrambled. So this is in one of the other locations.
Who did you send them to, Nick? Who did you send them to?
I know. All right. So we got there were like a couple of rooms, and this is part of one of the rooms. There was also a privateer store run by Sturbers, who are basically Privateer Europe. They cast for all the distributors in Europe, and they organize the press gangers and stuff. But there was also Bushido from GCT Gaming.
Okay.
And they had a little tournament going on as well in that same room.
Now, I have not had a chance to play the Bushido. Is it? It looks like it's played on a fairly small board.
Yeah, it's 2x2.
Oh, that's cool. So it's obviously low model count.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 models if I remember correctly. I haven't played it myself yet, so I've only painted some models for it.
So given the fact that I've never seen it and you've never played it, we should probably give some commentary on it, right?
Yeah, most likely. That would be some quality streaming, right?
That would be, well, hello. Have you not seen the show so far? This thing is going, the last two guests have come on with a dull thud as far as the production value of this show. They've been great guests, don't get me wrong, but man, we have had some trouble. And then you don't even use your damn real name on Google Plus.
That's because it's connected to YouTube. It's not like I chose it for this.
Yeah.
It was connected to YouTube.
But I'm still gonna throw you.
I'll give him that one.
YouTube so I can argue with people on the internet without them knowing the actual name.
Yeah, kids today with your rock and roll music. I know how it is. All right, so this one, we got another one here. This is an RPG session, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is a drawing room where there was board games and RPG sessions and even a high command tournament.
Wow, they got a couple of people to play high command competitively, huh?
I'm not sure how competitive it was, but there was a tournament.
There sure was a tournament where people bought Khador Jacks and then won. That I love. I like the concept, but that game is not well balanced.
All right, so this is in the same room as the Bushido, and it's the Hawk War Games area.
I think this is the
That's
saddest of.
matter.
I think this is the saddest of all the pictures that you sent me because this poor guy is sitting by himself. That guy should be demoing.
I can remember some. Oh well, yeah. Should have taken another picture, obviously. Yeah, so they had like a board and they had some new models in the displays in the back, and I think they sold starter sets as well.
Nice.
Might even be selling some normal. Oh yeah, on the right you've got the normal stuff, I think.
John, have you ever played Drop Zone Commander?
Nope, some of the locals got into it, but I have not because they got it at TempleCon.
Got it.
I
Looks
haven't played
interesting.
it either, but the models, I love them.
They're cool models. I don't know anything about the game at all.
All right, so this is just a random picture of the tables. On the left, you can see some of the specialty tables for the Smog Pit, of which I have another picture coming up somewhere, but that starts with an S, so I'm assuming that's somewhere in the back.
You're such an a-hole.
I named them all, I labeled them all, and I gave you a description of how to put them in. But
Yeah, right.
I probably should have made the presentation myself.
You probably. Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Probably
Yeah.
should have
Probably
done it yourself.
it mistook us for a podcast that plans a lot too.
Dude, I was scrambling this morning to try and get things ready for this show. I had to put models together and prime them so I'd actually have stuff to paint. And you're complaining about me how you living the high life in the Netherlands, about how you labeled everything and how things are going to be. I see how it is. Okay, got it. Perfect. All right, so that's a picture of the Smog Pit. Boom.
Yeah, so that's basically Iron Arena, but in Europe.
Nice.
Or England or whatever.
England or Europe or England or whatever.
Yeah, so, some people from the UK do not like it when you say that it's part of Europe because they're not part of Europe.
Well, sure. Okay.
Oh, this is apparently the two sides of the Masters table for the on Sunday. This was the final game in the Masters event for which you had to qualify.
Mm-hmm.
There was no actual Masters qualifier event. There was just all of the competitive events had top two place for Masters.
Got it.
Or yeah, I think top two. And it would trickle down in case someone qualified or was already qualified.
It looks to me like Norbert is getting ready to hurt someone in this picture. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, he's always doing that, right?
He's got a skull. The guy can skull. He's such a mild-mannered fella and such a great guy, but he's got a skull on him, and that picture just proves it. So.
Yeah, you've got the two masters. Oh well. So this is the Cerberus booth.
Yep.
With War Machine miniatures. They had a lot of cool stuff, and they actually allowed press gangers to use their points there as well.
Oh, that's pretty
cool.
smooth.
So
That's
I
awesome.
got a Xerxes theme force.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Put it together, but I don't have any clue about like a painting scheme yet.
Yellow. Go with yellow, because that's not hard to paint.
I already have a yellow army.
Paint another one. It's good for the soul.
I've got two. I've got yellow trolls and yellow Kador.
There you go. Paint a third one. Anyway.
Third yellow army. Makes sense. And on the right, there's the other two organizers.
So,
which are Norbert on the right, and on the left it's John Webb.
Yep. I love John Webb's hat.
Yeah.
I want a hat like that.
He always wears it.
I want a hat like that.
Whenever I see him.
Maybe he doesn't have a head. Is it possible
Possibly.
John Webb does not have a head, and that is actually physically attached to his skull holding his brains in place?
This might be quite possible.
Okay. I don't know how well you know John Webb, so I don't know him at all. But he seems like a cracking good guy.
He paints pretty well.
Yeah.
It's kind of an understatement there.
He could have paint fall off of his brush onto a miniature, and it would be better than mine.
He uses this for his avatar. He used to use this Crump miniature.
Okay.
That was very well painted. I love that one.
Nice.
And so these are some of the prizes that they had for the different competitive events.
That's really cool. I love the gears.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet. They're also, I think, metal. I think they're cast iron.
Oh my God! Those trophies must weigh about 40 tons, or whatever that is in metric.
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
had to get another metric joke, huh? Was that time?
Yeah,
all right. So on the left,
it's a callback. It's a sign of professional podcasting.
On the left, there's an actual RPG session going on.
Okay.
They had the Iron Kingdoms RPG session being run a few times a day, I think.
Nice.
And then on the right, there's the prize booth for the Smock Pit. We've got all of these mystery boxes in the front. One of them we filled completely to the brim with dice.
Nice.
It's just a solid brick of dice because they had some dice left. And in the back, you can see some prize support given to them by like different companies, as well as Cerberus. Cerberus actually got them 3 Butcher 3s to just give away in the Smock Pit.
So Cerberus they're a casting company, you said?
They're basically Privateer Press Europe. They do everything for the European side of Privateer's like market.
So Privateer provides them the IP and stuff like that, and they take care of the contracting, the production, and the distribution and stuff.
I think they actually cast them as well.
Interesting. That's really cool.
They just do not do the resin. Resin still is just America, and they don't do the plastic because that's from China.
Yep. Sounds good.
And so I've just got like a selection of pictures of people playing War Machine.
Yep.
In the competitive events.
That's a particularly beautiful Mountain King.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And in that picture, you can see that he's about to miss that Ranger. He will not strike that Ranger, I promise you that.
Nope.
He only needs a 9. He can boost.
He only needs a 9.
Yeah.
A muck, and then use like a what's it called? A sweep attack to kill that single guy.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, the Smock Pit was actually organized by a couple of people, but also Benj. He was
nice.
He was sitting there like 24/7, 24/3, I guess. Didn't get much sleep.
I wait with bated breath every time Benj changes his profile picture on Facebook. That guy has the best Facebook profile pictures in history.
I still really like the one with Resnick.
Yeah, that's a good one. I just for the longest time I thought Benj was a Russian girl.
Yes.
For the longest time, I was like Benj. Well, I guess Benjarina. I wasn't
you mean
sure.
Like the Ukrainian thing, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, I first got to know Benj. Went back. I first made friends with him back when he had. It was this Russian girl with this really sort of ecstatic, looking up in like eyes rolling up into her head, kind of a look on her face, and it's like, wow, that's really cute. It's like that girl doesn't. She needs to live closer to me. But then I was like, that might be Benj. So, but
I'll
yeah,
tell you, it's not.
no, I know what he looks like now. He
Well,
couldn't look less like a cute Russian girl.
Yeah, yeah.
That being said, he's a super sweet guy. Okay, so what's going on in this picture, War Machine?
It was just another picture of like tournaments being played. This is actually some of the some very, very big names in the European meta playing right here. It's on the right. It's Robin Marquis from the WTC German team,
Okay.
and on the left it's Brett Wilkie. Pretty sure you know who Brett Wilkie is, right?
No, I don't know that I do. Oh yeah, no, I know him. Yep, I'm sorry, my fault.
He's from what's the Epic Flail podcast.
Wow.
Nice.
Yes.
Very cool.
And he's also from the WTC team.
That is
Alright.
very cool. Let me see if I got another picture here. If this is the end, you sent me a whole bunch of them. Okay, that is actually the last picture. We're going to go ahead and put up the Brushhead Gallery logo up here one more time. But if any of the people who are listening to today's show want to have any of their stuff featured on the program, we are more than happy. We're going to do it like once a month, usually about the beginning of the month. So if there's anything that you've worked on during the course of the Painting with Menoth John show that you'd like to show off to all the Brushheads, we highly encourage that. It is we want to build community. We want everybody to show off their stuff because that makes us all better. Maybe we learn a little something from looking at it. And you know, it's the more you learn is really what it boils down to.
I don't think I said anything, did I?
About what?
Any pictures? Well, next to the Smock Bomb pictures, of course.
No, that's no, you have not. Except we show some of your Zen Garden circle at one point.
Yes.
I think we pointed them to him at the very least.
Yep.
We were talking about that last time you were on.
Yeah, I actually finally put up the second article. It was almost exactly a year later.
Yeah, I saw the article and then I remembered, like, oh, I remember those guys now.
And
Yeah.
I really liked the article that you put up concerning the use of OSL, the object source lighting. That
Yeah, it's
really
very
good.
it's very basic and quick, but I like it. It's something that I learned from a local guy, and he's a commission painter, so he focuses on getting quick, good results, and it just really works very well. I especially like it with red, actually. I've been using it a lot with red on the Galleon that I did
Yep.
a while back, the cream Galleon,
Mhm.
which still might be one of the best models I ever painted,
The
especially because
my galleon was painted by Fallen Studios,
oh yeah, I saw that one.
and he did a beautiful job on my galleon, and he does a lot of OSL in that one. And I'm going to be doing OSL on the Citrus Cricks. I'm going to be doing it on the Biothralls. So I'm anxious to give that a try, and I'm going to have little green glowing tummies on them because they're full of bile and they're going to be
That's pretty
squirting
cool.
out. So they got to have little glowy bellies getting ready to bust out and have some fun.
Some fun, he calls it.
Yeah, that's good times when it
Murdering two
happens to
units,
somebody
that's
else.
fun.
I'm a terrible human being.
That's
So
why I bring guns.
so you seem to have sorted out your internet problems. You were saying you're having some real struggles earlier this week, huh, Nick?
Yeah, sometimes it just completely drops dead, and the router still goes like it should, but it seems like the company just doesn't send me any signal or some reason for some reason.
You know, we have a lot of controls issues at our Amsterdam plant in at Starbucks. I'm wondering if it might not just be the country.
Yeah, probably. Well, while we're on the subject of talking about the country, they may have made one of the biggest mistakes they recently have.
They elected Barack Obama.
No,
Oh.
they actually
Saying that.
stopped funding students. We used to get like 250 euros a month for studying,
Okay.
which actually made it reasonable
Wait.
to study.
Wait, they pay you to study?
Yes, student loan, right?
What? Oh, student loan. You have to pay it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the initial idea is that we don't have to,
Okay.
and now they turn it back into yes, you have to, which averages into a like a study depth depth of I think it was 33,000 euros at the end of your education,
That's
which is pretty bad.
significant.
Yeah.
Welcome to America.
Yes, I know. I know. I shouldn't be complaining about this
You picked the wrong
on a show
podcast,
run
buddy.
by an American, but still, you wanted to talk
Oh, no.
about issues in the country. That's an issue in
I
the
do.
country.
That is well, it's still an issue, and it's
Yeah, it's worth talking about.
that's for
especially
realsies.
since we had it the other way before and they changed it.
But it's a good thing I started 2 years back, so that doesn't apply to me. So
Oh, so that you're grandfathered in?
yeah,
Oh, that's great. That's good news for you.
it is
How's it feel to be standing on the shoulders of your brethren?
great.
It's excellent. I know what it's like to be a German.
Oh.
Oh, there you
If you
go.
hadn't gotten them yet, you felt like they were left out?
Because I'm German. I'm German. I
You
can
don't
talk.
have any German guests going on today, or
No.
watching the show?
I don't know anybody from Germany. They're too busy. They're too busy with like tech and all that kind of stuff. They don't have time for silly little broadcasts like mine. I didn't ask anybody. I don't know anybody from Germany.
Germany's got some pretty good players. They always come to our events and kick our ass. It's not fun.
They're So what I'm hearing here is the Germans come across the border and kick your ass. Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, same thing goes for like Belgian players.
Okay. But then pretty soon the Belgians, they're just Germans anyway by the time the Germans get through with them. So there you go. Everybody's German by the time they get done. All right, so there you go. We've had some World War II jokes. We've had some European jokes. Aren't you glad you came on, Nick?
Yes, I'm very glad I came on.
And at least I haven't put any silly hats on.
I'm waiting for that.
Can't do it with the way I do the podcast. So for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, I was on Dice Rage Live, and I discovered that Google Hangouts has this thing where you can press a button and it'll take a picture of your face and it'll put like silly hats on you or mustaches and things like that. And I think at one time I was wearing a clown head with a skin diving mask and
There's also the cat thing.
yeah, and then I was a cat, and
And you were in Venice, and then you were.
I was all over the place. Poor Steven. Poor Steven. He's just such a nice guy. He didn't have
You
the
see, talking about Steven, Blip TV is breaking down apparently.
yeah.
You see that?
I saw that Blip TV, which is another service that you can. Do they allow streaming, or is it simply
No, it's just like YouTube.
just like YouTube? And they kicked Steven off Steam Powered TV, who has got good production value actually,
And like a bunch of other like really big names as well from Blip TV apparently.
Yep, I don't know why they're doing this, but maybe it's gotten to the point where YouTube has become so ubiquitous that they can't afford to offer all the free server space or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there's some rumors going around of them being sold to. I think they were sold to
Disney?
to yeah, indirectly to Disney.
Yep. So, basically, what I get out of that is Star Wars 7 caused Steam Powered TV to go off of Blip TV.
Apparently, that's a thing now.
J.J. Abrams hates Steam Powered TV. You heard it here first. I'm just gonna make shit up for the rest of the show. I mean, literally, we've got 11 hours to fill.
How far are you?
Not that many left.
Because I'm just dropping in. Actually, I haven't watched the rest of the day because I just came back from family reunion.
So, oh, you were playing Trolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dum-dum.
So we're 6.5 hours into it. We're over halfway.
That's pretty good.
My kids are foraging in the background. They're I've laid out bowls of food for them to eat while I'm working on painting.
You're
And
just taking advantage of the fact that he hasn't been watching the whole time now.
we had we had George Clooney on earlier.
All right, that's
and he
pretty big names. Does he play War Machine?
He does. He plays cock. He let's see. Let's see. We also had we had Prince Harry on, and he talked about being
He's a
on
friend of
reality
Lee, isn't he?
television. What's that?
He's a friend of Lee, isn't he?
He is. Well, isn't everybody in England? They're all the same. They're all related. And they talked about dentistry. And let's see, what else do we have on? We had an interview with Matt Wilson, and he spoiled.
Oh, come on! Now you're just lying.
He loves you, doesn't he?
He's my boy. He and I are tight. I call him Pookie. He was on, and he spoiled a new faction, and the new faction was going to be all Coleman Striker.
All Coleman Strikers.
That's all Coleman Strikers. It's going to be Striker Blades and Striker Guard, and there will be the Striker Clad, Old Striker, Striker Wall. There's going to be There's going to be the Iron Fang Strikers, and then there's going to be also the Earth Striker.
I'm happy that this is my segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he decides to go batshit crazy for your segment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am getting absolutely punch drunk at this point. So what would you like to add? What do you want to talk about other than SmogCon, since you decided that I'm going batshit on my own show?
I wasn't saying you should stop. I was quite enjoying it, actually.
Okay.
It may have come off a little bit strange.
No, I'm just teasing. We have nothing but love here, buddy.
I believed everything up until the Matt Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. God.
He blew it.
You know, he and I did kiss and make up. So it's all better. Yeah. But I mean, let's be honest. I got myself fired from that podcast. So there you go. Anyhow, so I'm painting Earthbreaker now, and forgot how much fun painting Colossals was. And the reason I forgot.
Is that sarcasm?
Yeah, the reason I forgot is because I didn't have any the first time.
I'm not going to say I'm having fun, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's got.
You use an airbrush, right?
I
The
use
base coats and stuff.
on the base coat.
Yeah.
No.
No, you did it with primer.
Yeah, I did. I sprayed it red. You can go on the Facebook page, and there's a picture of my nice giant red Earthbreaker that I took before I started.
Really, red Earthbreaker. That's pretty cool.
It's gonna
That's
look
what
sharp as hell.
that's what all mine are. All my ruler
Does it go
stuff is
faster?
red.
Of course
We've
it
made
does.
that joke. We've made that joke several times.
Already?
This makes
Oh.
it speed 5.
Speed 5, and then with
No.
Ostrom.
It was super red. That was speed 6, dude.
Very nice.
When I'm done, it'll only be speed 5.
Put
Take some of the red off. Slow it down a little bit.
We just say it's redlined.
up.
I could say it was red line, yes.
Wow, all of a sudden this show became a stand-up comedy act. That's great.
Which is funny because
Very
Durgan
bad
is the one I'm not playing him with. I play him
I
with
can
Gordon.
see why, actually. Because Durgan likes to shoot himself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't like giving out focus. Focus for no, it's my
For
focus.
what? For what? All right.
You want to kill infantry? I can do that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I play when playing Butcher 3 and against someone for the first time, you just have to tell them that it's going to be either horrible or great, depending on how cautious they are. Because most of the time they just are dead turn 2. Because you just assassinate them turn 2 because they have no idea how far and how like versatile he is.
Yeah.
And so there's one guy who was feeling really good about blowing up like 6 Iron Fang pikemen, and he measured the Butcher was standing right behind them, and he measured like 12 inches towards the Iron Fang pikeman. I'm like, right, how many inches is that? It's 12 inches, all right. And he was feeling good about himself, and then I had to feel really bad for assassinating him on like turn 3. I love playing it against Durgan. He's such an easy catch. Also depends on what caster I'm playing myself.
So, funny thing, I was playing Ostrom with the Earthbreaker the last time I played him on a brunch machine with Menoth John. Turns out Nemo 3 kills him on turn 2. Never even got a single attack off. I moved him literally 1/16 of an inch too far forward.
Wow.
I was a sad monkey.
What did he shoot into it?
I think I got thunderheaded to death.
Really, Thunderhat killed your
Ostrom.
Earthbreaker.
No, it killed Ostrom.
Oh, Ostrom.
Yeah.
All right, I was thinking. Hang on.
Yeah.
Earthbreaker being killed by Thunderhat. It's
nope. I got
slightly
assassinated.
harder to do, I think.
Yeah.
This was it's
Energizer, right?
Yep, Energizer and sustained attack, and I didn't have any focus on him, and then bad things happen.
Yeah.
And shield guard, because that helps a little bit too. But
yeah, I'm not very good at this game.
So John, I did play a War Machine game this week, and it does involve both the Earthbreaker and Butcher 3.
Nice. Well, what a perfect. You are the best co-host that ever there was. Have I mentioned that recently?
I think you have, actually, but I'll take it.
You're the best co-host that ever there was. So avail us of this battle report, as we now need something to talk about.
So one of the locals, who we just call Epic Beard, because his beard, it's epic.
Nice.
At least for the Maryland area.
It would have been fun if he didn't have a beard and you called him Epic Beard.
Oh, that's funny. One of the guys on their American Team Championship team, which is a game of beards, doesn't really have a beard. But in proper ZZ Top fashion, I guess it's okay.
There you go. Absolutely. They got a drummer.
Yep. So he wanted to play me because he's trying to get his game up. He's taking it really seriously. And, he likes to play against me because he learns. So he's playing, let's see, I think I took some notes here.
Oh my
God. Butcher 3, War Dog, Juggernaut, Madeline Corbeau, Greylord Turnian, Iron Fang Pikeman, the Black Dragons, a Kovnik, Minimum Mechanics with the UA, and then Andre 3000 with the Conquest.
Andre 3000.
Wow, with the Conquest.
With the Conquest. He's been doing pretty good work with that, actually.
It's a lot of points.
I just don't have the guts to put my Andre on the table.
He hasn't
feel like he's going to die to the first arcane bolt that gets shot in his head.
He's way, way backfield. He's like just barely ends up within 8 inches of the Conquest. The Conquest doesn't always go all the way forward. So he's usually pretty safe. He's only died once, and that was to me last time. And it didn't matter because Butcher died the same turn that game. But so I was playing my Gorton list again, which is Gorton with an Earthbreaker, Wishnailer, and pretty much the wide array of solos that happen to have stealth, and some 2 eliminators. So it's basically the whole multiple small units theory, and I've been playing it for more than a year now, and it's been working pretty good. So we play. He lets me go first. I don't know why, but I'll take it. March forward. It's what's the scenario? Scenario is 2 square zones that are horizontal with 2 objectives. I don't remember what it's called. He set it up. Sure.
Oh no, it's not destruction. It's process of elimination.
Could be.
Works,
they're not actually.
Works for me.
They're not in the zone. The judges aren't in the zone. They're actually.
Balance of power.
Could be. Like I said, he set it up before I got there. I took a quick look, realized how it scored by looking at it, and realized that one of the casters was going to die, and that's how this game was going to end. I also have Wrong Eye and Snapjaw on there. I forgot they don't have stealth, so I have to mention them. So I just advanced forward, standard, keep everyone within 10 inches of Gorton. Gorton pops some solid ground, so they won't take blast damage. And he's feeling really good. He gets his conquest forward and just runs him forward, getting near me. Iron Fang Pikeman takes some positions up on the hill, and Butcher moves in a moderately threatening manner, not too threatening because he doesn't want to take an Earthbreaker to the face. You sort of have to respect his ability to knock you down and kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And then my turn, I just advance Wrong Eye and Snapjaw, just toe in the far zone. Just a little bit, just to have a presence there in case he puts Butcher in to sort of score it. He at least has got to remove him and put himself somewhere where I can threaten him. I have Kel Baylock kill 2 Iron Fang Pikemans. Eris goes forwards and shoots Redline off of the Earthbreak or the Conquest because that's what she does. And the one that confused my buddy is I had Harlan Versh. He just 6 inches straight towards Conquest from sort of in front of my army, and just put 4 shots into him before I did that because that's the smart way to play. I did, maybe half of one of his grids, which is fair damage. Earthbreaker wandered up behind him and
2-point model there.
Yeah, well, it didn't roll well. What do you want?
Seems fair.
I didn't get harm on it either. They were sitting in the backfield a bit, being stealthy. But so Earthbreaker wanders up a little more, fires his guns at him, does a little more damage. I don't quite take off all of one grid, but I do a good portion of it. And then Gorton just advances, puts a wall at a point where Conquest cannot possibly get into melee with Earthbreaker. Just put it like 3 inches ahead of Earthbreaker, and you're like, yep, you're not getting in melee with me. We'll call that good. And I jam one of the eliminator groups into the Iron Fang Pikeman. Iron Fang Pikeman charge. He gets a charge on Eris, but misses to hit, and the rest just kill the 2 Chaos eliminators, which I'm okay with. That's sort of why they're there.
Mm-hmm.
On his other side, he had this whole plan. He puts 3 focus on his destroyer, which is his jack he has for Butcher.
Interesting jack of choice.
It was just cheap. He wanted to go cheap. He was doing it before with a Demolisher.
Was it not a Juggernaut, you said?
Oh, it was a Juggernaut. You're right. Sorry.
All right, yeah. Because Destroyer is not cheap. It's 9 points for guards.
Yeah, he would never take that. That would be crazy. Puts it on the Juggernaut, and I can tell what he's going to do. He's going to Energize her, have it charge, and try and kill Wrong Eye. Fair chance at it. I'm willing to take that risk. Except, he starts off with some bad decisions, and just Conquest just rumbles right forward, base to base, center line with Harlan Versh. And I'm like, okay, sure, that's sort of why Versh is there. He's like, all right, I'm going to shoot this Eliminator with my main gun.
No, you're not.
Oh, he was in 5, so thumbs up, no worries. He misses because, it's got big defense. He's like, all right, scatter over, solid ground. I'm like, yeah, solid ground.
I like me now.
Yeah, so his whole plan was to do that and fire like little guns at Eris and and Versh and killed him with blast damage because he totally forgot about solid ground.
Kind of an
So that pretty much
important spell not to forget about.
Yeah, and having an entire conquest do nothing in a turn is always bad.
Yeah, that's going to end up in a bad time.
Then his mechanics go forward, repair it. He doesn't get the UA on there because that's not really what the UA is there for. He's more of a. He's got this plan where he throws Butcher at the UA, and then Butcher draws stuff up and murderizes it.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting plan. I kind of like it, but
for my clan wall list, I just want him in there for the no knockdown, because people like to slam Butcher and slam stuff through Butcher, and that was basically the only way I lost a lot through the like slams from spells. I don't know what's it called, Force Hammer.
Yeah, Force Hammer, yeah.
Yeah, one of my the clam wall is basically 4 clam jacks with Butcher behind it, and they just slam one of the clams into the Butcher, and that's how I die a lot. And Alexia, too, and or the mechanic, the officer can help with that because it lash
and just canceling the spell. Yeah. So, but he was on the other side of the board. But the mechanics go, and he fails 3 of the 4 tests and just repairs 1 for 3 points of damage. So I'm like, shooting this guy off the table is still on the menu.
Yep.
I have enough guns. I think I can do that. Especially with harm. And then to the side, I'm like, he's like, all right, I energize her. Rock on. He energizes guys first. He moves Butcher, moves a dog. Then he moves Butcher again to here and moves the dog, and he calls run charge and moves Butcher. And I'm like,
forgot to move with the jacks.
Yeah, you forgot to move with the jack. And he had moved Butcher, so Butcher couldn't move any, or Butcher could, or he'd move one of the dogs, so he got past that point. And then he looked, he's like, crap. And instead of talking with me and trying to get a learning experience, he just barrels forward. Butcher charges the 2 dogs. One dog charges an eliminator, the other dog runs to gang. Because his whole plan at that point, I guess, was to get a dog to kill an eliminator and then have it sprint and jam me up a little bit. Butcher charges that same eliminator and then ends up dragging Wrong Eye in and murderizing him. Or Snapjaw, sorry. Wrong Eye was way far back. But throws him in and murderizes him. And one dog actually does hit and kill the eliminator, which was good work. And he jams me up. But Butcher had to use his whole stack and then pop feet and use most of the stack again.
To kill Snapjaw?
To kill Snapjaw. At that point, I looked at him, I'm like, okay. I give the Earthbreaker...
because he forgot to do the Juggernaut move, so he was never in range to charge with the Juggernaut.
He wasn't in threat range, yeah. And he was worried that Snapjaw might have been able to kill Butcher. At that point, he could have at best had, he would have no focus. He could have popped his feet for 3, for 6 focus, but at that point, I feel like I win.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just popped your feet and got nothing out of it except to be safe for a turn, which we discussed after the game isn't a bad call.
In this case, it was.
Well, it wouldn't have been a bad call to actually just pop feet and protect yourself completely. Because he ended up with no focus left on him, but part of that's because Eris shot him.
Okay.
But quite literally, the Earthbreaker just turns to face him and just shoots him to death. I got 3 shots with one gun, 1 with the other, and
that's what the Earthbreaker does.
That's all it needs, yeah.
You can eat all the shots to kill him?
Just all the shots, yeah. I killed him with a bit to spare.
Yeah, I've never played against it yet. I'm pretty terrified of the matchup. I feel like I want to play something else than Butcher 3 against Earthbreaker.
Earthbreaker's the most fun a guy can have with a Colossal.
His other list is Blood 1, so he's not sure he wants to bring that either.
Yeah, Windwall, right?
You've
got Leon and Holt. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, the way he sets up, I wouldn't mind dropping my Durgan list either, because I feel like I can either last damage or potentially even just kill his conquest with the stuff I have.
Yeah, Durgan against Butcher 3?
Sure, I'd do that.
I feel like Durgan, whenever I play against Durgan, Durgan always needs to be very far up the field to make do anything really to support his army by shooting stuff up the table.
I don't mind just scattering AoE. I mean, I'll put my shots into the conquest if I need to. I don't really care.
Okay.
I mean, it's a matter of just having the right stuff. My whole plan with that, I told him, was to distract him with gun mages because everyone loves blowing up gun mages.
It does.
You see gun mages, it's time to blow them up.
Yep, it's pretty fun.
So, and you see those. How do you pass those up? Because they're going to murderize your infantry, and they're somewhat threatening to butcher because of their ability to push them around and knock them down.
Yeah, knock them down. That's horrible.
And I have a basher for that also because bashers are good for. And so my plan was to have the hammer dwarves, sort of what looks like not in threat range, but Vanessa makes them in threat range, and prime them, and then they go murderize a conquest. So I have a plan for it. I would drop Gordon most of the time, but if I had to, if it was drop Durgan or be worried about the last round matchup, I'd happily drop Durgan. But like I said, it's not my favorite.
So far, I've really found that Durgan is a pretty good matchup for Butcher, but I guess it is very list dependent and also playstyle dependent. Because most of the people that I've actually seen play Durgan is very far forward and he's shooting stuff up.
I kind of midfield. I'm not super far forward. I'll happily take what they give me.
I'm a cater player, so normally midfield is pretty far forward. Irisk is always all the way in the back.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I have tempted casters into making low percentage runs, which Butcher doesn't have low percentage runs. He's got everything's at least 50-50 for him, I feel.
If you can get him knocked down, it's pretty good.
Oh, if you get him knocked down, everything's almost 100%.
Yeah.
Especially if your feet available, just kill them. I don't care what you are.
Especially with the Earthbreaker, you can.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like playing. I wouldn't like playing Butcher against Earthbreaker. I haven't done it yet, so.
Maybe your other list. Maybe just be careful. I mean, if you don't let the Earthbreaker get in a range, there's got to be range 10 for the big guns, for the guns you're worried about.
He can walk 4, and with Ostrom, he can give him +2 range, right?
+4.
He can give him +2 speed and +4 range.
Yeah.
With Ostrom, it's a goddamn.
He's a monster out of that guy.
Yeah.
Against Ostrom, I really do not want to play Butcher 3.
No, which is funny because Ostrom used to be not worried. Now he's like, Earthbreaker.
I played against him last week without an Earthbreaker. It was, I was expecting an Earthbreaker.
He's a different dude without an Earthbreaker.
Yeah. Also, when he's played in Seer Forge, same deal.
Yeah. Well, cool. Yeah. It's we got about 5 more minutes with Unique. You got anything else that you want to talk about or on the show, or do you want to just kind of? Do you have any technique that you want to share with us?
No, well, I've got two videos that I'm planning on doing after I'm done with college for this year, which should be in a few days, 5 days.
Okay.
I have an exhibition on Wednesday and Friday, so that's a little bit of stress before then, but afterwards I should be getting back into doing some painting and finishing my gift that I've been working on for 2 years now, which I'm very much looking forward to because that's finally getting there. And then 2 videos, one about OSL, because people really seem to like the quick and dirty airbrush OSL.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is the hairbrush weathering technique that I used for my X-Wing miniatures, as well as the Aperture Science Cipher.
That Aperture Science Cipher is friggin' legit.
Yeah, I might be laser cutting some of my own tokens in Portal style icons for that.
That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
So those 2 videos should be coming up, and possibly an article linking to those videos, because I feel like that could be a pretty good way of getting some more stuff onto Hank Cannon Online, because it's a really good site and I want to support it better.
Yeah, and let us know, and we'll throw some people your way.
We'll happily pimp you anytime. You are totally one of the favorites of the show, and we love having you on.
Well, I love watching it, and I love being on as well.
Aw, there's so much love in the room. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna kick your ass right off the show right now.
All right. Yeah.
And we've got a slight program change from we were going to be going to Epic Brushhead Edfo, but we have switched places, and he is going to be on later. But right now, we're gonna say goodbye to you, Neek. Take care, and we're
Bye.
gonna bring on what was the name of the cast, John? You're familiar with it. I'm not.
The Krug.
The Krug.
The Krug.
Okay, so we're gonna talk Infinity for a little while, and that I'm gonna lose my mind on that one. So I think I've got these guys set up as on here, and I'm gonna try and bring them on. Okay, that was not the right button to push. Okay, so how do I get rid of that? Stop it. That's really awesome. How do I make that go away? Weird. Okay, so I'm going to invite. Oh, God. Really? It's going to be like this again? Hang on. I'm going to figure this out. Okay, so we have... Okay. This is great radio. Okay, we're going to try and bring him on.
You said it was Dexter from the Krug?
Yeah, Dexter Schiller. And I thought I just added him, but then nothing happened. So let's try this again.
He's one of the 3 hosts.
Add.
Oh, Neek says they had 275 players at the last SmogCon.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing.
That's really great. Okay, so, and now apparently, maybe it's not supposed to be him. I think it's supposed to be somebody else. I'll try to add the other person that it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be...
Oz or Joe?
Gosh darn it. Now, where did I see that? I just saw it on my... It was on my phone, and then it went away. This is driving me crazy.
Joseph Hill.
Joseph Hill?
Yep, it's in the chat room.
Okay.
Those guys are watching.
Yay!
Here's Joe.
Joseph Hill. Okay, let's try that one. He's got an icon, so that's a good thing. And it's an Infinity icon, so I know it's correct.
Yeah, it's Scarface's bootleg model, him outside of the tag.
Oh, gotcha. Hopefully he's getting the call to call on. Oh, and I believe that we have... There they are. They are with us.
Huzzah!
This is like the first time technology's actually worked within the first 5 minutes of trying to bring a guest on.
Well, we had everything set up. I think we just had it through the wrong account, so I think everything's good to go now.
Oh, yeah, we're perfect now.
You know what we do need? Ron, we need more beer.
Oh, hey, wait a second here. Okay. I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes. I'm going to get another beer so that we can have a beer together. So hang on.
All right, fantastic. All right.
I see you got your geckos out there ready to paint.
Oh, yeah, we're perfect now.
Oh, wait. Yeah, we have the did a little airbrushing on the geckos before this, so I can get the back.
Excellent.
Oh, my God. This is the greatest moment in Painting with Menoth John history.
You
Dude, we've been enjoying this for 2 hours.
That's great.
Awesome.
I'm glad you're having a good time, man.
So we joined in whenever I believe the saying was self-hating when playing a certain army, and I was like, oh, we found the place.
Yeah, you're talking to the right guy.
I'm done painting Earthbreaker for a little while. I honestly, this is becoming such an endurance race. 11
only 4
freaking
hours left. Only 4 hours left. We're good.
Cheers, gentlemen.
All right, guys. On behalf, no, this is your podcast. Is the Krug cast?
Yeah, we're the Krug, the only podcast with a 4-drink minimum.
Oh my God, this is a match made in history, made in heaven. So on behalf of Painting with Ben Off John to the Krug, hey Ron.
Ron.
So you're an infinity cast with you're a drinking cast with an infinity problem.
Yes, yeah, both, all over, yeah.
I mean, we kind of just have a problem with both of them.
Yeah. So if you ever make it down to Denver, there's a little place you can come drink and play, which is where we're at.
Yeah.
It's called the Blockhouse.
Nice.
Yeah, the playing room is actually behind us. This is what we call the BS room for Infinity. BS.
This is great. I want to live in a place that has legalized marijuana and a game store that I can drink beer in.
Oh, it's not a game store. It's actually just like his office that he has rooms for playing in. It's pretty legit.
Well, there you go.
Though we are moving ever closer, one of our local game stores is going to be getting a liquor license here in the next few months.
It's exciting.
So
that's some good stuff right there.
Then we'll have 2 places to drink.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Not too many.
So, tell me a little bit about your show, first off.
Oh, so the first episode never aired. We tried it. So the concept came after drinking and playing a few games of Infinity, and we're like, you know what would be fantastic? Is if we recorded all these great ideas we have right now. And so we went to the little Plantronics microphone.
We were literally sitting around in his basement around this computer on this like $5 like Microsoft microphone thing.
Super awesome.
Yeah, and we're like, man, this is awesome, and we recorded it and we published it, and it was incredibly shitty.
It was fantastic. And we tried to record an uncorking of a tequila bottle for a sound bit, and it ended up being more hilarious probably at the time than it should have been.
Yeah, we were a few in to begin with from there, and then our next episode, I think we brought on a guest, and
that never made it.
That episode never aired because
so when we drink, we have a cursing problem.
Well, especially some of our guests. So that one never aired, but yeah, we've been going at it. We just finished episode 15.
Nice.
Of the Krug, and going well so far.
That's fantastic. That is such good. That's good stuff. I am going to. I'm most certainly going to subscribe to you. This is. You guys sound like you're having way too much fun for me not to listen in. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
it's a good time. I've enjoyed them.
We this last episode we actually got to interview one of the head honchos over at Corvus Belli, the makers of Infinity the game.
Nice.
And of course, after a few beers, of course he's from Spain, so we felt it would be necessary to give it in a Spanish accent. But none of us
you're kidding me.
None of us knew a good Spanish accent, so it just quickly devolved into French, and then that quickly devolved into Asian. So yeah, it's basically just a bunch of guys who are good at Infinity, or at least we think we are. And we drink and we just have a good time.
Okay, wait a second here. I got to figure out a way to move my camera. I got to move my camera because I just bothered to look over to my goddamn iPad, and okay, hang on, brush heads. I got to figure this out. Gotta move the camera because you guys need to see this. Let's see, where is it? There he goes. So here we have the Krug painting in a fez and a horse head. This is good stuff.
That's how you're supposed to paint?
You guys are doing awesome. I mean, this is some of the best horse head themed painting I've ever seen.
Fantastic.
And why fez? Why? Because it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is my painting fez. We have the gaming fez and a few others.
Well, I mean, it strikes that nice balance between a formal fez and a more one with a little bit more joviality to it.
Yeah, it's a little too big for my head, so you get the jobble flair.
Exactly. This is John, I think we found kindred spirits.
Oh yeah, I figured that out when I was listening to him.
So we're going to welcome you to the Painting with Menoth John network of shows, which so far is just us, because we don't have a network. Muson Minis basically tolerates us because they don't have anybody else that makes videos on a regular basis, so that they'd like to have a video presence, and we're the best that they can do.
That says something. I'm not sure what it is, but it says
something. It says that we're regular, and at my age, being regular is very important.
I was going to say you're doing better than some of us.
You got to have enough fiber in your diet.
That's the name of an episode. Menoth John is regular. That's an episode name.
It is totally. Yep. Well, the episode name for this one is let's see. Let me get it over here because I want to get it right. Oh God, I can't see it. But it was Menoth John Can Go Real Long or something like that.
All day.
Can go all day.
All day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were kind of impressed when we realized you guys were doing such a hardcore endurance session.
It was the dumbest goddamn thing I've ever done in my life.
I thought that was driving to TempleCon.
No, actually, no, that was marriage number 1.
Oh.
That was not smart. But the driving to TempleCon is a close second.
So this can't be worse than the third stupidest thing you've ever done. So come on.
Okay, good point. So this is not that stupid, actually. When you analyze it deeply, I've done dumber things.
Okay.
But this is pretty dumb, though. But I have to tell you, you guys are making it all worthwhile. I'll give you that. It's been amazing. We've only had a couple, what I would describe as major technical faux pas, and it's working out pretty good.
Yeah, no, we've been listening, and even though you have had a few minor technical difficulties, considering the shit we've been through to get ours off the ground,
there's countless hours now of shit on the cutting room floor.
Yeah. So we edit all of our podcasts.
Whoa! Back off, man.
Editing, that's crazy talk.
What's this editing shit you're talking about?
Well, so, really, we kind of have to, because otherwise there would probably be like some sort of legal persecutions after us.
Persecutions.
Yeah, be burned at the stake or something. Be bad. But so yeah, I'm pretty sure we cut more than we actually keep these days.
So we're on episode 15, but we've recorded
episode
20.
But you're actually recorded episode 334.
Yes, 334. Yes.
That's excellent. So I got to ask your opinion, guys. Are you both Game of Thrones fans? I feel like I can have this discussion with you guys.
Yeah, you know what? So I'm gonna get my nerd card pulled, right? Because I haven't started yet.
Okay, well you're not in the discussion anymore.
Yeah.
So
you can hang out with me.
So Joe's the editor for a reason.
Okay.
We just put him in his corner and he edits, and he's damn good at it. But Game of Thrones, I've been in it since before it was cool.
You're a hipster Game of Thrones.
I'm a Game of Thrones hipster because I played the card game. There was a Game of Thrones card game.
Yep.
About 10 years ago is when it first came out, and I was playing that. So long story short, when they announced it on television, I freaked out.
Nice.
So, and I've played in a 1.5 year long Game of Thrones role playing game. Like no LARPing, no Game of Thrones LARPing. I don't have the body to be Daenerys. And
you control.
I'm gonna LARP as Reek.
Nice. Ooh, there you go. Well, my favorite is on the other continent. There are these. Of course, they have the Unsullied, which are badass warriors.
Without a
But
wee.
they have axe priest that literally marry their axes, okay, and then just go around kicking butt. Is that different?
I've been married to battle axes.
Huh? You married her.
We already talked about your first ex-wife.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. But I was just going to ask, what do you think the over-under on, and since you've read all the books and all this shit, it's like a non-question for you now. I was going to give the over-under on the Mountain versus the Viper.
Oh, yeah,
You need to be...
I have too many little birds that have told me what are going to
happen.
Oh,
That's a very nice reference.
So, long story short, I'm really excited to see how they play it out in this episode.
Okay. Well, we're going to leave the conversation right now because you know too much. This is a conversation that can only happen with someone who hasn't read the books.
Yeah, and when Drew comes in, who knows what will come out. So I think you've made a wise decision.
Yeah, I ought to make one of these years. So what are you guys working on today?
I'm working on a kind of a corridor. It would probably not be good to put the brush in the beer. You're teasing the beer. That's
well played.
I've actually drinking. At one point, I went to Valhalla and I had 2 red Solo cups. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. One red Solo cup was full of Coke and whiskey, and the other paint. I drank fully the wrong one.
Oh, that's bad.
So I digress. I'm painting the iguana and both geckos.
Yeah, so those are tags from the game Infinity, and they're basically, they're kind of like Warjack scale. They're just big, heavy robots. So yeah, he's been playing around on his airbrush, getting those undercoated and overcoated and all that sort of stuff.
Overpainted and
yeah, just a little bit of shading there.
Nice.
Brian, I'm on whatever's below novice or amateur. What do you call it?
Ass hat.
Ass hat.
Yes. I am ass hat painter of the Krug.
Nice.
There's a reason he's the editor.
The editing job is a lonely job. I mean, I've had it for 2 podcasts. I edit this one. Used to edit Lost Hemisphere Radio, but before Matt Wilson Gate.
But I am working. So I started out painting, and I was trying out some of these new opalescent paints from Golden. I'm a big fan of the Golden acrylic high flow range.
Okay.
In the airbrush.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you be?
Well, that's the thing. It's a great pigment. Golden is a great company, number one. But number 2, the paint itself, you don't even have to thin it down going into the airbrush.
Yeah.
And when I'm, teaching newbies and that ass hats.
Yep.
I point them to Golden acrylic because the other companies that have them, so like Vallejo has their air range, and they're all over the place. But Golden has just really given me a really stable response, and
nice.
Everyone that I pointed to it really loves it.
It's
That's
like
cool.
crack. It's like crack. You try a line and you buy the whole pack.
So funny story about that. I have the full line of Badger airbrush paints.
Oh.
Because
that hurts my ear.
It hurts your ears. You don't love them, huh?
Well, I'm kind of a cheater because I work for Grex airbrushes.
Oh, okay.
So I have the I'm a little biased.
Well, you got to be. I mean, if you work for the company.
Well, the main thing is I run Shark Mounted Lasers, which is a terrain company.
Okay.
And of course, painting terrain, you basically have to have an airbrush.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you shoot yourself in the face.
Yeah, you will shoot something because we did a last year for Feast of Blades, which is one of the big tournaments
Yep.
out here in
I'm aware
Denver.
of it. A lot of my buddies when I used to live in Logan, Utah, would go out to Feast of Blades.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. But we had to make 20 tables
Oh my
worth
God.
of infinity terrain.
That's a lot of damn terrain.
Yeah, well, you look at a War Machine table, you have 2 buildings and 2 forests, and those forests are made out of felt. It's not thing to set up a grand tournament for that.
No.
No offense. But with Infinity, yeah, you're talking 20 buildings on a table.
Yeah.
It takes a long time. So we were playing with the Grex, and then I was like, man, this is some good stuff, and met up with the gentleman, and now I'm hawking their wares.
Nice. So I mean, that's great. I mean, I was just mentioning it from the standpoint that we were talking about going in, in a penny, in a pound. They have a deal at Adepticon every year where they sell you the whole damn box for like $100, and it's their entire line, and it is such an awesome value. And I've had really good luck with it. I mean, when I've been playing with my airbrush, if you get a specially formulated for airbrush paint, especially a good one, it makes all the difference in the world.
Oh yeah, no, the Badger stuff is pretty good. The main reason, like with Adepticon, they don't actually let in any other airbrush companies.
Oh no, I know they're in bed real hard because they're in the same general area.
Yeah. But yeah, no, their micro airline is pretty good stuff too.
So tell me, okay, so you've got your podcast, and I have been like from the periphery looking at Infinity. There's nobody in my area here in the greater Milwaukee area that plays Infinity, so I don't get a chance to play it. It seems like a game that's right up my alley though, because it's low model count. The models are awesome to look at, and it seems like it's got a pretty good rule set on top of everything else. I mean, I understand that it's a bit difficult to learn by just reading the book, but overall, in general, once you learn the game, that it's pretty well done.
Yeah, no, it's one of those games that flow. Like yesterday, we actually had a tournament, and a gentleman was like, "Oh man, I've got to load up XCOM because this reminds me exactly of XCOM."
Oh.
It's like it's the first person. It's like rolling dice and playing. What I like about it is I used to play video games a lot, and I miss human interaction.
Yep.
And this, and I used to lose my ass at 40K, and I came to Infinity where it's a bit more. And I don't want to knock any game, but it's to me I can tactic Infinity better than 40K. So
it's cool to throw 40K underneath the bus on this show. I know.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
It's fine. It's fine by us.
I was going to say, I don't know why he's apologizing. But,
it turns out Games Workshop trolls their own game. So there you go.
Touche. So I found this game where I could actually not have to spend $300 every other month, and really play. So I really like this game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the miniatures. That's one of the common, like slogans that's hawked around the Infinity world is I came for the miniatures and I stayed for the rules.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a well-encompassing. I would argue it's the most accurate tactical skirmish game that is on the market right now.
Accurate in what respect?
Well, in just the tactical nuance.
On one-on-one skirmishing. So
okay.
I think one-on-one skirmishing because it's so in the bigger point games you have like I have a league team and then you have multiple units. I use with quote fingers going against one guy normally or two guys. So it's more of a one-on-one. I brought my special forces. You brought your special forces. We're gonna use one-on-one type tactics.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, the main reason I think that it's the most accurate is you look at the rules, and there is, as you mentioned, it's not necessarily the easiest game to learn if you just have the book. And the reason because of that, or the reason for that rather, is because it is so, there are so many options that a player can have. There are so many different equipments that a player can have. There is rules for, smoke, and one of the biggest differences with Infinity from other games is the fact that there's the automatic reaction order, which lets you, as the player who is not its turn, it still lets you react to the enemy.
So I've heard their slogan is kind of "It's always your turn," right?
Yeah, exactly. So if a model comes out into a corridor that you have a heavy machine gun, posted at the end of,
Yeah.
It allows for that engagement. It's not as static as with Warhammer and some games like that. You can basically leave the table when it's not your turn.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I just think that's incredibly boring.
And we're Mike's friends, so tournaments that we have here make the AROs in round 4 or 3 of the tournaments because we have beer. So automatic reactions become slower.
Sometimes the models are playing faster than we are.
Yeah.
Because with the tournaments here, we break for lunch, and if you're not slotted in the top first or second place, you basically make it your goal to get completely hammered. And if you are in first and second place, you make sure that you're matching your opponent beer for beer.
Yeah. So Dexter and I have on a couple of occasions said, all right, how many? And then we
I'm playing the wrong damn game.
You've never played Beer Machine?
Beer Machine is actually a burgeoning format.
Nice.
And I understand that there are rules, and I believe the Irish came up with them. So that worries me to no end, that I might not live. Because
well, you mentioned earlier in your stream that you're German.
Yes, I am.
So, I mean, you need to live up to your namesake.
Hey, not only am I German, I'm from Wisconsin.
Oh, there. So you have no worries about playing Beer Machine.
Oh, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I mean, I just don't want a repeat of 2 years ago at War Machine Weekend when I woke up in the bathroom. You know what I mean?
as long as you had all your pieces, you're fine.
Well, the pieces were upstairs. Thank God. I at least had the. I don't know how those pieces got up there, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that happened, but they did, and that's good, I guess.
Hey, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, just don't lose my minis. But anyway, so that's the game seems really, really interesting, and like I said, there's just nobody playing it here locally, so frankly, if you took a look at the shelf of pewter I've got sitting upstairs, probably I'm good with the game I've got for right now.
Understandably, I think we all kind of have that problem.
Kind of look at it and have that little moment of shame, but yet exaltation at the same time.
Well, the bigger problem is at least, the games that you have pewter for are still being played.
Yeah, there's that.
I still have so probably one of the only games that I've actually painted. Like my first full army, I have a red army, and I actually painted it.
Whoa.
In Denver Broncos colors, my red jacks are orange.
Nice.
But
that just seems obnoxious.
No, I really like it.
Oh no, I mean Gdablok has an orange retribution army that's beautiful, and I'm working on the citrus cricks. I probably don't have the light well enough to be able to see it here on the actual broadcast here, but it's kind of a burnt orange, and then I'm putting washes and stuff on it to dirty it up. I am not spending my entire life on this army. So it's gonna be dirty and disgusting and not all that well painted, to be honest with you, because that's what my Signar and my Retribution and my Protectorate are for. I want to play Crix when I want that experience of lighting up Scar One's feet and casting Dark Guidance and sending Gerlach Slaughterborn through his entire army. And then I'll put them away for a while because I lived that dream, and then I can move on to other things. I can start I can stop the self-loathing right then.
Oh, see, that's when you know you need to start a new game. Is when you don't have enough self-loathing.
Exactly. When you need to hate yourself a little bit more, start a new rule set.
Yeah.
So, John Spencer, you are an Infinity fan, are you not?
I am. I play a little bit.
So you have the experts. What I've heard is that these guys know more about Infinity than Corvus Belli.
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's some crazy expectations with that sentence.
Yeah, I thought I'd build it up for you. Would you like to ask them any technical questions? Any rules? Anything that, some rules errata or anything like that?
Not that I can think of.
Thanks
I
for
wasn't
filling in.
expecting to have them on. Yeah,
Thanks
no
for
problem.
filling. You're awesome. You're the best
I got
co-host
your back.
ever. Yeah.
Absolutely. I can throw you under the bus like anyone else.
I tossed the fish over at you, and you're like at Pike Place Market, just letting it hit the cement.
I was painting, and it just boom.
Boom. Yeah. Well, you got to be. I'm like, it's like fast motion here on Painting with Men all the time. You got to be ready for this stuff. I brought some chips down so I could eat chips into the microphone. You think that'd be irritating?
Probably slightly.
Okay, let me try that one.
But, they kind of have a podcast, so I kind of get their rules content there.
There's some eating of chips. Maybe that'll drive away some of the listeners.
No, it sounds great.
Man, how many people do we have actually listening to this crap? There's a lot of people in the chat room right now.
23.
Man, you people need to think about getting a life.
We actually topped out at about 30 at one point, which is
That's amazing. That just goes to prove that if you stay on the internet long enough, somebody will find you.
Exactly.
Am I having trouble painting anymore?
Yeah.
You guys are close to Indianapolis. Gen Con, I don't know. We're going to be there. It'd be great to meet handshakes, right?
Well, I was going to say beer shakes.
Oh, yeah, let's get a beer. What am I talking about?
I'll be there on Saturday.
Okay.
Just for the day. I'm going to drive down. It turns out that so far this fiscal year I've been to 4 conventions. And so I am all out of vacation. So I'm going to come down I'll get up at stupid o'clock in the morning on Saturday, drive down. I'm probably going to have my X-Wing stuff with me.
Nice.
And because there's a buddy of mine that I used to play Car Wars with on via email. And he's going to be down there, and he wants to play some X-Wing. So I'm going to bring my X-Wing stuff, and we're going to get a little X-Wing going. So that'll be fun. What the hell? X-Wing's when you play X-Wing correctly, it's a beer and pretzels game.
So I like beer and pretzels. I bought Dystopian Wars for beer and pretzels, and then nobody else wanted to push around boats.
Whoa. I love to push around boats, but I have a special beer and pretzels game that's literally called Beer and Pretzels Ironclads. But if it has beer and pretzels in the name, then it allows you to have more beer than Dystopian Wars.
Okay.
So do you want to hear my story about why I don't play Dystopian Wars?
I would love to.
So I had back when I was living in Utah, I had these things called John Cons, because there's nothing more ostentatious than naming a convention after yourself.
It's hilarious.
And so we had some guys had just gotten their Dystopian Wars models, and we're downstairs in my basement, and we're playing Dystopian Wars. And they started their game, and I went away, and I came back an hour later, and the ships hadn't moved. And I went, that game right there is not for me. And I went ahead, and I had already purchased some ships, and I'd already started to assemble them, and I was like, yep, not anymore. So I'm sure it's a nice game. It just probably is not for me.
Yeah, no, I can definitely feel the same way. That's why I stopped playing Warhammer and that is once you've gone to infinity where you're consistently having to pay attention, going back to a game that's, you know, a you go, I go, or, you know, that has a slow movement mechanic or whatever the case may be, it's just like, oh my goodness, what?
It's torture.
Yeah, exactly.
You move, I eat beer and pretzels.
Those corn chips might have been the worst idea I ever had.
Yeah, they made me hungry. Good job.
Yeah, sorry about that. And
Okay.
it's left a taste in my mouth that shouldn't be in my mouth.
Well, I guess just drink more beer.
It's a bad taste. Hey, Ron!
Run! Oh, wait. You're not drinking fast enough, Joe.
Drink more.
As he proceeds to down the entire thing.
Good man. Good man.
There you go.
Alcoholism isn't a problem unless you let it be.
That's right.
That was fantastic. What was that?
Dude, that was the Stone Collectors.
Yeah, the Collective Distortion IPA.
Yeah, it's a limited edition thing.
Oh man, that was good stuff.
I feel like somewhere on the internet there needs to be an IPA naming application where it just like picks random ass words and puts them together. It's like, I don't know, butt kiss top hat IPA.
It's like your stripper name where you take like a letter from your last name and then something from the
Oh, there you go.
What's your IPA name? Let's see. Yeah. My name is Synthetic Water Bronze Metal Man IPA.
I'm
Ass Hat McGee.
Yes. I'll go with Ass Hat McGee.
Ass Hat McGee IPA.
I have a tits. Okay, so there's a lady in my army.
Wait a second. All I heard was tits. What happened there?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I'm actually gonna close. I'm gonna take a second and talk about Tits McGee. So,
okay.
A moment.
This podcast just went down the hill.
Well, you invited the Krug on board.
I know I did. Mistakes were made.
Actually, I think we invited ourselves.
Yeah.
You kind of did.
I blame Eric because Eric may be listening.
Yeah, we blame Eric.
So she's a volunteer from Caledonia who is sporting a light grenade launcher. However, if you take her as a 6-point volunteer with a chain rifle, I almost guarantee she will make armor saves, she will kill tags, she will kill heavy infantry.
Wait, this is a real model.
Yeah. So you have to realize. So Infinity kind of has this stigma. This stigma of objectifying women with it. You know. So you're putting Tits McGee right up to the.
Well, there she is. Yep, that's a good name for her.
Yeah. So whatever the case, the model is a really cheap model, but she always does really well for Joe.
Legendary.
And we're convinced just all of the rest of the models are thoroughly distracted.
There are 70-point models that literally fear her. They're like, I know she's just got a chain rifle.
I like how you keep referencing points and stuff, but the people listening to Painting with Men Off John have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, what's a base game size?
300 points.
300 points. So 70 points is a ginormous investment.
It's a pretty big investment, you know.
Especially for something 6 points that kills it.
Yeah, they're quaking in fear of the 6-point model.
Nice. I'd be quaking in fear of something like that too, or some kind of movement somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. She's actually the sister of the original Tits McGee.
Yeah, he keeps losing her. We have a problem. All of the local game stores know that we're coming back because we always leave like half of our armies there.
Well, when you only have like 4 models in the damn army.
Well, you're looking at about 10 to 20. That is the standard.
Okay.
For the game.
Okay.
And there's been movement towards the more 20 end of the range.
Yeah.
So, but still, when you're considering things, 20 models, pretty small investment comparatively.
Yep, absolutely.
Speaking of War Machine, I haven't played since first edition, and I had I had Sorsha, and then two of the I don't even know the names for them, but two of the heavy mortar warjacks.
Yep, the destroyers. Yep.
Yeah, destroyers. There we go. And I remember that was my entire army, and that was like tournament standard. You had like 2 jacks and a caster.
Yep.
And since second edition, I show up to War Machine Night, and they're massing these huge infantry volumes, and I'm like, whoa, what happened to my mortar assassination?
It went away a long time ago, buddy. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I don't think I could win anymore because that's literally all my army did.
Yeah, the game's changed a lot. I mean, infantry machine was a thing even before Mark II happened, and they are trying desperately and have tried desperately to bring warjacks to be more prevalent. It's never been a problem with war beasts, obviously, in the horde side of the game because of the mechanics, but they continue to struggle to get people to make, and especially in Khador. I mean, you see a Khador army with more than one jack, and you're kind of licking your chops because they did it wrong. But yet we still call ourselves War Machine, so there you go.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see the growth of games. Because obviously, if you release a new edition, or you can't have the same game for all of the years that you run it, because people will just get old of it, or it will get old. And War Machine releases new books and that sort of stuff. And Infinity does it a little bit differently, because instead of changing the actual or adding new units or anything like that, one of the main ways they keep their games fresh, per se, is they release new tournament rules.
That's actually interesting that you say that, because that is a model that Privateer has adopted even in the recent years, where Steamroller has really become something that is integral to how the game is played and what models become more or less relevant in the meta.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool. Personally, with Steamroller becoming as big as it is, and I see more games adapting that sort of framework. And I think it's really cool because it allows them to bring models out of the framework into the meta without changing their rules.
Agreed.
It just and I think that's I think that's the way games should be played. I don't think it requires like Warhammer does, where they just bump their stats up one ballistic skill or whatnot and call it a day.
So one thing I like about War Machine is all their like charity events. So like Food Machine and like the all kinds of stuff they do for wounded warriors. They have such a great.
Well, I'm not sure if that's just our local meta or not.
Okay.
No, that's not just that's not just your local meta. I think this is a fairly philanthropic. I've had a couple beers. Philanthropic meta, and as far as across the nation, I mean, Food Machine continues to be a big deal. Breast cancer brawls continue to be a thing. I think we've got Boost for the Cure with the Dark Omen guys out east. So I think that there's a lot of stuff that's done for charity that you may not see in maybe other games.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool. That's one of the main like luring. It's you can really respect the gaming groups that are doing that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Plus, in addition, I think it just draws the community together easier. It's one thing to call a tournament together.
Yeah.
But it's another to call in.
We're supporting this organization.
Exactly. It's really cool. So props to the War Machine community for doing that sort of thing.
Yep, I agree completely. It makes it really good. You can hang your hat. We've had Merry Mayhem here in Madison goes to fund a lot of charities for children around the Christmas time and stuff like that. So I mean, there's there's some really good people doing some really great things for people who are, quite frankly, less fortunate than we are. I mean, when you get right down to it, we play a game where we spend a fair amount of money on these little toys, and we despite maybe some personal hardships we might have here and there, we're all very blessed. And
Oh yeah.
and this being able to have a community that really contributes and gives back to the community it's wonderful. It's a good time. There, I got all emotional there for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about tits again.
Boobs.
Boobs. Who don't like boobs? All right, so there we go. So what else you got? Pimp your damn show, because we want to have you on here to pimp your show in case there might be some Infinity listeners that would love to get into your game. And I mean, you're the best. What I heard was that you guys were the best podcast for Infinity there is.
Well,
person was the nicest person ever.
Yeah. I think the person who mentioned that
was one of us.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. No, we our podcast is a little bit differently. There's a few out for Infinity the Game, and ours is a bit different because we take a very tournament focused ideology towards all of our dialogues that we have. Whereas the other ones are a lot more centered on like the new miniatures that are coming out, or how to help how to build a list or something for the certain factions or whatnot. Ours is very much based on how do you win a tournament.
Interesting.
What kind of stuff we like to take in lists? Well, we actually what was it now? 2 episodes ago we started foreplay, so all the kind of stuff.
Well, good for you.
Yeah,
your significant others will be much happier about that.
Yeah, so I've been taught foreplay.
Well, it's about time.
So says the wife as well.
Yeah. But what's kind of cool about this game, and there's a bit of this that plays into account with like War Machine, but there's so much of the game that occurs before the game happens.
Yeah.
40 dice roll, orders are counted.
Exactly.
So many mind games.
Yeah, the Infinity is a game of mind games, to start out. So we started a new section called the foreplay section, where we delve into the mind games per se, or the before action, sort of tactics and such. But it's pretty cool. I mean, we
sometimes foreplay is long. The ladies
as it needs to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's to help the men out. It's really what the foreplay is for.
Listen to an old guy. I'll tell you, it's the most important part of the game.
Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Oh, here we go.
I can't tell you how different our guests have been over the course of this show.
Yes, indeed.
And you're amongst the differentest.
Well,
the differentest. I'll take it.
Yeah, no, and you've had a bunch of foreign guys. The Netherlands.
Bunch of foreign guys.
Netherlands.
Well,
is it Netherlands or Netherlands? I think it depends on where you're.
Because boss.
We call them. We just say the Dutch.
The Dutch.
The
Okay.
Dutch.
That's usually where I end the conversation.
And the Dutch.
We tried to have our Netherlands guy here.
Yeah. So our one of our co-hosts, he's from the Netherlands, and I mean I personally don't understand half the stuff that comes out of his mouth.
Jesus.
I'm not sure if it's the accent or the beer, or both. But speaking back to the Krug, of course we have our weekly recommendations for what you should be drinking.
Excellent.
So we're kind of in a unique hodgepodge of we're not sure if we're a beer podcast or an Infinity podcast.
Yeah.
Really, I don't think the two should be separate.
No, I agree completely. I mean, you need to walk that hard line.
As an outsider who listens, you're a beer podcast with an infinity problem.
That's right.
Yeah, I thumbs up that. Yeah, I like and thumbs up that if this were Facebook.
Very nice. I would add you to my network if this was LinkedIn.
Yes.
And if this was LinkedIn, I'd shoot myself.
If this was LinkedIn, I would be worried.
Yeah,
Actually, if this was LinkedIn, business would be a lot better.
Yeah, I proudly
That's true.
do not post my membership in the Krug on my LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. Maybe I'm looking for the wrong type of jobs.
Yeah, I don't put on my resume that I am a Krug podcaster because that could end badly.
Yeah, I tell people that I podcast at work, and they're like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Well, how about them Brewers?" I didn't bring up something different. I changed the subject real quickly.
How about them local sports teams?
Yeah, how about them sports? How about the sporting that they did last night? Did they do the sports?
Did they do the sports right?
We like sports and we don't care who knows.
Oh, snap.
Well, we've got a rugby player on that.
Yeah, one of our.
So he justifies, my wife and I joke about this, he justifies my nerdity by being a professional rugby player. I'm like, but I play nerd games with a rugby guy, so that makes me like quasi-sports, right?
Well, he played for the Texans for a while.
Really?
And now he does rugby because he decided to get a real job. He's now our resident police cadet, which is hilarious.
So does this guy have ADHD or what's the deal?
I'm really not. He's too smart to be a football player. Mainly because he consistently defeats me. I have never been.
This guy against he doesn't win.
Yeah, I cannot win against this gentleman. So maybe it's something to do with that, but maybe ADHD.
You never know. Could be.
Yeah, who knows? Well, I think the problem is he's not drinking enough. So our games are just a little mismatched out of the gate.
That's true.
We have so many people that have added us as are now following us on Twitch, mostly since you started being on the show here, guys.
Well, there we go.
Yay! I added you about 2 hours before we came live so that we could know what we're getting into.
Yeah. We
wanted to know the feel of this marathon podcast, and I have to say, quite pleased to be invited.
No, I would be. I think both of us would be proud to paint every Sunday with you guys as our background conversations.
Hey, we'd love to have you. I mean, we would be honored to count you amongst the Brushhead Nation.
Brushhead Nation. There needs to be is there an avatar for Brushhead Nation? That sounds like.
Maybe we need to start a network.
Oh no, we don't have an avatar. We sell T-shirts. So
T-shirts. T-shirts.
So we just got done with our latest T-shirt, and I'll stand up here so you guys can see it. Both John and I are wearing it, but I'm going to stand up here and you can take a look at it. It's two monkeys. Let me move the microphone.
Oh, fantastic! Bottoms up.
Yep. And they're saying, hey, Ron. And then it's actually, and I'll show you the shot glass here. It's actually a 1950s shot glass.
Oh, beautiful.
And it says bottoms up, and nothing is more festive than monkeys getting drunk while hanging from their tails.
No, it's really,
it speaks to the Krug.
It's monkeys drunk. Drunken monkeys.
Drunken monkeys, and it was my old man's shot glass. And so whenever we have a little shot of Kraken, we bust out the monkey glass and we have some Kraken.
Here's to the old man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yep, he's looking down from heaven and saying, "Well played, son. Well played." So I'm going to get out one more shot here as we get close to the end of our time together here, gentlemen. I want to definitely reach out to the Brushhead Nation and say, check out the Krug. These guys are totally legit. even if you don't play Infinity, you might learn something about Infinity that may cause you to want to play Infinity. I mean, I already wanted to play Infinity, and now I know more about it, and know that these guys could show up at a tournament makes me double want to play, because that would be super fun, because I think we'd light it up and have a good old time.
Definitely,
For sure.
definitely.
And so I'm going to encourage you all to get out. Are you on the iTunes, or where can we find your podcast?
We're on the iTunes.
We are on the iTunes. We're under the Krug Podcast.
Look for 3 beers and the Krug.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the
K-
avatar.
KRUG?
Yep. Krug.
Got it. So I'm going to give you guys one more Ron on the way out. One more little shot of Kraken here for you.
Oh, glorious.
And from all of us here at Painting with Menoth John, the sister podcast of Painting with Menoth John, the Krug. Hey, Ron.
Ron.
So if you guys are the sister podcast, that means I can't kiss you, right?
Yeah, you just made it awkward.
Well, if you're second cousins, maybe.
Okay.
In the South.
And if you're hot like wearing the Daisy Dukes, then all bets are off.
Jesus Christ, all bets are off.
All right, gentlemen. Well, you have a great evening. Thank you for being a part of the show. We're going to usher you off as we get ready to bring on, we think, another guest. But thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of the show.
Anyway,
Thanks for coming, guys.
having us, and we'll be ordering some shirts here soon.
Actually, you'll have to wait for the next sale, because I use Teespring, so the sales only last for a little while. So you can't get them right now. But we're going to do something in the future. Don't know when, but it'll happen, and it'll probably be a shot glass.
Oh, perfect.
Bonus.
So, all right, guys. Take care, and we'll talk to you later.
Have a good one. Bye.
Hey, guys.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Those guys are
great.
amazing. So that's we'll talk if we can get those guys on. We'll talk more Infinity. What the hell?
Absolutely. Yeah. I listen to their podcast, and they're very amusing.
They're good people. Now I got to figure out when the hell it is we're going to bring on Edifo. So
Gotcha.
is Edifo in the chat room?
Let me take a quick look.
Yes, he is.
He is.
He is. So Edifo, we're going to move you to the 6 o'clock Central time slot. We may only have you on for 30 minutes, depending upon, or we may have you on for 2 hours. It's going to be one of those two, 30 minutes or 2 hours, because I'm still not sure about Kurt Hinman. He did add us on Twitch. I saw that I saw that happen.
Kurt was here a while ago in the chat room, I think.
So,
Was it?
there's Cool Kurt. Cool Kurt 84 is in the chat room. I'm gonna see if he set up the Facebooks. As soon as I figure out where my damn cursor is, there it is. I'm gonna see. Let me see if he's got Kurt Hinman, and I don't see him on the Google's pluses. Yeah, I see Kurt Hinman the second, but I don't know which one it is. So let's see which. That's Kurt Hinman Lee. And Daryl mentions that was fun as shit. He can't wait to be back on. So
yeah, those guys are cool. They're definitely kindred spirits.
Oh yeah, clearly the Krug is our new sister podcast. We've never had a sister podcast before, but we got one now.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you guys are sweet. That's what I'm texting him back. Okay, yep, I see Cool Kurt. That is me. Kurt Hinman Lee? That can't be right. Kurt Hinman I. Is it big I, little I? It must be. So I'm going to add circles. Friends. I hope this is him.
Is he the second, maybe?
There's more than one.
Oh, his father could have been Kurt Hinman, too. And he's the second.
Kurt
Junior.
Hinman.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up now.
Okay, let's see here. There's also this one here. I'm going to add people to my circles here that I don't even know who they are. So we're going to go with this one here. I think he just set it up so he doesn't seem to have any other friends. So that's a lot like Kurt Hinman, actually. Oh no, everybody loves Kurt because Kurt brings gummy bears to cool places. I think we're down to 8.
To some guys like Kurt or not. It's hard to tell.
No, it's a question of whether or not Kurt likes Crippled System. because
Fair.
because that joke that started at Merry Mayhem went on a lot longer than it probably could have.
Absolutely. And his letters to them were, well, they were a thing of beauty.
They were a piece of work. Bam, sister. Enduro. Bam, sister podcast. I have more man boobs, but I can be a sister. Boom. All right. Well, those guys have set the tone. I am going to take a quick bio break, John, for like 2 minutes, and for
it's time for me to talk about a movie.
Perfect time to talk about a movie. Let's talk about a movie, John.
Well, I'll let you pick since I don't know which one you'd rather talk about when you're here. I've got Snatch and Equilibrium.
Ooh, talk about Equilibrium. I'd like to talk about Snatch.
All right, Equilibrium.
I mean, who doesn't want to?
Yeah, I'm sure everyone has at least seen the ending fight scene from Equilibrium because it's super legit awesome. I watched it. I realized in watching it that I had never actually seen the thing from start to finish. Well, I actually took it at the time and watched it from start to finish. And my notes are, see Sean Bean in the first couple minutes, and my thought is, oh yeah, he's gonna die. He dies. It's a pretty standard sort of neo-Nazi post-apocalyptic. I tell you that they had a third world war, decided that humanity couldn't survive a fourth, so they're going to take away everyone's emotions. Use this drug to keep people's emotions out there, so they get rid of the good, but they also get rid of the bad. And it's some very Fahrenheit 451 stuff where they're taking books and they burn them and everything. It's very, very heavy-handed in its message. I mean, it beats you in the face over and over again with its message. It's really kind of slow and plotting, but the action scenes are crazy. They have, as the Infinity Battle Report pointed out, the gun kata. Well, it's super cool idea that they just had this whole martial arts based off of guns. It's such bullshit. I mean, it's super fun, but definite suspension of disbelief there. Let's see what other notes I have here. Oh, God, the main character who is Batman, Christian Bale, he does a really good job in it. I felt. He plays emotionless really well for the time he's supposed to. In fact, better than most of the other people. Like his second partner seemed very emotional, honestly, and some of the higher ups seemed pretty emotional. But I guess you can't expect everything from it. So I love the action scenes. Let's see here. The fight scene at the end. I mean, if you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube or whatever. It's worth watching the movie for just that action scene. Though, oh my God, the freaking mooks in this movie are morons. I mean, most of the time when they're fighting against Christian Bale, they just seem like the worse than stormtroopers. Yes, I already got that comic, Scotty Body. I saw Sean Bean. Yep, he dies. Um, so it's a pretty amusing movie, like I said. Great action. The story is kind of uninspired. It's kind of very cliched, but it's done competently, if a bit slow. And I like it a lot. I would actually give it, solid action movie, two shots of crack. And if they could speed the pace up, get a little better performance, a little more consistent performances out of some of the secondary actors, it'd be really good. But yeah, check it out. Super fun. Lots of great action. At least watch the final action scene from it because it is some of the best gunplay ever to be put on film. And that's that. Let's see if I can answer a quick question here while he's still off the call of nature, which I'm surprised I haven't had to do yet, but hey, lucky. Let's see what we've got. Oh, so one of our guys, Frank Thompson, had asked me and said I could put as a flipping boop if I need to. He's got an AFG that he wants to convert into a Strider looking thing, and he's not sure if he should. At the time, I'd say go ahead, but now, if you ever want to be in some big events, don't, because that won't be legal, of course. But, if you do a really cool conversion. It looks like it's still going to look like the uh, Archangelic Force Generator. Do it to it. Why not? Let's see here. I think out of the rest of these, we're going to have to get some other people on to talk about. So again, like I've said before, you can still suggest movies on Facebook. I've gotten through a couple. Like I've gotten Snatch. I'm going to watch Usual Suspects here soon. I have, of course, seen that movie, but I watch it again to refresh myself, take some notes. I actually like taking a look at movies for you guys because it makes me think a little bit about the movie, and I've got a little more inspired about watching movies, look a little more behind the scenes, and not just hey, it was super fun action. Because even Lockout, which was not a great movie, as I said earlier, a couple hours ago, 4 shots of Kraken on that beast, was still pretty much a good time overall. I wouldn't pay for it by any stretch of the imagination, but you're sitting there and it's on Sci-Fi Channel. It's not a bad choice necessarily. But yeah, go to Facebook and suggest some more movies, bonus points if it's on Amazon Prime, because that's what I've got. And I'll start watching some more stuff that you guys want to hear my opinion of. Other than that, hey, give us some more flippity bloops. We might have, I think when Edifo comes on, we plan on hitting them pretty hard because that'll be pretty cool. I got a couple from him that I want to put out there. So that's that. And again, like if you want me to try out a board game or something, let me go. Oh, Conan the Barbarian and Hackers. You guys are just going for movies I own, which I can deal with.
I'd watch some Conan the Barbarian anytime.
That might become a movie club then.
Yeah, I'd be good with that. I look forward to the sound of the lamentation of the women. So I'm sorry I missed that. How many shots of Kraken?
I gave it 2.
Okay.
The capsule review was great action, solidly done but uninspired plot, and kind of slow in plotting at points.
Very good.
Yeah, like I said, it's a good time. Watch it.
So I just got a message from our next guest. When do you want me on? Now. So let me see here.
Also, they wanted me to watch Conan the Destroyer, which I also own.
I've watched Conan the Destroyer. I want to say maybe 3-4 times.
I used to watch it all the time. That came out on cable back in my teen days, so you'd watch it all the time.
So I'm gonna go ahead and try and bring Adam onto the show. Let's see how I do.
So apparently Banyan is shocked that I own Hackers because, well, my wife loves Hackers. It's one of her favorite movies. And obviously I bought it for her. But I enjoy it too.
There's nothing wrong with that. So here I'm going to bring on Adam, I hope. And here we go.
Technology for the win?
Maybe. He's got Shay as his icon. That's pretty good.
Let's see what we get.
See what we get here. So let's see if he actually adds. Come on, Adam, you can do it. You got this, man. Okay, let's try again. Adam Perdon.
Oh. And Yogshub says we should watch the 1954 original uncut Japanese version of Godzilla because it's his top movie. I will put that on the list as well.
If I could
might be harder to see.
If I could find that'd be great because if I can get Raymond Burr out of that show, I'm living the dream.
I will put that on the list. There's a couple I just can't get to. I told the guys there's some that just aren't on Amazon Prime or anywhere I can easily find them, or super cheap on DVD. Because you get to about $5 on DVD, I might just give it a chance.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
we have picked up so many damn followers during this show, John, on Twitch.
Yeah, I heard it while you were gone. There was like 2 or 3.
It's amazing.
Well, I think people are popping by. I've been on long enough that they can do this.
Come on, Adam.
Means we're going to have to do this again sometime. Maybe with more planning.
Okay, so apparently Adam has to download an app for some reason.
An app.
No, this is exactly why Adam was a co-host on this show at one point, because he struggles with technology at least as much as we do.
So that sounds like a good time for me to hit up with my last battle report.
Oh yeah, you know what? God, you're such a good co-host. You're such a good co-host.
Except when I throw you under the bus when you're trying to eat chips.
Yeah, whatever. It happens. I'm gonna eat some more chips right now.
I was in the zone painting. All right, so I played another game of X-Wing yesterday even after the 4 games on Friday. I figured, what the heck? And I didn't have anything else new built besides my missile squadron, and I wanted to try something different. So I did something I read online, which is called a random squadron. Random squadron is legit. Basically, you shuffle up all your cards for whichever faction, and flip ships till you get to about 80 points. And then
that's super cool. I gotta try that.
And then you stop at that point, and you take the extra points, and you buy upgrades to make the ships better. So I ended up with a rookie X-Wing pilot, a Green Squadron A-Wing, Luke Skywalker, and Jan Ors in the Hawk. So I'm like, that seems pretty legit. I had about 7 points left for upgrades at that, so I gave Jan Ors the Ion Cannon Turret and 9 Num, because that's a combo. And then Luke Skywalker got a basic R2 unit to make some of his maneuvers green, which is pretty cool too. And then my buddy Paul was playing a Lambda shuttle with an ion cannon, rebel captive, and a sensor jammer, which is a beast, because it means that if you shoot them, the first person takes a stress token, and then with the sensor jammer, he turns one of your explosions into a focus, which is BS, and you can't reroll that die that he turned.
Okay.
So focus.
By the way, Adam's with us. Continue on your battle report. Yeah. Welcome, Adam. We'll introduce you here in a second.
Yeah. And then he also had a Royal Guard interceptor with a stealth device, a hull upgrade, and something else. I don't know what the name of the pilot is. I haven't gotten my Imperial Aces yet, but he lets you use the banking 1 once per game as a barrel roll, which is super legit.
Wow.
He didn't get to do that, but it was on the table, so it's great. Then his last was Soontir Fell with Push the Limit, a hull upgrade, and a stealth device, who is obviously super crazy good.
Yeah, I hear Push the Limit is his thing.
Yeah, so we had so much ion cannon in this. Even with only 2 ion cannons, we had like 4 ships get ion cannon, or 4 times ships got ion cannon that had to just drift forward 1, which is more than I've ever seen in a game of them before. So that was super cool. We had our initial engagement, which did not go well for me because it's just like evade. Like Fell was up front, and I'm just taking every shot, just trying to ping him to get rid of that stealth device. And he's just like, nope, no hits. And we've had this game before where I could not hit him at all. I scored like 2 hits in the entire game, and I felt like I had done well. So, but I didn't get discouraged, just kept going. He luckily managed to ion cannon. I think it was my rookie pilot in the X-Wing, but luckily couldn't take advantage of it. And then I ion cannon the shuttle. It takes 2 hits, not easy. I was able to take a little bit of advantage, put some damage on it. And on our second pass, Luke ended up with a lucky maneuver right next to that Royal Guard interceptor.
Yep.
And with the Jan Or's ability to give him an extra die to attack, was rolling 5 dice with a focus.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't need to spend the focus. It was 5 hits. It blew him straight to hell.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was the one time where he's like, none, and he's like, kaboom. Feeling pretty good there. He had blown up the A-Wing prior to that. Fell was just like, you, get out of here. So he did. He had put a bunch of damage on the rookie X-Wing, and like for 3 turns is basically dogging him. But his dice kind of fail him, or go more average, if you will, and I've just managed to avoid everything he puts in there with some lucky rolls on my part. Rookie pilot going head-to-head with the best pilot in the Imperium, and somehow skating away with a win.
Last time I checked, Luke Skywalker blew up the Death Star.
Yes. Well, it wasn't Luke Skywalker. It was a rookie pilot.
Oh,
But
I know.
yes, that's
But,
fair.
Luke got started somewhere, man.
Yeah. So in the key turn, I had managed to. I think I managed to ionize Fell finally, or no, I didn't manage to. But we were in a pickly predicament where I could turn the X-wing one way and get cover from the rest of my guys,
Okay.
or he could just make a right turn, Clyde, and maybe be lucky and Fell chose the other way and live.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked perfectly. He made his right turn, Fell turned the other way, and did a head-to-head with Luke Skywalker, which he ended up losing at the end.
Oh.
Basically, it was one round. I got 3 hits on him. He only lived because he had the hull upgrade.
Yep.
But then he loses his freaking his stealth device and everything, which is funny because right before that I'm like, I roll it and I'm like with the ion cannon, I'm like 3 hits, awesome, and he's like, nope. I'm like, God damn it, what does it take to hit you? And then Luke comes in and shows me what it is, and super super fun. His shuttle actually ended up just barely turning off the board after being ionized again.
Yep.
He had gone 0 to get a good firing solution, so he was stressed. And then I hit him, and he had to go forward 1. Next turn, he had to do a green maneuver. He couldn't do anything red.
Yep.
And he turned, and then the next turn, no maneuver he had would keep him on the board. But he flies off the board, and Luke gets good hits on Fell again and takes him out. But it was super fun, and I'm going to say to anyone, if you play X-Wing, give that random a chance. It can be super fun.
It sounds super fun. I mean, it actually sounds creative. I mean, rather than following some kind of silly, this is the greatest build in the meta. This is a JVM list, so to speak, in X-Wing. Using that creativity, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, and I challenged him again this next Saturday, or maybe not next Saturday, but the next time we get a chance to play X-Wing, I challenged him to a random off. We'll see how that goes.
Super
That
cool.
could be fun.
Well, hey, appreciate that X-Wing battle report, man. That's fantastic. We welcome to the show now the man who was at my side at the very beginning of all this craziness. He's from Salt Lake City. You may not know him, but you're going to love him. Mr. Adam Purdon, how are you doing?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Adam.
Welcome to the show, man. I tell you what, I'm so glad that you had an opportunity to be with us, because this show would not exist had you not been the co-host back in the early days.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
Well, you're probably right about that. But I wanted to make you at least feel good. Oh my God, you're wearing Beats from Dr. Dre. You're way hipper now that I remember you.
I had these before. I just didn't ever think to use them.
Okay, you were cool before they became an Apple product.
I guess.
How you been, buddy?
I'm pretty good.
I haven't. You and I haven't even had a chance to shoot the bull in forever.
Nope.
So, how are things in the most salty of all lakes?
Oh dear, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
I try and get games in, but it's usually against the same guy every week. Gets old.
Who's the same guy every week? Jim?
His name's Ryan.
Oh, Ryan.
He's a newer guy that moved here from California.
Okay.
Probably about 6 months ago or so.
Okay.
And he plays Crix in Circle, so I get to deal with that.
That's super fun.
And I get kind of sick of it,
Yeah, I can imagine that. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. Has the Salt Lake meta kind of dried up that hard?
Well, I don't get to go during game nights, but even then, apparently just Adam Blakesley shows up.
Wow.
And then every once in a while, a random person will show up. So I don't know. Like that's just our game store. Like it's hard to get Clearfield guys to go to anything that's not in Clearfield.
No, I understand, but it's not even that far of a drive. I mean, Clearfield to Salt Lake is 35 minutes on a bad day.
Yeah, but they pretty much refuse to drive. Blakesley and James will usually go to everything that they possibly can that's around a 50-point event.
Yeah.
They even go up to Ogden too. So
welcome to the somber part of today's program, where we talk about the death of a meta.
Sorry.
Wow.
Apparently, it's going strong at the store in at Game Night Games.
Okay.
There's a bunch of guys that play there, but they usually play on Sundays, and a lot of us don't play on Sundays. So.
No, it turns out you guys have a fair amount to do on Sundays.
Yeah. So.
What? Okay. If you're a game store in Utah, why are you having a game? Why are you scheduling your games on Sundays?
Well, apparently it's most of the players that are scheduling it on Sundays because they're
weird.
all. That's when they can play. So,
okay.
Which if that's what's good for them, then that's what's good for them. They can't adjust it for 4 or 5 guys that can't play on Sundays.
Well, yeah, but I mean. We all know what the demographics are of the greater Salt Lake area, and you'd think you'd have more players available to your pool if you don't schedule it on Sunday. I mean, that's part of why the IMC is a one-day event.
Yeah.
But anyway, so speaking of the IMC, did you partake in this year's IMC?
Yeah.
How'd that work out for you?
Horribly.
Yeah.
I went with Retribution.
Oh, that's the beginning of the end.
The one game I did win, I played against Trolls with Assyria.
Oh, nice.
I was really afraid of his Mulg, as I should be.
It's a good thing to be afraid of.
Yeah, so I took one of my light jacks, slammed one of his big jacks into Mulg, so I knocked them both down, and then hopped to my feet. And I did, what is it? The +2 to charge spell.
Yep.
And then I had all my guys charge. Yeah. And then I had all my guys charge Doom Shaper 1 and ended the game.
There you go.
So.
Good for you, man.
But,
that's a legit win.
Yeah. I was playing off of 2 hours of sleep, literally. So.
Was that child related?
No, that was work related. I got off at like 4 a.m.
Oh man, you need a new job.
I wish.
Well, anyway, so that's great. So this is we're still at it after all this time, Adam. I mean, we started this in 2012, turning into 2013.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get a date, and you're married. So that worked out pretty good for us.
Yeah.
So, I guess we when we thought of the show here and we thought about bringing people on, we didn't have any kind of set agenda or anything like that. So it'd just be kind of interesting to kind of hear kind of what's been up and what's new with you and all that kind of good stuff too.
Yeah. I'm painting pigs right now.
Painting some pigs.
Yeah.
There you go. So you're getting into the minions. What drew you to the Pharaoh?
I've actually had them for a while. I just never touched them.
Okay.
Every once in a while, I'll pop them out, play a couple games.
And so what are you painting? Which ones are you painting right now?
I've got 15 razor boars on my table.
15
Holy crap.
razor boars.
Yeah.
And I thought I was razor board John. I have 2.
It's for my my speed machine list at Lock and Load.
Okay. Oh, so you're going to Lock and Load, huh?
Yep.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that.
Right.
Lock and Load Game Fest. That's coming up. Now, you actually drive to the event, correct?
Yeah, we do.
So are you driving in the Cooper?
Not this year. James does not know how to drive a standard shift.
Oh my.
So last year I got to drive all of it.
Which sucks.
Yeah, it did. It was all right though. James kept me good company, as he does.
Yeah,
so,
he can do that quite well. It's one of his strong suits.
Yeah. So now this year we're taking James's car, and we have 3 people, so we can share the load this time.
So who all is going with you?
Dallas is.
Okay. So for those of you out there who aren't familiar with all these people, the James that he's speaking of is Steampunk Jim from the forums, who is a legendary troll. And then you have Dallas from the Troll Blood Scrum podcast, who plays trolls.
Yeah.
So you've got some symmetry there.
Yeah, a little bit. Also known as the Great Blah on the forums.
Yes. So that's fantastic. I am not going this year. I will be there the week before the con, however.
Yeah.
No, wait. The con is this week, right?
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm going to be there on the Monday after the con. So I will not see you on Thursday and Friday, unfortunately.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it didn't work out with the way the kids work out. So
yeah.
But otherwise I would have been in Seattle. I've been in Seattle every other week for the last, I don't know how damn long.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we got to get you out to something back out here again.
Oh, absolutely. I'll come back sometime. That's for sure. It was the IMC. I've now gone through a 6-round tournament again, so my fear of the IMC is less than it was.
That's good.
Because the IMC just about broke my spirit the first time I played in it. For those of you who, the IMC is the Intermountain Cup. It's one of the War Machine weekend qualifiers. It is a 6-round tournament held in a single day. So just rattle that around in your head for a little while.
It's long. It's really long.
It's really super long. It is, it's a real test of wills. And
no official lunch break either.
Nope, no official lunch break. And it is this last year it was Omnis won it, and the year before that, the time before that, did Omnis win it before that too?
Yeah.
So he's got 2 years in a row.
Yep.
Man, you guys got to do something about that.
I would love to, but I'm a horrible player.
Well, I get that, but I mean, somebody's got to. Jay's got to step up to the plate.
Somebody does.
Somebody from Idaho Falls has to step up to the plate. It's funny because
the other one.
It's funny because the first IMC organizational meeting, or one of the first, was held in my living room.
Yeah.
Back during a John Con, and it's grown into this thing, and we started off as being this thing for Utah and for Idaho, and it's turned into this thing for Seattle. And we need to stop that. It needs to be a thing for Utah and for Idaho, and it just isn't anymore.
Nope.
So stop it, Seattle. Stop coming to our shit and stealing our bacon. We're sick of it. We don't like you. You smell bad, and you're hipsters.
Flipping hipsters.
No, exactly. So, John, John, would you like to add anything else as far as hate for the Seattle meta?
I don't really have a horse in this particular race, but I'm down with it. Someone's got to beat Omnis. He's won too many in a row.
That's right. Down. To hell with that. So, I'm rooting for anybody that will beat Omnis in the in the Iron Gauntlet coming up. So, I will actively root against him. We're going to do a Rift Tracks version of the Iron Gauntlet final. We're going to get on, and I'm going to be giving a play-by-play of the stream that Privateer is putting on. That will be well received by the Privateer Press Company, because they already love me.
Yeah, it's going to make a lot of friends. It'll be cool.
Oh yeah, I'm good at that. So what else is new, buddy? What else is going on in your life?
Not much. Just work and sleep when I can. Oh, I lost like 40 pounds.
I can tell. You look a lot thinner, and your hair, while always short, is even a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I shaved it like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, congratulations, man. Well, there's a little thing we're doing here on Painting with Men Off John called the Drive for 175. Cause,
yeah, I know. I listen.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there for the people who haven't listened. The Drive for 175, I was at 185, I think, this morning. So I'm not losing weight very fast. But
it's all right.
I'm staying on it. I'm making good choices, except for those chips I just had here a second ago. But when you put me in a position where I can't literally go away from the mic for 11 hours, I'm gonna have a little bit of something.
You gotta have something.
Yeah, John, I don't know how you've done it so far. I have not seen you get up for the mic for more than like 2 seconds at a time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you pissing into a bag?
No, I went up and I did that a couple minutes ago.
Good man. Good man.
But I actually lost another 2 pounds, so I'm down 19 total.
Woohoo! You were kicking ass and taking names, man.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm pleased.
Yep. One little bit at a time, man. You're doing great.
Yep.
So yeah, that's fantastic, and you know that's only going to do you good, man. You got enough kids, so you got to stay healthy for them.
Yeah, I do. That's one of the big reasons why.
So it sounds like my local meta has dried up and blown away in Logan.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I haven't seen O'Donnell for a while. I think Spence. What's his name? Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer Flitton.
Yeah, he came down to event recently, I think. Maybe not. I don't remember. I haven't seen them for a while.
Yeah, I think that believe it or not, I think Malifaux has taken off in that meta.
Yeah.
I think that getting, I think the competitive angle on War Machine has dampened their spirits to the point where they just are tired of getting their poop pushed in, and it's kind of dropped off as a game.
Yeah.
There's still a few people playing it, but I just don't think it's getting a lot of play there so much anymore. Now watch. Right. So the next email I get's going to be from like O'Donnell or Jason or somebody like that, and they're just going to be giving me shit.
You know, I hope they're still playing because we like to have them come down. They're a good time.
Yeah, they're good. They're awesome people up there. I finally got that house sold up there in Logan.
Yeah.
And so it's good to be gone with that, but I've talked to my girlfriend Belinda, and I want to take her to visit Logan and see Utah and stuff like that so bad because it is a beautiful place filled with cool people, and I miss you guys terrible.
Yeah, we miss you guys.
It was fun. We had some good times. I miss throwing the John Cons once a year, and we had some good times breaking couches and stuff like that.
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, so basically I had this couch in my house. For those of you who aren't aware of the story, I had this couch in my house, this green-ass couch that my dog liked to piss on. And it was not good for humans to sit on it anymore. And so I paint, because this was during the time of the first Kickstarter that the Chain Attack boys did, and they were having all kinds of problems with Chessex getting the dice correct. And so I painted with spray paint. I painted in primer white Chessex on the couch, and then we decided that we were going to take it outside and break it up because I didn't want to move it. So we each took turns hitting it with a sledgehammer, cutting at it with a bow saw, and we have some great pictures of us destroying that green couch that was full of dog piss. It was a great idea. Took out a lot of frustration.
It's good times.
Yep. This is the nostalgia part of this 11-hour broadcast.
Well, if you bring on your first co-host, it's bound to be nostalgia, isn't it?
Oh yeah, bringing on the OG.
Good times.
Yep. That was back when I used to have the show was broadcast using a camera that I later found out was exclusively built for broadcasting homework or overheads. I obviously had not done my homework when it came to picking out this particular camera, and as a result, it had the worst focusing characteristics I think I could have bought, and it was low resolution. So it was just a terrible combination. The show looked like ass and a half. And but you know, it was the building blocks. And since then we've upgraded a little bit. Thanks to some nice donations, people buying t-shirts and stuff like that, we've been able to increase the production qualities of the show, even if our technical difficulties still haunt us from occasion.
Well, that's our calling card.
It really is. We have a good time, but hey, the technology at least is bad. So, I'm getting pretty close to calling this Harrower done. I really am. I don't know what more to do to it without screwing it up completely. It kind of looks like it was left out in the rain for a while.
I'm going to make a comment on priming a Earthbreaker all red.
Yeah?
It seemed like a great idea.
At first.
Yeah, but unfortunately, when you miss a tiny spot,
It's red.
It's now red, not black.
Yep, can't hide a thing.
Well, I'm going to call that good idea. Might work on a smaller model, but next time just, oh, good Lord, just do it freaking black.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. Next time, just do it black.
So have you seen any movies lately?
Let's see. I saw Godzilla for the second time.
I saw Godzilla twice also.
My son loved it every time, both times. He is a kaiju freak.
So he's a big fan of the Pacific Rim, then I take it.
Oh yeah, he watches everything from the original Godzilla, Pacific Rim, the new Godzilla, whatever. If it's got giant monsters, he'll watch it.
Boom. Good stuff.
Yeah.
So
Raised him well.
What was what we've talked a little bit about it. Did I actually? Honest to God, John, this is terrible. Did I even give Godzilla a Kraken rating?
You did, and it was very low.
I think it was
like
1.
Maybe half or 1, yeah, something like that.
Man, I was. Why do I not remember any of this? Because I wasn't drinking that much, and
that might have been the one where you did drink a bunch.
Okay, well, that's great that I can't remember things. That's really classy and awesome, by the way. And I loved the show. I really did, and I loved it even better the second time when I saw it with my youngest boy, or my oldest boy, I should say. And we saw it on the with the reclining seats and the whole 9 yards. It was pretty amazing. But so, what was your favorite? What's your favorite bit about the new Godzilla?
Oh crap!
I'm putting you on the hot seat here.
I think it's when you first see his tail light up.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
That's some good times right there.
Man, I saw that, and both times I saw it, I just got the chills, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing.
Here it comes.
I think the first time I saw it, I almost even giggled a little bit.
Yeah, I know, I did too. I was like, oh, here it comes. It's coming. And the way he did the finishing move on the Mudo, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was great.
Now, Nigel from Focus and Fury would disagree with us.
I don't care.
I'm pretty sure I don't care either.
I heard his review, and I don't think he actually even likes movies at all, to be honest.
Okay, so let's.
I brought that up actually.
So let's talk a little bit about Nigel.
All right.
Nigel is 1,850 different kinds of awesome, and part of what is awesome about him is that those movie reviews. He is so full of salt, and he gives off that attitude of not ever liking anything, but he couldn't be more different in real life.
Really?
Oh, Nigel's one of my favorite people of all time. I just love the guy.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Oh, no, please do take my word for it, because he is. I kind of felt the same way that maybe I get kind of the vibe that maybe you feel about him before I actually met him and hung out with him. And I love this guy. He is really a nice fella, and he'll do anything for you, and he's got lots of laughs, and so take some of that salt with a bit of a grain of salt, if you will, because he is a legitimately great guy, and he is he made when I went up to Minneapolis and was visiting to do some work, and I went to Tower Games. He and Caleb both made me feel so welcome, and they were really just great guys. And I know both of those guys have this persona from their podcast that they're kind of, hard edge guys and all this stuff and don't like anything and all that stuff. Guys, they're pussycats. They really are. They're great guys. It's kind of a shame that Focus and Fury is gone forever now. But they're top-notch guys, and don't judge our good fella Nigel by maybe the bark of his movie review.
All right.
That being said, nobody can roll over hard on a movie like one Nigel Brooks.
Wow. Yeah.
I just find it funny. I mean, whatever he says about the movie, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm still gonna go see it or not see it based on my own thoughts of it. But he's funny to listen to.
Oh yeah, he's hysterical to listen to, and that's exactly how you have to take it. You got to take it as you're about to hear something really funny, maybe not as accurate as you'd hoped, but it's really funny, and just it's oh, he's a good guy. And that was actually one of the things I was a little bit surprised to hear Fat Asian roll over so hard on the Godzilla, because you'd think that he would be all about it. You know, it's kind of the monster that put his country on the map, right?
Oh. You hadn't gotten to his people yet. You had to go there, huh?
Oh yeah, his people. You know, so he's whatever, Japanese, Vietnamese, whatever he is, French.
I thought he would like it too, but
yeah. I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately. It's been too busy.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I plan on staying in if I have to. I want to see it in the theater, but it might not work out. Just this is the busy time.
Okay, so some of the things we've heard about the Godzilla movie that may be exaggerated. He does have kind of a big butt.
No, I don't care about that.
Right, exactly. He's got.
I don't judge.
Baby's got back, and so I mean, some people have had some issues with that aesthetic, that he doesn't have. I mean, let's face it, folks. Yes, maybe he does not have the same aesthetic as the rubber-suited monster you remember from 1950, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. That was 60 years ago. So.
Was.
Yeah. So. But the fact is, it is a good guy Godzilla movie, which is something we haven't had in a long time. And that's what I love about him. He's the friend to all children. Not quite as much as Gamera, but he's all kinds of awesome. So right now, we picked up a new viewer, Yog Shub. So I believe that's one of the old ones.
Yeah, he was in here a bit ago.
Yep. So he's one of the elder gods. So I'm thinking we got Cthulhu on our side now.
Maybe.
So
why not?
Yeah.
We'll go with it.
Yeah. We're going
podcast followed by Cthulhu.
Fully approved by elder gods.
There you go.
So we got that going for us now. So anyway, so they did talk a few for those of you who are wondering where we're getting all this haterade for calling out Nigel and Fat Asian. They went into great gory detail with their issues of the new Godzilla movie on one of the more recent-ish episodes of Muse on Minis. And I think it's a little bit exaggerated. I think that they did a good job updating. I think it was very faithful to the original from the standpoint that the original Godzilla movie was at least as much a story about people as it was the monsters.
Well, from my understanding, the original Godzilla, which I've watched with my 7-year-old, was originally supposed to be a horror movie.
So horror in what respect?
Well, it was
atomic weapons.
It was like, this is what the dangers of atomic weapons. We shouldn't be using them. Blah blah blah. This and that. This is what might happen.
Yep.
And it was kind of like a scare tactic. Well, I wouldn't say a scare tactic. It was more of like an environmental film.
A cautionary. Okay. A cautionary tale from an environmental standpoint. And then Smog Monster happened. Because they didn't feel they didn't get that message across quite blatantly enough, so they thought they'd bring on the Smog Monster.
John, you and maybe Adam should listen to. There's a website I go to called oneofus.net.
Okay.
And it's they do geek podcasts. And for the release of a bunch of Godzilla DVDs, they had Matt Frank, who's the artist for the Godzilla comic book, on there, and a couple other guys. They talked about it. And listening to them read the description, define what happens in those movies, giving you the quick and dirty on it, is super hilarious. Because some of those movies are totally crazy, and listening to that is really, really funny.
Well, that's cool. One of Us, you say?
Yeah, oneofus.net. It's worth listening to. It's where I get a lot of my movie reviews too.
Cool. My
But
water,
definitely worth checking out. Yeah.
my water for my paintbrush is so polluted now that every time I dip it, it comes out red. This is crazy. I need to get some more water before too long. Well, I think we picked a good topic here. So, if you were to compare the new Godzilla then with Pacific Rim, which do you feel is better, Adam?
I honestly, I'm kind of the same boat as a lot of people on this. Is that they're different movies.
I agree.
Honestly, I don't think you should compare them because one's supposed to be lots of giant robots fighting giant monsters.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is giant monsters sense a lot of radioactive energy coming out, and they feel like they want to eat it. And then Godzilla comes to protect everybody.
Yep.
And that's
put nature back in order, so to speak.
Yeah. And that I just think they're completely different. I don't really want to put them as one is better than the other.
But we're Americans. We have to rank things that way.
And to be honest, every time I've watched Pacific Rim, I don't think I've watched it like straight through. Because my kid, when he watches it, and then I come in and out on a regular basis. I haven't ever been able to sit down and just watch the whole thing at once.
Fair
I
enough.
really enjoy it, and Ron Perlman in it was fantastic.
He did pull off a tour de force performance.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. But I don't know if I have to put one over the other. Probably just because of the fact that I've seen it all the way through 2 times, Godzilla.
That's fair enough.
But
fair enough, sir. That is a fine enough reason, right, in and of itself.
I think they're both fantastic films.
All right. Well, let's see what else. What else have we got here, buddy? I appreciate you coming on here. That's for darn sure.
Well, Zombicide.
Oh, have you been playing some Zombicide recently?
Yeah, I took it over to a friend's house. They really like the whole zombie genre, and they've never heard of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Finally talked them into playing it. So Friday nights after work, around 4 a.m. we start playing.
Around 4 a.m.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So we've been playing some Zombicide. Love that game. Oh my goodness.
Have you now? How do you prefer? Do you prefer season 2 to season 1 or season 1?
We started with season 1.
Okay.
But I mixed in all the weapons from
season 2.
No, from the Toxic City Mall.
Okay.
So we've got some of the ultra red weapons in there.
Some of those ultra red weapons are freaking off the charts awesome.
Oh my! And some of us have actually gotten to use them. It's insane.
They throw a lot of dice.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I've been following Guillotine Games on the Facebook.
Yeah.
And I think it was this morning or yesterday morning. Pretty sure it was this morning. They had a preview of 3 of the weapon cards that are in the new one.
Yeah.
They're coming out in the next season. Oh my goodness.
So let me ask you, because we were talking a little bit of Zombicide earlier in this marathon session we call Painting with Menoth John.
Uh-huh.
We were wondering kind of where could they be heading next? Did they give any indication?
Did you see any of the previews?
I have not, because I got a little tired of Guillotine Games. I'm a little done with Zombicide because I've never even cracked open my boxes for those 2 games. But I still love the franchise, but I don't think I want to invest in another Kickstarter.
Okay. I don't either, but I'm going to because the exclusive figures.
Sure.
It makes me mad that I have to do it that way.
Yeah, I hear you.
It is what it is.
Yep.
But,
So where are they headed with the game?
The expansion is a morgue.
Okay.
And it's going to have crawlers.
Crawlers?
Yeah, crawling zombies.
Okay.
I don't know how much of a threat that's going to pose.
You'd think
it doesn't seem.
Yeah, you'd think that faster would be more terrifying.
Yeah.
Maybe a ton of them just show up.
That could be.
Maybe.
That could
I
be.
hope so. And then the season 3.
Yep.
Is Bad Neighbors.
Okay.
Or something like that. So a neighborhood type of a theme.
Okay. Like suburbs kind of a thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's how it was. And then I saw some of the ultra red weapon, or one of the ultra red weapons in that preview.
Yeah.
It was called the Reaper.
It's got a good start for a name.
Yeah. You roll 5 dice, you hit on a 5 or a 6, which I was kind of disappointed in.
Yeah, for an ultra red, that's not hitting as frequently as you'd think it would.
No, it's not.
You'd think it'd be a 4+.
Yeah. It does two damage.
Okay.
So you can get your fatties with it. But every time you roll a 5 or a 6, you get to roll another die.
Oh, it got exploding dice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So I was thinking about it, and then I kind of got excited about it. So.
That's the exploding dice is pretty cool.
Yeah. So if you can pick up a character that adds +1 to your die roll for melee attacks,
sure,
then that would be
bananas.
Even better.
See, now I'm thinking about it. I got to play Rivet Wars after the podcast.
So I really want to try that one.
Yeah, it's a really fun game, and we had Kevin Clark who used to be with Cool Mini or Not on the show actually earlier on, and Kevin was really involved in the writing of the rules of that game.
Yeah.
And it's a great rule set. I am probably not going to be backing any more Cool Mini or Not games.
I wouldn't.
I think
unless I have to.
I think they've kind of gone over the edge a little bit, and I think they've really executed some things very poorly recently. So I'm probably not going to back any more of their games, which is a shame because there was a time that nobody did a Kickstarter like Cool Mini. But it's they failed so hard on Relic Knights, and I think that I was lucky enough to bail on Relic Knights before, because I was like, nobody's gonna play this with me.
Yeah.
And I got out of it before it turned into the fiasco that it is. But I'm excited for Iron Box Games. I'm excited for Kevin's new company. I'm excited for the game that Devil Squid's putting out, the skid marks. I think it's gonna be good. I think there's gonna be a lot of enjoyment there.
Yeah.
So.
I don't like what Cool Mini or not did with Zombie Side either. The whole card thing.
Yeah, that was kind of. Can you explain to the listeners what happened with that?
Okay, so the last wave of exclusive characters that came this year did not have. It had the sliders, but it didn't have the numbers for counting your kills.
Yeah.
And they realized their mistake, and then they said, well, because we're going to go with industry standards, which I think is maybe their own personal industry standards.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Because I think anybody else would have replaced the cards.
Mm-hmm.
They said, due to industry standards, you write your own darn numbers on your own darn cards.
Yeah, because you spend $100 on our game, and you spent even more to get all these figures. We think you should write your own numbers on here.
Yep. So that made so many people mad.
Oh yeah. Yep, they made tons of enemies on that one.
Yeah, and then I think to try and right the wrong, they said, well, if you back the next one, which proved they were going to do Kickstarter again, which they don't need to because they made $2.25 million.
$2 billion. Yeah, I mean it's really ridiculous.
Crazy. Apparently they have to do another Kickstarter, and if you back that one and you use the same email, then you'll get the proper cards with the numbers on them.
Yeah, pretty awesome, huh?
That's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. It's stupid. I'm just gonna. I already wrote the numbers on. I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal, but it is stupid that they said that.
It's just
really
bad
is.
Customer service.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna back it just because I want all the new characters.
I hear you.
And I'll probably hand off those cards that I didn't that they come. The replacement cards, I'll hand those off to somebody else that doesn't have them.
Sure, that makes sense. Well, that's awfully neighborly of you.
So,
it's the kind of nice guy you are.
I try to be.
I'm just fishing my harrower out of its sand bath. So it's getting pretty close here, guys.
I wish you could say the same thing about the Earthbreaker.
That Earthbreaker is a Widowmaker. There's no two ways about it.
It's actually not horrible. It's coming along, but just so much.
Yep.
I haven't gotten down to the detail yet. I'm still using big brushes.
Nope. I feel your pain, man. So, do you know what time it is, John?
6:52.
Yep. We've made it through a lot of hours.
Yeah, you have.
It's almost time for us to start normally, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Yes, it is.
We'd be getting pretty close right now to thinking about doing pre-show planning. I'm surprised my hard drive hasn't crashed out yet.
That's good. I mean, it means you at least have something to edit and when you're bored or something.
Something.
You might have to put that on Dropbox and let me take a stab at editing or something.
If you want to.
I mean, worth a shot. I mean, I still have my local who wants to start a podcast and such.
Here, edit this.
So, I can just take some time, take a look, see what I can do. We might make a couple different podcasts out of it, do special things.
Yeah.
Maybe break it up by the hour.
Yeah, I'd thought about that, and the only problem I have is that I can't really host because we do 4 shows a month. And each show is an hour and a half, I start bumping up against the amount of storage that I have on Libsyn, which is really the big problem. I mean, I can upload this whole show to YouTube. Who cares? It's just a matter of
Maybe we make it, put it on just get a second Dropbox account for that, and just be like, hey, you guys want to download it? Go.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I mean, just find some free. I mean, if it gets a lot of hits, people might get cranky there, but
that's a good idea.
The worst they can do, take it down. And
yeah, exactly.
Put it up somewhere else. Shit.
Let's see here. What am I going to paint here, John? I've got. I'm getting tired of painting paladins, even though I haven't spending a lot of time on them. I've got. I finished the Reaper, or not the. I mean, not the Reaper, but the Harrower. How am I supposed to tell what the hell names the Crixjacks are? For God's sakes.
Write it on the back.
Yeah, exactly.
I put that on. I used to do it on the back of all my bases. I've stopped recently. I might go back, but.
I know it's a Harrower because it's got the claw thing, and the claw thing reminds me that it's got Thresher, and but I know the Reaper is the one that has the drag, if I remember right.
Yeah, Reaper's got the drag and the big scything claw type of dealio.
Yep, I think I'll probably go back to painting Earthbreaker again for a while, so that we can have that fellowship, of painting Earthbreakers. So anything else, Adam, that you want to talk about?
I'm gonna buy an Earthbreaker at Lock and Load for my son.
Woohoo! For your son, huh?
Yeah, he wants to play Mercenaries.
Good boy.
Good choice.
Good boy.
Yeah.
Self-loathing runs in the family, huh?
Apparently.
What are you talking about, self-loathing?
No, I'm just
awesome.
Yeah, Mercs are amazing, and I know that's why I play them.
I honestly can't decide what I want to play right now. That's why I picked up my minions.
It seems like
a good choice.
Yeah, you gave up on the Scorn?
No, I just put them to the side. I played them for my year and wanted to play something else, but I can't decide.
Yep. I'm waiting for Trevor to put his way for the year.
That's
I think
the
he
other
needs to take
reason.
He needs to take a fresh start on something. He needs to put the Scorn away.
Yep.
Hit something else for a while, then come back for a fresh take.
I completely agree. He's kind of backed himself into a corner creatively.
Yep.
Yes. I think it's affecting him otherwise because he is salty as heck.
Oh my God, he is so salty right now.
Yeah.
He's and it's funny, they were joking on a recent podcast that people had thought that he and Scott had traded bodies.
Said that at the local store recently.
Yep. And that is straight up truth.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta play something different. I mean, theoretically, Signar is a much better faction than Mercenaries, but I didn't play them nearly as well. It just didn't work as well for me. So.
Yep. I think it's about finding what you love, and finding what works for you and what. I mean, every time that I go away from Protectorate, I literally come back to Protectorate, and it's like sticking on an old pair of shoes. I truly, honestly believe that I should be playing Protectorate.
That's how I am with Kador.
Yep. Yeah, I remember last time I played you when you were playing Kador. You pushed my poop in so hard I didn't remember. I couldn't poop for 2 weeks.
There was mistakes made in that game.
Yeah, you think?
A little bit.
Yeah, Ashlyn's feet only on to hit.
Yeah.
She's so much better if it's on to hit and damage.
Yeah, sign me up. I'm in.
Yep.
Didn't I kill her on your turn?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. Mistakes were made.
Yep.
We don't want to dwell on the past. That's not how we are here at Painting with Men Off, John. We focus on the future.
Absolutely.
Well, Adam, I can't thank you enough for being a part of the show. Thanks for coming back and representing the early 8 days of this show. It wouldn't have been the same without you. And really respect all the coming on here and being with us today. And look forward to getting out there for some IMC action or something. Who knows? Well,
yeah, you should.
I keep on threatening to take my girlfriend to Utah to go see Bear Lake and places like that. So
come out to the Gladiator games.
What are the Gladiator games?
It's a convention that James and Trevor Ward and I, Eat Garage, a couple other people are involved in. It's going to be a 2-day convention that we're trying to get going.
Really?
It'll be a yearly thing. Yeah.
Keep me in the loop, and I will pimp it.
Okay. It's sometime in October.
Okay.
Before or after Beast of Blades. I'm not sure.
Okay. Sounds great. Keep me in the loop, and you can count on Painting with Men Off John's absolutely full support. All 20 people that watch my show will be hearing all about it.
Hey, we had 30 at one point. 30.
But how many listen?
Almost none.
Really?
No, I don't know. Lots of people. I mean, they bought we sold 42 T-shirts. At least that many people listen to this show.
Yeah.
So
because I don't get to watch, but I listen to it every week.
Well, we download the audio podcast has somewhere in the neighborhood of 900 to 1,100 downloads per week.
Wow.
So we're kind of a big deal on the internet. So, all right, Guy, I'm going to let you go. Right. And I'm going to bring on our next guest. So thanks, Adam.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. Hey, Adam.
You want to hang it up? I don't know how to hang you up. You got to hang me up. I know you could never quit me, but this is one time you're going to have to figure it out. There you go. All right. So thank you, Adam. I really appreciate you being on. This is absolutely fantastic. We've been podcasting on this particular stream now since 9:15 in the morning.
That's only because we had to restart because of problems.
Yes, but I mean, it's impressive. We're a very impressive podcast. Just ask us. All right, so we're going to bring on, for the next half hour, we're going to have another guest. We're going to bring on Eric Defoe, otherwise known, you know him as Ed Defoe. See if I can bring him on here. Eric Defoe. Let's bring him on. And hit the magic add button. Can you imagine of having to try to do this on Skype?
No.
It never would have worked. This would have been a disaster. And all of a sudden, the clouds have parted. And who's joining us but Eric Defoe? Welcome to the show, Eric.
Welcome to myself. How you doing?
Hey, it's great to have you on, pal. We haven't had you on since the wonderful Steamroller broadcast.
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. It's great to have you on, and I thought that what we would do here a little bit is since we talked tech with you last time, I thought we might talk tech with you again, and talk a little bit about the upcoming conventions that are coming here. I thought we might talk a little bit about Lock and Load, and break down some and talk a little bit about the Iron Gauntlet. Are you aware of the super awesome event that we have planned for next weekend?
I found out about it this morning, and definitely going to be listening.
Yeah, we have absolutely. This morning was when it got born.
That's our style of planning.
Yep, we had no idea that we were going to do this until this weekend, until this morning. So we are going to be doing an alternate soundtrack to the Iron Gauntlet finals that are going to be starting, I don't know, sometime in the afternoon. And we're just going to kind of see on the old feed there to see when it's going to start. But are you aware of the 16 entrants that are coming to the Iron Gauntlet finals?
I'm aware of most of them.
Okay, so we're going to. I don't know how to handle this, Eric. Actually, Eric, and we could break it down on a player by player basis and kind of talk about their chances, or we could talk about the actual format itself and what we think about Iron Gauntlet in its current format. Probably talk about both of these things. I believe we only have 30 minutes together today, Eric.
Okay. I'm okay talking the format for sure.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about it.
I think it's an interesting format, but what I've been seeing, just kind of been following it, is everybody is sticking to their home faction. You're not seeing a lot of split faction play.
Agreed. I think we saw a lot of the split action early in its genesis, but we've seen that kind of tail off more and more as we've gone along.
Yeah, I think the reasons for that are actually kind of tactical, in the standpoint that if I bring a singular faction with two very radically different casters within that faction, you don't necessarily know what to drop.
Exactly.
Whereas if you've teched for, say, Crix, and I have, a Crix drop and a drop in a different faction that is similar, you know exactly what you're going to play. So it kind of makes the list chicken kind of a harder thing to deal with.
Yep, I can see that. What are your feelings on that, John?
I don't know. I never really got a feel for it. People have said, I forget who it was. Someone had a breakdown on it, and they feel that it's more list chickeny if you bring two factions. But I actually feel you could cover your bases better with two factions. You could bring two ball busters just by doing like Hordes and War Machine and being like, I have all the characters.
There you go. So I think that brings up an interesting point. I mean, none of us here are big scene tournament players by any stretch of the imagination. Eric, if you were to play in the Iron Gauntlet, what would you bring of the factions you own?
Bring Circle.
Okay. And which two casters do you believe you'd play?
I don't know. I'm actually not a fan of Lady Goat.
Okay.
So, I would actually probably bring like Cassius and Balder 2.
Cassius and Balder 2. Now, what particular matchups do you feel, Eric, do those take care of that you would expect to see?
Balder 2 handles Signar very well. Mind you, I would be playing a Walter-esque list.
Yep.
So really, really high armor, like ridiculously high.
Yep.
And then Cassius is just, for me, he's kind of become decent at, like in all comers. If you bring infantry, I'll handle it. If you bring one high armor piece, I'll handle it. I dang near snagged Butcher 3 with him at IMC.
Nice.
Well, him being a unit kind of makes him susceptible to some stuff.
Yep, I hear you.
And a primal stalker work for strength, when you've got Curse of Shadows on you, I'm swinging at dice pretty much on Butcher 3.
I hear that makes Butcher a sad guy.
Yeah, he doesn't like that so much. But yeah, it's the whole hitting him when the War Dog's on the table kind of thing that became a little difficult.
Yep.
So yeah, those would probably be my two that I would bring.
Okay. What about you, John Spencer? What do you think about that? What would you bring if you were an Iron Gauntlet kind of guy? And of the factions you have, what are you gonna rock?
Mad Hammer with Earthbreaker and someone Rhett, probably Gareth.
Listen to you with all the special snowflakes going on. So what makes you walk us through that decision process?
Well, I feel I could drop Mad Hammer against 90% of the field.
Yep.
Especially with an Earthbreaker, he'll just murderize things. And the stuff I'm worried about are like Full Camp Terminus and, Full Camp Butcher a little bit if someone's smart. I'd like a better drop. I mean, Earthbreaker's pretty good, but I'd like something a little more consistent against Butcher 3. So Gareth loves him some Butcher 3 because camping focus. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, not so much a matter.
No, so I've done that match before, so I feel like Garrett's also a good dark horse, as they say. He's got good tools, and he's just going to be sitting back there and supporting his infantry until endgame, where he just closes it home.
Yep. I've
He's
actually.
also a stealth caster for some of those matchups where you're like, I don't feel like getting shot off the table.
Yep.
Here's some stealth.
Boy, I've had some rough luck with the one time I ever went after Butcher with Gareth, I ended up not getting the job done, and then I died, because that's what happens. But I mean, that could just be dice as well.
I mean, it can happen, definitely. It's also I've had some missteps with them, but most of that was me being stupid and forgetting stuff.
That'll happen too.
But I mean, I like for a caster that a lot of people hate. I love me some Gareth. He's got some good game, and like I said, I feel like I don't think anyone in Mercenaries matches up as well with a Earthbreaker Madhammer list as Gareth.
Makes some sense. Makes some sense. So, as we look at the field of people who are coming to play in the finals, who do you think are your favorites?
Ooh, they had this discussion in the chat room a little bit ago, so I don't like everyone in the field. I'm gonna say though it's gonna be someone from the field. It's not gonna be one of the big names.
Okay.
We're not gonna see. It's not gonna be Jay. It's not gonna be Keith Christensen. It's not gonna be what's his name, Lord Tyrant Watt or anyone like that. It's gonna be someone from the field. If you put me in a spot and make me choose someone.
Yep.
James Morehouse from Australia.
There you go. What about you, Eric? Where are you sitting in all this?
I listen to Chain Attack a lot, and I know Jay's been practicing his tail off. I'm gonna go with Jay.
So my heart's with Jay. I mean, without question, my heart's with Jay.
I wouldn't root for Jay. Let's be honest.
I mean, because he's made up of 1,000% awesome, and he's just such a good guy, and so there's no question I want Jay to win. Who do I think is going to win? James Morehouse from Australia has actually got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, he's just for dark horse. I mean, I can root for Keith. That's one of those. Well, I've met Keith. I can root for that guy.
Actually, if JVM won, I wouldn't be sad, because JVM has not won a damn thing recently.
And I've met him again, and he is super awesome.
Oh yeah, JVM's awesome. He's a good guy.
Let's be honest. How many people in this game aren't super awesome?
You can count them on. You can seriously count them on one hand.
Yep.
So, quick question on the Iron Gauntlet: are they playing just the standard Masters packet for scenarios, or what are they doing?
Well, I don't know. I would assume Masters packet. Probably Masters packet, because that's all Jay was practicing for, from what I hear. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is Masters packet.
Okay. So they're not playing anything really all that goofy or anything like that. They're just playing the.
Well, the one where you can take control points away from your opponent by taking your flag is on that. So, I think they just choose some so people who want to play Masters can just focus.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any goofy to non-goofy going on there.
Does that one have? Do any of them have the light artillery rule thing on it?
I don't even know. Does anyone pay attention to that?
Well, I do, just because it's such a novelty. I don't actually take the damn light infantry, but
I don't know. I couldn't even name the ones that have light infantry on them off the top of my head. To be honest, though, the more I play, the less I know what the scenarios are named. The more I just look at the field and go, I think I know how this one scores. We check the rules real quick. Okay, I'm right. Let's go.
Well, and that's the beauty of Steamroller, is that they've got it down to the point where they've simplified it such that it's consistent. It's internally consistent as a format.
Yeah.
That's super. By the way, I have to give you a thanks, Eric, for introducing us to the Krug.
Hey, no problem, man.
Those guys friggin' rock.
And now you understand why I play Infinity.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. They got their hearts in the right place, right in the bottle.
Yep.
Love those guys. We have officially adopted them as our sister podcast.
I think they appreciate that. Actually, I knew, I was like, you guys are just gonna gel way too well together. So this needs to happen.
And thank you for helping to enable that. Now I just need to I'm gonna have to buy some Infinity just to come to Feast of Blades to play Infinity with you guys.
Oh, you'll hang out with like me and Dexter and Joe and a bunch of other guys. So
Yeah, that would
be
really
a bad time.
that would really suck a lot. Not at all.
Oh no.
Super cool. Yeah, that was a great segment. That was a real highlight of the day is having those guys on. It really is, they knocked it right out of the park. So
And I feel like they revitalized us too. We were starting to
Yep.
Get a little burnt out, but
I was out of gas at that point, and then the goofy kicked in, and I found my second wind, and I appreciate that. So, anyway, so have you done any painting today, Eric?
I have actually.
What have you been painting?
I've actually been painting Infinity models.
Cool. What have you been painting?
It's called a Batroid, and it basically in the game it lets you. It's only worth a certain amount of points, but it scores higher in scenario play.
Okay.
If it's like in a zone or whatever, so it's only like say a 5-point model. At the end of the game, if that thing's alive in a zone, it's worth a point.
Nice.
It's basically. It feels to me kind of like they're setting it up to do like a supply line kind of thing.
Okay.
And then the other one that I was working on was called a Sciavoro, and it's a lieutenant model, so a leader. And he's just disgusting. Like his abilities are pretty gross. He's pretty tough.
So, I've been told by more than one person this game's got it's difficult to learn from the book.
So here's the thing that the Krug guys didn't cover.
Okay.
Third edition is coming out.
Which edition?
Third edition.
Okay.
So think of it in War Machine terms that they are currently in remix.
Okay.
So Mark II is about to hit for Infinity.
Nice.
And I watched. There's a 44-minute video you can watch on YouTube, kind of from their Gen Con equivalent.
Okay.
And it's on Beast of War.
Okay.
And they capture Carlos, and they pretty much sit him down, and he's like, "Yeah, the book sucks because the translation was poor and stuff like that." He's like, "This version will be 100 times better."
Cool.
And he's wearing the best shirt ever.
Yes, he is wearing the best shirt ever.
What's on the shirt?
It's Scarface and Cordelia, who are a tag and a character that goes along with that tag.
Okay.
A podcast did similar things that you guys do, and they did T-shirts. And that was the shirt that came out of it, and it was actually one of the listeners' artwork.
Nice.
So a listener drew it and turned it into a T-shirt.
Super cool.
It's legit.
Okay,
yeah,
so
your co-host loves it.
okay, so tell me, I'm all turned on to the Infinity right now, and it could be the booze, but if I was going to start out, where should I start?
Find a faction that you like aesthetically.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff is humanoid, but I play Combined Army, and they are radically different than any other miniature that I own, looks wise. So painting them I'm going into a different mindset. It's nice, good break.
Okay.
Because I'm not painting warjacks, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then they make starter packs for each faction.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that is the best option.
Okay.
You might use the models. I use most of the models for my starter pack. And I use most of the models for my starter pack, but yeah, I can see a lot of guys just don't use some of those models, especially not to start.
So if I were to pick, so basically what I'm hearing here so far is you recommend I pick myself out a faction, and I'm sorry guys if I'm not talking into the mic all that often. I'm holding this goddamn jack up in the middle of the air, trying not to drop it while I paint it. And so I should pick something I like aesthetically. Would it be good to maybe tag you guys and say, hey, this is the faction I think appeals to me that I want to spend some time with painting and stuff like that? What would you recommend for a list? Is that a good way to go?
Absolutely, and I would start at probably just looking at 150 points and then go up to 300 points.
Okay.
The recommended demo games are at 75 points.
Okay.
So basically, if you buy a starter, you're actually going to probably be dropping models out initially. You're not even going to play with everything you buy out of a starter.
Got it.
Monetarily wise, you're looking at probably $150 investment in minis.
To get to
You know,
what?
that's just
To get to what point level?
to get to 300.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow.
But you're looking at probably another couple hundred to get a functional table.
Okay.
Because it is
terrain is the
very,
hardest
very,
part.
yeah, very, very terrain intensive game. We are fortunate locally because we have Dexter, who owns, like he said, shark mounted lasers, who can crank out terrain like nobody's business. Who literally has a laser in his house.
Sweet.
You know, so
Hopefully
it's
he has
just
a
like,
fire extinguisher.
yeah. So I mean, he can make terrain like crazy.
Yeah, I'm wondering. You know, I got a good buddy. I got a chance to meet Dan from Tectonic Craft Studios.
Okay.
And maybe
He was
I
at
can.
my local store yesterday.
Yeah,
He's a good guy.
Dan's a super sweet guy. Really got a chance. I gave him a ride from the airport when I was at Kingdom Con, and so he's a super guy. Maybe I can sweet talk him into a deal if I pimp his stuff enough.
Yeah, he makes some good stuff. Wish you'd have told me. I would have mentioned that yesterday when we were chatting.
Yep, he's a good guy. And he does some really legit laser work. So I'm into it for $300-400, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, to get a functional table, a 300-point list, that's good. The issue is the game will get into your blood, and you will end up buying the whole faction at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll pick at it, and things like that. And the other thing that's cool right now is, I know you have seen the Malfo models.
Mm-hmm.
Corvus is using the exact same software to sculpt their models.
Okay.
But all their models are metal. So if you're a guy that wants pewter over plastic or have a preference, all of Infinity is metal.
I like metal. I have to admit.
The new sculpts are amazing. Like, they blow my mind. You could easily enter any of them into competition, and you would be okay as far as painting.
Nice.
Like, the miniature will do the work for you for the most part.
Super cool. How are they to put together?
I'm not gonna lie, they're a nightmare.
Okay.
Learn to pen. Like,
yeah.
green stuff, glue green stuff. Not gonna do everything. Some of the parts it will, but there are some parts where you're gonna need to get a tiny pen and just get it done.
You're breaking my heart here, guy.
Sorry.
Breaking my heart. But I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, they went a little small on some of their bits.
Yeah, they're pretty much true 25 for the most part, and
that's small.
Yeah. But they're great models. You know, I haven't really. I'll put it this way: none of them made me want to kill myself, like putting together NIS.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah, I don't think anything has been that bad, honestly.
Also, because it's not like a unit of 10. You're like, unit of 10, that's almost my entire army.
Yeah, well that's great. Well, I'm turned on. You guys got me excited.
Oh, that's great. It's a great game.
Super sweet. I wish this Earthbreaker was painted and done so bad.
I keep getting on you about getting an airbrush, man.
It's on here. It's on here. This was all done.
Hammer that sucker out.
But dude, how do you airbrush the metals on here? You don't. That's the answer.
Sure you do.
Oh well, then I need to bring my airbrush out to Colorado and have
I will show you what's up.
I guess.
Blue painter's tape is your friend, buddy.
I suppose. That could be done. Go ahead, John.
Poster putty too. That's what Forge World used to do for their stuff. It was great camo schemes. Like, how'd you do it? We just put poster putty on the thing and spray, and then airbrush and then pull it off, and look at that.
So speaking of camo schemes, I'm gonna talk about how awesome my wife is. She actually spent an evening with me long ago when we played 40K, cutting out little pieces of blue tape so I could get the camo scheme on my Tau tank.
That's a good. That's a good woman right there.
Oh man, the reason she's my wife. But yeah, camo schemes. I never even thought of using poster putty for that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's even easier. You can't reuse it so much, but it's not like super expensive.
No.
So
because you can get the cheaper crap for that, not the you don't have to use the good stuff.
Sure.
So I'm pretty excited. Belinda Librarian wants to watch some videos of War Machine with me.
Oh, cool.
Oh, danger.
Hey, my wife will whoop someone's butt in Blood Bowl.
There you go.
Some good stuff right there. Oh god! And then I'd started to paint an entirely large section with this gold metallic. This is going to take forever and a month.
So that Crix is looking pretty slick there, man.
Doesn't that turn out pretty cool?
Yeah, it does.
The citrus Crix. They're going to put the squeeze on you.
Nice. So we've
That was
had
painful.
Every time that I bring a scrap thrall in, I'm going to say it's time for the citrus to give you the squeeze.
Oh my.
It's going to be awesome.
So locally, we've had a massive influx into both Infinity and War Machine. More War Machine than Infinity, but it's coming. I think the 40K guys are pretty much done. Are you guys seeing that?
There's not a lot of 40K that goes on in my store, to be honest.
Really?
I mean, I see some, but I play on different nights than necessarily they show up. But so yeah, I know that the Colorado Springs area has always been kind of a hotbed for War Machine for a long, long time. That's where the pod thralls came out of. But you're seeing a more general shift now.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Like, and the other thing too is locally we're picking up a lot of female players.
Nice.
That's good for the game. Period. I mean, you're in a dork store, you've got girls playing your game. Dude, stop. And they're like, why is she playing that game? There's a girl.
There's girls.
Yeah, like it's just good for the game.
Yep.
And I applaud the girls because it's kind of brave, right?
Yeah.
And then like earlier, we're set up a lot like Kansas, where we're really spread out with a lot of press gangers.
Okay.
Our meta spreads from Fort Collins to Pueblo.
Nice.
So, I mean, it's pretty much the whole state. And we travel.
That's cool.
And, it's like, figure you throw up an event, you're going to have at least 8, if not 25 to 30.
That's super cool.
Legit.
I'm super excited. One of the guys, PG Stevo, down in Iowa City, actually is scheduling an event around my child custody situation so that I can make the trip. That says a lot about a meta when they're willing to kind of schedule stuff up like that and make it available for people to come travel. So that kind of a meta is just worth its weight in gold.
Oh yeah, we've got one of our locals, Brad, moved out to California, and we constantly talk to him. He's actually a Retribution player too, and when he comes back, we make sure that there's going to be an event.
That's super great.
Yeah, I do the same thing for one of the brushheads, Frank Thompson, who's over in the UK right now. He was coming back in July, so I scheduled an event for the weekend he's back. But now he's got pushed back, so I'm going to run a special event on whatever weekend he comes back.
There you
so
go.
he can play.
That's cool.
That's great.
You said he was deployed overseas?
Yeah, he's in the Air Force.
Right on. Yeah, we know about Air Force here in Colorado.
Well,
Indeed.
He's at least in a civilized area, not in Alaska. He spent like several years in Alaska.
I can imagine nothing worse. No offense to anyone, but I mean, I deal with enough snow. Good.
Yeah. No thanks. I mean, I remember, like I said, we were talking about earlier in the cast about weather that was colder here than it was on the surface of Mars.
Yeah, forget that.
And F that running.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what I'm doing with this Earthbreaker right now as far as color scheme. Sometimes it gets silver, sometimes it gets gold. Who knows what it's getting next?
I'm staring at mine and waiting for paint to appear on it.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
It's not working.
No.
You guys,
remarkably little shit gets painted using that method.
you guys enjoying those Earthbreakers? Are you finding that they really helped out mercs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're, in my opinion, they are without question the best Colossal in the game.
Really?
Yeah. You can say what you want about the storm wall. This thing has so many shenanigans with knocking stuff down, putting rough terrain around it, shooting it to death, and it's just money with all three of the dwarf casters.
Well, I would think, honestly, if it was me, I would put Stormwall in third I think I would agree Earthbreaker's up there, and I'd put Primaxium right at the top too.
Primaxium is pretty cool when he's got a caster that has a rat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of an issue.
It's also his gun's not that powerful. I mean, he's got a lot of play, but if you can play smart, you can get around him. He's in that second tier of he's good, but he's not amazing. Sort of like Galleon. Gallion's he's the top end of the really good, but not amazing. I think the amazing ones are just Stormwall for versatility and Earthbreaker for pure knockdown kill.
See, I was just looking at the fact that he makes his own solos. Like, I don't know if you heard that episode of Chain Attack where Jay was like chucking them at things. Like pop a solo, have the action, throw it, knock it down, drag it, punch it, kill it. You know.
Well, you can't drag it, punch it. Well, you can do the second one, but
yeah, you can do. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of. We've actually had a fair amount of Colossals throwing stuff locally, and wow, it's a cool trick. Is that really worth the entire activation?
No. The thing that I was looking at too is he can contest and dominate zones by himself. You know, for a scenario piece, he's very, very strong.
Well, he can contest zones without ever getting in there. Like I said, he's in the second tier of really, really good ones, but I really don't think any of them are bad, at least as far as Colossals are concerned. None of them are bad.
True.
Conquest makes a hell of a vibe for it.
Well, like I said, the Epic Beard's been using it a lot, and so I've got a lot of respect for Conquest.
It turns out Conquest can with Sorsha 2 is just patently wrong.
Yes. Oh, you ended up nearby? How about you be frozen?
Yep. And also, by the way, I'm just gonna kill you. I have never had Adjudicator fall off the table faster than when Epic Sorsha's Conquest showed up to play. I couldn't believe it. I think I don't know that it got two shot, but it was close. Anyhow, well, Eric, thank you so much for being part of the show. We are about to head. We may call you back, honestly, because if I can't get a hold of Cool Kurt, if we can't make this work, then we'll call you back. But for right now, if you could hang up, that would be great.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Oh yeah, hey Ron. Hey Ron. Okay, I need a shot before I try to bring Kurt on, and nobody knows if this is gonna work. Of all the guests we've had on, this is the one I'm least confident of. There we go.
Fair enough.
There we go. All right. There's a lot more paint on this Earthbreaker than there was at the beginning of the show, though. I have to say that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been making good progress. It's just, I mean, once I get the base colors on and then go to the next step, it'll be super good.
Yep.
Oh, you know what I'm looking forward to?
What's that? The end of the show?
Dinner.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna try this one. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Here we go. I hope this is the right guy.
If he doesn't answer, probably the wrong guy.
Probably.
We can try them all. One of them's got to be him.
Why did it not add him?
Let's take a look here. Is Golkert here? I don't see him in here. We're back up at 20.
We've kept a nice cool burn going here. Okay,
yeah,
so we got an icon on the bottom of the screen now. Let's see if it joins. My throat's burning. I'm going to text him.
You realize, John, we're in the middle of hour 8?
How weird.
Is it 8? No, it's more than that. It's got to be. My math is bad.
6 and 3. We're 9.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Somehow that just happened. Okay, Belinda is now following us on Twitch.
Excellent. She's actually in the chat room too.
Yay, Belinda! Hi, honey. I miss you. Isn't that delightful?
We got Tadgo and Tau Dark and Wanky Kong and Josukex, but we got a lot of the legendary brush heads hanging out in here,
I'm gonna try one more time here on Kurt Hinman.
plus my locals. So next time, I think we should try and get one of my locals to jump in, so I can chat with him like you would chat with everyone, and give you a chance to, I don't know, eat granola bars like I've done a couple times.
Well, that's fine. If God, if we can't get Kurt if we can't figure this out with Kurt.
Cool. So for anyone trying to do this, work out food. It's an important part of the day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh.
I still see Cool Kurt on the.
Yeah, I see him there actually.
Yep, I see him. I see that he's in there. I'm gonna try the other one that I added, the other Cool Kurt Hinman. God, I wanted Kurt to be on here too because I still want him to get a chance to meet the world a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's try this
he
one.
Deservedly got into the team 2 there for the U.S. for the WTC.
Yeah, he's a legit player. Okay, I'm trying. He said I'm not getting any kind of invitation. I'm gonna try the next one. I tried the second one now.
Kurt, are you in Google Plus?
Yeah.
It might not be making noise. Keep an eye on the Mouth John's face there. It might just pop up and not give you an icon or anything because it does that sometimes. Not give you sound.
I'm gonna see here, Kurt. You may just need to go to my Google Plus account, and if you just click on the button that says Join Hangout, you will join us. Need a thing downloading now.
Ah.
So it's downloading.
Yeah. Download. Well, I download once in a while.
Sometimes I download. I love to download. I'm down with downloading. So my cricks, I'm pretty happy with. I got I made another. I got this the harrower done tonight. Pretty happy with that. I'm gonna I can't believe that this is all I'm gonna accomplish is putting a bunch of paint on an Earthbreaker and completing one Reaper in 12 hours or 11 hours. Or
That's
one
actually pretty good.
harrower.
Most people would be happy to do that.
Yeah, I suppose. You know what?
I've also felt like we've been just doing that. I feel like I've been doing as much as I would at a full day at the local store where I normally paint. So I'm thumbs up.
I'm gonna tell you what, buddy. This it's been a lot of interaction between talking
Absolutely.
and trying to get guests on and things like that. It's actually made the time go pretty fast because you have to be on your toes all the time.
Yeah. Now you see why I don't normally get a lot painted during the casts.
That's all good.
Yeah, I get a little bit of stuff done and then a lot of fun.
I could start putting a base ring on this guy. I need to get some more beaten purple at the store on Tuesday, obviously.
I need to make a different color for those wires. They're just gonna. Hey, when things start blending in, you're like, that's not how you want it to look. Oh, do that. That might work.
I am really tired of painting. I'm just really, really tired. Oh,
what's that?
We got Kurt Hinman, folks. There he is. All right, woohoo! We are cranking, folks. We have with us now, welcome to Painting with Menoth John. We have a real celebrity now, a man that actually knows what the hell he's talking about. When it comes to playing the game, nobody plays it better in Springfield, Illinois than Mr. Kurt Hinman. What do you say, Cool Kurt?
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
He's from St. Louis. We just need to get that out of the way right now. This is the real Cool Kurt. We love you. And there is no... Okay, what are you drinking, by the way, first off, Kurt?
Oh, really bad beer, just Bud Light.
Okay, that's fine. You know, we're not pretentious here on Painting with Menoth John. We got to release the Kraken here because this is the time that the normal Sunday night extravaganza kicks off. We made you the focus of the special part of the show here. You are going to be with us for the full 90 minutes.
All right.
So we are going to do full flippity bloop. We're going to have our normal format here for the last 90 minutes to kind of drive us through this last little bit here. We've been on the air for 9.5 hours, and we're going to close it out with just the best. So here's to you, Kurt. Hey, Ron.
Ron.
I've drank more Kraken today than I should have.
There's no such answer as that answer.
Yeah, exactly. So, Brushheads, in case you don't know who Kurt is, one of the reasons why we wanted to have him on here is that you should know who Kurt is. Kurt is a really excellent player from the greater St. Louis area. He is a member of Team USA on the WTC team, and he and I were shooting the bull the other day. Well, not the other day, a little while back when we saw each other, and he legitimately he may not be a name that many of you are familiar with. We all know Keith Christensen, we all know JVM because he's dreamy and all that kind of stuff, but we may not know everything there is to know about Kurt, and he is representing our country in Poland very soon, and we wanted to make sure we gave the Brushheads and the greater internet's community an opportunity to get to know you a little bit better. So we're gonna dedicate this episode to who is Kurt Hinman. So first off, the thing we have to get out of the way right away, Kurt, is have you ever lived in the city of Springfield?
No, I've traveled there a few times.
Okay. How the hell did this even get started? So, okay, we have to take a step back. It was Merry Mayhem 2 years ago that you were there along with God, who else was with you? You were there with from endgaminggaming.net, Maddie K, and you guys had driven up, and for some reason it became this rolling joke amongst Carnage and Trevor Hoffman and myself about how you were from Springfield, Illinois, and you couldn't be less from Springfield, Illinois.
No, the joke was that I actually was playing for Springfield, Illinois.
Oh, that's right.
Charles Foster III when he lived there, and then Alex Shaver and JR from that really bad podcast.
We love us some Clockwork Vox here, though.
Oh yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible in just the best ways.
But yeah, no, I was playing with them for Springfield, and I got lucky and ended up winning the event. And then Charles took third, and then the running joke from then on out was, "Oh, he's Cool Kurt from Springfield." It's like, no, guys, no, not at all.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's very funny. Anyway, so that's great. So we got that out of the way. Now you are a member of the WTC team, so I'd like to hear a little bit about kind of what's going on right now. What is the schedule for the WTC coming up?
We have to have lists in by the end of August, and then after that they'll be publicized probably soon afterwards.
Okay, so middle August. So when does the actual trip happen?
First weekend in October.
First weekend in October. That's fantastic.
It looks like we're gonna have about 20 people from America going over there, give or take a few.
I wish I could go. You guys are bringing the whole party bus. You're bringing Chili Winners. You're bringing. We're hopefully going to have Scott Ray and Trevor coming there to broadcast the games. It's going to be fantastic.
It will be a good time one way or another.
Yep.
Hopefully we can win it this year.
Well, I'll tell you what. There are some really legit players on this team. Between Team 1 and Team 2, you really have the creme de la creme of the American War Machine circuit. And then you're on the team too.
Yeah, I understand.
I kid. So.
Oh no, I'm the name on the team that nobody knows.
No, but that's what we're going to fix here right now because I have 20 listeners, and we're going to fix this all up. And actually, what I'm going to do is I am going to. I need an audio podcast to release on Tuesday, so we're going to strip out just this 90 minutes, and it's going to be the audio podcast that I release to my greater audience. Now, see, that doesn't sound right. The more downloaded audience, because the Brushheads that show up here on Sunday night are the special Brushheads. They're the legendary Brushheads. They're the ones that bring the heat, bring the noise that make this all possible each and every week. And they're getting the preview. They're getting the live Kurt. That's the one that people should really be caring about.
Yeah, the audio brush heads are just going to get, just a little bit there.
Yeah, they're going to get just the tip.
I was
Yeah.
trying not to make that joke, actually.
Well, that's fine. I took care of that for you. So they're going to just get the tip, and the brush heads that are here on Sunday night, they get the whole banana, so to speak. So you are well known for your Cador.
Yes.
And do you pronounce it Cador or Cador?
Both.
Both? Depends on how many gummy bears you've had?
Gummy bears, beer, shots, something.
You are a war gamer after my own heart. I have to say that. So, for those of you who are not aware, we're going to talk, this podcast has almost nothing to say about the actual game of War Machine.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot more to say about the drinking portion of this game of War Machine.
Oh, I've listened. I'm normally in the chat room somewhere on Sunday nights. I just don't post things. I'm bad at it.
Oh, you're a good man. We love you. You're epic. Well, we're going to give you epic brush head just for that. I'm so free and easy with my giving away of the titles. So let's talk a little bit about gummy bears.
Yep.
I think it's an important thing to discuss. We've been here we're going on 10 hours, and we haven't discussed gummy bears yet, but I think it's a very important topic that we all share, and we have a lot of investment in. So you bring something very special to gummy bears, and that very special thing is vodka.
Oh, rum too.
Shut.
This year there might be tequila ones too.
Shut the F up. You do rum gummy bears too?
Yeah, I had both of them last year. I pulled out one Friday and one Saturday.
Okay, that demands another shot of Kraken. So here we go. I'm going to get out the bottle. I got the bottle right here. We're getting it out for all the brush heads, all the legendary brush heads, all the epic brush heads. And I believe there's only one epic brush head, and that would be your warm-up act, Mr. Eric Defoe. And we're going to pour a little bit out here. And we're getting that ready. So what is your favorite rum to use for rum gummy bears?
Kilo Kai.
Kilo Kai. This is something I've not heard of before.
It's a caramel-based spiced rum.
Shut up. And how would you compare it to the Kraken?
Kraken's all right. The only problem with Kraken is it leaves you on the floor.
Whoa. Slow down. This is a plus up. If it leaves you on the floor, it didn't leave you in the bathroom, and that's a good thing.
No, you don't throw up, but you will not be happy on the floor wherever you just laid down.
Good stuff. So
we got a buddy in St. Louis. He's like, I think he's on Kraken 7, him 0. He can't not finish the entire bottle.
Kurt, I'm going to turn my iPad here a little bit so that you can see the window behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are Kraken bottles up there. There are four Kraken bottles. Those are how many bottles I've saved. I decided to save from the beginning of this show. So we drink a lot of Kraken on this show.
I've lived in this apartment for a year. I think I'm on 6 bottles of Kilo Kai.
Oh, my God.
Not the beer that I drink.
Okay, so Kilo Kai is the key ingredient to an excellent rum gummy bear.
No, it's just good rum.
Okay.
And if you're going to do vodka, you got to do Sky Vodka.
Sky Vodka. Now, I've heard that other versions of vodka will melt the gummy bears.
The cheaper, the super cheap ones, like if you use Silver Dragon or Pop Off or whatever your cheap nastiness
Silver
is.
Dragon. That doesn't even sound good.
It's like $8 for like a gallon of it.
Wow.
That's some bad freaking vodka right there, folks. Is Kilo Kai a widely available rum?
No, it's actually relatively hard to find.
Okay.
I find it in Friar Tuck's down here and a nice liquor store I have 5 minutes from my house.
Okay. Well, I'll do a little bit of search. Maybe I can put it on the show notes associated with this podcast for finding where you can. Maybe there's a Kilo Kai finder like there is for the Kraken finder. So Sky Vodka for the gummy bears. I'm assuming that the more cheap the vodka, the more likely it is to be essentially gasoline and end up melting the gummy bears.
Yeah, Chili has tried it 2 or 3 times now, and he cannot get them to work. I don't know why, but I can get them to work every time.
So, do you dilute the vodka with anything, or is it straight vodka?
Straight vodka.
Straight vodka.
I have glass containers. I just pour a bunch of gummy bears in there, pour raw or alcohol to a few inches above them, and let them sit in the fridge for a week.
See, I think Kurt, we're doing a real public service here. Is we're talking a little bit about the technology behind this because we want to make sure that the brush heads, if they want to duplicate the success of your gummy bears, that we're giving them the necessary secrets that it takes to be a successful rum or vodka gummy bear manufacturer. And I want to make sure we get this correct. So, do you feel that the glass vessel has something that is key to the creation of the proper gummy bear?
No. I've done them in plastic before. I just was trying to go find some, and that's what I had that's what they had at the store at the time.
That's perfect. That's perfect. When you put that on there, did you seal the top of it, or did you just leave it open?
Sealed it.
Sealed it. See, I think that may be where Chili might have missed it. Because I'm betting you that you had enough evaporation over the course of a week that maybe it got a little too concentrated.
Like you'd be amazed how big these things get.
Oh no, I remember it. They're like a fingerful. They're just amazing. They're huge.
My favorite story from last year with those is Brian White. Not a very big fan.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to start laughing immediately.
Yep. He comes up, goes, he's already a little buzzed, looks at me and goes, You. I haven't had any of these gummy bears. Give me gummy bears now. I'm like, yeah, sure. I give him like 3/4 of a red Solo cup of gummy bears.
Oh, no.
And I tell him to share them with people. He goes, yeah, I'll share them. He didn't remember the sharing part. He ate all of them.
Sharing is caring when it comes to bears.
They're like a half shot apiece.
Oh, I know. These things are deadly oh my God, and Brian White's the size of nothing.
He is.
Yeah, he came up to me the next morning about 1 o'clock, I would say. He just goes, you tried to kill me last night.
No, you tried to kill yourself. Oh, that's some good stuff. That's a wonderful story. I love Brian White. He is, folks, if you haven't had a chance to meet Brian White, he looks like the most unassuming, just nice, quiet fella in the history, man. He is just the nicest guy you will ever play a game against. He is a true sportsman. There's no two ways about that.
Absolutely. That's actually the only national player I've actually played against.
Yep.
So if you ever play a game with him, he is super awesome. He probably knows your cards better than you do.
Yep. You will only get better by playing that man. I am convinced of it. Even if he pushes your poop in until next week, you will only get better by playing that man because you will know exactly why you lost.
Hey,
love that guy.
You got to get your poop pushed in a bunch of times before you get good at this game.
Oh, seriously. You want to see the greatest accomplishment of this podcast, Kurt? This is I put a death jack together. This model is no joke.
Yeah, how many pins did you put into it?
0.
All right, so that model will be together for maybe a month.
No, it's green stuff. It's going to last forever.
No.
Well, we'll see. So your over-under is on a month. John, do you want to take a bet on this one?
I'm going under.
Going under a month. Okay, and that means I have to play this faction, right?
Yeah, you actually have to play the model. You can let it sit on the shelf for 2 years and it'll never break.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to bet you a cup of gummy bears. Vodka gummy... No, I want the rum ones. Rum gummy bears. That I will play this model for a month. And that means that I will play it on Brunch Machine with Men John, and I will play it also at my local store. And for 1 month, nothing will fall off of this model.
All right.
Okay, so you got it. And I'm going to... Now you realize I travel a lot, right? So I will get in as many games as I possibly can.
We'll see what happens.
And how many games? Okay, we'll even make it better this way. How many games do I need to play with that model?
About 10.
10 games. Okay, I will play 10 games with that model, and I don't want to put a timetable on it because
that's about a month around. There's 10 games.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Kurt, and I'm good with that. So we'll go with 10 games with the Death Jack. Not a single thing falls off of it, and not a single pin was used in the creation of that model. And I am so itching to play with Deathjack. I'll tell you what. I also picked up Nightmare, and I'm going to put Nightmare together here real soon too.
Nightmare's a lot of fun to put together.
You know that little girl and the little brick thing is is used in my in my rifle corps for Retribution.
Huh.
So the Deathjack's going to see a lot more, and Nightmare are going to see a lot more use than those two pieces. I had some extras left. Some guy gave me some bits. It was a thing. I also have the souls that come out of the middle of Deathjack. I have the metal souls that were on there were put on are being shot out of the rifle team's cannon. It looks really cool. I called the model Soul Calibur.
That's pretty sweet.
Because it's a goal. It's got a gun and stuff like that. Anyway, so we've got the recipe now. So you take the solo cup or the glass jar. I'm hearing it's not important as far as being glass versus plastic, but you need to seal it. You need to cover it up. And we put those in there and wait a week, and blammo, you've got literally a deadly weapon.
Well, I will stir them occasionally. It's not, leave them, forget them, but every few days I'll get in there and stir them.
Okay, so stirring is important. Is there anything else in the recipe that we ought to be aware of?
No, that's all I do.
Okay, super sweet. Gonna mix them up. Gonna give it a shot. I have some vodka in my. What do you think of? God, what the hell is that one vodka? Absolute.
Absolute's all right.
Absolute's all right.
I don't have any issues with it.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say if you're gonna make rummy bears, I've tried higher end vodka. Sky vodka is the be all end all.
Okay. All right.
I did 3 olives. I've used Pearl. Some mid grade high. Alcohol. They just taste bad. They taste like vodka, and you don't want that.
Okay. So Sky vodka. I mean, I don't want to stray from the recipe. I mean, someone who's worked 20-some plus years in the food industry, I understand the importance of a quality recipe. So I'm going to stick with the recipe, and I'm going to make these, and then probably Belinda Librarian and I are going to fall over on the floor, and that'll be okay.
Just don't drive.
No, God, no. That's what that's what upstairs is for. Okay, so here we are. We're quite a few months off from the WTC, and we're going to get more into that. But John, I want to think that we're at 6:55. This is normally the time when we might transition into Flippity Bloop. John, do you think we have enough Flippity Bloops to carry us through a half an hour with Cool Kurt?
Yeah, our guests were so entertaining. We didn't get a chance to ask too many of those.
Kurt, we would love to have you as a part of what is I like to think of it as the cornerstone, nay, the anchor of this particular show, and that is Flippity Bloop. We stole that straight from Nigel Brooks. He's the one that came up with the original term Flippity Bloop, but we have adopted it as our own. So I'm going to say, John Spencer, give me a Flippity Bloop.
All right. Well, we will start with... Here we go. Here's a good one for Kurt. It's from Benj again, Benj Hansen.
Benj.
He goes, transporting minis and space at cons. Is he the only one who gets apprehensive about this? He just imagines a tray getting knocked over or bags getting lost and the dreaded table shuffle between rounds. Watching over everything while playing the game can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially in crowded cons. So what we think about that.
Okay. So what he's asking, just to clarify to make sure I understand, is what do you do with your minis during while you're playing at rounds?
Well, at cons in general, carrying them all around. What do you use for storage space? How do you get them between game tables and all?
Okay. Kurt, what do you I'd love to hear your perspective on this first.
All right. What I use to transfer my minis around is I have a Masterlink tray from Mechanica Studios.
Mm-hmm.
I use that just to transport my armies around. After that, I'll unpack my armies for the tournament, put them on there, take the bags that are left over, and just go put them on the side of the room.
Yep.
The thing I love about this game the most is people just don't mess with your stuff. It's not it's not like Magic or other card games where you got to watch your deck or whatever because people will run off with it as fast as possible.
I can't even identify with that. I can't identify with people that would take someone else's stuff. The stealing aspect of it is absolutely beyond me. Anyway, I'd love to teach my kid magic and stuff like that, because I think especially my older boy, I think would do really well with it. He's got a great mind like that. But who wants to introduce a child to a dishonest meta like that? It's just ridiculous. I'm
Well, it's
gonna.
not all of them, and it's not at the local store level so much as the bigger level.
Yeah.
Guys who are just in the store for an event and don't plan on coming back, those are the guys you got to watch out for. So
Yeah, no,
I
that
don't
makes
give them
sense.
all a bad rap there.
Okay. Well, we want to be fair and balanced here on Painting with Menoth, John, and I understand that. So I guess I'm gonna echo a lot of Kurt's sentiment on this one, in that one of the things that I've always felt really good about is I can take my bag or bags. I think about Adepticon, I think about TempleCon, and places like this. I'll stick them against a wall, and I don't have a second worry about them. They just sit there and they're cool, they're grooving, and then when I need some more models, I go get them. But I also have a Master Link. I have two trays. I have a Master Link and I have a Fool's tray. And the Master Link I could not take to the what was it? The one in San Diego, Kingdom Con, because the bag that I had, it wouldn't fit. It was just long enough by like 1 inch. It was too long. But I disassembled my Fool's tray and put it in there, and it was awesome. And what I found with my Fool's tray is it holds a few more models than my Master Link. But I love my Master Link because Explosivo did an amazing job with with some custom name tags for it, and he did some kind of special ones for me that you can't buy on the internets and all that kind of stuff, and did some custom inserts for the trays that were kind of a joke for me and Chili. And Chris is such a good guy to work with, a very reputable person to work with, always very interested in the customer service. So I highly recommend both the Master Link as well as the Fool's tray. Either one of them. Gary Fool Larson is as good as it gets. I mean, he's just salt of the earth, wonderful fella. So you're gonna go good with good customer service with either of these trays. Highly recommend it. What about you, John?
Well, I actually use a breakfast tray from Target.
A very
that I had since my 40K days.
A very popular selection for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was cheap. We used to use it for 40K before the trays really became a thing, so it's just sort of leftovers. But I have seen the Fools and the Master Link because Bowie has them, and they're pretty sweet. I'm considering getting one, but it's sort of a luxury purchase at this point.
It is. The Master Link is not cheap, nor is the Fool's tray, but those are both wonderful things. And hey, if you want a Fool's tray, Mr. Benj, if what we've been talking about comes off, you let me know. I'll hook you up. It's something I can give back to you for all the love. So just stay in touch, because I know you will. Anyway, flippity bloop.
All right, we'll jump to one from Charles Collins, and he wants to know what you think about the MSU theory, the multiple stall units like Nigel's Ocean's 18. He says he's tried it with Pete Torcia and was surprised how much board presence it has. And he thinks it might work better with someone like P. Denny or E. Haley.
Well, I mean, let's talk about. I'll talk about this first, and then Kurt, you can chime in, because I'm going to leave people who have actual skill at this game for second and third, and so we'll go with Kurt because you're with the WTC, and then we're going to go with John Spencer because you're just good at this game, and I think that there's a lot to be said for this. I think that having a lot of activations is theoretically very sound, but like so many things in this game, it's how you use it that matters. So having a lot of activations is important if you are nuanced enough to be able to put those different multiple small units into various different correct locations for what those units bring to the party. So I think that MSU makes a bigger difference the higher the skill level that you are as a player. So at my skill level, which I would call a medium skill level, where at a local tournament, let's say in Madison or Chicago, I might place, maybe with 1 loss or 2 losses. I think it's a nice tool to put in your toolbox, and I think it has a lot that you can play around with it. If you're not scoring in that level, if you're more of a beginner player, you're more concerned about moving things in the right order, doing order of activation correctly, and those kinds of things. Focus on that more than maybe the multiple small units concept. So what do you think, Kurt?
I personally like smaller units better, or solos and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense.
The Butcher 3 list I took to not Tampa, Orlando for Crucible and did really well with. Had a lot of random little solos and a lot of goofy little small units.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it's all here and it's all hit or miss. Like here, say, like big units work, small units work, solos work. It's all your play style. Play them all, figure out what you like. Make them work one way or another.
How many years did we go in this game without having a real detailed discussion about MSU?
It just came up in the last few months.
Exactly. We've been playing this game for a decade, and this is just the first discussion of it. So I think that there's a lot of viable strategies out there, and it has more to do with what's up between your ears than necessarily what it has, or your experiences, than necessarily what it has to do with how many models you have on the table. What do you think, John?
I agree. I mean, it's honestly, I've been playing that Gorton list for a while. It's nothing really new to the game. It's just someone took it to sort of the if you will, logical conclusion with a caster, and got some, got it out there on a podcast, so suddenly it's become popular. I mean,
agreed.
I played at the ATC when I played Brian White, and he whooped my butt. I was playing the McBain version that was pretty cool, and he was playing a Harbeaver game that was almost the same thing.
Yep.
So I mean, it's been out there for a while. It's just someone with an avenue finally put it out there and made it the thing.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Yeah, and sometimes it takes that sort of community champion to bring something like that to the forefront. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we see that now with the Meat Mountain and some of the things that Chad. I am so, by the way, just on an unrelated note, I am so happy Chad has become sort of a community champion because he's so nice. Oh my God, he's such a good guy.
Yep.
And I'm working hard to figure out a list that will beat that Meat Mountain, because between his being just an amazing player and such a nice guy, and Jake Hickok from Michigan playing similar lists, Hick is a great player too, and these guys just pushed my poop in when I last played them with this Meat Mountain, and I'm trying to figure out some ways around it. I've got some ideas. It's a Thyra Protectorate list with 2 Judicators. So just roll that around in your head for a little while. And I think it's got some chances. I think it's got some possibilities. But it's got that certain Menoth John flair, which means it'll probably be less than fully successful. So flippity bloop.
All right, I'll skip around to a painting one. Lee from the Bleeped Up Productions and the Bleeped Up podcast.
We love Lee.
Today, what is your favorite model? Has been your favorite model to paint and the worst model to paint?
Okay, to date, my favorite model to paint. I have to tell you that. Okay, so favorite, the way that it turns out is this paladin. These paladins of the wall are something and a half to paint. They turn out so good for the amount of effort you have to put into them, because Sanguine Base and Sanguine Highlight are 2 of the nicest colors to paint with that Privateer makes. The Sanguine Highlight is reasonably transparent, and so that it goes on and you're able to just work with it and build it up and build it up and build it up, and just so it turned out so good. This Paladin turned out really amazing, and I'm very happy with it. This recent stuff, I'm pretty happy with where this Harrower is, to be honest with you. I'm having so much fun painting these Citrus Cricks. They're they're really giving me a reason to play Cricks. I'll tell you that. Is these guys are dirty. They're kind of grimy looking. They look like they've been just out there and nobody gives a damn for them, which I think is a really legitimate concept behind Cricks. And they're orange, which is cool. So those are, and this hero, these crabjacks are amazing to paint. They've got a lot of character to them. They've got a lot of little bits and pieces and little bibs and bobs that give them a lot of character. So I'm a big fan of the Cricks crabjacks. What about you, Kurt?
Painting models, I really hate painting infantry. Like
Oh God, hate them so much.
Like pikemen, like the Conqueror pikemen.
Oh,
boring to paint. Favorite models to paint are pretty much everything trolls.
Really? Now, what color do you paint your troll skins?
Red.
Red, you say?
I start with a bloodstone and I use sanguine base and sanguine highlight to highlight them up. Then a red wash over them.
I'll be damned. So, do you find that the bloodstone to be a pretty easy color to work with as far as their skin tones?
Well, I use it as a base color to start as a brownish red color.
Sure.
And then you just use a watered down sanguine base or sanguine highlight and work your way up.
That's really interesting. I need to probably look at that as possibly a color for my boom haulers.
It's something that I'm working on now.
I've been working with when I did Dan and Blythe and Bull, I did I think I used, maybe Rucksack Tan as a base color, and then I did some washes on it and got it, or it might have been Moldy Ochre, or was it Bane Thrall Flesh? I don't know. It was a freaking color, and it worked out pretty good. And Thrall Flesh for a tan works out kind of amazing. It's so liquidy compared to Menoth, White Base, and Jackbone. It goes on really, really well. But I love that concept, Kurt.
It was a trial and error thing, and I tried it, and I'm like, that works really well. I like it. I'll take it.
You trialed it, and it wasn't an error. There you go. Super awesome. What about you, John?
I think anyone who listens to this for any amount of time knows my least favorite model or models to paint.
That would be Nis?
Yes. It took forever, and I mean, I'm actually pleased with how they came out in the end, but
have you taken pictures of them as they've turned out in the end?
No, they don't have wash on them yet.
Okay.
I got basic done and I put them away. And
Dude,
I will do touch-ups and wash later.
Dude, if you like them without a wash on them, then they are going to look spectacular.
They'll look good. I'm pleased. My favorite, honestly, it's probably Gordon. He's basic, he's simple, he's got detail, but it's not enough that it drives you insane painting him.
Fair enough. That's a great selection. Great selection. So what do we got else? Flippity bloop.
All right, let's see. We'll do this one real quick because it's more up Kurt's alley, having to go to a big tournament. It's from Edifo, and it's the judges document. More importantly, the part about units and making them apparent which is which, and how if you don't, you just lose.
Really, that's a rule now?
Remember that? Yeah, if there's no way to tell which unit is which, and they're the same model, you lose. If you have to call a judge, you lose.
See, that's interesting because, it's so often. Let's say you have 2 units of Black Dragons. That's a very restrictive type of thing. What I would actually love to hear, Kurt. I'd love to hear your attitude on this or your thoughts on it.
Well, yeah. It's gonna make the gameplay easier when everything's marked out. Unfortunately, you have to when you put if you don't do it, you lose the game. That sucks. But if anybody's ever played against 6 or 8 units of Doom Reavers that are unpainted, how do you tell which was which?
Well, Mechanothrall's the same way. Mechanothrals, where
fair.
you end up with that spam. It's very, 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 very difficult. So,
You know,
explain to me just for a second, John. When you say if you have to call a judge, you just lose.
Yeah, I mean that's the judge's document. It's like if there's no way to show your opponent that, and he's like, Judge, if there isn't something you can say like this is how you tell them apart, and it's something there, you forfeit.
Oh, that's some weak sauce, I think. I mean, I
Well,
agree with the idea. I agree with the concept, but the execution sounds fairly draconian.
Well, it's one of those, how do you prove something then? So honestly, it's super simple. I have 2 units of Chaos Eliminators. They're actually painted a little differently, but I don't expect my opponents necessarily to pick up on that. So on the back, 1 unit has 1 dot that's purely visible, and the other unit has 2 dots.
Yeah.
Like I say, you kill this one, look, it's from the 2 dot unit if I need to. So it's really, really not hard to do, but like you said, it is very extreme as far as the penalty.
When I've done different units, let's take for instance, I'm trying to think if I have 2 units of anything in ret, because I've done such a fairly clear paint job on them. I don't have any of those. When I look at 2 units in my protectorate, let's say I have, God, what do I have as an example of that? I guess when I do Citrus Cricks, when I do my second unit of Mechanothrals, I guess what I'll do is I will paint my bases, my base rings, my opposite colors. So my base ring will be where you just saw my hero do a purple ring. I'll do a worm green on the where the purple is, and I'll do purple where the worm green is. So you've got that opposite kind of effect, but I'll still be able to have the models represent the colors that I want, because I don't want. I mean, my idea here is with the Citrus Cricks is to kind of continue this whole burnt orange kind of a thing across the whole army.
yeah, and see, that's all you have to do. You don't have to do anything crazy. Like, you could just put dots or A's or ones on the bases. It's not, it's just trying to help make the game state better.
I guess I can support that, Kurt. I can support that big time.
Yeah, my unpainted steelhead halberdiers, I went and put the time to put, a 1 or a 2 because I got 2 units. Unit 1 has 1 on the back of the base. Unit 2 has 2 on the back of the base. Because honestly, I couldn't tell them apart either.
And at the end of the day, I don't want to win or lose a game based on shenanigans involved with bullshit painting.
Exactly. I mean, it was harsh, but it's one of those things that hit and sort of there was some overreaction to.
Yeah, makes some sense.
Because the internet.
Yeah, the internet being the internet, it'll do that.
Exactly.
So I appreciate your perspective on that, Kurt, because you're a high level player and you're espousing the same kind of things that we bring to the party, where we want to bring that harmony, that where you have you're trying to win on the merits of your game, not necessarily on any kind of shenanigans you can pull with your paint scheme.
Yeah, man, that's basically all it is. Like, you just got to be a way to, if you've ever lost the game that way because you attacked the second unit of Bane Knights and not the first unit.
Yep. That's some bullshit right there, boy.
And it's both of them because they weren't painted the same. It happens once and you're like, that's crap.
Yes, it is. Flippity bloop.
All right. Well, go back to we got painting here. Here we go. From Kovnik Scotty Potty.
We love Kovnik Scotty Potty.
He's like, what drives you to choose your paint scheme, such as unique or over standard PP schemes?
Okay. I'm going to let you go first, John.
All right. Well, I sort of go with whatever I'm feeling, but I steal a lot of ideas from all sorts of stuff. Like my Rulik stuff, I stole the basics of the paint scheme from the G.I. Joe Crimson Guard.
Nice.
I had no idea what to paint stuff. I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to paint it. And then it's like, I saw it. I'm like, yeah, that'll work. It's simple. It'll be painted on a lot of models. It's got 3 base colors, so that's a good start. And went with that. And then when I went with my ret that I'm starting to paint, I actually took the generic Cobra scheme and did more of that.
Nice.
And obviously you change it up a bit to match the models, but that's where I get my ideas. Just steal them from stuff. I cruise a lot of websites with painted stuff. I'm like, that's a great paint scheme.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. I mean, you look and see what colors work together, and not all of us are freaking art majors. And knowing all about the color wheel and all that kind of stuff, that's maybe not what our first best destiny is. But if we're able to take a look at what others have brought to the party, that's something that we can learn from. Super awesome. What about you, Kurt?
I literally play trial and error till I find something that I like.
Fair enough.
I've painted 3 armies pretty much really well, which is Scorn, Trolls, and Cawdor, and none of them are studio paint jobs.
Yeah, I hear you there.
After that, I don't like doing studio. I don't want it to be the same as everybody else.
Yep.
Or a good majority of people.
Yep. I like using my painting as an expression. Taking this and using this hobby as a way to express my creativity of what can I do, what can I bring to the party. So that's very interesting. So we've already discussed your trolls. You've got the kind of you start off with that bloodstone and you kind of bring it up from there. What are some of the other color schemes that you have in your armies? What color is your Khador?
Khador is a mainly black with green,
Ooh.
like a real dark green.
Nice.
It's really simple to paint. I am not the best painter by far, so I go with the real nice, easy things.
Real nice, easy is a way to go, buddy. Let me tell you what. When we get to me, we'll talk about my retribution.
Oh, if I ever get to paint Legion, that's the one where I have to learn to paint again. They're all going to be bubblegum pink.
That is super awesome. I've got
it's surprisingly easier to paint than you think.
I've painted a few models, and yeah, it's a lot easier to paint than I thought it was, but trying to get the details on them is hard.
Yeah, that'll be the tough part.
So those of you who are looking on at home, you're going to see 2 stingers sitting here. I'm going to turn them so you can actually tell that they're stingers. These stingers are Jake Van Meters. And I'm painting them as a gift for JVM because he's a good guy and he deserves to have cool things and stuff like that. But I'm struggling with how to paint them as far as what colors to paint them. So I'm going to throw it out to the Brushhead Nation out there. We're going to throw it out to you guys. I want you to get to the Painting with Menoth John Facebook page, and I want you to put on there what your suggestion is. What color should I paint JVM's stingers? And I will tell you, this is a man that owns rainbow stingers, okay? This guy's got stingers all over the place. So we can do whatever we bloody well please. So go ahead, Kurt.
The answer's pink. You know the answer's going to be pink.
If the color's pink, then I will say the brush heads chose pink. But
the first 2 in the chat room are pink and lavender.
These people love Jake, don't they?
Yes. I actually have a suggestion of weren't you trying to find a use for that bilious green? Oh. Damn, mic drop.
Yeah, this one right here. Oh, this putrid green is in some great shape too. It could be turned into airbrush paint really easily.
Well, there you go.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we got a winner. That inspires me. So we're going to paint those green. Good luck, Jake.
Keep an eye out. Someone else might have some good secondary colors or some other good ideas.
Absolutely.
So,
put them out there, guys. I haven't made any decisions yet. But, what color should Jake Van Meter's stingers be? I even put them on special bases. I put them on Dragonforge design bases. So I'm going to put them on I'm going to paint this as kind of an icy thing, I guess. I'll do my level best to kind of make it look like real ice and all that kind of stuff, because that would be good for me to practice on how to do anyway. So the rainbow stingers that Jackie Bjornbaugh painted for him are amazing. She painted a Mage Hunter Assassin for me. They are just over the top. Are we literally over? God, how many people do we have watching this show right now?
Right now we are at 22.
That's great.
Yes, it is. It is super sweet.
Well, I'll tell you what. I gotta raise the glass of Kraken one more time for those folks. I gotta bring up the Kraken. I still haven't fed my 10-year-old.
I haven't fed me.
It's 7:22 p.m. I'll make some pasta. He'll be happy. All right. So here we are with 7:22. I want to thank everyone that's been a part of the show so far. We got literally 38 minutes to go in this podcast. Can you believe that, John?
Yeah, it's actually hard to believe. I feel like I've been here all day.
Oh, wait, you have been.
I have been.
Do you want to do this again next week? No.
I can't. I got to run a tournament.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'm really sad that we can't have Brunch Machine next week either, because that would be something for the brush heads. But I'll see what I'm going to do with all of this material that I have, and figure out how I'm going to break it up. But Kurt, we are for sure going to be taking this portion of the show, and we're going to make it as the Tuesday one that we release. I see now that Kevin Clark says purple and yellow.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing here is Viking stingers. That's hard for me. That's hard for me as a Wisconsinite to paint anything according to the Minnesota Vikings. I have to be honest. So, good times. I'm going to paint those this week. We'll go ahead and get those up on the... we'll take pictures before the end of the week. Those will be painted. And, hey, as we... before we do one more flippity bloop here, I want to raise a little glass of Kraken to Brett Painter. He's had a tough week. He's a great guy. He's a legendary brush head. For those of you who pay attention to to my personal page and things like that, here's one for Brett. He couldn't be with us tonight for a lot of reasons. So here's to you, Brett Painter. Hey, Ron.
Ron.
So, flippity bloop.
All right. There we go. Joseph Merrick. So Gobber Pirates were spotted from the league vault recently.
Yes. So what about him? What does he want to know about him?
He just wants our thoughts on him.
Yes.
Speculation.
They have drag. And my favorite speculation that I've seen anywhere is that they drag themselves to whatever they're going to.
That would be fun.
I am highly supportive of that rule.
Especially if the rest of the unit has like some rule like called keep up, where if someone else hit, they have to run or something to catch up with the rest of the unit.
Absolutely. I am supportive of all things Gobber when you get right down to it. I think they're going to be amazing. They look piratey. My guesses are going to be Mercs. And the more Merc love we can give, the happier I am. I hope they're a 10-man. I hope they're a 10-man unit. I hope they're a 10-man unit.
That would be sweet.
Yep. Brian Fox suggests brown and pink for JVM Stingers. So these are some legendary brushheads that are kind of chiming in. I haven't decided yet. Actually, John, I'm going to turn to you during the course of the week to discuss this a little bit more before we get too far into this.
Okay.
So, but get your input into the Facebook page. You guys are doing great so far. We've had 2 people stopping in to give their opinion, and we'll see how this goes. But so flippity bloop. We got any more?
We got a bunch. I'm trying to find one that won't take forever.
You have a bunch, huh? We can
go. Okay,
we can do flippity bloop for the rest of the show if you want to.
Well, I got one movie to talk about.
Okay.
So we can try. But how about Declan Lowry asks, if you could bring back one Mark I Rufa model, what would it be and for what model?
Okay, one. Oh God, invisibility for Ayana and Holt.
No, invisibility for Rias is way better.
Okay, I'll buy that.
For Eris.
Invisibility was broken
Apparently
beyond
invisibility
all
was
recognition. That was the worst rule in all of Mark 1.
That's the worst rule I read, because I didn't play Mark 1, but that's the worst rule I read out of other cards. I'm like, that was a thing?
Invisibility was a thing, and boy, oh boy, was it a thing. Invisibility for Iona and Holt, because I think they originally had it, didn't they?
Don't remember.
I'd have to look back in my card vault because I kept all my Mark 1 cards. Oh my god. Invisibility was amazing back in the day. The other one that I can think of now that I actually play Crix is I'd bring back Necrovent. Necrovent was amazing because if I remember right, he could charge, hit, do whatever the hell he wanted, and still Necrovent. And let me tell you what, that was a thing. Kurt, what do you want to bring back?
Pack mentality for shredders.
That was some broken ass crap too. I remember that.
There was nothing like 3 shredders scrapping a Condor heavy.
No kidding. That was ridiculous. That's some hot nonsense right there. What about you, John Spencer?
Well, remember, I didn't play Mark 1, but the one I read on a card, there was some extra special rule that Bart had that seemed really cool that they took away, and I don't remember what it was off the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't have my Mark 1 cards, but he had some cool rule, and honestly, at the time where I read it, it seemed like he needed it, but little did I know Galleon was coming out.
So,
but whatever that rule was, I don't remember off the top of my head, but he should have that back.
So, if at all possible, if I can have a combination of Mark II rules and Mark I rules, I would say, could I have the Bastions with their original damage and PS buff plus their spreading of damage? Can I have that back, please?
Wow. No?
That was pretty amazing. That was some good stuff right there.
No on that.
Yeah.
Because they could get up to it was +1 for every damage they took, so that's 7 wounds. No, back then it was 4 wounds because they were only 5 wound models. So it was 4 plus 12, POW 16 blessed weapon masters. God, that was good times. For that minute and a half that we could actually play those models because they took a year to come out. And I think the Bastions have more to do with why I'm not a press ganger than any other model. Because it may have been that particular model that caused me to rant about nice supply chain that ended up with me not being a press ganger anymore. Anyway, flippity bloop. What do we have anything more to say on that particular subject?
I think that's probably it.
Probably enough.
All right. Well, I only got one movie to talk about, so we can do a kind of longer one. Here we go. Tionis Bladesbane, way back, it said, new errata, discuss and talk about the forum hyperbole for it.
Okay. So if I remember right, the new errata mostly dealt with unit cohesion.
Pretty much.
And stuff like that. So I know that the Muse on Minis podcast lost their goddamn mind about this around buffs and stuff like that and shenanigans that one might encounter. People might have been playing some games around their stuff, but okay, so here we go. I'm gonna play contrary to that because I think that, unit cohesion is a thing. They wrote it into the rules, and I think that it was supposed to be a thing. So I think that if you're gonna drop buffs on something, you probably ought to have all the models in that unit together. It's one of the things that make units maybe less desirable than a single model or a war beast. This is possibly a way to very quietly try to bring some more parity to units and warjacks and war beasts. So I'm okay with it. Part of what should be a balancing thing between lower command units like mechanothralls and other things, this might be a way to help balance the strength of those units against the rest of the game. If that makes broken shit less broken, well, I guess I'm okay with broken shit not being broken. So there you go. Now, I'm going to turn this over. I always like to go first on these kind of discussions because I'm no goddamn good at the game. So I'm going to turn this over to two people who are good at the game. John, I want you to go first because you are my co-host, but I want Kurt as a WTC member to talk about this second.
I don't have a problem with the ruling at all. In the week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever, since it's come out, it has come up approximately once in all the games at the stores, and even then, it didn't even really matter.
Yep.
It's not a big deal. It seems like a good balancing factor. It makes some things make more sense, like the Scarlock commander there.
Yep.
Higher leadership. Wow, suddenly that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Fixes stuff that may not have been broken, but was definitely skeezy.
Probably better than it should have been for its point value.
Yeah, you're like, that seems too good. And it may not be the best necessarily way to fix it, but it's a way to fix it. It's easy. It's pretty consistent. I'm down with it.
It's totally easier than Mark III.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Kurt, what's your opinion on this?
My opinion, I thought it was made to stop Lady Goat, Morgana 2. Because if you've ever seen like a Lady Goat player sit there and just keep one of each of the 3 units on the deployment line.
Yep.
Behind the building, you can't possibly get to them.
Nope. No way in hell.
And it stops that shenanigans right there.
Yep.
She's already really good.
And she doesn't need that kind of crap.
No, and it's pretty balanced. I mean, because if she uses her purification, she loses her upkeep, and then suddenly she can't put it back on. So that's pretty good. And it doesn't affect her feat, which probably isn't really broken. Honestly, it doesn't need to be fixed necessarily.
No, it's a strong feat, but I don't think it's a broken feat by any stretch of imagination.
No, it's like it just stops people. Like the only thing it really stops, like people are like, oh, Kador Arc Node. No, Kador players play midfield most of the time, and Kador is not really a thing.
Not for nothing. If you can't pull off that Kador Arc Node and still have all your crap in command, you suck.
Yeah, I mean, I never see it come into play. It fixed a problem that may not have actually been a problem, but it was one of those, well, this is actually a problem, one of those vocal problems that no one ever sees. So who cares?
This is one case in which I feel like the podcast community has possibly done the greater community a disservice. I think they may have made a bigger deal out of something that didn't matter than it probably could have. And we're an influential voice. I mean, without the podcast community, I mean, there would never have been a Kurt Hinman 2. Right? Am I right, Kurt?
No, I just wouldn't have been from Springfield.
Oh, snap.
Well played. Well played.
That's awesome. Flippity bloop.
All right, so the next one is... Oh, here we go. Zachary Gross. Any tips on painting eyes and faces on my minis? Also help to keep a steady hand while painting late into the night.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and do this. My first tip is painting eyes. So the first thing I do is when I paint eyes, this is something that Jen Ikuda taught me a long, long time ago. And she taught me that the best way to paint eyes is to take your black, and I paint all the way across the entire eye with the black. And then what I do is I paint 2 straight white lines up the right and left hand side. And if you want to get really easy about it, what you can do is you can paint just one white line across one side, but you have to decide which way are the eyes going to be facing. And you go ahead and paint that one white line or 2 white lines on either side, and then what you do is you come back with the color that you decided to pick for your flesh, and you then sculpt the eyes with that flesh color around the stripes that you just got done painting. and it is a super simple way to paint eyes. You don't get the iris color, so to speak. So this is not like a pro tip or anything like that, but at least it gets you in the ballpark with having eyes that look sort of like eyes. So that's the way I do eyes. It may not be the best way to do eyes, but it is certainly a way to do eyes. What do you think about that one, Kurt?
I don't paint eyes.
Yeah.
Period. I might try a black dot. After that, my painting, when I paint, I drink a lot.
Good man. Good man. So another thing to think about when you're doing this is, and I probably need to share this with the group because I've talked about eyes a couple of times on the podcast, is that I start for the majority of models that I use where I have a face, because I play Protectorate, and most everybody in Protectorate's got their damn face closed anyway. You can't see who they are because we're lawful evil and we like it that way. And what I try to do is I'll take their skin tones and I will wash them with a like Reichland flesh shade, which is I'm a huge fan of this stuff. This is a great wash from Citadel, and I'll take the Midland flesh and I'll wash it down with the Citadel Reichland flesh shade, and then I'll do that straight method that I just talked about. But then I will come back, even if I've used the Midland flesh for the undertone, I will use Cardic flesh to come back and do those and to resculpt the eyes with. Because I find that when you do that wash and then you add those eyes to it, that combination of colors is very strong as far as giving you a good match. And then what I'll do is with the Midland flesh, I'll come back and I'll just touch up the nose a little bit. Just give it a little touch on the nose, give it a little touch on the chin, or maybe the cheekbones, and just kind of catch it up there, and that gives just a ton of character to the flavor. So I would recommend that. Think about it. You don't have to do it, but that stripe method I think works out pretty good for me. What about you, John?
Well, you pretty much hit it out of the park with both of those. They're exactly what I suggest for both. So I'll give him some tips on how to keep his hands steady late at night.
Nice.
And what you want to do is, if you can rest your elbows on something, do that, and then put your hands so that the bottom of your hands, the bottom edge of your hands are together, or even just the back corner, and you're holding the model in one, you're brushing the other. So if you do shake a little bit, it's going to shake together.
That's such a good
come
tip.
together.
I wish that the brush had. Go ahead, John.
The other thing is to maybe, if you know you're going to paint a lot and you're going to do it late at night, try and lay off the caffeine. It sounds crazy and counterproductive to late at night, but the caffeine will give you the shakes more than not if you don't drink a lot of it and you're using it to stay awake. So try it out, see if you can do it. If you can do it with just the bracing yourself, and if not, you're going to have to give up on the caffeine.
Yep, I highly recommend everything you just said. The thing that I do a lot of is I will spend. I take, like, if I'm holding the brush like a pencil, I will take my pinky finger and I will rest it on some point in the model, and I will rest my hand that's supporting it like I am now. I'm resting it on the table so that I get that extra stability, and it's all about stability. You know, if it takes holding it against your chest and holding it that way, do whatever it takes to give you that stability, because if you've got a part of your hand anchored on the model, you will cut down on your shake. When you're going to get a lot of that shake is when you're got it kind of hanging out in midair there, so to speak. So try to anchor it on the model using maybe a pinky to hold it, and then brush like a pencil. And I think that does a lot of good. And I'm trying to show that now, but I'm not sure how effective it is with my camera angle, given how goddamn huge this Earthbreaker is. It's a big frickin' model. So, plippity bloop.
Yeah. All right, we're in the home stretch. I think this is probably the last one we can really
Yep,
answer.
last one. Oh my God, we're running out of time on an 11-hour podcast.
Yeah, I know. It's Declan Lowry again. He says PP has released even bigger model types: small, medium, and large infantry, light and large jacks and beasts, battle engines, and colossals. What do you think the next one will be? Character colossal, walking fortresses, a way to link jack beast abilities and attacks?
Okay. I actually have a theory on this, and this is based on nothing but me. I think that there is another another size of jack on the horizon. I think it's going to be called the Super Heavy. And I think it is going to be something in between the Colossal and the Heavy Jack. I think they will probably it'll have the same grid as a Heavy Jack, so it'll be the standard 36 box heavy, but what they will do is they will and this is the hard part, is how do they manage the damage thing? Do they manage it with more boxes and grids, or do they manage it with higher armor? Because armor gets into a little bit of fluff as far as, you already have these. Oh, that was great. Just painted silver all over the gray part. But you know what? That's what going back and doing touch up is all about. They could increase the armor to make it so that you don't do as much damage to it. But I think that there is a 90 millimeter jack in our future. I think there's another base size out there, and I think it's somewhere in between Colossals, and I think it's somewhere in heavies. I think it'll have more armor and damage boxes, like a Colossal, let's say, but it won't have the Colossal rules. So you'll be able to move it, you'll be able to slam it, you'll be able to knock it down, you'll be able to do all the things you can do to a heavy jack, but it'll have more boxes. And I think that's where they're headed next. What do you think? Let's go with John next.
I actually think if they went with your idea, it wouldn't have more armor. It would have some sort of rule where it can't take more than X damage from one attack.
Interesting.
That seems like the better way to do it, because more armor makes it immune to smaller arms, which is not necessarily where they want to go.
Agreed. They don't want to make it irrelevant versus infantry.
But yeah, I've had this flippity bloop for a while, and I haven't really think of anything. I mean, War Beast units is probably a great next step they already did. I can't think of anything they would do. The 90 millimeter jack's actually an interesting idea. We'll see if it comes in, but I got nothing. Kurt?
For bigger jacks, I have no idea. I was just looking in the last no quarter for Iron Gauntlet. They released a card in there for a Commodore War Jack called the Mad Dog.
I saw that,
and it's looks like a light jack because of the price in the game.
Agreed.
But yeah, I wouldn't be mad about something a little bigger and heavier for jacks.
I think it's a possibility. I think that that's one way for them to go. I think that there are a host of different directions that they can take it. I think that if you look at Games Workshop as a model for where things might go, they have perhaps, bikes are pretty prevalent in 40K, and I'm not saying that they're going to, but some type of mobile infantry might be an interesting way to go. Sort of like
cavalry,
like a powered armor type of a thing. So they would have some affinity to cavalry, perhaps. I don't know. That's it asks a lot of questions. I think super. Oh God, what just happened? I get that off my. Oh my God, it's painting red. What the hell's happening? How did that just happen? Hang on, I'm having a colossal emergency.
You said you need to clean your water like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, that was a mistake. All right, we're done painting. Okay, that was almost a disaster. Okay,
good save.
We're done with that. So, I think that there's still design space out there. Cavalry is a thing. Maybe that represents bikes in the 40K universe. We'll see where things net out. So, but my money's on super heavies. Flippity bloop.
Well, that was it pretty much.
That's it.
Anything
pretty much,
else is super corner case or probably not the right time to put it out.
Super cool. So you had one more movie for us, didn't you, John?
Yep, it's one you want to talk about, and I hope Kurt has seen it, but I won't hold it against him if he hasn't. Snatch.
Ah, yeah, the
you
Snatch.
Seen that, Kurt?
I'm trying to think. Sounds like it's something on Netflix that I've watched at one point.
Jason Statham. It's a British movie. One of the Guy Pearce? Is that his name? or is that the actor I'm thinking of? Thinking of the actor. It's the guy, same guy who did Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Yeah,
I don't know. Start going through the movie. I'll remember it if it happened.
Yeah, it's Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie, that's it. All right, so just watch that. I forget which particular brush had suggested it. They suggested it. I owned it, so I watched it after the show last week. And boy, it's done really well. I really like this movie. I love the intro to it, where it shows you pretty much everyone who's going to be a major player through the entire movie. And actually, I think that probably helps it from becoming confusing, honestly.
Yeah, that actually is helpful because there's such a cast of characters in this movie.
Yeah, and it's as I put a note here, it's got a kind of convoluted plot, but between the intro and the way they pace it and everything, it does a good job of becoming confusing. Honestly, it feels sort of like a Quentin Tarantino style movie, and his stuff normally does, but you don't make the mistake that other similar movies make by becoming too convoluted. So I enjoyed that. The cast is just great.
Oh, the casting is amazing.
I mean, there's a lot of people you don't know, but there's also Jason Statham and Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt's performance is absolutely amazing. You understand literally 1/3 of what he says.
No, about maybe half the second time. I put a note here. It was good the first time. The second time was a lot better because you're listening for his accent. You can kind of understand what he's saying.
Yep.
He's playing what they call a pikey, basically like a gypsy vagabond, live in a trailer and a mobile home and move it around a lot.
Yep.
Boy, it's just a good, solid movie. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, it's definitely not an action movie.
Nope.
But it's not really a drama. It's sort of that in between. It's almost sort of like a crime thriller type of deal.
I like to think of it as as kind of a caper movie.
Yeah, it is because it is sort of like a caper movie, but it's not. It is kind of one caper, but it's not just one caper.
Nope.
It starts with a diamond heist, and then things just start to go sideways. There's double crosses and Russians who won't die, and
yep. It brings so much to the party that Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels brings to the party, but it just does it better.
I haven't seen Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, but I picked this up on a whim from the local supermarket one night, and I was like, "Wow, great choice!"
Yeah, if you get the chance to see Lock, Stock is not as good a movie as Snatch. It is, but Snatch is Lock, Stock all grown up, and it is fantastic. Love Guy Ritchie's aesthetic in the show.
Yeah.
The way that he films the show, the frenetic pace of it all is just top notch, and I cannot recommend Lock, Stock, and both and Snatch enough. They are just fantastic movies, and the job that Brad Pitt does is so good. I think it's his best film. I really do.
It is a really good job. Man, I love the Jason Statham voiceover.
Mm-hmm.
I know voiceovers are supposed to be like, as far as the hooty tooty, big and snotty movie reviewers go, a bad thing.
Yeah, shut up.
But I love voiceovers.
Yep.
It's just great.
Do you like the original Blade Runner, or do you like the original Blade Runner or the director's cut Blade Runner?
The original.
Yep, me too. Because of the voiceover film noir.
Yeah, I mean, it adds something to the movie, and I don't know why people say it doesn't. It does make it more like a futuristic film noir, which is good.
Yep. Which I think is a wonderful thing to explore. It before Blade Runner, it had never been. We gotta do Blade Runner. Anyway, so
we shouldn't do Blade Runner because you don't want to do Blade Runner.
Okay, we won't do Blade Runner. But anyway, so great. So I completely agree.
And Jason Statham in it is great. He plays a tough guy, but he's not like a beat everyone up tough guy like he sort of morphed into. He talks tough and he is fairly tough, but he's not like crush everyone martial arts skills.
Nope, not at all. But he is
And
tough
his
guy.
partners have been a bit of a screw up, but you can tell how they're friends. They've got good screen chemistry together.
Yep, agreed completely.
Was it Dennis Farina? Dennis Farina, is that his name? He plays the guy from the U.S.
I don't honestly know.
Dennis Farina, that's his name.
Okay.
Yeah, he passed away a bit ago, I think.
Uh-huh.
Let me take a look here. Might actually still be alive. I could be wrong. It's happened before.
Is he more
he passed
or
away
less?
last year.
Is he more or less alive than Abe Vigoda?
Abe Vigoda? He is less alive than Abe Vigoda.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, unfortunately, he passed last year. He's great. I mean, he plays a good sort of, a sort of criminal mob boss type of guy really well because he was also that in Get Shorty. But he plays it good in this. He's not over the top. They keep it very tight, very. It's a little crazy, but stays relatively down to earth. You don't ever go, I can't believe that would happen.
Yep.
And it would, of course, make you think twice about dealing with anyone who owns pigs.
Indeed. So you have not seen this movie, I take that, Kurt?
No, I've not seen that movie.
Okay. So go ahead and finish up. Then John, what do you give this for a rating?
The first time you're gonna want maybe half a shot of Kraken because it's gonna take a minute for you to get your bearings and all.
Mm-hmm.
But the second time, no, it's fine. You don't need any. I'll give it a 0.
Yeah, I think that's a great rating. Snatch is a wonderful movie. It is well done, well acted, well conceived. I would say that once again, I would agree 100% with your rating. Take that first shot on the first one, but after that, you are good to go, folks. That is a wonderful movie with some great actors doing some great things.
And you know what else, John? It is the first weekend of the month.
Oh my God, it is the first weekend of the month.
So we're going to have to tell people our movie club, but they'll get 2 weeks to watch it because of the Iron Gauntlet finals next week.
Yep. I haven't even thought about this, John. What do you suggest?
Conan the Barbarian?
Conan the Barbarian it is. So
Thank
saith the John.
Brushheads for recommending that. Well,
Yep.
the Brushheads recommended it, and there you go.
So, folks, if you have seen Conan the Barbarian before, see it again. It is on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken.
I have no idea. I own it, but I will find out as I am wont to do.
As you are wont to do, and that's what we love about you. It's one of the many things we love about you. So
I'm going to have to watch that movie tonight. That movie is amazing.
That movie is so good.
And we're talking about the original, not the remake, I assume.
God, yellow and hot pink, according to Lisa Hughes, is one of the latest colors for these things. God, these people are just nuts.
Looks like the original Conan the Barbarian is only streaming on Xfinity. Who Can Die in a Fire.
It's a good thing I've got that then.
Oh yeah, booyah!
So
you can get it. You can get it Netflix. You can get them to send you a DVD.
Okay, I have Xfinity for lots of reasons I won't go into publicly.
They're trying to pretend they're not Comcast, and Comcast can die in a fire. So
yeah, they're evil.
Long story. I had a bad experience.
No, there's how do you have a good experience with them? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, but so there you go, Brushheads. The original 1982 Conan.
That's some good stuff right there. Holy hell. I think we made it, John.
We made it. We lived.
This is amazing.
It is.
How the hell did we do 11 hours of podcast?
I don't know, but we did.
Yeah, we did.
We should have asked Walter for advice first, shouldn't we?
Oh, my God. Kurt, I can't thank you enough. I hope that the Brushheads and the rest of the internet community have taken notice because Kurt Hinman is for realsies. And we love you, and we are so happy that you're a part of the WTC. And I know that on behalf of myself and John Spencer, as well as the rest of the Brushheads, you are now our official mascot. Going to the WTC, you are who we are going to pull for. So you have the weight and the power of the entire Brushhead Nation on you right now. You are going to do awesome, and we're going to check back in with you if that's okay, Kurt.
No problem.
I want to check back in with you in a little while. We want to talk about preparations. what you've done, what you've learned, and how you're getting ready for the WTC.
I think after August, at the end of August, we can go over lists and stuff like that and figure out how everything's going to work.
I would really like that, and I know that our listeners would really like that too. So plan on it. We're going to have Kurt back here at the end of the summer, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, I know personally we're going to talk about my personal adventures in making gummy bears with rum and vodka so that we can see how that works out, and we can talk recipes as well as we can talk about tech. So I think, John, are you ready to call this a show?
Dinner.
Yes, that too.
One thought on my mind is dinner.
I can only imagine. Oh wait, what's happening? I gotta plug. What happened just now? I'm plugging it into the wrong. There.
Personal invitation.
There we go.
Drag out your
miniatures
and paint along with us each week. Let's go over to the canvas here and let's get started.
Wow, that was loud. Anyway, on behalf of Owen the Cooler Schindel, Richard Explosive Bro Johnson, Christopher Ansmar Nevender, you know him as Nevender, Mr. Kevin Clark, Neek Van Slegmat, or however you make Ben and Eric Defoe, the Krug podcast, Adam Perdun, and Mr. Cool Kurt Hinman, and of course the co-host with the oust, Mr. John Spencer. I am Menoth John. I want to thank you for being with us here in celebration of Games and Gears International Intergalactic Hell. We're as big as the goddamn universe. This has been Painting with Menoth John. Have a great week, and we will see you next week for the Iron Gauntlet Finals, where I will provide you with the better audio podcast. I'm Menoth John. Good night, everybody.
Back and forth, layer after layer after layer. Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little trees.